well for the organization, for the tribes that get visited. It just never tends to go well. No, so I'm like, I'd rather be the one doing the visiting. Exactly right. So, and then imagine the exotic virus. Oh yeah, right. No, that's a good point. It always makes you think. Star Trek. They just go and beam down to the planets and they're there. Yeah, right. It's just like they breathe air, same atmosphere, same pressure, same gravity. It's like I keep waiting for the episode where somebody starts bleeding from their eyes. Right. It explodes. The guy with the red shirt. Right away. Right. That's guy's going. Right? Yeah. You have to take a chance. But when you think of what's currently available today in terms of research that people have done on propulsion systems, when people speculate that there's some sort of a black ops program that the government's been running secretly, then this is what a lot of these drones are that people are seeing. This is what a lot of like the Tic Tac stuff, that's probably our stuff, which is why it's off military bases. Given your understanding of the current state of science, do you think that's even possible? Yeah, no. It's hard to imagine that being possible, right? Just in terms of, because my entire professional experience has been about wrestling with, how do we conquer this time distance problem? So I know all too well all the shortcomings. I know where we are for the most part today, where we're lacking, right? And so I don't know that there is an organization that has things that could potentially operate in ways that we like the Tic Tacs. Right. But I don't know that there is a black ops that actually has that capability. What I'm asking though is it even conceivable that there could be a program where you could get the brightest minds who are working on this stuff to make advancements that are far beyond anything that conventional wisdom describes? Yeah, that would go. So different frequency. Thank you. If we had some kind of kit, right, that is not from here, however we got it, right, that people spend some time studying it, maybe they can figure it out. But that also gets into a little bit of a logic conundrum, right? Because I think you talked about going back to the 1400s and holding up an iPhone, right? If you handed something like this to Isaac Newton, right, he would have no idea what to make of this, right? So he might figure out the interface or the Apple's like the child making this thing pretty user friendly. I mean, how could even if he looked at it with like a glass that allowed him to see, maybe start to make out the pixels, right? He doesn't have the benefit of any math, physics, and so forth. So it's possible, right? But those two things, in gaming situations in my head, what might that look like? But it's like, wow, this might be really hard to figure it out. But it'd be awesome if somebody could figure it out if that was in the realm of possibility. Speaking for the people that believe that they have recovered these vehicles from somewhere else, one of the ways they describe them that's really kind of bizarre is they describe them as donations. I've heard that word. Yeah, you are going to try to get someone to figure out how to construct their own automobile. You wouldn't give them a 2025 Corvette ZR1, but you give them as a Model T. You give them some simple combustion engine, carburetor that you can go, okay, like someone who knows how to make a locomotive, they could look at that and go, okay, I see what they're doing. Oh, wow. All right, so this thing, the combustion, and then the gases spin around, and then it creates energy, and it spins these wheels, and this thing has different gears, and that goes to the back wheels. Okay, I think we can do this. But if you gave them some electric test, like a new Model S Plaid, they'd go, what the fuck is this? Fortunately. Yeah, exactly. They'd go, what is this? Well, especially electric. Right. This electric vehicles, this is bananas. Like this thing goes 0 to 60 in 1.9 seconds. Yeah, that's amazing. Car. That's amazing, isn't it? It does feel, if you've ever been in an electric Tesla, like the Model S Plaid, it feels like a spaceship. Like, it feels like you're not in this time. Right. You're in something in the future. So if they gave us something to back engineer, they would most likely give us a Model T. Yeah. Actually, I had never thought about it that way. Yeah, right. That's a start.
the best shit we've got. Right. I mean, like, give these dummies a Jeep.
Right.
I mean,
Like Willie's, right?
Yeah. Look at all the stuff you can work on. Like if you open up the hood of one of those things, an old Jeep, you go, oh, I see where everything is. Here's the spark plugs.
Right.
Here's the distributor cap.
Right. Yeah. Well, I guess if that were the case, I could follow that thought process.
So then, could you imagine? I mean, I'm just asking you because I know you understand science and you understand engineering. Is it possible that there could have been some program that's been going on in secrecy, shielded from Congress, shielded from the higher levels of government, on the most need-to-know basis possible with our current security systems, that they could have some kind of a program that's working on this stuff?
I certainly couldn't rule that out, right? But some things I think about when I think about that problem. Let's talk about the F-117 stealth fighter, right? There was a program that was unclassified, I think it was in the late 70s, maybe early 80s, called Half Blue. And so that's when they were first starting to explore the idea of having an aircraft that could be extremely stealthy. And so it was unclassified for a good amount of time until they put the first test shape onto a radar stand out in California, whatever the case may be. And then they turned on the radars and they're like, well, something's wrong. We're not seeing anything, right? And then a bird landed on the prototype and they saw the bird. And so when that happened, the whole program went black, right? It became classified. Before then, it was not classified, then it was classified. But it of course came out in the 90s with Gulf War I, right? I think we saw some manifestations of this. And so there is a program that's extremely classified for the obvious reasons, but it still came out, right? And then I also think about, I worked at NASA, right? So you have the worked at NASA for 20 years, you get the full spectrum of people serving different roles in the facility. So you're always going to have people that take out the garbage and do other different things like that. And so, if you've got something that has implications like that, it's hard. It could happen, but that's the thing I struggle with. There's a lot of different moving parts to try and keep that big of a secret. I mean, maybe it could happen. So.
Well, if I was running things and that was going on, I would talk to you. And so look at this guy. He seems to be on this pathway that we are currently exploring. But
I want to bring someone in. Well, if somebody's got a manual that can help me figure out to go do something, give me a call, right? A little bit, and I know I'm going to get all kinds of emails so I'll say that, right? So cooks, I already get that now, but you give them the cooks.
But the question I guess I'm asking is, are there even experts in physics and engineering that are out there that could be quarantined, that could be taken away from everyone else and put on these projects, and could they achieve meaningful results given that kind of compartmentalized science?
Right. Maybe the thing that we could throw into the sandbox on this discussion is the Manhattan Project. Maybe there's a better example of something where they were working on something that was extremely important for humanity, and they were able to keep a lot of those secrets for quite some time. So yeah, maybe that's how you have to run something like that. I guess I don't know.
But would you have the expertise? Are we aware of who all of the experts are? Is it possible that the government could have had access to brilliant minds that are on this sort of path, like you are, gotten them, moved them into these projects, and kept it all hush hush? Is that even?
But certainly, the government also has an organization called the Tasons, right? We have a lot of extremely smart folks in academia, and they come in typically a summer assignment, if you will. And so they band together in the summer to work on a series of problems that folks might have, and so they're kind of what you're asking me kind of makes me think about that kind of a mechanism where you have access to the best and the brightest across the entire spectrum of U.S. academia, and you pull them together, make them SEAL Team 6 on whatever particular problem that you've got. But you could run into a problem where they might look at a problem and only look at it in the context of what we know, right? Quantum mechanics and general relativity, and they don't want to think about new things that could potentially be brought to bear. So there could be some flies in the ointment in that whole process. But that in some ways that does kind of exist in what we know as the Jasons, right? And they do classify work.
Interesting. So I guess the question is, where are the brightest minds in this particular area of innovation? Where, if I was running and I wanted someone to work on some sort of top secret stuff like this, how would I even find people?
That's a tough question to answer because you might so going to taking that question and going into like some specific steps you might take. Right? What disciplines are relevant? Right? That's a difficult question to answer because there's so much stuff that we don't know. You probably have to sample from a number of different disciplines, right? To both in general relativity and quantum mechanics, with some hope that maybe you've got the right sprinkling of ingredients to bring to bear to that. And then there is a history of, I think, some folks in academia that actually like to think about advanced matter propulsion that are also just primarily physicists in their day-to-day capacity. Hal Puthoff, although he's got many and varied interests, he's a great physicist. He's published a lot of great papers in literature just thinking about physics. Right? He's got some stuff he's looked at called the polarizable vacuum. And so, in my drawer of preferred papers, I have a number of papers that are from Hal's work on the polarizable vacuum that I find interesting and fascinating. And so there may be some things out there that are adjacent to the concept. We could try and pull some of that together.
Yes. That's a fascinating thing you said, is how believes they have them. Mm-hmm. Believes they have 10 of them.
Yeah. Oh, yes, I know that.
Yeah, which is just so nuts. And then, he's a little agnostic on the Bob Lazar story. Mm-hmm. But the Bob Lazar story, which I'm sure you're aware of, is essentially what we're talking about. Like, you would bring in some out-of-the-box thinkers. And if you found some wildly intelligent young scientist who put a rocket engine in the back of a Honda, which is what he did, you'd go, what is that crazy fucker up to? Like, let's have a look at it. And what's it hurt?
Right.
The guy at the rocket guy, say he's a wizard, bring him out there. Or if the guys that wherever he wasn't a rocket guy, he was Los Alamos. The guys at Los Alamos said he's a wizard. Let's bring him out here. Let's see what's going on.
Yeah, his story is not too familiar.
It's the nuttiest story of all time. And he supposedly, they denied that he ever worked at Los Alamos, but he found him at an employee blog. And not only that, he knew the outline of the place. He knew security people. George Knapp took him on a tour of it. He knew everybody. He knew who that worked there. He knew how to get around. Like, clearly worked there. So that's interesting that they tried to deny that he ever worked there. And then from there, he gets this job where he's flown out to the desert to Area 51 site for. During this time, he can't even tell his wife what he's doing. So his wife thinks he's going to having affairs. He's got to leave and fly away to Area 51 at night. I'm like, right, but you can't tell me where you're going. You want to work?
You're working late again?
The wife starts having an affair. And because of his
It almost sounds like a movie, right?
Which is one of the beautiful things about reality. Is that reality seems so fake that sometimes actual true stories are bizarrely fictional. So his wife starts having an affair. Because of his clearance, he cannot be working on these things if he could be under extreme emotional duress. So they fire him. They tell him he can't. They don't give him any explanations. They don't tell him his wife cheated on him. He starts taking people out to the desert, explains to them, you have to see what we're working on. They fly this thing on certain nights, and they do these test flights around the base. It's nuts. So he takes these people into this area, they see it, they get arrested. He gets arrested, he's caught there, explains what he's doing. He says, okay, I've got to go public or they're going to kill me. So he goes public with George Knapp. Initially, they hide his face, and then he says, you know what, fuck that. Let's just film me. Let me tell you everything. He goes over the diagram of this device, and he calls it the sport model, and it looks like that. That thing that we have.
Oh, yeah.
Right there. It's almost like a hubcap, right? That's a copy of it. Like in the middle of that thing is some sort of a generator that he said works on this unknown element, this element 115.
Oh, some of this is coming back. I think I've seen some stuff over the years.
Yes.
Yeah, some of it's coming back.
And essentially, the way he describes it traveling, and again, this is in the 1980s, the way he describes it traveling is exactly the way he described that sort of changing space and time around you. And that you would point that thing where you wanted to go, and it would just,
Yeah. It all sounds very surreal, right?
yeah.
There's another story. Again, as I said, I have a number of friends that are keenly interested in this, and so I've been exposed to some of the different things. And to me, the TechTag account is interesting. It's got a lot of rigorous data, if you will, that helps you go, well, I can't explain that, I can't explain that, I can't explain that. There is another accounting that I just put in the category, my brain doesn't even know what to make of it, and it's the concept of Rendlesham Forest. I don't know if that rings a bell. There's some over in the UK where there's a base over there, and some airmen came across some very roots. I can't even begin to describe.
I'm not sure
some of this. It's pretty bizarre. I don't know it well enough to unpack it today, other than to say it's so bizarre that when you listen to the accounts that were recorded, right, it doesn't make any sense. It's like, if you think about if you watch an octopus in an aquarium, right, and the octopus is doing something, you can sometimes understand what their motivation is. There's like a cross-species ability to, it's like communication, but without words. Right? That octopus wants to go eat that little crab or whatever the case may be. And so our chemical computers, even though they're different, we can look at their behavior, and we can go, all right, I think I understand what that octopus might be wanting to do today, or a shark, or a dog, or a good porpoise. But when you hear what happened in that Rendlesham Forest, then it breaks all of my guessing machine. It's like, what is the story? A colonel and some airmen reported some weird stuff that was going on in Rendlesham Forest. Yeah, and they went out and tried to investigate it, and they saw some. Again, I'm doing such a terrible job of summarizing it because I don't really know the lore very well.
Here it is, right here.
Everything they saw was very bizarre and crazy.
We can read it. It says 40 years ago, a remote forest in Suffolk was the scene of one of the most famous reported UFO sightings in history. So just what did happen, and will we ever know for sure? Victor Thurnkettle was out chopping wood one morning in Rendlesham Forest in late December 1980 when a car drew up. Out stepped two men, aged about 30, dressed in suits. Good morning. Do you mind if we ask you some questions? Asked one in a well-spoken English accent. Earlier, on 26th and 28th of December, United States Air Force security personnel stationed at nearby RAF Woodbridge had reported seeing strange lights in the surrounding forest. Forestry worker Mr. Thurnkettle, unannounced and unidentified visitors, asked if he had been out the previous night. I said no, he recalls. They said, did you leave the house at all? Did you see anything? I said, what? They said, oh, there's a report of some red lights in the forest. We're just checking. The two men, very politely but firmly, asked me probably about 20 questions. I thought they were journalists. They suddenly said, oh, well, fair enough. There's probably nothing in it, and left. So I bought the papers every day for the next few days to find out what was going on. And of course, there was nothing. 3 years later, however, sightings made the news of the world front page story, proclaimed UFO lands in Suffolk, and that's official. The story was based on a memo from RAF Woodbridge Deputy Base Commander Lieutenant Colonel Charles Holt to the Ministry of Defense. It was released by the U.S. government, described as an encounter with an apparent UFO in the forest. Since then, the sightings have been the source of much debate and speculation among UFO enthusiasts and the subject of numerous books, articles, and TV programs. In March, a documentary concluded the sightings had achieved legend status like the Loch Ness or King Arthur. The forest even has its own official UFO trail, complete with a life-size replica, go back up, of the flying saucer. And this is the replica, like the Hamza thing on it, that hand thing. Bizarre. Thurnkettle, UK authorities have said they didn't learn about the incident. Okay, what is the story, though? Let's get to like, what is the story? Scroll down more. What does it say?
Yeah, that gets into the stuff that it doesn't make sense in terms of what they describe the UFO doing. It's just very peculiar.
Yeah. You got there, my heart absolutely plummeted. There's nothing. It's absolutely normal. Laying before us with 3 rabbit scrapes, they're all carefully marked. Happened roughly in a triangle. Okay, what is it saying? What is the sighting? Burn marks on trees, but what's the sighting? It looked like, okay, sure. That's what they said it looked like. They didn't have those markings on it.
My Google search said that Crush brought it up when he was on it, so I couldn't find like clips about it. So I don't know that we went that deep into it.
How bizarre is it that it has that symbol? What is that? That's an ancient Hindu symbol, correct? That Hamza symbol? Oh, they're different. That looks very weird. So what about this one stands out to you?
I put this one in the category of I don't understand if it's a real account. I mean, I think when you have a lieutenant colonel that's reporting something as factual, I tend not to just immediately dismiss it.
Right.
But and it's not just him; it's several people around him. What they described, right, doesn't make sense to me. Right? In terms of the David Fravor talking about the tic tac, I kind of, that it's not totally alien. Oh well, it's trying to maneuver with the aircraft and it's maneuvering to their cap or whatever the case may be. I can kind of connect the dots in that, but the Rendlesham Forest thing doesn't make any sense to me.
What about it doesn't make any sense?
What they saw, why it was doing what it was doing,
What's it doing?
It just was out in the woods. It's out in the woods, blinky lights and doing weird stuff. Like,
why is that weird in the TikTok?
I don't know. This is a gut thing, right? In terms of my gut's telling me I don't understand this. This doesn't make sense to me. I don't know how to explain it to anybody. So,
but if it's just an object that's in the wood, blinking lights, and looks like it's flying, why? I just don't understand why that's weirder.
I think they also described it had like melty bits or something like that that were like dripping off of it and so forth. And it sounds so completely cerebral. I think maybe what I'm unconsciously trying to do is I'm trying to, map how might I add, physics to what it is that they're describing.
Jake, is this the one where they found debris at the scene?
Yeah, that's the one who told you about it. I think she's talking to her Steve. All right, dude, what channel is the hand scale on? Doug, why is Bonnie Blue in jail? Can you not hear Duke? Okay, well, you have to understand, I'm having a conversation with you. So, if you want to hear what I'm talking about, you've got to listen to me. All right, so what channel is it on? Go back to that. That makes sense. All right, Zoo, why is Bonnie Blue in jail? anybody who's been arrested has your sister post a statement and dramatic footage. If you look, Otter, I'm not talking to you right now. It appears Bonnie Blue has been arrested. The video can show not much about the arrest is made clear. Right? That was 17 hours ago. Doug, I need answers. Which is my girl. Lily Phillips was arrested as well for filming in public. I don't know. Man. What are the odds that both these bitches get arrested within like 24 hours of each other? All right, I'm gonna find this shit out for you. Yes, right now. I bet you. All right. It suggests a stage stunt. Drops of its stage. Dude. Dude, it's staged. You came in here like your fucking sister was in jail. And it turns out this bitch is just staged. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. You said that. You said that shit is the realest shit of all time, and I said it sounds like a hoax. Oh, dude, I just told you that. And I just said, what are the odds that both the bitches get arrested within 7 hours of each other? Like 0%. Both of them, dude. They're fucking publicity stuff.
Did someone brought this up? Was it John Colleen that brought this up?
And then I'll know about that.
Yeah, this debris is burning as a fireball over the so this glowing object, metallic and various colored lights.
Attempt to put up the object appeared to move through the trees, and the animals on a nearby farm went into a frenzy. One of the servicemen, Sergeant Jim Peniston, later claimed to have encountered a craft of unknown origin in the forest, although there was no published mention of this at the time, and there was no corroboration from other witnesses.
Dude.
Yeah, so there's no matter how far you dig, there's not going to be very much satisfactory resolution of the mystery, if you will. It's just a bonkers kind of story.
This one stands out to you more than, let's say, Roswell? Because Roswell, to me, is one of the most bizarre ones. when you look at the front page of the Roswell Daily Record, I believe, that has this story saying that the government has recovered a flying saucer, and that a crashed flying saucer was found. And the story is that they grabbed the wreckage, flew it out to Wright Patterson Air Force Base, 2 separate planes. One crashed. Truman met them there.
Maybe in that case, it's it's a potentially purported spaceship, and it was around military bases. I mean, I don't know.
It's just the weird.
Again, we're getting into the fact that I don't have a lot of depth in some of these areas. Right?
I understand, but it's just the weirdest aspect of this whole crash retrieval program, the alleged crash retrieval program. If it has occurred, it really does go back to the 1940s. Like, how did you guys hide this? Like, how have you kept this secret so long? Is that even that's conceivably possible?
That's one of the things I wonder about. There's a book I was recommended to read called Blind Man's Bluff. And it's a book about deeply classified projects connected to the Navy, right? They were, I think the end effect of what they were trying to achieve as far as detail of this book is, you remember hearing about deep sea rescue vehicles, right? So deep sea rescue vehicles basically was covered for some submarines that the Navy was using to put listening systems on communication cables that were at the bottom of some of the bodies that I think the Soviet Union was using at the time. So this book kind of details a number of programs that went through and developed kit and hardware that would accomplish these different tasks. And so it's neat to kind of see how black programs like that unfold. I don't know how that would become published, but it's a fascinating book. But then that speaks to what you're wrestling with, right? How do you have something that's so classified that it doesn't leak, right? Because all the other data that we see from other programs, you can keep a secret for a little while, right? But you can't keep it for that long, right? At least that's when I look at these other things, that's what comes to my mind right now. That doesn't mean I'm right. There could definitely be programs that are out there, right? That maybe they figured out how to get around that. But when you look at some of the most classified military things that are out there, they usually have a lifetime. Maybe it's just one of those things the government's really good at. Like the government's really bad at a lot of things, but maybe they're really good at it. That one, right, they've got it down. Right, or at least there's a small section of the guy that's really good. Well, Hal speculation. When Hal says that he's pretty sure there's that is what boss. That's a very serious person. Well, yeah, he's a very discriminating individual. Yeah, he likes to question everything. And even though he's thought about some very interesting things over the span of his career, right? He does bring a little bit of that squinty-eyed physicist to some of the different things, and so that gives you some measure of comfort that even though he's thought about some wide-ranging things, he's bringing a little bit of that skepticism to what he's been confronted. Also, as crazy as what he says is, there's some things that he won't talk about. Okay, what is that? Like, if you're telling me there's 10 crash UFOs of non-human intelligence, and then there's stuff you can't tell me, right? That makes me just go, what else? What have you seen? How? Stop bullshit. You're 80 years old. Right. You're on the clock. Buddy. Right. Everybody knows. Please. But I guess if you did spill the beans, my goodness, you would no longer have access to any of that stuff, and you'd probably be in trouble. They'd probably immediately get out of it. Yeah, absolutely. You'd have a lot of special things. A lot of bad things would go your way. Because what he describes, that you put it in perspective to me. So you have to understand that one of the things that would happen is there would be real problems because you'd have to figure out how the stuff is funded. So this is funded by misallocation of finances, so you're like Congress. So these are crimes. These are crimes that put people in prison for. Yeah. And then on top of that, by the way, that goes back to that book I was telling you, because it talks about the amount of money that went into that program. It's hundreds of millions of dollars. Right. And it's interesting. That gives you like a little bit of a window of insight into how the black
Quick check and shit.
classified rule moves
Quick
stuff
being
around.
a little piece.
Right.
Dude,
And then you also have this national security
If you have
problem.
an invitation,
Because what Hal's
you don't
saying,
accept it
we're
within
not
the
the only
next
ones that
10
have this,
seconds,
and there's
then you don't
essentially
play.
a mad race to try to back engineer these things and to successfully complete. And this was the real fear, like what we're seeing in New Jersey drones amongst conspiracy theories. So
Dude, I think it's right now.
buzzing us.
I gotta think when you look at any of the counts of these things, the important things to maybe help categorize the nature of things that they see. If a craft has the ability to manifest extremely fast speeds, well, and I mean SR-71 does Mach 3.2. If you've got something that has radar track data that shows it's doing Mach 8 or Mach 10, that's interesting. Now, we have hypersonic stuff. You can't just automatically say that it's something exotic. It still could be something that we know might exist out there with some other flags on the side of the vehicle. But then, like you talked about G-forces, if you can do like a Tron turn, like that 90-degree kind of a turn, and you got a radar track, that might help you categorize the nature of the different signals that are out there. So, and to me, that's why like the TikTok has always been something that's hard for me to just sweep away because of the quality of the data. And some of the stuff they describe, I can't imagine other conventional systems that could potentially explain what they're seeing. A lot of the other stuff I can actually probably piece together in my head. It could be this or it could be that. They talk about the cubes inside of a clear sphere. There are patents in the system for radar corner cubes that are a cube, a metallic cube inside of a clear balloon that gets floated to evaluate radar sensitivity. So when it just looks like there's a patent in the system. So there's a corner cube. There's a patent that has a version of that that's light enough to go inside of a some kind of a balloon, maybe it's filled with helium or something like that. There you go. That's the patent. So there's a patent in the system. So I can certainly see maybe if that's tethered to a boat.
I won.
Just evaluating our radar system.
That was the closest one we've ever
Kind
had.
of makes sense until you listen to Ryan Graves' depictions of what these things were doing. That they were standing motionless at 120 knot wind.
If it's tethered, but if it's moving, I can't describe it. It's static.
Yeah, that's 4 games in a row, big dog.
Right, but that was goofy. Like, I really good what that looked like. Jim, you should pull that photo up you just had. Like that, I don't think that's tricky.
Yeah, the one on the left though is it's actually a metallic cube inside. Interesting. Yeah.
So the one on the left, is there an image of that? Or with the metallic cube inside the sphere? Just a pad. Okay, so it's theoretical. Right, of course.
So in a lot of cases, I can again, I'm agnostic, and so I bring this framework to the table, and so only the Tic Tac one's really I think the one that bubbles up in my mind with the highest quality data that I haven't been able to categorize. Well, it could be A, B, or C. Back that thought boring explanation.
Can we go back to that blue on there? Could be nonsense. Pilot's notes for cube transmit in vehicle. Cromulent order of air control. It's restricted. Come on, it's restricted.
It says for official use only. I am a French model.
Oh, it's just spy stuff. It's just so we need to get those. The lack of sonic boom is what it's all about. If that thing could move at that kind of a hypersonic speed, there might be
Why are you talking so much time?
If it's not exactly right, if it's not some kind of laser system that's creating pixels, right, and it's some solid thing, it's going supersonic. It's based on everything we know of aerodynamics. It should have a sonic boom. If it doesn't, and it is a physical thing, then that demands an explanation, right? And I wouldn't be able to explain that, right? And so, with those,
Why are you
that's
talking so much
exactly
time?
why something like the data that comes out of the Tic Tac, I haven't been able to just pound flat and make go away, right? I keep surviving all of my grumpy physicist attacks. So,
does it frustrate you that you're pushing one of these things?
You're in trouble, dude.
funny story. And beer
Look at all
is
these reinforcements.
how much?
I think we're going to stop that.
So we were down at Kennedy Space Center This is a cautionary
Five
tale.
straight games.
You don't always believe what your eyes see, right? Because you
We'll play
you
until
lead yourself down.
you win one.
So we're down at the Kennedy Space Center. We had put some docking cameras on some space station modules. Spent a lot of number of days working long hours, wearing those very comfortable bunny suits and so forth. And so finished all the stuff. Wanted to celebrate, so we went to the beach and
Still don't really know how to
unwind
play.
time and drank a few beers, hang it out. And so we're out on the East Coast, close to Kennedy, and we're looking up at the sky, and you can see some of the satellites coming in. Like our eyes adjusted to the light, you can occasionally see some of the satellites coming over. And you kind of expect them to have a track that goes, west to east, if you will. Generally, they can come to all different angles. But then we started seeing some satellite tracks that were very different from what we might expect. Being rocket scientists, right? We're watching this like, that's kind of interesting. And it's a very different angle. Maybe it's a Russian spy satellite. It's retrograde. And so we're trying to figure out what this could be. And then, a couple more years later, we see 4 or 5 more of these tracks, right? And we're like, well, maybe all these people that talk about these crazy things, right? Maybe there's something to that, right? That's about an hour as we've gone through this process. And we finally see another one of these little glowy orbs, if you will. I look at it, and I just realized out of the edge of the glowy orb, wings of a seagull, right? So it's the white belly of a seagull reflecting the light from the nearby city, and so that's what we're seeing, right? So that's one of those things. It's just something to make you think about what you're seeing. It may not be. I mean, because it's breaking all my guessing machines. It's breaking all of our guessing machines. We're wondering and speculating about it, but in the end, it was just it's just seagull doing their nightly business, right? Look at these silly guys looking at me, right? That's funny. That is funny. So yeah, that's my own. Yeah, well, the mind definitely is interesting, especially right. But I can't dismiss all of the very serious people that have talked about these things, and that's where I get really perplexed in my agnosticism.
I don't play
tested. Right. I tend to try and always keep a squinty eye towards it, and I think that's probably good to do that, because then the stuff that survives that filter, right, is high quality stuff. And so the things that keep coming out of the Tic Tac, I can't kill it. I keep wanting to try and kill it.
8,
I can't.
7,
What about when you
6,
look at the fast video, or the FLIR video, you look at these crafts that are moving in some very weird way if they don't exhibit traditional propulsion signatures. So, yes, those are interesting videos and come from trained professional fighter, put them on where it rotates, fighter pilots. And so I can't dismiss those accounts. But the integrated quality of that data is not the same as the Tic Tac, right? Where you've got multiple aircraft, multiple radar systems over multiple days, right? That's one of those. And yes, exactly. And not only eyewitnesses, they're laying eyes on this stuff. And it's not just one plane, where sometimes you can fool yourself. Look at this thing. This became the video. This thing might be very strange.
Check out, son.
What the guy's talking about it.
Check out, son. Check out, son. 18. Dude, you're done. You gotta get that pretty easy. Busted. Dude, that's what it's about. I play till I lose.
It's rotating. It's going against the wind. It's rotating. And I acknowledge the fact it doesn't have any thermal signatures that were indicative of like or something like that. But some of those things definitely are hard to explain. It's also listening to these guys, listening to fighter pilots.
Good shot.
Yeah, because their eyes are trained to go through and discern different things. Because they're always thinking about, can this kill me? Can I kill it? What do I need? I completely acknowledge that they have that framework drilled into the head that helps put this into a special category. But those are unfortunately single
Number
data
12.
points. I can't do anything.
Nice.
And that gets back to what we talked about at the beginning of all this. I would love for somebody to show up with a notebook, right, full of all these great observations that help me. You know, we're making these little nano chips that we're trying to use to extract minerals. Yeah, sure. Is that the actual nano chips? These are a bunch of the nano chips that we're doing. This is part of a Casmo company that we spun out. These chips interact with quantum field and generate voltage potential between those leads. And so we measured voltage on those guys and we put them in dark RF shielded enclosures. There's some pictures, yes. And so and it's fun to think about how you can make stuff like that. We can talk about that in just a minute. You know, let's talk about some of the applications, right? You know, this is. Let's see. Can we go back a couple slides?
I'm very tired.
One more. All right. So let's just spend maybe 3 minutes here talking about the Casimir force, but at least picking up where we left off. Okay. Right. So we talked about the idea of Casimir force is a macroscopic observational consequence of something called the quantum vacuum, fluctuating field forces. Can you go to the next slide, Jamie? So conceptually, the following is true, independent of anything that we're doing with the nanotechnology we're developing. You can allow the quantum field to interact on these two metal plates that we talked about as part of the Casimir force. It will apply a force over a distance, and it will cause that gap to close and go to zero, right? So that is, by definition, a force over a distance, and so that is a unit of work. So the Casimir force phenomenon is a illustration of extracting energy from the quantum field. So independent of anything that we're doing, right? That's part of what's baked into the idea of the Casimir force interacting with the quantum field. Now, you might say, well, maybe we could use that as a power source. The only problem with this textbook illustration of Casimir, once the plates have collapsed, but there's no more, you can't get
You're done.
You have to actually pull the plates apart. You have to wind the watch.
Bye.
And so this type of an approach would at best simply give battery. So you couldn't extract continuous energy from the quantum field from this type of apparatus. So this leads into an innovation that we came across with Jamie forward to the slide. This is a slightly larger version of that scanning electron microscope. So we've changed the standard Casimir cavity concept by adding these pillars along the midpoints. We have these structures that we put inside the middle of the Casimir cavity. And so you see we got a cavity wall on the left, cavity wall on the right, the three pillars. The walls are fixed to the substrate. They can't move. We don't want them to move. We want them to stay still. And then the pillars are also fixed to the substrate. They can move. The walls are electrically connected to one another, and the pillars are electrically connected to one another, but they're isolated. So that's just a physical description of what this is. So now let's talk about how does this custom structure interact with the quantum field? What's the difference with this particular structure? So for that, let me give you a metaphor. Imagine a Pacific atoll island out in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. It's surrounded by the Pacific Ocean with all this random wave energy that's feeding the outside of the atoll island. But at the center of the atoll island, there's a nice lagoon, right? Very quiescent, very smooth. The water's connected to the Pacific, but a lot of that wave energy can't manifest on the lagoon. So it's a protected and nice environment. So imagine, Joe, you're sipping, some nice water, having a nice paddleboard day, quiescent, enjoying yourself. And Jamie, he took the other package and he went deep sea fishing out of the Pacific Ocean. And so he's really bobbling back and forth. It's much more uncomfortable for him to be simply feeding fish. Right. So now with that metaphor in mind, let's come back to the structure. So this structure, the walls on the outside are like the Pacific atoll island. Inside the quantum field, which is like the Pacific Ocean. So it's assaulting that structure on all sides. The pillars are like you on your paddleboard in the lagoon, so protected environment. And so the way the quantum field interacts with the structure is it will occasionally cause a real electron inside the walls to quantum tunnel to the pillars. And so the pillars are like you on your paddleboard. So they're a quiescent environment. So the electron shows up because quantum tunneling process, but there's no wave energy on the lagoon to mirror that current to the walls. So in that way, this structure will interact with the quantum field and generate a voltage. So we can measure a negative voltage on the pillars relative to the wall. And so although this is a very tiny little cavity, and we can't measure the voltage directly using atomic force microscopes, if we put these guys together by the tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands, then we can get to voltage and current levels that map to things that we care about in application, like tire pressure monitor system, or something that uses microwatts worth of power, or a Fitbit, or like the ring there. I think it's an electronic ring or something like that. Or yeah, some low power applications. And so using this this approach, we're trying to create chips that are about the size of your pinky nail that generate 1.5 volts and 25 microamps. So that maps to a number of chips that are on the market today that operate at that power level. They have to be charged. We don't have to be charged. So we're like a solar panel that works in the dark. So you can send your device, and then it can go down to the bottom of the ocean, and it will continue to work. Or we can give it to our buddies at Intuitive Machines that can carry it to the surface of the moon, and maybe they want to throw a sensor off to go measure something or collect data, even though the sun stops shining. So the cool thing is, like I said at the beginning of this interview, we were going down this whole path of trying to understand the nature of the quantum field because we were motivated by where we might envision it could lead one day. Maybe we could add a deeper understanding of that physics Venn diagram and get to a point where we can figure out what do we need to put into the rings that go around that IXS Enterprise concept ship. And so it's cool to think that maybe we can come up with a technology that provides useful power today for things like this. Maybe if we put it in the aggregate, we put a lot of them together, right? We could get to a point where this is just a 3D print of having a bunch of those little chips that are 1 to 5 millimeters by 5 millimeters, 1.5 to 25 microns. If we add a bunch of those together at a very large stream, that particular board might generate 3.4 watts. And so that board could recharge your phone in 3 hours. So imagine a scenario where you have a phone that's pretty resilient. You never have to plug it right here. And it's neat to think that pursuing this whole reaching for the stars kind of thing has fueled this exploration of pushing the boundaries of what we know, and then kind of coming across instantiations that make us go, hey, wait a minute, although we're thinking about these kinds of things, but we pay attention to now. And so we can find ways to feed the research and still bring value. In incredible, this capability is amazing. They can unlock, right? Especially if we get this is 3.5 watts. You can imagine you put a bunch of these together, you can drive them into a kilowatt or even more, and have expeditionary power. I don't know if you've ever wanted to have a farm out in the middle of some untouched area where you didn't want to pay the money to run the power line. 10, 15 years, maybe you wouldn't have to. We could provide a solution that would allow you to come off the grid. I was seeing something online about some new technology that are being invented in Japan, where they have figured out a way to extract far more energy from solar panels. Yeah, I think they've increased the efficiency on solar panels, but there is a limit in terms of you get to close to 40% efficiency on the solar panel, kind of at the limit of what you can do And then the challenge you have with solar panel is at the surface of the Earth, during ideal heat and lighting conditions, the flux of power you get is about 1,000 watts per square meter, right? So if you wanted a system that provided 5 kilowatts of power, you could have it to be a fairly big area. With our technology, we can stack it on top of it, and we don't have to stretch out. So quantum field can potentially provide a lot more power with a much smaller footprint. Right now, we're still very early, right? We're very low power levels, and so we want to crawl, walk, run. But we're thinking about what can we do now to provide use, right? And then use those applications to continue to grow the capability at Casper. And then ultimately, you have those things stacked 50 feet thick, and that's 700 meters in a circle. Then you have enough power to make a quick truck. Right. Well, and so this gets into the cool thing is what we're trying to understand and study inside these little chips that we're making is we're trying to understand the nature of the quantum field, right? The structure of the quantum field. How can we alter it? How can we tweak it? What can we do with it? Because we talked about the fact that negative vacuum energy density is potentially a good proxy for the idea of exotic matter in terms of what general relativity requires. And so, in the process of developing a deeper understanding of the quantum field and what we're doing with these devices, right? I would contend we're actually adding another circle on that Venn diagram that's potentially not only overlapping part of quantum mechanics, but it's also overlapping part of general relativity. I think that's kind of what's going to be necessary to be able to make the idea of space real one day. We're going to have that new body of physics, those new E equals MC squared equations, right, that allows us to potentially, hey, if I do this in space, it can solve that problem. But I think your instincts are right on, right, from the standpoint of what we're doing in the micro, right? If you cracked open one of the access panels on the access enterprise, you looked, you might see some stuff that's like, I can see how these guys are descendants that what gets put together in that ring and macroscopic, whatever that. It's got to be so frustrating that this has this immense potential, but like imagine like how do you get to do it? It's like not saying frustrating, challenging, exciting. Just knowing that there's this potential energy source that you have, and knowing that just like all technology, I mean, if you go back to the Apollo program, the amount of power that you have far exceeds what they used, and they had like a whole giant room filled with supercomputers, and now you just carry and plug it right along and 50 feet charging. It's interesting you mentioned that. Right? If you look back through if you think about the Industrial Revolution, when we came up with steam power, right? And then when we later figured out gasoline engines, right? The amount of power we had available to us changed so drastically, right? The change that it had on human civilization, human culture is just hard to fully comprehend because, I mean, if you think about all the different things that get done, a single tractor with one person on it will, do all the stuff that's necessary to seed a field, to cultivate a field, to plow a field. And it's amazing to think that that's possible just with one human being at the helm of the tractor. But you had to unlock all the energy, the insights to unlock the energy that we know from petrochemical, right? Just to get gas diesel. Right. And so, it's neat to think how things like that change civilization. So, in some ways, it's like if you think about the long-term benefits of producing something like this, right? We talk about the grid. Right? You were here in Texas, and we had some issues during a very cold winter where ERCOT got its R removed. Right? The power grid had some issues. It got really cold. But imagine a future where we can start to create microgrids, maybe eventually move away from something like that. And then what would that kind of capability do places in Africa where if you brought this type of capability, you could plop a brick down on the table. It's 1 kilowatt, right? And let people know they could make use of this. And so just like Starlink provides this opportunity for people in remote locations to have access to the internet, right? We could potentially bring a solution to the table that could help a lot of places on the planet that, you know, they might not ever see that otherwise. Right? So that's the things those are some things that have us excited as we continue to wrestle with technology. Right? Anytime you're trying to do something, you're trying to establish support of language on the chaos, it's hard. Right? But the things that help us weather that is the long-term implications of what we're doing, both in the near term and in the far term. It's really cool to think, right? We can provide benefits, you know, here, and then farther down the line here, and then farther down the line here, and then, oh, by the way, the whole reason that we're doing all this stuff is we hope to try and make the idea of the space work possible. Right? It's cool to have that connection between all these different nodes along the way. Right? You can see the path. Yeah, you can see the path. Right? I mean, it's got to be working for that. Right? I mean, think about like what when we have a hurricane, it hits, right? The power goes out. Without power until they can get the power lines up, right? If you have capabilities like this, maybe 50 years in the future or something like that, right? Where everybody just, they're off the grid, right? That changes the nature of how we contend with, disasters like that, right?
And monopolizing resources. That's it. We no longer depend on fossil fuels or essentially everyone be independent. Right. And then you can imagine as it scales up, it gets better and better, just like cell phones were initially these very large bricks. But, remember from Wall Street? Sure, I can do dinner. This had a big brick, and now they're little tiny things. And so you can imagine how that would eventually get to a point where it's portable, and anyone can have power everywhere you want to go.
Yeah, so some of the things we think about in terms of the roadmap for things, right? It may take us a little while before we can provide all the power that's necessary for like a Tesla. But we could imagine a scenario where like probably because this 3.5 watt card, maybe we could bunch them together to create a 1 kilowatt module of sorts. So maybe a Tesla's got 50 kilowatt hours of capacity in it. Most of your daily drive that folks do is to work at home. So it's maybe 50 miles to 50 miles from 100 miles a day, right? And so if you've got an electric vehicle that has some batteries already in it, but then you make the decision to buy a 1 kilowatt module, right? You connect it to your car. That module will provide over a 24-hour period. It will provide 24 kilowatt hours of capacity. And so, in terms of the driving duty that I just talked to you about, right? You're not going to drain the battery enough where the gas yourself couldn't continue to charge it. So, in that particular instance, even though we might be a little bit farther away from being able to power a whole car, we might be able to find opportunities for early adopters where, hey, for 99% of how you might use your electric vehicle, you don't have to plug it in.
So from where we are now, with your current research and all this incredible ideas, what steps have to be taken to make that system?
Right. So the first step is trying to get to the power magnitude I just described, 1.5 volts, 25 microamps. So we have chips. These chips right here, they can achieve very high voltages, but then they relax to a certain steady state voltage over the long term. Right? So they have the ability to provide steady state power, but it's like 30 millivolts with a steady state current. And so it's the current that we're currently working on right now. We're trying to get the current out to that 25 microamp ability right now. And so that's the stuff that we're doing. Every month we're trying to do another generation of chips to go through and work the material science and get that to the capacity to that level. So, and making chips that's tough. That's tough business. So it's been quite the slog. we've been doing this since 2020. The first chips we worked on took us 18 months to make, and then we got the time down to 12 months. We got the time down to 7 months, and we got these guys down to this was a 2-week sprint from the time we did the design to the time we got the hand. But roughly, we're anticipating we can make these generations once a month. So making chips is very different from how we view the rest. I just wouldn't table. Right. When you think about making something, you think about drills and saws and cutting holes and putting bolts in and so forth. But when you talk about making chips, it's an entirely different approach to how you make things. You make things with light, and you make things with plasma. Right. This would be a good opportunity for me to use a little verbal description of the gradient on how well I communicate this. Right. So, in concept, how do you make something smaller than what you use in eyeballs? So ordinarily, when we want to look at something very small, we use a microscope. Right? So we got this optical system we look through and then look at something and it's got this stuff or whatever. Now, what we're looking at is very tiny, and we use optics to blow that up. And in some cases, instead of putting our eyes against the little viewports on the microscope, maybe we'll put an image from the camera on there. We'll take the camera, we'll collect the image, and put it on a big screen, a big LCD screen. Now, if you think about that in reverse, what if let's say you're looking at our chips, and you're seeing these squares and circles and tiny little different shapes and so forth, but it's projected on a big screen. Now imagine for a moment instead, you go through in some CAD program, you draw squares and circles, and whatever, you draw a picture of Jamie's head, right? And then you go through and you take that digital file you just created, and you kind of look at this whole process that I was talking about in reverse. And so instead of using an imager to collect the image, use a projector to project the image back down through the optics, right? Where now you project some shape that you want to manifest on a chip, right? But you can't see it. You can look at it with your eyes, but you couldn't see it. Right? You're using this projection system through the microscope in reverse to put the image down on the chip. So the next thing you do is you take a silicon wafer, and then you go through and you apply something we call photoresist. It's like a really thick, almost like a honey type of consistent little thing. Right? You put some photoresist on the wafer, and you spin it at really high RPM, and it spins that photoresist so that it's very thin. And you take that wafer with the photoresist and you expose it to the image you want to put onto it with ultraviolet light, right? So that hardens part of that photoresist. And then you develop that wafer to remove all of the photoresist that was not exposed to the ultraviolet light. And then you expose it to a plasma and you etch it. So every place where there's no photoresist, it etches the surface, but where the photoresist survived because you exposed it with your ultraviolet light, you now have an image. So you could look at that with a microscope again, and then you'd see, Jamie's bug on the surface of the silicon. So, in concept, that's how the idea of when you make a CPU, you make memory, you make any of this digital technology, it's technically how it works. Are you old enough to remember microfiche? What is that? Yeah, acetate things in school that you put in. So that's another kind of illustration of it that's just not unlike it.
Well, I would imagine the manufacturing of this is a spectacular undertaking that would require a long time to develop the kind of factories that you need to do this kind of stuff at scale in the United States. And this is an issue that we have that was really highlighted by the COVID pandemic, where we weren't able to get shipments of things, and a lot of cars weren't for sale because they didn't have the chips to put in a lot of the new American vehicles. Or in some cases, they took functionality out because they couldn't get the ding chips to go do what they wanted to do. And I was really glad to see a lot of attention be brought to bear with the CHIPS Act. And even Texas has taken a very strong stance on trying to
to try to track some chip manufacturing capability here in Texas.
Yeah, we were talking about the Samsung plant that they built here. But what the Samsung plant kind of highlights the issues because they weren't able to achieve tolerances that they required in large batches.
I think they'll eventually get there, right? This is those are just illustrations of the fact it takes a while to get everything dialed in. Just like it took us 18 months to get our first chip, and now we're getting a 2-week sprint. We can every 2 years to get to that capability, if you will. I think no doubt. But in my mind, the value proposition for chip manufacturing, right, is to me, chip means like 21st century automobile manufacturing jobs. If you, it seems like that could provide a great opportunity for people to get meaningful work that pays well, that makes a product that a lot of people need, right? And so I think in some ways that's the upside to trying to focus on getting more chip manufacturing here in the state, right? So, like, I just think that's a win. That's a win, right?
Yeah, because chip manufacturing, one of the things that Apple stated, they have apparently a big leap coming forward with the iPhone 17. And they think that they're going to have to manufacture in China. There's reading Tim Cook talking about it because they're saying that China is the only nation that's capable of achieving what they're trying to put into these.
Is it China or Taiwan?
I don't know. I believe it's China.
Because I think I certainly, I don't know definitively either. When I think of Apple,
It's just manufacturing. That's the issue, not the chips. But it seemed to be fine what Tim Cook said about needing to develop the iPhone, manufacturing the iPhone 17, because I think a lot of their stuff they do in India now, but they think this new one is going to be so sophisticated they're going to have to have it made back in China.
Yeah, so when I think of cutting edge chip capability, I think of TSMC that is in Taiwan, right? They've got those machines, the ASML machines. This is a very interesting thing, right? So the machines that help make some of those tiny chips that are inside the iPhone, they're made by this machine that's developed by a company called ASML over in the Netherlands. And part of me thinks it's like that's a very small brain trust of people, right, that are making machines that are kind of, setting the pace for, because I think about what happens if somebody, a bus has an accident or something like that, right? So it's just like such a small group of people that have this skill on how to make these tiny little features that are 2 or 3 nanometers. I mean, that's crazy small. So we're part of it. Right, there's not a lot, and 2 or 3 nanometers. It's like that's if you were to put DNA on the table, right, calculate 2 or 3 nanometers, it'd be this very. Here, here's a better comparison. If you hold a marble in your hand, and you imagine that is 1 nanometer, right? Just kind of comparison. But you have a marble in your hand, that's 1 nanometer. How big is a meter? A meter is the size of a comparison. So just to put a nanometer in mind, right? So we can all envision a meter, right? So it's a nanometer scale, right? So they're making things with lateral features that have this handful of nanometers in mind. Now, that said, I do think it's so crazy. I do think chips are reaching a limit in terms of what they can do for lateral features. The next big chapter for chips is they're going to go 3D. Start thinking them. They got a bunch of efforts in place to try and figure out how to chips much more 3D, especially when they may even include multiple different chips that serve different purposes. You no longer just have a single flat chip that does the surface. So a bunch of chips on top of one another that can integrate it into the assembly. You already see it in this tire pressure monitor system. There's a little chip here on the back. It's actually a system of chips. There's a bunch of chips in that little single piece on the end. The processor, there's a Bluetooth module, there's a pressure sensor, and then there's a receiver. Yeah, that's nothing, right? That little shiny silver piece. Yeah, that shiny silver piece. That is, it's not only just the pressure sensor; it's all the other support electronics. Everything else is just some dumb stuff in a big battery. Yeah, and a big battery that has to last 5 years, right? And so that's why this is not, you don't take the lid off this thing. This is glued on. It's when it's done, you're still so that's
So crazy. Now, when you think about the current capabilities of AI and how it's expanding at a very rapid rate, do you think that that will assist us in being able to figure out new ways to accomplish these tasks?
You know, I think when AI first came out, I tried it a few times. I wasn't satisfied with the quality of what I was able to do with it. This is a number of years ago, right? But you know, the last 12 months, I kind of got in the habit of using it much more in a lot of different things that I do. But it certainly does bring a lot of value in certain areas. And you know, a lot of people talk about artificial intelligence is going to kill us. Oh my gosh, it's going to kill us. Right? And I don't think it's artificial intelligence that's going to, you know, that's going to potentially problem. It's more a measure of artificial incompetence. Right? And so let me unpack that. And so I think AI is an amazing tool, and it's only going to get more useful as we continue to move forward. And I use it every single day, right? In terms of different things that are extremely useful. And there's times when you're interacting with it, you might even think to yourself, hey, come on, is there something to do to actually typing on the other side of the screen? Because it's like, it's joking, right? And it's instantaneous, right? So, I think as human beings, we tend to anthropomorphize everything, right? And so I think in a lot of ways, we want to give it more credit than it is, right? And so when we interact with it, we might think based on the quality of the interaction, oh my gosh, this is amazing. This is artificial general intelligence. But then it'll go off and do something totally bullshit, and you'll even call it on it, and it'll say, no, I did this exactly right. It's just like, you know from your own training, right, that whatever we offered up is quite wrong, right? And so I keep waiting for somebody that you remember the movie Doctor Strange in the 60s, right? So Stanley Kubrick thing, this movie of absurdity showing, you know, how the incompetence in the government and military leads to the destruction of the world. You know, it's like we need a Stanley Kubrick equivalent today to do a movie called AI Bob, right? Where AI Bob, you know, accidentally takes out the world while trying to help, right? You know, and it just, I think it's one of those things where I think AI is an amazing tool. We need to find out more ways to use it. It's incredible, but I think we just need to remind ourselves it's not quite as capable as we might think it is. We need to be careful of that so that we don't, you know, put it in control of something in a certain way, where because it has these other faults, right, it does something that's really unfortunate. Right? So we have to make sure that it's reached a very high level of proficiency for it. Or just be careful of how we use it, and never be afraid to question what it provides. Right? Because there's no question it helps me be faster in a lot of stuff I want to do. Right? But I have a lot of skills and talent that I use to filter whatever it's given me. No, that's totally right. But I would. Just trust it. Yeah, that's dang it, I forgot to carry the two. Well, when you think about the potential future versions of AI, that's interesting, because if you do go to a point where it achieves a much higher level of understanding of all the physical properties of the universe, and it does really understand the quantum vacuum, it does really understand how to utilize. So I think one of the things that I haven't thinking about this is, and I know a lot of people try to figure out how to use AI to help navigate physics frontiers. You know, AI is trained on a bunch of existing data, right? And so in some ways it is an enormous experiment with statistics. And so I would wonder how much an AI system by itself could innovate new ideas. It certainly could recognize patterns, right? Once you institute sentience, and then if it's possible at all to make creative. That's where I wonder what. Great question, and I'm not an AI expert, so I'm going to tread very carefully. When I think about how they train AI today is certainly a measure of statistics, right? And so when we talk about the AI agent being able to actually think in the way that you and I might consider thinking, I don't think anything that we have does that per se. Right? You just got a bunch of GPUs that are taking in input and passing it through a matrix of all the stuff that's from training and then statistics of what comes out, right, as a result of whatever training that was done. So it's not like Leonardo da Vinci imagining where he's going to put his next brush stroke on the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel. Certainly, it could potentially take an image of the Sistine Chapel and mix it with an image of some other modern art or whatever, and come up with some cool homogenization. Right. So I still think we need to better understand what is consciousness, right, before we can really do that. What do you think? Oh, that's yeah. I don't know. It's a good question. I would speculate, right? Maybe this comes down to the nature of the quantum field. I think there are other forms of radiation, scalar field fluctuations with the quantum field that are beyond electromagnetic, like the lights in this room is electromagnetic radiation. Scalar fluctuations would potentially be a whole other realm of radiation that we currently don't have any sensors to detect, right? But maybe biology uses those types of things. So there are things inside cell structures called microtubules. I think Cal mentioned something about microtubules too. But cells have microtubule structures in them. I think that may be connected to the idea of consciousness, although I don't have a well-enough formulated answer to defend anything. So I'm trying to be really careful with this. But it is fun to speculate, and maybe we can schedule another opportunity to come back and talk about consciousness bringing a couple other folks that are more cognizant than me. I would love that. Yeah, you want to organize that? Yeah, let's. You would call? I don't know yet. I'll think about. I'll have a thing. I actually probably have a couple other cool. We can confab on it, and a lot of people really enjoy listening. I'll see a fantastic collaboration with people that have theories about consciousness along with these theories, quantum theories. Yep, fascinating stuff. Harold, thank you so much. Yeah, so interesting, and I'm so happy that people like you are out there in the world working on this stuff, which I'm sure one day people look at the past and say, "Boy, those cave people." You know what I'm saying? Because like we would look at Victorian people, or we would look at people from thousands of years ago. They'll look back at this and go, "Wow, this is where it all started." Yeah. This was the moment. Yeah. So let's definitely do that. Let's definitely have another visit and get some people that will explore consciousness. Sounds good. Well, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Bye.
There's a lot of similarities between them.
Experience.
Trying my day, show up your podcast my night, all day.
What are the odds that I contact you on Instagram and the fucking day you're here is the day you comes out? It's pretty unlike, kind of crazy a little bit, right? It's more like the universe smiles for us. You know what I mean? It's like, synchronicity. If you want to believe in simulation, sometimes I do. I'm with you. Sometimes you just see something going. This is simulation, right? Yeah, there's a second, third, fourth. So sometimes just things seem like God is showing you satire. Like there's just a little fun thrown in there. And a lot of it is on your Instagram page. I have to tell you, dude, I have to waste fucking time, so much time watching your videos. What the
Is that real?
And so many things I've learned from it. It's very educational, but it's also very fun. Cody Tucker, your book is called And Now You Know. And I didn't even know you had a book I reached out to you. So this guy's got to be interesting. Like, yeah, I mean, no. On Instagram. How did you get started doing that type of page? It's very specific.
I mean, I've always been interested in like random facts, like origin stories, words, movies, all these different things, like the dark side of history.
Right.
And I like telling people stories. I enjoy it. I like telling them stories. I don't want to just like make little videos and clip them, clip them up.
Why did you ever like doing that?
I mean, I've always had a podcast. No, which is
I'll bump that bitch up now.
yeah, might change now, but yeah, I mean, I wouldn't necessarily recommend watching the podcast, but it exists.
That's hilarious. Yeah, that's by the way so much better than please watch my podcast, like and subscribe. Whenever a video gets interrupted by like and subscribe, the last thing I do is like and subscribe. Like, come on.
I mean, I'd rather just, if you watch it and like it, thank you. If you don't get it, you get it on.
Well, that's how podcasts came in. Yeah, that's what I started out doing with this. I never advertised this thing once. Yeah, this thing got where it is 100% word of mouth.
Yeah,
That's it.
yeah. So I started watching pretty early, and the news still had a pretty decent following then, but I know that we started
We started in 2009.
yeah, so this would have been a couple years after that.
Because when I started, me and my friend Brian, when we started, we weren't even thinking it was a podcast. We had already done these things where we'd stream live from the green room at comedy clubs back when it was on Justin TV, which became what thing? Twitch. So we would just be, and Joey would be talking shit in the green room, and we'd be having fun, we'd just film it just for fun. And then I had a few friends that started doing internet shows. Tom Green was the big one. Because Tom Green had it all set up at his house.
He's the
He's the best. He's such a sweetheart. Such a everything you hope he'd be. That's who he is. Great. And like really forward thinker early on. It's like I think I just this from my house. It was too early. Like this was 2007. And the internet sucked. It wasn't ready yet. And no one had smartphones yet. It was like, but he was patient zero, I think. Him and there was this Opie and Anthony show that used to do. They were amazing. But Anthony Cumia started doing this thing live from the compound in his basement where he would do karaoke with a green screen, holding a machine gun. It was fucking fun. He had like beers on tap, and hammers, and he's playing video games. He's amazing. And I was like, that looks like so much fun. I was like, he just has a studio that he set up in his basement. And so we just started fucking around with the most bare of equipment. It was a fucking laptop webcam. And we had like a USB mic. Yeah. One of the blue mics. Yeah, we just do the silver ones. We had one of those. That's how we start. And then, we just kept doing it. But it's telling people not to go to your podcast. This class, that's very fun. Yeah, I mean, that's. There are people that do watch it, and I think they like it. I like them. Yeah. I'm around, but it's well, there's two schools with the young ones like yourself. It's like, just get face at any cost. Get on TikTok. I'm sure you're going to want to but whatever you have to do. Or not, right? Or fuck that. And then you're in the fuck that category. Yeah, I can care less. And have people. Which granted, I know it's not, but that's also why. That's also why your book came out today. It's like there's a synchronicity going on. Something's happening. Things across. So you did your podcast, and in those stories that you tell on the podcast, where you drop some crazy information, and you decided to start flipping them up. Exactly. So I would end it just like just half-ass history. That's what I call like the segment. And then just like a half-ass history. I changed up to that And what? Because to get ready for time. It's fun. No, it's fun. It's fun. You really freaked me out with the whole Outlaw Jersey Rails thing. Like, I love that movie. And now I'm like, oh no, I can't watch it anymore. Oh no.
I mean,
Tell the story. It's so great.
so yeah, there was a fellow named Asa Carter. So Asa Carter was this massive white supremacist. It's like he was in the KKK and then left the KKK. So they weren't racist. Like, he was like, y'all don't have people way more. Like, y'all should make these people way more. So he made his own version of like a slinger of the KKK. And I mean, he was part of like, he would show up like Nat and King Cole concerts, try to drag him off the stage. And he became a speech writer for George Wallace. Not doing comic, but the governor of Alabama. Segregation.
This episode is sponsored by Agents.
As you said, a mask. So his speech, right?
He helped write that speech. The segregation then things kind of fell apart for him. I just don't want him to go to school. Oh my God. So he moved to Florida, changed his name. I think to Forrest. Changed his name to write the book. One of them was
Tier 1 compensation. Custom budget.
I guess back then there was no good investigation. A guy could do something like that, you would never know. Like, that's how Stephen King had Richard Bachman, remember?
Exactly. They wrote Running Man.
Yes.
Running Man.
Yeah. What is it? The Dark Town? The other one?
Is that Richard?
I don't know if that was I think that was a Bachman. I had a bunch of them that were great.
Yeah,
that guy was so cocaine worked so well for him. You know what I'm saying? I mean, there's never a dude, and I know he's clean and sober now, God bless him, and I feel terrible that the guy got hit by a fucking van, like the whole deal. It's crazy. The Dark Half Stephen King adaptation. Oh, so what's the wasn't Bachman? Oh, he did another Jesus Christ. That's how prolific that guy was. He's so prolific, he has extra pseudonyms. Bro, there's not a guy who has ever lived who's made more bangers, more just.
Follows that Beaumont by writer of the name, so that's about that's the student.
Oh. So it's Stephen King. Right, but I think that's the actual. Is that the trailer for the film or the poster for the film? Yeah, is that what that image is, though, or is that the image from the book? Right. No, I know that, but is that image? Is that from the book for the movie? Yeah, see, that's why it's a Stephen King's because they're selling it.
You have to put a picture of the book and see what the book says.
But bottom line is,
They all say,
well, why would you change it now? It's like, see if the one that he wrote as Bachman for sure. But what did he write as Bachman?
for Running Man is for sure Richard Bachman.
Okay, I think see if Running Man says Stephen King.
I think that was also.
He had the picture and everything. That's so wild. Richard Manuel, a builder and friend of Stephen King's literary. He's just a regular guy. Just some dude. He's like Stephen King's like, hey, bro, I want to make you famous. That's kind of crazy.
Oh, he inspired too. When he inspired by Martin Turner Overdrive. He's like, that's hilarious. BTO, one of the greatest ones of all time.
So he did write The Dark Half. The surname Stark was later used thinking, oh no. Okay. Richard Stark? Richard Stark is another one?
No.
Richard
Richard is a tribute to
God. Did he write it as Bachman? He did.
You should get the 50 on.
At the last moment, he changed it to Richard Bachman.
But then it was.
Oh my God, that's hilarious. At the last moment, he changed it to Bachman. So Bachman was the Dark Half.
If I was a
Or was it? It says thinner. They're bringing up the Dark Half, so it has to be there. Stark was later. The surname Stark? I don't know. Either way, this Stephen King. Let's forget about it.
What are they running, man? I'm pretty sure running.
He so many good books. It's like, I'm getting too many books. Let me write some under a fake name of the biggest book-selling fiction guy in the world.
It's insane. Have you ever looked at just like the first 5 books?
That's what the Dark Half is about. It's like about his using a pseudonym. Maybe that's why you're
Oh, interesting.
It does look like that. But see, what I have the opposite running.
Yeah. The Dark Half book is great. It's so funny that he was able to pull this off. Right. Which is so nuts. Well, he said that he thought Nicholson turned crazy right away, and he wanted it to be a very gradual thing.
You know who Robin Williams.
Oh my God, he would have nailed that.
Robin Williams or Harrison Ford.
Bro, you ever seen Robin Williams in that 24-hour photo movie? Where he's like, oh, that's whatever. Oh, God. He's so good.
He might be one of the greatest actors of all time. Like
Crazy how good he is in that movie. Because you just really believe he's a psycho.
Yeah, because he's so lovable at first, but there's all these little signs that like keep this going with kids. There's layers. There's layers to that story. That's such a fun. He was a fun. That was love. Yeah, I've only cried a couple times when a famous person died. That's one of them. I like broke down. Heath Ledger, Steve Irwin, I know the drama. Yeah, Steve Irwin especially.
Chadwick Boseman from Black Panther. And what else is he?
He's important to Jackie Robinson.
The hardworking one. There's he's talking to that woman, and he says, "I'm already dead," and she doesn't know what he's saying because he didn't tell anybody. The dude went through the mill. He was filming the movie while he was battling cancer.
While everyone was making fun of him for looking skinny and creepy looking. It's like
Crazy. Crazy.
which it is kind
A
of
gangster way to go.
it is.
So did Norm Macdonald. He did the same thing. Norm Macdonald didn't tell anybody he had cancer. Just went up to Canada and died. He's battling it for years. You don't know.
You can kind of there's one of the things that you can tell when you look back. Like when you look back and watch like episodes of like his show, Warren's show.
I know. You see the puffiness and the drowned eyes. His eyes are just very dark.
That to me that's the funniest movie of all time.
He's one of the all-time greats.
Yeah, for sure. I'm sure you know like that.
I accidentally sat next to him twice. Totally accidental. And we were already friends. So it's super cool. Like I knew him from the clubs and I knew him from being around here. And my good friend Adam, who's a good friend of his, used to do that show that they did. Adam Aiken.
Okay. Yeah.
Who's the talent coordinator for the show.
Yeah.
So I'd known Norm forever, and then one time I was flying back from somewhere, and I sit down, and Norm plops right next to me, like, dude, like, what are we doing? And then we're having the most fun. But the second time was even crazier, because Norm sits down next to me, we're having a great time. Just laughing, it's so fun. We're talking all kinds of crazy shit. And he tells me, yeah, quit smoking. And fuck it, hard to do, man. Quit. I feel so much better. I'm so glad I did it. It's so bad for you. Yeah, good for you, dude. Fuck those cigarettes, right? So we land, and he walks straight into the store and buys a pack of cigarettes and is literally lighting it before he gets out the door. And I go, what are you doing? I thought you quit. And he goes, yeah, but all I'm talking about cigarettes make you want one.
I mean, he did quit for a little bit, and then I know
keep pointing to like it's like everyone's playing Russian roulette with fucking lung cancer. It's so crazy. You're probably right. Like 80% of people are cancer, bro.
Which I'll tell you, look, I'll tell you, smoking just is so. Yeah, smoking cigarettes, like because we can throw I smoke cigarettes, which I mean cannot do that. But God,
It does. It's also there's an I don't even give a fuck about I'm not gonna
well, I don't have to smoke a cigarette. Nobody's looking at me like this.
but that's like accelerating your demise, like purposely accelerating your demise for a head rush. Which is I had this thing once. A buddy of mine had this sketch show, and they have this sketch that they were putting together this idea. And he asked me to be like this trouble poet guy. So we should be like smoking cigarettes. We should be like this guy who's smoking cigarettes and talking. I'm like, okay, that's right. Yeah. So I never smoked. And that day I probably smoked like 15 cigarettes. I feel like fucking dog shit. Like, and my friend Adam Ferrara, he was doing this with me. He smoked. He gave me some of his cigarettes. And I'm thinking, how do you do this? How are you doing this to yourself every day? This is so great.
In what times?
The 15 I guess we're gonna do it all throughout the day, so it's probably 4 or 5 hours.
It's quite a bit. I mean, even for like a, because I don't smoke like I'm not a pack or something like that.
Well, that's good.
Probably a pack every 2 days. So,
Oh, that's not too bad.
yeah,
But it's still terrible.
it's still not good. I mean, I try to justify it in my head. I see it's just one right before going on stage. I really do.
It's a nicotine thing. Yeah. It's like you can get nicotine from a butt, but it's the delivery methods that's different. Like there's something about smoking and cigars that's similar to smoking the nicotine is a very different thing than like nicotine pouches. So I've never done the gum, but there's a benefit to nicotine. It's just the delivery method that's what's terrible.
Yeah, I don't think it's just
It's actually this neuroprotective. Which, like, I love saying those words because I don't really know what the fuck I'm saying, but it sounds like you're smart. Jillian Michaels was here the other day. She was talking about it. She was gone. With the people talking to smoking. She's like, no, it's not good for it. But most people aren't aware of that. They just think of cigarettes, smoking, equals cancer, equals nicotine, equals you're doing something bad.
yeah, it's just more cigarettes, which is horrible.
Yeah.
There is like almost, there's kind of like some
Well,
in that sense.
yeah. The real issue is that many cigarettes, they add a bunch of stuff to make one.
Right, that's the issue is that if they would take all that out, they wouldn't announce the select should be some pretty bizarre.
Yeah, it's like that's natural spirits, right?
Yeah.
Or American
spirits.
but did you ever see that Russell Crowe movie, The Insider, where he plays the scientist?
Jeffrey Wagner.
Right. Is that the character was?
That's where you get
That is so crazy that he did that.
It's just so bad. And like,
And you trick people by making it more addictive, like with chemicals.
yeah, what
That's crazy. Look at us sugars. But here's my thing, like, why is it okay to do that with cigarettes, but it would never be okay to do that with cheeseburgers? If we found out that McDonald's was going to invent all the cheeseburgers and made you come back and eat more cheeseburgers there, we'd be like, no fucking way. That's crazy. You're making them more addictive. That's crazy. You can't do that.
the sugar that's in it that does the same thing.
Sort of. Yeah, but it doesn't. That's not kill it. Well, kind of. It kind of can. It's like very low dose. Essentially, if you have a very good diet and you occasionally have a quarter pounder, you're gonna live. You know what I mean? It's a low dose poison. Your body can filter out most of that stuff. The real problem seems to be when it becomes the primary focus of what you eat. Could you just get a bunch of inflammation causing bullshit that your body doesn't know how to get rid of? Your body's like, what is this? Food. Oh God, it feels so good.
Jeez. Oh, we didn't. Oh, we didn't. No, best thing on earth.
I had a quarter pounder once a couple of years ago, but I haven't had one. But if I do go to McDonald's, I always play pictures. I love those ones. You did it. They're so good. They're at the airport here. No, because I can't lie to myself and pretend that's a cheeseburger. You know, but
You can lie and say that that's fish.
yes, yes, it's a thing. It's whatever it is. It's a sweet bun and a delicious salty fish-like thing in the center with that tartar sauce. It's just yummy. I'm not trying to, you know,
It's justified today. I mean,
I don't particularly like the taste of like those kind of burgers. I like a good smash burger or like an In-N-Out burger. I'm with $5. In-N-Out, yeah, top of the line. Top
for like fast food.
Yeah,
It's the Chick-fil-A.
can't go wrong. Like In-N-Out burgers. If you don't like them, how about that?
Do you like Whataburger?
It's okay. It's not. I don't want to compare it to In-N-Out. Like Texas people get crazy. Like you're getting crazy. This is how we had a Super Bowl. Like, you know, look at
Now, in that war, I'm taking Whataburger.
for sure. 100%. In-N-Out people are.
Those are Whataburger.
Yeah. I mean, you started this wrong state. That's the state that's telling people that if someone breaks into your house, you should flee. You shouldn't tell them to get out and shoot at them.
That's his.
You should gather up your child and run up the hill behind your house and flee. Don't let them shoot you back.
That's a good.
It's like you can't. It's like that piece of shit speechwriter. Like, yeah, there's gonna be nutty on both sides. There's gonna be nutty on the left and nutty on the right. And up to us, which is like most people are just reasonable. Reasonable in the center, live and let live. If you have like an ethic for this country, what are we about? We're supposed to be about freedom, live and let live. But the problem is, the people on the far crazy screaming left and the people on the far crazy screaming right are all fucking losers.
Yeah.
And those fucking losers make you be connected with them and all their stupidity and poisons all the ideas that they agree with on both sides.
And they're so much louder, so you think there's more of them. In reality, it's like 5% probably on each side.
Exactly.
And the other.
I don't even think it's 5%. They're just the ones that are online all day long. And then on top of that, you get a bunch of people who are paid to do it. So it's like, oh my God. When you see tweets, like people get busted all the time now, these air quotes influencers, they'll tweet something and then you'll see like 30 versions of the same tweet with the same wording. Like, what is going on? For now, forever, I'll never listen to it.
Yeah.
On both sides. It's not a left-wing thing, it's not a right-wing thing. I see it with fucking everything. It's like, there's like large-scale manipulation going on. It's like really nuts to see. Did you see about that Reddit dead internet thing? Did you see, Jamie, do you know about this? Like, there's, I believe it might be a lawsuit. So this company used a bunch of chat bots. I believe it was on Reddit. I just sent it to someone. I'll find it if you can't find it. But I forget what the argument was about, but essentially they're getting in trouble for facilitating these fake arguments like as an experiment. Which is, if that, for sure, countries are doing that. Reddit threatens to sue researchers who ran a dead internet AI experiment on its site. Deeply wrong on a both moral and legal level. So this is what changed my view is the subreddit. Long been a contentious place for Reddit users to post an opinion and understand other people's perspective. Forum go for fiery but largely civil debates covering everything from the role of political activism to the dangers of social media and echo chambers. Lately, though, not every user posting on the forum has been a real human. As 404 Media reported this week, University of Zurich researchers dispatched an army of Fort Zurich. That's not a good place to do it from, guys. Shit. No, this is where he's looking. He's getting. They researched dispatched an army of AI chatbots to debate human users on the subreddit in a secret experiment designed to investigate whether the tech could be used to change people's minds. The optics were horrendous, with bots claiming to be characters, including a survivor of sexual assault and a black man who opposes the Black Lives Matter movement. Worse yet, the AI models scoured the post history of users they were applying to in order to be as convincing as possible. Basically, a formalized trial run of the dead internet theory that much of the internet is already AI generated. You know about that theory? The AI dead internet theory. So the idea is that AI becomes sentient and completely fakes the internet. Fakes? Yeah, we'll pull it up. Like, but there was a link in that article under when it got to dead internet theory. There was actually a link. Right. Where is it? Just scroll down. It didn't have a link. The link was actually about a passing the Turing test, which is iterative, which is there's online community things. So there's a lot of groups like people with schizophrenia that get things right. Like they get things wrong.
Not always wrong.
Well, eventually they're right. Like Ted Kaczynski, the Unabomber, you know, that guy, his whole thing was that technology was going to overtake the human race. Right. And I think he's right.
Yeah, you know, he wasn't necessarily wrong. He was just wrong to blowing people up.
Oh, what he was.
That's the
Did you ever see the Netflix? Did you see the Netflix documentary where they go over his life? Yeah. The 80s, where they left him in the crib. Yeah. He never got touched for months, which immediately permanent. You can't fix that. Yeah, like so you get those wide eyes. That's it. He gets in the Harvard LSD studies where they humiliate him while he's on acid.
Yeah, because he's part of the KO show. He's the professor, he's recruiting, impressionable, but highly intelligent. Man,
How crazy is that program?
it's wild.
Why?
That is the most interesting. The CIA in general, just like this around the world, just the craziest thing I've ever seen. Like all the myths and stuff, which I'm obsessed with transmitting, so all that stuff.
Other NASA stuff's crazy. The CIA stuff's not even a rabbit hole. It's like one of the labyrinths that they find in Turkey. Like 2,000 people who live underground.
Yeah.
What the fuck is this?
Yeah, like
How long has this been going on?
Like the French catacombs.
If you go down the CIA rabbit hole, you'll find a city, civilization like this. And then you have to think, okay, but also Russia has the same sort of operation for Russia, right? Every country has them.
Yeah, everybody has the CIA.
So they have to say, so I'm like, let's all get rid of the CIA, and then what? We get taken over completely by Russia and China. It's like, slow down. Like there's a nutty AI war going on right in front of your face. You just haven't heard the bombs go off there. Right. It's happening right now. And if they pulled that off from the University of Zurich, which is how that university would like do that, pretend to be, you know, a black guy who's against the Black Lives Matter movement, or we all who survived a sexual assault, who's taking it out with AI chatbots. It's fucking wild. Just to see how people react. What the fuck do you think is going to happen?
We'll find somebody who actually is one of those people and then see how they react. That's right. You don't have to pretend to be. There are lots of people who you probably just volunteer. You have a whole study, control group, the whole thing.
Yeah, you don't have to do it anonymously on the internet under false pretenses. Like you wouldn't have to.
Unless you just want to have fun. I mean, that's the.
But the problem is, anytime you're doing a study with real people, they know they're studying.
Yeah, what's that? There's a law that but like you keep something about being observed, like the thing, whatever. Like it's part of I suck at science, but I think there's something.
Well, I don't even know if that's science. I'm just talking about like human beings. Like if people know they're being watched as a part of the study, even influence their behavior.
Well, it's just like if you get asked a question to be part of a survey, you're not answering that accurately. Even if it's anonymous. Right. Just because you know like your answers, you think you look maybe a little bit of that. You'll church up your answer. Maybe not out a lot, but if it asks you how many drinks do you You're not dead. Exactly. You're not dead. People want a 6 to 8 sounds about right.
Yeah, this uncertainty is why I think we're super vulnerable. Yeah, because this uncertainty is why we're going to be very vulnerable. Sorry, we're going to be really vulnerable to any sort of electronic bridge that they start using, like whether it's a wearable or an implant that lets you legitimately move bodies, which I fucking think is in our lifetime. It's so scary, dude, because we'll give it up to know the truth. People will give it up to know the truth. Yeah. I mean, think about how much of your data you give just so that you can Google things. So think of how much money they make off of your data, giving out your email address and all the fucking spam texts you get every day, all the chaos. You gave that up. Yeah, obviously, just for free internet, just for free Google. I give it up. I'll just give it all. Everybody does. But imagine like what Google would cost. Like if Google were a pay thing, and the only way you could ever know anything about what's going on in the world, you have to search it. Every search engine. Right. It's like, oh, but instead, you get this free value. But would you rather not pay? Of course. But if you paid for it and then they couldn't use any of your data ever, it was a totally honest relationship, and you're not allowed to curate the information either. You just have to put out the information as it exists. We gave up privacy, we gave up our data, and we didn't even think about it. We didn't even know it was a thing we were giving up. And then we're going to give up sanctions. We're gonna fucking be connected to the hive mind. I really think so.
Yeah, because it's weird, like online data and privacy. You don't really know what it's not like if somebody asks, like, hey, can I take a picture of the driver's license? What are you talking about? No, you can't. Right. But they can get the majority of that information. You know, they can track you, get your address, get your phone. They can find out even more information about you. Privacy, but data privacy. Yeah, we don't we don't have like a list of what they're getting. I mean, previously it was pretty
right. Somebody told me there was something that we might have to edit this out. But somebody told me there's something fucked up about Google's terms and whatever terms apply. There's the thing you have to agree to, that it has something in there that you will agree to mediation. Yeah, like in case of some sort of dispute, a legal dispute, you've agreed to mediation in the so you're not suicide. Yeah, like we're hired. That's so weird. If it's true. Yeah, well, we need to find out if it's true. Somebody was telling to me, and I was like, wait, what? That sounds insane. Except as required by applicable law, mediation is voluntary, and neither you nor Google are obligated to settle disputes through mediation. But this is, I said Uber. No. Oh, I'm sorry. Uber. Uber. I'm sorry. I probably mumbled. Okay. Uber's terms of service include a binding arbitration clause, meaning users agree to resolve disputes through arbitration rather than in court. This arbitration is individual and non-consolidated, meaning you can't join with others in a class action suit. Uber also limits its liability and states that drivers are independent contractors, not employees. If you have a dispute, you can try to resolve it through mediation, but it may also be resolved through arbitration. That's wild. Jesus, that's kind of wild. It's like we have our own rules. Our laws, no, forget about the laws of the land. No, you agree to a legal contract. That's like very clean, right? It's like laws. If we have laws to prevent fraud and laws to prevent negligence, we have those for companies. And you're a company, like, no, we're not. We're not a company. Yeah. These people, they're in it. Right. Oh, you have no liability at all. You make all the money. What a great deal. Who did you pay? Who did you fucking pay off? That's yeah, and also, how many people do arbitration?
Because I'll be honest,
It sounds scary. You're going through arbitration, but no, I don't want to do that. I'll find out. Well, I think what essentially they're saying, you have to have a conversation with them outside of like a judge and jury ruling. You know what I mean? Like we have to have some sort of mediation. I think that's what they're saying. Or I could be wrong.
Well, if that is, yeah, I'm sure that's the best interest.
But that's not, yeah, but
Yeah, that's why.
the thing about is if they're just private contractors, then it becomes like, okay, what is your responsibility to screen these private contractors? Some of these people might be psychos, and, you know, you're a woman in the car with someone who has and they're a psycho. That's where's it based? On the moon? The Netherlands. Well, that's not good. You got to start somewhere where you know the Nazis rolled through fucking gangs.
Yeah, it's even better looks.
The Nazis can delete that.
Yeah, that's where you can't find it. Oh, that's why. That's why.
The Convention on the International Sale of Goods shall not apply. Okay. Except as well as set forth in these terms shall be exclusively governed and construed in accordance with the laws of the Netherlands, excluding its rules on conflicts of laws. Excluding its rules on conflicts of laws. That's a weird thing to say. In accordance with the laws of the Netherlands, excluding its rules on conflicts of laws. So, oh no. Kids use Uber so much, man, that like a small percentage compared to the past of kids are getting a driver. Good. Probably right. Is rock your favorite cheese? Would you like to mouth that?
I have to go. Yeah, I honestly think that you're asking all. You're asking a question you really want the answer to. It's better to speak to varying responses. I had a ChatGPT live yesterday 4 times in a row.
Look how quick this is. Look how quick this is done for an American audience in plain language. This selection of the contracts explains that. See, this is what I'm saying. Like, if it's already happened, if AI is already taken over, we've already agreed by the timing of your book, the synchronicity is real, and then maybe the simulation is real. And then if it's going to be simulated, it's not going to be simulated by a bunch of people. It's going to be simulated by artificial intelligence. Yeah. Dutch law applies. The contract governed by the laws of the Netherlands, not U.S. law. Dutch legal principles will guide how the contract is interpreted, except for conflicts of laws, which deal with choosing which country's laws apply. Oh, that's what it is. Also, an international treaty called the Vienna Convention, which covers sales of goods, doesn't apply. So what they're essentially saying, like, we go by the Netherlands laws. If you have different laws in the United States, go bounce them. Those don't matter. This is in the Netherlands. You're a lawsuit.
What happened? Like if it's a speed limit thing, you go by the rules of the speed limit. But if it's something about interpersonal, the driver and the
Don't you think that if you do business in a particular country, you'd have to follow the laws of that country? Doesn't that just I mean, I'm not even trying to be unreasonable here. Maybe they're better in the Netherlands. Maybe they're more fair. I don't know. It's not even like a value judgment. I don't know. Maybe they are. Maybe they just wanted the best for their customers. So they say, you know what? If they really want to sue the fuck out of us and win, it's really should be done. Maybe. Perhaps.
The Hague is over the like what do you call it? Crimes against humanity, like war crimes, it's all in the Hague. Yeah.
I don't know what that means. I don't know if it means anything either, but I imagine if you're in China, you're not allowed to say, yeah, the U.S. rules only. We only let them do so once. Fuck you. Sitting right here. Sit your ass down.
Our place.
Yeah, you're doing business in China. You get sued in China, motherfucker. You should always, no matter what, wherever you are, you gotta follow the rules. That would, I mean, how is that not? Seems like. See, you should be able to avoid that by like setting up shop in some fucking dictatorship somewhere. You know, like your homies with some guy's a dictator, and you're like, bro, I'm making money here. Just incorporate in your country. unless it's fucking crazy cash.
Yeah, two actually.
Yeah, it's all very weird. It's very weird. But the driverless car thing might be even weirder because that's a solution out of it. Like, man, I don't trust these Uber drivers. They're sketchy, man. Get in one of those fucking robot cars. Yeah, get in one of those Waymos where you can't even drive it, okay? If the government's trying to get you, they're going to set it for you. Look, bro, change the plans. This is what I want you to do. I'm going to give you $500. You're going to drive me wild. You know what I mean? Like, you can do that. Like, if the government's after you and you're in a fucking Uber drive, the guy's cool. You go, listen, dude, I'm going to make this worth your while. It's a 4-hour drive, 4 hours back. You don't. They get you. They shut the car off. They lock the doors.
I was gonna get in one yesterday. I was like, I haven't been off for a long time. I used to go down there a lot. And I saw these planes. Who's this thing? I've never heard of it. This existed. I still like dropping on a money truck. Where? I do not like this at all. But it needed to be done. So, did you get in? No, I just because what if it just doesn't like was that something happens where it's like, you know what, I would take you down 35, 90 miles an hour, the wrong way.
But if like a front camera goes out, I can't see what's in front of me, and I just start plowing into other cars. But I'm not saying that's the camera, wherever we have, I'm sure there's backup cameras, don't get me wrong. But it just sketches me out. Although,
I looked it up, there's only one fatality involved in one. It wasn't even their fault. The driver was not for some reason.
Like, yeah, when they drive real slow, it's drive, it's easy to avoid. I just take it in just going around.
So get your tickets now.
30 miles an hour.
Yeah, getting on the interstate.
Do you want to help kids?
Imagine if you chose to take get them away from me! I was trying. They are, yeah. We are allowed them to come get us. We're paying for them. We're psyched. Whoa. I'm guilty of it. I don't remember those auto driving. Yeah. But not. They fucking stops and signs, hits blinkers, goes around stuff crazy. Do you use it? Very rarely. But I do. I mean, it's not like haven't driven all 3 or 4 times. Just because it's weird, but I'm always keeping my answer close. I'm never like, have my phone on. That's pretty, I would trust that. But you could take control. But that's the bridge. That's the bridge. That's the bridge to transhuman. So I agree. I think we're going. I think we are these kind of people. And then the people from now on, like personally, physically, electronics. I think there's so much wild genetic stuff going on right now that they're going to change what it means to be a person in our life. There was a thing in China. You find this tardigrades are these really weird little, almost insect-looking things that are unbelievable. Oh, they're tiny, microscopic motherfuckers. Yeah. What do they call them out there? So these fuckers can survive forever in space. For whatever reason, they go into like hibernation in space. Like, and they think there's some of them from the Japanese lunar lander that are actually on the moon. They think tardigrades are on the moon and that they're like in a suspended state of animation. And then if you brought them back to the United States, they kick back in and get locked in. That's how crazy these little fuckers are. So there was this Chinese experiment where they're integrating tardigrade DNA into human DNA. But what happens if someone develops like a bulletproof, immortal human that lives, like literally lives forever unless they say with me? Like that tried it was
No.
possible. They developed, or they were developing some kind. So you can find that first book that you can lose. But they were trying to develop some sort of bulletproof human skin using spider silk. So they were going to but your own skin, like with genes splicing.
The genes was very expensive. Splice like that. Still
I did.
Ooh, that was crazy. Yeah, it's pretty weird, but like just seeing how
Yeah,
that's the mind my mind immediately goes to this thing.
That daily. Yeah, that was sick. It was a kind of a goofy movie. It was like wow, I would really believe that was happening.
That was a Schindler's List or something.
Yeah, it was kind of goofy, but it was fun. And it was just very strange. Because you go, okay, I can kind of see that happen for sure.
Yeah, I think so. I don't know what that is. What was that, CRISPR? Remember that thing? That was talking.
Well, they have CRISPR too. Which is more effective apparently.
In my heart.
Well, skin is made of gold. No, this is no, there was what's that?
Where's this microphone? It's not bullets, but when you go to what it actually is,
Oh, some bullshit.
not bullshit.
But it was
But it's just,
definitely.
it's sort of explaining things differently.
I mean, I thought there was a study about humans.
That's what I think that they were trying to say.
Oh, so it's a bullshit headline. Did you find anything in the heart rate?
Yeah, they were explaining what it did. So there's it showed that there was a gene transfer. These cells function normally.
But also demonstrate increased rate of cell growth.
They're trying to make radiation. So the idea
They're making super people, man. They're making X-Men. That is so crazy.
That was wild.
They're gonna put fucking target genes into humans.
Yeah, that makes me so uncomfortable.
They may create super soldiers. So, okay, China has already done these genetic experiments on babies that are supposed to inoculate them to HIV, but also somehow increase their intelligence. And the guy got in trouble, and they should have done that research. They did. I said they put him in jail for a couple of years, playing golf, and then now he's out. But that happened, and that's just what we know about publicly. Like, why would they tell if they were like making super soldiers? And if they were like, by the time you hear about it, there's probably some mountain in China that has an underground base, just like Area 51. And there's some base carved in the side of a mountain. They're doing wild shit over there. He lives in the LA one. He lives in the one that's connected to the music scene in Laurel Canyon. You know, because it's all the whole music scene has like weird intelligence angels.
Strange. It's crazy. All this work Johnny Nash, I know, yeah, but might not know young, but like, yeah, a lot of those artists had like connections. Yeah, Jim Morrison's dad started.
Yes. Jim Morrison's dad was like a serious military guy.
Yeah, he was the Navy admiral.
Yeah. It's one of those things where it's like you first hear about that one and you go, get out of here now. But then you hear no, like it's not like these artists didn't exist, but why did they become famous? Why did they get promoted? Like what was it about? Was it do you think it's a psychology thing? Because like take a guy in the Laurel Canyon scene like Hendrix. You can't make a Hendrix accidentally. You can't make a Jim Morrison. Even though his dad, like, there's something about the way he sang, it's just the way it felt when he was on stage. He was a star. How did you turn a person who isn't that into that?
No, not even close. No. You can pump up like a pop idol. You can't really pump up a rock star.
Right. You can make boy band.
Yeah, you can, make Ariana Grande out of clay and send your ass out there.
You can't make Bob Dylan.
God, no, you can't.
Yeah,
you can't do that to Jim Morrison.
Right.
A lot of them, like an actual rock star.
Yeah.
It's just, that's like a flash in the pan. It happened. How it happened.
When that musical star, it's like, it either, there's no way. But I don't think the intelligence agency can like get a guy and train him to be that.
No, you could like take a budding scene and pump it up, but that scene's already there. Like it was already going to exist. Like it already was existing. It was like the beat and stuff in New York. It was like that wave for so like and it was just kind of the next generation of that, just the West Coast version. But there's like that's all that was already there. So yeah, if you want to say there's like a conspiracy that they pumped it up, like money into like music to make sure that those artists' music is sold and played on the radio, like kind of a payola sort of thing. Right. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know if it happened, but
I know it's confusing, right? Because you want to draw conclusions, but then you're gonna go, okay, you can't invent jazz jazz. You can't make that whole album. Like, you know, when she's singing "Piece of My Heart," you know, like you just like that is either that's like God just kissed her with this melody.
Yeah.
You can't like engineer that.
yeah, there's no way.
But if they can do that, they can manipulate all of reality.
Well, if they could do that, then they should probably do another one. Jesus Christ. I mean, the amount of times that I've seen like people on TV who are supposed to be these like massive famous artists, and I'm like at the age where I should still know who all these people are. Pretty young, like, yeah, I don't know who they are. They don't sound horrible. Like, I don't. Like this is the proof that there being some simulation where we're all just like listening to the same. But I wonder if people thought that about everything.
I think they did, but I think there's something particularly lost about this current generation because of social media. Yeah, because we were talking about those chatbots arguing with each other, and we know for sure that happens all over Twitter and Instagram, a lot of bot accounts. I think people are super confused as to like what's like a real thing, right? What's real? What resonates? Like what's cool and what's not? What's being promoted and artificially astroturfed, and what's just fucking cool where it draws people into it, and it's hard to tell now. It's tricky.
Well, it also seems like there isn't, because like you go back to the 60s, you think like, okay, late 60s is the time of like, you know, hippies, the Rolling Stones, the Sgt. Pepper, right? So like the highly influential experimental musicians. Yeah, Cream was like, you know, they had broken up, they broke up like 70. But like the number one song in like 1969, one of them was, you know, Sugar Sugar by the Archies. It's like one of the most mainstream pop songs ever. It's like there was but those like interests stuff were still there. Like it was in the zeitgeist, it was still popular. But now it's like those types of people are nowhere to be found, and it's all just the sugar type things.
Interesting.
You know what I mean?
But there's still a lot of really good bands now.
Well, there are.
The thing is, like, the whole music business is weird because you don't sell anything anymore other than tickets to come see people. Yeah. Yet, there's still a giant industry that is involved in promoting and taking these artists and, you know, essentially locking them up to these deals.
Well, yeah, because you get the ticket.
Yeah, but they get the ticket money now, and that's the thing. Right. The music companies didn't used to get.
Exactly. So yeah, you still are gonna market and distribute the way that you would have in the past, but now you're just getting your slice of cake from a different. You're getting it from a different area. You're still pumping them out, you know, for the same reason, making money. It's just getting it in a different way.
What I'm saying is that now a bunch of people are merging it on that stuff. You got like your creator type dudes.
Yeah.
Like we just makes his own music, makes his own. He's creative his own domain, and yes, you don't need all those people, and so you have this weird thing happening now where you have a lot of like astroturf stuff, a lot of stuff that's just like thrown out there to try to get people to make sounds like stuff that you like that's creative. But you still have a lot more opportunity for legit artists to just like Zach Bryan just emerge from like TikTok clips or whatever.
Yeah, there's always going to be things come out in like the indie way, you know, like look at what Tarantino was for like movies, you know, like come out like I'm doing this all on my own. Like there's always going to be those. I just think it seems like there's not a lot of them.
But when they break through, it
Yes.
Like Oliver.
Yes. Yeah.
Hey, want to hear some song? We can't play it on the show.
Sure. Yeah.
How about that? Well, everybody at home, we'll be right back. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah. Dude, see, that exists, right? So in the middle of all this honey, sugar shit, there's still hologram. There's still people out there that are legit. They're legit. There's a bunch. There's a lot. There's just a lot of noise.
Yes. True. And I think I also just don't try to find things as much. You know what I mean? Like,
Right.
I don't like pursue it the way I probably should. Because in my head, I just have this like bias. Like, it's all 20 years. I don't care.
It's hard to find stuff. You know, it's like I get suggestions from a lot of my friends. That's some of my best songs.
Yeah.
But also, Spotify has a really good. I don't know what Spotify. But for real, their suggestion thing is legit amazing. The algorithms are very good. It's legit. It knows like the kind of vibe you're into.
Yeah, I agree. Because I'll look at but it just like random playlist or like in my head think like what do I like right now about like 70s rock and I'll just write that in and there's like all this amazing stuff. But I have like some deep cuts from like, the Stones or my favorite bands, and, you know, just all this other stuff that I've never heard before, but it all came out at one time. Yes, there's never like a miss on that whole list of like 200 songs.
Yeah. Right. There's some great playlists. You know, it's like that's what's interesting too about curating our own playlists. Like there's a bunch of my friends that'll give me their playlists. Like Tony gave me one of his playlists the other day. I was like, God damn, this is fucking legit. Yeah. A bunch of cool shit I've never heard before.
Well, I make that's one of my favorite things to do is like a hobby. So I love it. Like if they tell me like, oh, I like want to know more songs that sound like this. Gotcha. Listen to it. I love that.
Yeah, I only have one playlist, but it's like 39 hours long.
Well, it's okay. Almost here.
It's ridiculous not to try to find songs. I have to use the search bar.
Yeah,
I can never just scroll down. There's too many of them.
I have probably 40 playlists that I've made. Yeah, because I grew by like decades. Well, I'm just like slightly autistic. Got it. 55, 56. Enough to where I can function.
Do you spell math?
No, see, when it comes to that, I just have the weird, like, I can't handle too many sounds. Autism. Yeah, no, I can't handle a lot of stimulus. And then or read 24/7.
That's the superpower of it, right?
I think so. I'm glad I whatever I am, I'm glad I
Well, are you self-diagnosed?
Oh, there you go. I'm self-diagnosed.
You are a doctor, though, right?
Sure. Hey, that's much.
I'm guilty of that charge. I self-diagnosed myself with ADHD.
Yeah, but you know, but you know yourself better. So you should be able to.
Well, I don't think necessarily ADHD is
Totally real.
You know, I think it's one of those things for people that just think differently and they're fucking bored as shit. They can't pay attention to stuff that sucks.
Well, there probably is some disorder in it. But to like, because I don't think it's so wrong to say that they're just like they think, but say that it's like a disorder and that it's negative, that it needs to be treated is different. Like, I don't think ADHD needs to be treated. It just needs to be like fucked.
It's only a disorder because we have a very rigid civilization. If we don't live in accordance to the way our bodies were designed. Our bodies were designed to be hunter-gatherers. That's the reality. That's the reality because it takes so long to become a hunter and gatherer, and it took like hundreds of thousands of years for us to be good at it. And we've only been living in civilization for a little tiny bit of time. So our fucking program is all not to sit still all day, not to stare at a fucking teacher, not to be bored memorizing. Our whole thing is like be active, do something, learn something, get excited about something. So we have like an entire forgotten group of people that have so much energy and they have all these interests that are not what you're going and telling them all day long. They could learn stuff as well, but having a teacher that actually is enthusiastic about it, where the kids are excited about it, not having to sit down all day. You're fucking dead. You want to run. You want to play with your friends. You want to have fun. You sit there, and by the end of the day, you're like, oh, this is fucking boring.
Yes, it sucks. Like, school ruins everything. It ruins the natural love of learning that I think most humans have. It's ruined by because, one, they're way longer than they should. There's no reason kids should be in school for 8 hours, 9 hours sometimes. Why would an 8-year-old be in school? It's a really question. It doesn't make any sense. What are you teaching a 10-year-old in 8 hours? Like, that they're going to remember? Yeah, and also, I mean, like, you don't have to have recess, you don't have to have all these extra things. Like, you can shorten all this down, make it more streamlined, have kids home, but it's just for 9 to 5, and so many two as a parent. There's so many households that both parents working, so it's like, well, it is kind of nice to kind of babysit. Yeah, last year,
that was a normal thing back then. You know, no one thought twice about letting the kids just go outside. Like all the kids in the neighborhood, they all would just go over each other's houses, just come home from school, nobody's home, and have a key. You know, I would just come in, saw a play or something. You go around. A lot of med labs, a lot of fully functional. You lived in a med lab when you were a kid? No shit, fully functional. Where'd you live? East Texas. Don't have to say the address. Just tell me that right now. Like, motherfucker, I'm gonna fucking find you.
Well, they've actually all kind of blown themselves out since then. So, nature really has a way to take care of itself, you know. I'm gonna go back and get a trade. Yeah, one blew up, like the one next to my house blew up. Not that long. Like I was just asleep, thought I heard a shotgun and looked at this fire. I'm imagining a slow-mo of the trailer blowing up with that Oliver Anthony song playing in the background. You wouldn't be far off. It's pretty close. Yeah, that's that. They are known to go up bad. It's not a neighborhood like right by because you're cooking meth and you're on meth. It's all right. And even if you're not on meth, you're in contact with it all the time. So you probably get at least a skin high. Well, they're not using high grade equipment. I mean, they're wearing some cheap gloves, maybe. I mean, most of it's bare-handed. They're like old school hat makers. What's really crazy is that we look at that and we say that is so nuts that people take meth. Why would you do that? And yet, what percentage of kids today are on Adderall? Which is the exact same thing, just a slow release, a delayed release meth. What percentage, if you had to guess? I mean, it's probably lower than you think. Because in my head, I think it's like 50%. But it's probably about 15%. If I'm really guessing, I'm trying to look some money. God, that's a lot. That's still a lot. That's still so. That's crazy. One out of 10. And that's so crazy. It's just the idea that it's so nuts. They're all on meth. Yeah. And that's an ADHD thing, right? They give it to you when you have ADHD. ADHD medication. When I was a kid, I would run through the take my clothes off, ran through the woods. Well, what's crazy is it just turns kids into a zombie. Yeah. It's so sad. Like I used to work in a pharmacy for a long time, just seeing how many parents are coming in. The kids just zonked out. They look like they're 1 foot away. And just here's my kid, this high level now. 5 hands. It is fun. Yeah, it's spooky. It's spooky that you can get a doctor to tell you that's cool too. As long as the doctor tells you it's okay. Yeah, he needs that. Oh, great. We got medication for it. You're gonna be fine. Because you come home from work, right? Your feet hurt. Fucking sit down, take your shoes off. The kid's fucking sword fighting with his brother in the middle of the living room. Hey, you gotta stop. You gotta listen to me. Hey, you little fucker. You're so tired, your ankle hurts. You can't get up. You're like, medicate this motherfucker. Yeah, because it's easy to do. And you have a doctor telling you it's okay, so that immediately gives you some reassurance. Why would a medical professional tell you this? It's a medical professional. Hey, it gives me my medication.
which allows me to get through my day as well. Is that? Oh, that's that great Rolling Stones song. Remember that? Mother's Little Helper.
Yeah.
That's what's called.
Yeah, it is.
It's a great fucking song. Great. I mean, that's
Running for the shelter.
yeah. I think that was the Valiant days, right? Was that what it was?
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't know if they didn't necessarily call it that, but there was like speed and value.
Right.
Speed, like an upper and a downer.
Right.
You take the upper to get all the chores done. As a housewife, you take the downer. So
They prescribed those to people like candy. Yeah, forever.
well, I think
Then
that,
they figured out that Valiant was like super addictive, right?
yeah, I think they legitimately did it. Right?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Any excuse after that, OxyContin.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. They knew about OxyContin. They did that. It's essentially heroin. I mean, that's one of the great moments in that Peter Burns docu-series on Netflix.
Yeah.
Where docudrama series, where the guy is breaking it down to the doctor, breaking it down to like when the hot girl comes in, and that stuff. He's like, you're selling heroin. Yeah. We need to. This is exactly as you talking about. I should put my patients on heroin. What are you doing? Like, the lone ethical doctor, fucking shitty little house that he lives in. He doesn't make sense, buddy. He's a good guy, which is like, unfortunately, not unrealistic. Like,
No, is that what it is?
yeah,
Because if you prescribe it, they give you, a $500 gift card, a steakhouse, they'll buy you a new car.
all that stuff's nuts. Like a certain amount of vaccines, 60% of your patients will get more vaccinated. You get a larger incentive, so you're like pushing it. The whole thing's nuts. It's nuts, but that's
The incentivizing anything
medical.
medical.
Yeah, dude, there was a guy that got arrested. I forget how many patients it was, but he was an oncologist, and he was giving people chemotherapy that didn't have cancer, because chemotherapy is very profitable. So this piece of shit was telling people that they had cancer, and then giving them fucking chemotherapy for just for money.
There's a special
And it was like a bunch of people. And I think he had some insane excuse when they had, that you eat what you kill. That philosophy that they kind of had in that, like, you have to conserve drugs. That's how you get your money.
Yeah.
Like, I thought you were fixing folks. I didn't think this is all about you making money. That's crazy. And then the fact that they incentivize you to do that. So the pharmaceutical drug company can incentivize you to push their stuff, right?
Whoa, push their medicine over another medicine, that their medicine might have more side effects, or maybe not even be the exact right one.
Yeah.
I'm on a couple of pharmaceuticals. Effects, I took one about 2 hours ago. So, a small, very small dose. It actually did absolutely nothing. So, I
kicks in 5.
find out.
What is effects for? Is that
Effects,
SSRI?
yeah, it's SSRI.
When did you start getting on that stuff?
Oh, I started taking those about 2013. Yeah, and I've never noticed the difference. I just keep taking them.
So that's interesting.
So it's not work.
Oh,
I mean, but you never know. Sometimes there's like a delay in the effect. So,
have you ever gone home to see what it feels like?
yeah, because whenever I started drinking, I was like, it's I'm supposed to do both. I'll just take that one.
I'll take the aggressive over the anti-nasal.
All work for sure. Really interesting. Well, that night it went real well. Today it's that's the problem. Yeah, I mean, stronger. I haven't seen it there, but yeah.
Well, it's like someone's got to design a better alcohol. Someone's got to design something that, first of all, doesn't massively fuck up your motor functions.
Yeah.
Which is the most dangerous part of alcohol. It's like,
I love function, but I want that. I like that. I like the whole thing.
you're like just stumbling.
Yeah. I like waking up. Like that's a very
It's definitely fun if you have, but it's just like you're agreeing just like you're smoking cigarettes. Like I'm giving up some health care for this experience.
There's like a road man, I don't know who's definitely not mine, but like getting drunk is you're just buying happiness from tomorrow. It's a great quote. I mean, it makes sense, right? That's what you're getting twice as happy, but tomorrow, I got invited to go do that. I couldn't turn that down fast enough. I'm not gonna go listen to Chase.
Bro, Jelly Roll has lost something insane. I think he's down 140 pounds.
I thought it was even more than that, but maybe.
Is it more than that?
I think
It's an insane amount. He looks so good. He looks different. He looks like a different person.
wow, that's a lot. I mean, oh yeah, see, 180 is what I thought I heard.
Wow.
So, yeah,
Unbelievable. That's unbelievable. See, there's a video, I think it's on Bert Kreischer's Instagram of Bert with him on stage, and Bert is big and Jelly Roll. But he's right next to him, and Jelly Roll is almost unrecognizable.
yeah.
I mean, he's so much thinner. He looks great, and he's committed. He's like fucking all in on this, all in on being healthy.
I got it.
He ran 5K.
Look at that. Yeah, there.
Look at Bert. Bert's bigger than him. Look, I'm not lying.
No, you're not.
Jelly Roll looks like a totally different human being.
Yeah, it looks good.
Yeah, he looks great.
That's
That's extraordinary that he's been able to do that.
yeah. And how long? He hasn't been that long.
I mean, I think his weight loss, he wanted to lose 100 pounds. So that's his first goal. Okay, so he passed that goal in 2024. Okay, so he already lost 100 pounds by 2024. So here we are in May of 2025. Next year he says half marathon. Wow.
I mean, you could.
Why not? Yeah, if he did 5K, he could do it.
5K is what, 300 pounds?
Uh-huh. Wow.
That marathon's 13.
His weight goal is to be under 250 pounds. He said to do all the fun stuff in life, you got to get to 250.
That's like
Skydiving, riding a roller coaster, riding a bull, and wrestling an alligator. Oh, don't do a lot of those things.
I'll tell you what,
Don't do a lot of
wrestling an alligator thing, I can tell you first, you can beat anybody wrestling.
Really?
I know how to. I mean, I feel like
You're going to die.
I think the bigger you are, the better at wrestling for an alligator. You don't want to be 120 pounds and jump up back an alligator.
That's true. But you don't even want to be 300 pounds and jumping back an alligator because they roll. Like their whole thing is roll.
But they wouldn't be quite as much. If I'm on the back of an alligator, it's not a budge. Boy, I think you're wrong.
I think you're really wrong. But I'm really sure you're wrong.
I would like to test it.
But I don't want you to. You seem like a nice guy. I've seen so many videos, especially Crocs, when dudes like with their arm in a croc, and the croc says,
Yes. Well, see, crocodiles are different. Crocodiles are very vicious. Alligators basically just a giant turtle. I mean, you can just smack that.
Well, they eat people. They'll get you. They still cheat. No, they'll eat a grown adult if they get a hold of you. They'll take you and drag you under a bar. It's just they're not as aggressive as crocs. Crocs actively target people as alligators. So, like, if you fuck them, this is a fun story. A guy was in a police chase in Florida. Some cops chasing him, gets to a bridge, jumps out of the car in the water, lands on an alligator, and just gets mauled right in front of the cops. And he gets killed by an alligator right in front of a big dude. It was like a big, like again, like the book coming out today. Sometimes the universe is there. 13 buggers. Like, right where you're going. Oh no! Grabs a hold of your head, starts rolling. Oh, have you ever been close to one? Fuck yeah.
Yeah, I've snuck up on accidentally snuck up on one. And it's kind of terrifying. Hearing the I can make the sound of that, like, that sound.
Oh, they're dinosaurs.
Yeah.
They're heartless, soulless eating machines.
I was going to take a piss by a tree and just heard that sound. And it was nighttime, so I'm like, oh, I don't like that it just happened. That's not. And look around this one. Not like super close, but close enough to get a good look.
When I was a kid, I lived in Florida from age 11 to 13. What's called Lake Alice. Lake Alice had all kinds of outside. And people would go there and feed them marshmallows. Chuck marshmallows in water. And then they told you they alligators were like a protected species back then.
I'm cursing on like an alligator, so
But it was so weird to be like, I lived in San Francisco before that. See nothing, and all of a sudden dinosaurs with legit dinosaurs. Why? I remember being a little kid thinking, why is everyone so goddamn comfortable around these huge fucking insects?
it is crazy. You go to Florida because I'm pretty much a Cattle Lake. I don't know if you know Cattle Lake, but it's the largest natural lake in Texas. It looks like it's at the time of 5 million or 69 years. Like it's the scariest place on the planet. And it's just filled with them. You go there as a kid all the time. And skeleton pictures, like nobody cares. It's just like out barbecuing on the grill up against the lake, you know, most of the being around like these alligators just come up, just don't care. We're just like, all right,
That's so
crazy. Yeah,
so crazy.
Tolerate dinosaurs. Yeah, I mean, I guess just they don't do people like unprovoked. They can
Well, they can. They certainly
sure,
should.
yeah, for sure.
But they're just like, they're so overpopulated.
The way you said,
They're all over Florida. They say essentially any body of water in Florida that's still, there's potential for an alligator being inside of it. Because they just travel at night and go into a new lake, sit there and wait. You can hold their breath for hours. They don't have to eat for a year. Like, what? Like, what? What are we doing?
Oh my God! Oh, that is it.
Have you ever heard of alligator gars?
Yeah, we have. Yeah, so like my family up in Gonzales, I'm not familiar with that. It's about San Antonio, and they go like bow fishing for gars. And we used to go fishing for gars. So you still just fish for gars. You can't.
Apparently you can. You can smoke them.
That's what I heard. We just pull up and smash the ground.
My point was some guy just caught a world record in Texas. I think it was out of I forget where it was, but it was 7 feet long. You can find it. And he caught it on like 2-pound test or something crazy. No, man, that was lake trout. Different story.
7 feet. I wonder if it's Jeez. Look at the size of that thing, man.
That's so crazy, man. Houston Chronicle. So look at the size of that thing. Oh my God. That's so big. 212-pound alligator gar. And those things, man, look like they're from a different era. Those things look like they're not supposed to exist. Like, that is a goddamn prehistoric creature. Pull up some photos, Jake, of alligator gars. They also don't attack. No, they don't. Skittish. But my kids found out that they're in the lakes now. Fuck this. Look at their face. Like, look at that photo. Look at that face, man. That looks like something from a book on dinosaurs, right?
Yeah, it's like a sturgeon. They're just huge ass sturgeon.
Right. From a different time. Yeah, a sturgeon looks like it doesn't belong in this time. Look at that thing, man. But even the eyes, it just looks primitive. Like a shit early design, like a 1955 Ford. You know what I mean? It's like, what are you doing? Like, that's a shit design. That stupid eyeball at the end of the mouth looks dumb. Right? Make that picture bigger, the one that's big right now. Look how fucking crazy that is. God, so crazy. Look at that thing, man.
You never
Oh, they'll give you a small version.
That's your opening.
Oh, there it is. That's so strange. Wow. But look how bad that design is. That's like, you know, it's like you're just like a Dodge Charger, like a '69 Charger, badass car.
Yeah.
But like, why is it so wrong? Like, what's going on? It's like old time. They haven't figured out proportions yet. It looks weird.
Yeah.
That thing looks weird. It doesn't look mine. It looks like it's from a different time. Probably swinging in the thing.
Oh, that's like a whole. No, that's like a really monster that breathes. I don't know where it's supposed to be.
Is that a nostril?
I don't know. It does.
See if there's other ones that show that same thing. That's crazy for a nostril. That could just be a hole in his nose. Unless they're like, no. Oh, God. It does. They all have big nostrils. Find out if can alligator gars breathe air. Because there are some fish that gulp air. You ever see that?
Yeah.
You come up there and they can gulp air.
Yeah.
No oxygen.
These things all good.
They have nostrils. So the primary respiratory organ is the swim bladder, which is used to breathe in air when needed, especially so they have gills and nostrils. Yes, yes. However, they have a unique adaptation, a swim bladder connected to their mouth. Whoa. Their swim bladder functions as a lung, allowing them to breathe air. See, that's why they're still around. When did these motherfuckers first start being around? Like, how long have they been out there for? I'm gonna guess. Millions. Right? Yeah. That seems like a many million-year-old fish. I would guess like 100 million potatoes. So that's pre-dinosaur death. That's
Yes, probably. So yeah.
So they were around long before that. But that's essentially a prehistoric creature. You can go shoot with a bow.
Yeah, well, like especially if it was where your uncle's growing.
That's crazy. But that's it's an activity that people do. But I do hear that you can smoke them and it tastes good.
I'll leave that up to you.
Do you want us to try it? Like if someone's really good and they cook for you? I'm gonna just try to do try.
I pretty much tried everything. So yeah, I tried. I'm just I had beaker ones. But really? Why?
No, me and my friend Brian Callen and Steve Ranella, who was on his television show, they trapped a beaver and he cooked it like a pot roast. It was fucking delicious. It was really good. I tried, but Steve's like an excellent cook. Yeah, really. Like he has cookbooks. Right, excellent cook. So he really knows how to make it. He cooks on the show. Yeah. Yeah.
I tried. It's not really dog. I tried. Dog, I could eat a person. Like I could eat a person. If I had to eat a person, I don't think it would take that much.
Well, I think historically you've been proven to be correct. You know, you drink alcohol. Yeah, historically when pushes to shove people will eat people.
Yeah, I mean, what's the name? But you heard of him? Yeah. Well, and that's how he busted that guy in that market. You know, surfing human.
That got killed and ate people, and he was forgiven because he got Jesus. Yeah, and then he became pastor.
Right.
He would take off all his clothes and go into battle and kill people while he's butt naked
with a machete.
Yeah. He would find children, kill them, cut their heart out, and eat it so that they could become invincible. Eat the heart of his enemies' children.
He's still alive.
That's the thing. Like you can dismiss it all you want. The devil is very powerful monster. He's the past about to catch up to Liberia's war criminals. That's the thing. It's like here. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, thanks, Monroe. I mean, well, I know, like, you still call them send African slaves back to Africa.
Exactly.
And it's kind of Monroe.
It is insane. But in the weeks before he found Jesus, the evangelist, formerly known as Gerald Butt Naked, reckons he sacrificed 4 or 5 children a day. Mere murder had long come naturally to him. He was only 11 when the elders who had steeped him in the ways of witchcraft first handed him the sacrificial knife. But he never killed with such intensity and ferocity as during those weeks in mid-1996 when Liberia's first civil war reached its calamitous climax in the blood-soaked streets of Monrovia, the country's battered capital. Several times a day, the warlord and his battalion of boys, all naked as he was, would emerge into the maelstrom, firing wildly as they added their own breed of terror to the chaos. Wow. Yet the bloodletting always began before a single bullet had been fired. Before each engagement, butt naked, pagan priest and old warrior would lay a child face down on the sacrificial table, slice open its victim's back, and pull out their still beating heart, thus ensuring magical protection for the coming battle. Fucking yo. I mean, fucking yeah, that's I mean, I don't hear. He found Jesus. So he found Jesus. Hold on. He found Jesus.
Is that actually why he got run off?
More than 20 years later, Gerald Butt Naked, non-pure evangelist Joshua Milton Wadi no longer cares to use, has never appeared in court for the war crimes he so freely admits to. neither for that matter is anyone else not in my area at least. That's crazy. So that's how bad that's how bad that place is.
Yeah, 'cause he was under what's that guy's name? Charles Taylor Grabs job as well. Did you ever see Machine Gun Preacher? Drug
No, I didn't.
You gotta watch that video. It's so
Machine Gun Preacher.
yeah, it sounds like it's this one. When this one came out, maybe 2014, 2015 or so. It's a decent 2011. Okay. Yeah. But it's on true guy. You know, like some alcohol, like drug issues. I believe. There it is. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
Check that out. Jay, if there was something I could.
yeah, he went to Africa. Like this guy, went to Africa and started like building this, why it's not working for like schools, but then obviously, the come in part of the schools now, built and trying to take the money that's being donated. So he started like going over there, like he was just getting money and sending it there, and then he was like, oh, I should go over there. Weapons, I'll protect these schools. So it's a crazy story. It's phenomenal.
Yeah, man, there are parts of the world that are just fucking yeah. Which is really great about the early days of Vice.
Oh, yeah.
The early days of Vice when they would go and interview a child by the
That's what I heard about.
Yes.
Vice. I can't hold on to it.
They would go everywhere, all kinds of places. They would go all parts of the world.
It's amazing. Just how crazy.
People that don't see those places of the world, they don't see like the look in the eyes of people that have been to all those dangerous parts. Like my friend Shane Smith from Vice. He's got this, when he starts talking about these places that he's been, especially the early days, like he has an understanding of the dangers of the outside world that I think us in this little gated community called the United States, we're very, very ignorant about how fucking sideways things have gone in other parts of the world right now. While you're enjoying Netflix, cuddling up with your sweetheart, eating popcorn, there's parts of the world right now where someone's cutting out a child's heart to eat it before they go to battle. Like, maybe not the same timeline, but close enough.
I mean, just because he's not there, that doesn't mean somebody else
What's
is
happening right now in certain war-torn parts of the world. And we just think, well, you know, we're really dangerous. What about the climate? The climate change should be our number one priority. Actually, stay safe. You need to stay safe. Yeah, you gotta fucking stay safe. And you need to understand there's a bunch of spots that aren't safe.
Yeah. Well, and also, yeah, climate change, I'm sure we'll worry about it, but that kid's game is worth like 15 minutes. Let's go ahead and like worry about it.
That's probably number one.
And then, yeah, let's just go ahead and worry about it for a little bit. But it's really weird. People who are being
You don't want to believe that there's bad people in the world. I understand that reluctance. I understand that has to do with it. In your world that you've cultivated, and you probably you're safe because you've cultivated this world with a bunch of people that share the world you live. But when you enter into other people's spaces and you are into their culture and how crazy we're like, I read about this couple who decided that people are just good people everywhere, and they went and hung out with ISIS and they killed them. Did you read about that, Jamie? Did you know that story? I was like, you need better friends. You need better friends. You need better friends that show you some videos, you know, that show you, like, this is what's going on in this part of the world. Like, you have to understand, like, it is, you talk to someone who's maybe still from Afghanistan, like, you need to understand what's going on over here.
problems those guys never listen to that. They'd be like, you just sold the pants on your ISIS. Like, you got ISIS on the back.
I have a lighter that my friend Chris Williamson gave me that is from my comedy club that went to Antarctica because they took a group of people to show them that the world is flat. To show them the sun actually it does go around like that and watch it the whole time. Like, fuck. Like, these people have recalibrate.
Like that guy who tried to launch himself up in the sky to prove that he died.
Yeah, that guy. Better friends. All these people just need better friends. Like, you need people around here. Don't do that.
And just hurt you, reassure him. Just tell him it's flat. You don't know.
Imagine if it was. Like, imagine if all those morons were right, and then everybody, all these scientists, all these out of all minds, all the house that
They've all been through that this whole time. They even Isaac Socrates or Aristotle, mapped it out 11 years ago.
this is my theory. I firmly believe that at one point in time, there's a bunch of people that were unformed that thought the world was flat. Way back then.
Yeah.
And they figured out with experiments, and then you look at all the other bodies in the solar system, everything else that's around, it kind of makes sense. You realize that stuff planets are formed, gravity, spins, and the whole deal. But then I think there's psyops. And I think a bunch of people went on there, just like they did with women with the free bleeding movement on 4chan. They convinced women to fucking bleed all over their body. They convinced them, and they did it by making it seem like a feminist thing, like fuck patriarchy. I'm a little fucking tampon, I'm a little white hands, fuck you, look my blood, you know. And then women actually loved it because people will buy into almost anything. They just there's a certain percentage of the population, whatever it is, that's so easily, they're so suggestible, they're so easily influenced. You can kind of talk them into almost anything. And I think that's part of where the flat earth thing got sideways. Because I think just like MK Ultra used to exist, I think there's still some, let's find out how dumb they are.
There's also just a lot of dumb people. There's also some people who they also think that everything's covered. I don't trust NASA, but yeah, I trust NASA. I don't know why not. If we didn't go to the moon, so the Earth was I guess if those two things are related, I don't know.
There's a lot of that. There's a lot of people that don't want to actually do research. They want to watch a YouTube video and then start talking about it. That's fine.
Well, I'm with it. Yeah, I like a good deep dive, but sometimes it's just
well, sometimes I'm just fucking around and I'm not really serious about whether or not I care if it's real. I'm more interested to know about these emerald tablets. Like, where are they? Who's got them? What do they say? Like, I don't want to know who it's a hoax. But I'm only fucking around. I'm not like completely invested in it. But when you start making videos about how you're correct and the world's flat and everybody else is wrong, like, no, you're annoying. This is silly. Like, you're just not seeing things correctly. Like, yeah, there's a lot of lies. Yeah, there's a lot of conspiracies. It doesn't mean all of these. Okay, it doesn't mean the stars are actually lights in the sky. You know, a more interesting possibility is that it only exists when consciousness engages with it. That's the real simulation. That's the real weirdness. That's when things get like Tom Campbell, you know, the My Big Toe, the theory of everything. That's when things get really weird. When instead of consciousness, it's like a part of the creation of reality. It's all integrated. Yeah.
so, I don't like that. Like space, I like that a lot. I don't know. Space, it's also the whatever. And then whatever before that.
But there's an environment before the Big Bang. I think they call it the environment. Is that what it's called? Yeah, what they call it. Brian Cox is really close.
Which is the problem because I sometimes just, like I couldn't have that be which I agree for like those people. I could not have that in my life. This I guess with the standards. You're never gonna be the answer.
But it doesn't matter.
I'm glad it's not. Oh yeah, for sure.
I'm glad you do what you do.
It's like exactly. I'm glad that they do. I just try.
Right.
Because I can't. I have to like know what the answer.
Right.
So much fun. I understand hypotheticals
Like string theory.
I hate it. Yeah, I can piss off. I don't know that. Yeah, any of that stuff. I like this happened on this day. This is what's involved. This is what happened. Right. Hard.
Well, space is the ultimate. Who the fuck knows? Because you can so far. It's so far. But even so far from that,
Well, they're saying like it's always expanding. It's not speculative. It's like what is it expanding into? If space is space. You know, if like I was like blowing up a balloon where everything's fucking you're blowing up a balloon in a room. Right. So what's the ring? Right. And then that's a it's right. And then there's the concept. It's actually what they're in. That's not it. Yeah, there's some sort of film actually. Like Right, things that are done, they've got or it's got numbers.
Right, but is that a thing that we think that like because we were born and we die that we have these biological limitations attached to the person itself?
That's fair. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, that we see things as being built to destroy.
That there's always been something. Wouldn't it be crazy if there wasn't something at one point in time? That seems crazy. Then there always has been something. Because if it's just something, if it's just the nature of everything, there is always something, right? Right. It couldn't be nothing, and then all of a sudden everything. That seems
Just what started that, what snapped its fingers.
that's McKenna's great line. Terrence McKenna had a great line about difference between science and religion. It's a science only asks you for one miracle. I want you to believe in one miracle. Big Bang.
Yeah.
It's very odd. It's because it really is true. And it's funny because people are being incredulous about the resurrection of Jesus Christ, but yet they're convinced that the entire universe is spawned from the head, and for no reason that anybody's had it explained to me makes sense. Instantaneously became everything. I'll stick with Jesus. Like, Jesus makes more sense. Example, like people have come back to life. Like in fact, one of your videos was about a woman who was hung.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Tell that one.
Nancy Green, I think Amy Green. She was a miscarriage. You know, at the time it was basically killing because it didn't live. So she was buried the thing actually. They tried her, convicted her.
So she had a miscarriage, buried the child, and they caught her.
Yeah, they caught her thinking she killed the kid. Like, why would you just bury your baby? She had a miscarriage. Hung her. I mean, as far as they know, she's dead. Wooden box taken to the mortuary. The guys, getting her ready to prep to bury her. She wakes back up after they start doing they feel like faint pulse, and they're like, oh my god, she's alive. She's not like coherent, alert. So they start giving her like a tobacco smoke enemas. Oh, got an
idea. I'd go to that one first.
Well, I got an idea. Slapping the hell out of her probably. My first one. Yeah, pouring hot. Yeah, they can just I think it's just
invigorating or stimulating preparation that's intended for medicinal purposes in the classroom. Obsolete usage is test. Oh, some hot buffalo trace. Let's go, lady. Rubbing her limbs, extremities, blood measure, pullets. Some horse.
So basically, like a hot,
Okay. Cereal. So they put all the cereals like cereal bases are base. So they put a big bowl of tobacco securities experiment. The tobacco smoke animal is the wildest one. If you went up her asshole with a cigar, is that what you did? That's a guy that wanted to smoke a cigarette in the operating room, so I wasn't smoking her ass. That's literally it. Don't smoke her ass. What's supposed to smoke your ass? It's supposed to be deceiving. Probably thought it was right. It's just an ass freak. That happened because a lot of politicians get freaks. Like that's what that famous Sam Kinison did. Yeah. Some of the great guys started talking after 12 hours. Yeah. 30. That's nuts. So like, she came back from the dead. You tell me Jesus can't? Jesus was after 3 days. I feel like it was 3 days. People were tougher back then, bro.
That's true. 2,000 years ago, they had some function to them.
Well, they're probably also 2,000 years less evolved, so probably stronger.
You're stronger.
Yeah, like more robust. Really able to survive. If you survived 2,000 years ago, I just would imagine like you're going through some tough times. Yeah, you know, like you can't have like there's no bad genes. No right.
Yeah, Jesus.
I just think human beings probably we're probably very robust chip. The people that do it, you know?
Yeah,
Especially if you go back early, but you way back.
they were basically start fitness. I mean, that was life. If you have a kid who comes out on camping, you just throw that down a cliff.
You sacrifice something to do it. They can't be held down. You know, I was watching this YouTube clip yesterday on Quinn Magnum. Like the early Homo sapiens killed off a lot of the Neanderthals, like the battles with like they were just these massive fucking ice type dudes that lived back then. Like, thousands of years ago.
Especially if you look at the north like that. Like, can you imagine being a Viking just living in like ice?
Yeah, your house is made of sticks and you should hold it there outside.
Yeah, it just sucks. There's nothing. I wouldn't like that. Yeah. I'm real bad at it right now. I would like to live in
I think it's important to you get more research information about.
That's true.
If you hard to do your job back then, everybody done with bullshit.
Everybody already does.
Bullshit plans, making stuff up fast.
Fine. Right?
Well, how do you research it? Like, how do you find crazy facts?
I just want to just read like books constantly. So like I'll say like the read about the whole, and I'm mostly just saying just like constantly and then I'll just go like just about the whole and then read through it. Half of it's not true. So I gotta sit through that and then put it all together into like kind of a summary. There's also stream like articles online, like scholar articles, and just like flip through. So
Imagine trying to piece through the tree of the 1700s. Just imagine. Yeah, I mean, right now, like, try to figure out exactly what happened.
it's I think there was something like yeah, what's going on, but if it's not barely know. I'd be really good. Go back to the 20s.
Right.
Now,
Well, yeah, but at least we have like photographs and stuff. But my point is going to be now take it back a couple thousand years. Like, good Lord.
well, that's why some people, have a hard time knowing for sure, but certain people exist. Like a kid.
Right.
So it exists. I mean, that entire war,
Well, they didn't find Troy until like 1 year. Like, Troy was supposed to be just ethnically.
exactly. I'm thinking the 50s. Yes, I think it was the they just
Let's not.
yeah. I mean, which is nuts. Yeah, they just it's a right. Obviously, because then if you know that war is true, like you discover that did happen, it's like so was a killing spree. So it's like active memory. Like it's like hard to know if this is real.
Right.
But obviously there's things that there aren't.
That's what's weird, right? It's like there's some for sure fiction, I think, but maybe not. Maybe the world was way weirder back then.
Because maybe all those things are killed.
Right. That's the thing. It's like maybe there were like almost god-like creatures that existed that were what I call maybe this is just like years and years and years of stuff. It's like almost take on Atlantis is one of the most fascinating. I've been obsessed with Atlantis ever since, particularly I had Jimmy Corsetti on the podcast. And if you ever seen his videos on the Rothschild structure, there's this area in sub-Saharan Africa that has all the attributes of Atlantis, including its position, where the mountains are to the north, the rivers to the south, concentric rings. It literally is the same size as described the concentric rings. It looks like a complete anomaly. It does not look like something that's naturally occurring. And the entire area looks like it's, you look at it from like an aerial satellite photo, it looks like it's outlies water. Like it immense amounts of water rush through the land, like the whole area, massive water erosion. Like when you look at it from above, it looks like it just got hit with the most fucking insane flood of all time. There's literally salt, there's white all around the area where this recharge structure is, which was probably from the fucking ocean.
Right.
And this to this day, also evidence of human habitation. They found pottery, they found a bunch of things. But it's a kind of sketchy area of the world, and I don't think there's been a lot of like real excavation done there. But if you look at it from the top, and I recommend everybody go to Bright Insights YouTube page and just watch some of the videos he has on it. And he's not saying this for sure, this, but it's not just him. It's many other people. This is there. Show it an image of it from space because it's crazy. It literally looks like how Atlantis was described in concentric circles. But crazier still is its position to the mountains, which are in the north, and the south, where the river runs through. It's literally exactly as described. And if you look at the image, look how it all looks out. It all looks completely washed out. Watch how you go further out. Look at that. Tell me the whole thing. It looks like the whole thing is just starved from water. Just a massive amount of water. So from the position where it is, the description of it, the actual dimensions of it, everything about it, even the description of it, like the colors of the rocks in that area. It matches so many details. Isn't that nuts? Again, shout out to Jimmy because what's this? A random cross to dismiss this. I was like, how are you dismissing this? I don't understand. Dismissing based on. He doesn't think that this is Atlantis. He thinks Atlantis is somewhere else. Maybe I don't know. Maybe there was more than one. I mean, when a bunch of people die at a time where you don't have phones and you don't have computers, like it's real possible that the myth of Atlantis you're talking about, like a civilization that existed at a certain point in time, and it might not have just been this one incredible city. There's probably multiple cities that existed that just don't exist anymore, just completely flat. And then some people remember this one. That's also part of the equation that you have to look at when you see that kind of insane water erosion. Like, how many people just have no recollections? But it's all lines up. This is what's nuts. Homo is talking about 9,000. That's 2,000 years ago. That's at the time of the Younger Dryas impact. It's the same time. Right. So it's like it lines up perfectly. It lines up perfectly. The description is perfect. The position is perfect. Oh man, it almost makes me go visit other people. Because I became. I probably watched 30 videos. It's right. That's so. It looks like Atlantis. It looks like the way they described it. God, there's so many people that are resisting it. There's an interesting thing in archaeology where there's nothing disrespectful to archaeology. It's saying I'm glad you guys are out there. But there's a lot of people that do not want anyone to find something out before they do. And they do not want anyone to uncover something before they do. Especially if these people are not credentialed academics. They're not PhDs, they're not doctors, they're not doctors, finance. And they don't want like regular people looking at Google images and going, what the fuck is this? And let's go into it and like let's look at the history and the description of the place. Actually lines up exactly. They don't want to miss that. So they'll try to dismiss it with every fiber of their being rather than give ground and give credibility to these amateurs.
Yeah, that's what happens in like this true crime community. Because they'll sometimes like bust a case wide open, pops, detectives, hey, here's the guy sitting on the couch at home, and you need more than what I do. But obviously, the detective has all these different cases that they're gonna make mistakes, and some people just not. But that's part of it that they just dismiss the leads because somebody would like call in, but hey, like go check this person on this date and ask what they were. Like, don't worry about it. It's what they did. So that is kind of a similar situation. Like, we want to find it. Not you, so we don't care that. Don't know.
Exactly.
And have a theory that may be true. True.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
It is very interesting. The whole thing's very interesting because clearly we don't have all the pieces of the puzzle laid out. And there are people that want to pretend that we do. That's just not the case.
yeah.
There's too much weird stuff, and it's just time passed. And the weird stuff is like the Benton campaigns, 11,000 structures, and a bunch of stuff that they're finding in Malta. Malta stuff's nuts. But it's also just there's no way you can know. If you're an expert in like combustion engines and you want to break down the new Coyote 5.0 Ford base, you're an expert in engines. I'm gonna I don't know how it works. How does it work? How's it so good? How's the supercharger work? It does what? Okay. How do you control all that? Or the ECU and the traction? Okay. Because you're an expert in that. But you can't be an expert in the entire history of the human race because we don't have all the information. So you're bullshitting. You at least have to kind of bullshit. Yeah. But we just found out super recently that there was human beings definitely in North America 22,000 years ago.
Yeah. I thought it was fact that's like earlier than that.
Could be. I thought, I know the footprints, those New Mexico footprints, the New Mexico footprints, I believe, are 22,000 years ago.
When did they think that?
13. That was Columbus first. Columbus people. But again, don't fucking know.
It wasn't that long ago. The Vikings.
Yes.
Somewhat recent discovery. Obviously not like in the past couple of years, but it was not very well known. The bears.
Right.
And yes, the bears were coming over 500 years before Columbus. And they were here. I mean, they just didn't settle, so it's not significant, but they were here. And the so way before them, and there's all these different routes you can take. There's ideas of like the Phoenicians coming, the Egyptians like coming into South America. Here, way longer than that, like thousands of years ago. Those theories, which I don't know.
Well, there's also all the stuff in Amazon. Right. The lost cities, that stuff.
Yeah,
That's great.
that's amazing.
Yes. Yes. So it's a book too. What's interesting about the story about the lost city is that it all changed in 100 years. So it's true. In the 1500s, that first guy goes, and he gives everybody cookies. And then they come back 100 years later to see if he was telling the truth, and everybody's dead. Right. Everybody's dead, and all the cities are 100 years. And they're like, you bullshit. God, there's no fucking cities made out of gold because the jungle ate it.
Yeah, which 100 years is such a long time for like that kind of structure. Yeah. It's not it's not the middle of the desert where the structures will last thousands of years.
I mean, what was that like? Because I forget that gentleman's name was the first explorer. Percy Fawcett? The first guy? No, that was the second guy. Right, you forgot the guy. Yeah.
The Rothschild. Yeah. He's the one before they lost it.
Right, but he was the first explorer to the Amazon that reported these incredible cities. Because that was in the 1500s, I think. Percy Fawcett. No,
It's a little light around the document.
there was a European guy who was an explorer who had specifically tried to travel with the Amazon River.
That's what gives it the just so well.
Yeah. 17. No, there was a guy from the 50s.
I just love it.
No, I understand. But I was watching this video where they were talking about this guy who initially from the 1500s was the first to describe what he saw there. And that he saw a thriving population, like incredibly sophisticated agricultural setups. Like these people lived like in harmony with the rainforest in some strange way. Like instead of what the video was about they were trying to reconcile how you could get enormous populations of people that live in this area without the kind of agriculture that we assume you need to have in order to support this kind of population. Yeah. So they did something different and integrated somehow with the rainforest. And it was also about that stuff that Hancock was talking about, terra preta, the type of soil that they had created. It's a man-made, like, compost composted soil. We talked about this too, but in this documentary, they were going over the guy from the 1500s to the guy who was in it might have been the Wine Files.
No, to tie that, we love those sensors. Very fortunate. Known as President Venezuela. 2 years later, zone sales to Amazon. The same Brazil being accidentally found by Portuguese for Cabral. 40 years later, a guy named Oriana.
God, I wish I remember the name of the guy.
Yeah.
But the whole point is, the first people to go there that were Europeans who went back to Europe described these insanely sophisticated cultures that had millions of people in them.
Right.
Like they had huge populations. And they talked about the elaborate headgear they wore, like the way they dressed, gold everywhere. And so everybody was like, oh, we're going to go back and get rich. They went back and everyone was dead. That's so
You feel mad, like you feel like such a jackass to have everybody go back there.
Well, it's essentially what they were doing in America. Not me,
But my grandparents came there in the 20s.
but essentially, when the Europeans came here, that's what killed. Just disease killed 90% of the Americans.
Yes. It was the same like from the Indies.
Yeah,
Everywhere.
just like China did to us. Just kidding. Not really, they did, but they killed a lot of them. But it's just bizarre that we missed that chapter, and it wasn't until LiDAR that they started to realize, like, oh, there's like sophisticated grid work. It seems to indicate that there's aqueducts. It seems like there's like places where there's channels and paths.
Procedure idea, but a lot of the times we think like, oh, we're the only ones who have ever come up with these advanced civilizations. You look at these advanced civilizations, and they could be look, he's like in Africa, there's all sorts of like massive civilizations, which is what the Aztecs. Yeah, and then of course like in South America, it's huge. I mean, like the whole Mex, Aztecs,
Especially the Aztecs.
the Aztecs, their styles.
Yeah, it's like, can you imagine what experiencing that must have been like the first people, the Europeans, that always stumbled upon these advanced Aztec cities? Like, what is happening?
That was Cortez, which I think Aztecs and stuff, right? Yeah,
On horse, with like his dog.
yeah.
That's the other country that we brought horses. What?
Yeah.
Like, they used to be up there, and then they all died off, and then we brought them back.
It's very interesting.
The crazy stuff.
The Tom Schiff's about mac and cheese here.
He's the guy.
Made popular. I mean, like, it was like, nobody knew this. Like, I went to Paris, you know, obviously, like, for pre-American to some buddies coming and, yeah, brought that mac and cheese. It's also like one of the first Americans to cultivate tomatoes. People thought their poisons was to an extent they were.
Yeah, I was reading about that. Like, that you should really avoid nightshades.
Yeah, it's a nice
Tomatoes are some plants.
Yeah.
But wait a minute.
Yeah.
But they taste so good. Yeah, how dare you?
I mean, every Italian.
Gorgeous. Yeah, I want to get like one of those blood work things done to see like what foods you're supposed to not be eating. Yeah, it's probably bullshit. But, you know, like for your blood type, you know that?
Oh,
I did one of those a long time ago. They told me to avoid avocados. I'm like, fuck, what the fuck, avocados?
isn't that like good for everyone?
And that's what I thought. It's one of them wacky things where I was very skeptical going in. I'm like, all right, I'll try it. Let's see what I should and shouldn't be eating. So I was like, avocados.
That's insane.
Stop it. What?
Yeah, you know,
It's, there's always that bad. Your genetic fucking defect, you have to have avocados. That seems crazy.
yeah, you know, peanuts. You know, I mean, Texas Rothschild didn't bankrupt.
Really?
Kind of. I mean, but they don't show that. But they don't do the whole thing. Just dump that shit.
I know. And that does. They used to have them at scoop factories.
Yeah.
You can't even eat them in the room because if someone is near you that has a severe food allergy, that's why they don't have them on planes. Right. I don't know.
Just peanut dust.
Yeah.
It would be bad, Pocket peanuts.
Yeah, it's bashed up. It's tossed on it. Anthrax.
Great.
And it's nuts, like for everybody else, it's just a part of Snickers. And for you, it's basically anthrax.
It is like some allergic to seafood, like shellfish. And
You know, you're also allergic to roaches. You can't eat roaches. You know how we found that out?
yeah,
You're just
oh, really?
yeah. That's what I found out.
Scientists who research cockroaches usually develop an allergy to coffee and to roaches, and I think also to sugar. Yeah, like because they just study roaches constantly, job. But yeah, they end up developing a coffee allergy. But yeah, that's
My coffee is pretty coffee all the time.
I don't know. I mean probably because of roaches.
Oh yeah. Some people think of an allergy to coffee, they're also allergic to cockroaches. So the becoming allergic to cockroaches and working with them is what makes them allergic to them. So it's tropomyosin, common allergen. Cross-reactivity means individuals allergic to cockroaches may also experience allergic reactions when consuming coffee, particularly hearing, breath.
See, in my mind, I thought it was because there's a bunch of cockroaches. There's bugs in
There are ground-up cockroaches in the honey coffee. Jesus Christ, you're right. Oh no! Bug parts of ground coffee. So it's ground coffee. Just get some black rifle beans. Stay away from ground coffee. Plus, ground coffee is pretty savage. Shut up. You drink Folgers?
if I did. Natural else.
Coffee's not expensive. It's only expensive at Starbucks. Like regular like buy a bag of beans, get a grinder, take hot water, get one of these bitches French press, push that down after a minute. Oh, man, that does actually sound. Yeah, that's really awful. I don't know what that's like. Unless you do, you know what's legit though? Those little packets that Starbucks has, where it's like instant coffee. They figured that out. They did a really good job of like developing that formula. I think it's called a Hero or something like that. It's that Starbucks instant coffee. It's very legit. Like I've mixed it up with hot water on camping trips and barbecue trips and stuff. It's like this is pretty fucking good.
That's not bad.
Yeah, it's good. It's like it tastes like real coffee. But I think like that was complicated to me. I don't think like the cheaper instant coffee has that kind of. I'm sure not. Because if you like coffee, like I like the flavor. I like what it tastes like.
Yes, I do too. Just because
You try the flavor.
I don't know how they did it.
Right.
How do you do it? It's like what? Like it's not like you can go right and pick out the caffeine. You know, it's not like what do you put ingredient in? You're putting it through some sort of chemical process.
Yes.
Is that safe?
Yes. Studies. Decapitation process.
Tea,
Also, well, tea tastes better. If I was just drink, like, if I drink also tea bags, I'd microplastics. I'm reading on that.
I'm not so much plastic and stuff. I mean, the amount of vegetables I eat.
I know the amount of times you put saran wrap over a microwave meal. Oh, God, so many times.
Yeah, just to heat things up and like plastic, it's all broken and shit.
Always. Yeah, and then it melts because it lets it go too long. Oh, shit. Oh, it's okay.
Oh, I'd be doing the taste like around plastic. I don't think this macaroni and cheese is supposed to taste like this, but
There was some sort of article saying that many human beings have as much as a plastic, like coffee spoon worth of plastic in their head.
in their head.
Yeah, in their head.
How does it get up there?
Blood-brain barrier. Microplastics. The microplastics get in your bloodstream. This could be like the sky is falling. You're all gonna die from planet plastic. It could be. It's hard to know because it's not like how many brains we look at.
Well, yeah, and then also, like, it's not like there is an actual spoon. It's all
spread out, but also like, do you have room for a spoonful of plastic in your head? Because I don't have.
I think you need to bring some water. Probably not just you, though. Not insulting.
What your brain filter looks like? There's plasma. The concentrations we saw with brain tissue of normal individuals at an average age of around 45 to 50 years old were 4,800 micrograms per gram, or 0.48% by weight. It's the equivalent to an entire standard plastic spoon in your fucking head. Compared to autopsy brain samples from 2016, that's about 50% higher, he said. That would mean that our brains today are 99.5% brain, and the rest is plastic. That's not bad. 0.5%. However, the current methods of measuring plastics may have over or underestimated their levels in the body, Jeff said. We're working hard to get a very precise estimate, which I should think we will have within the next year.
So we make them zero.
Yeah, sorry, Todd. No plastic at all. It's all in your balls. Yeah, plastic in your balls. They found that. There's plastic in your balls. It clumps them up a little bit, like fake lips. You know? Chicks get fillers. Yeah. That clumps your balls like a little bit. Microwave dinner plastic. It's like one, we were going over this. What was it? Every month it was a credit card or a week?
I've seen this.
Yeah.
It's a month. Credit card.
I don't remember it's a week or a month. It's something crazy. We're like, where's it all going?
You know this shit plastic credit card.
Oh, no. Rabbi animals don't shit, but these all counts. My dog eats everything. My dog eats everything on the ground.
I don't trust animals. The only way is to try them.
Right, that's why the prisoners back in Alcatraz.
Yeah,
You hear that? Trump is opening up Alcatraz again? Yeah.
Yes, that's amazing. I mean, they're great though.
The world's crazy. I like fun. And Trump saying it's real, but Alcatraz is fun to me because I know that it's going to be like, Trump says you're real, but enlarged and rebuilt Alcatraz. It's going to be the best Alcatraz. Alcatraz be used in federal penitentiary since 1963 at the capacity for open I went there as a kid. Oh, really? Yeah, when I was in I was in San Francisco from age 7 to 11. So I think I was 8 years old. I went over there and have a little school trip. On a ferry, you go to Alcatraz, and how the fuck something. There's a dude named Diaz from the UFC fighter. He's 5 times. Swam from Alcatraz. Yeah, 5 times. In the shark-infested water, by the way. Hey, fuck all that. I mean, I was swimming. But do you know the kind of balls you have to know that, you don't like that? You're just like, you have to be able to swim all the way to shore with sharks underneath you everywhere. And if they bite you, you're dead. And they bite you. And he's doing it for fun. Oh, he's doing it. Diaz does it in between MMA fights.
Diaz brothers. That's the dude that set balls on my yeah, I love it. Those guys are legends.
For sure.
Yeah. That doesn't trouble at all, actually.
Well, people miss Nick's prime. Because Nick's prime, a lot of it happened in Strike Force. But people miss that. Yeah, that's what it's like. Just so dumb.
So you give it to your skill.
Well, it started in UFC very early. So he knocks out Robbie Lawler early in his career, has some great fights early in his career. So he was in the UFC early on. But then left the UFC and went over to Strike Force, where I think he reached his prime. Like when he beat Frank Shamrock and Cyborg. Like he was in his fucking prime. There was a world championship caliber prime. But that guy would swim across from Alcatraz in between. Like he's training for fights.
Yeah.
And in between training for fights, he's running triathlons, hitting the bomb, doing it. Like it's hilarious. He's high as fuck running triathlons.
Ever just see something like you're so good.
My friend Cam Hanks right now is running a 250-mile race with a broken foot. It's like football, bro. I would get if Dexter definitely wouldn't run. I might not ever run again.
He's doing half the Daytona 500. Yeah, broken.
Yeah, no, I mean, I wouldn't even go do that.
Anything I want to make. Second place, starting around 48 miles.
That's so nuts. When the Clark still won, it started.
So it started this way.
Who's ahead of her?
Is he with these things?
It's like only a few people. She's one of them. Courtney's one of them. Flint. So people are winning these things. A lot of people start off real fast. But you can't keep it up every day.
Could you imagine running 48 miles a day in a second?
Yeah. 5 hours.
Yeah. Like, you imagine 48 miles and like, what do you think you lost?
Yeah. Wait, 3 miles. But we need people like you. We need people like that. That's the beautiful thing about the human race. Is that we're all so fucking different. Yeah. You know, there's so many versions of humans out there. And we should really celebrate that.
I love how different I go back and look at like people from history. That's like one of the things I like the most about it. Is count that person's not even different. Yeah, that's so cool that they did what they did, or whatever. Like Teddy Roosevelt. Like there's nothing about that. It's just like Teddy Roosevelt.
How about that dude that ate that guy's heart that then
Oh yeah, William Butler. Yeah, he came in 14 stars. Yeah, tell that about the story. Yeah, well, yeah, King Louis XIV was such an absolute job for birthing fabulous. But yeah, so he dies 130 years later. You know, his heart is preserved, but I guess it was formaldehyde, and it's sitting in this guy's office, basically, in a Philadelphia. Archbishop of Canterbury. I don't know some of the word of whatever. But then this fellow named William Buckle comes in and says, who had kind of like a notorious big stomach, ate a lot of shit. And he saw the heart. So 14. I've never eaten it. So how about I just give it a try? And they come back in, and they're screaming them hard. Well, preserved. I mean, it's not as preserved as it gets. It's been preserved.
Imagine being the one with that guy who takes those bites, you'd be like, wretched.
Like the smell of formaldehyde. You ever dissect? Yeah, that's smell. I can smell it right now. Like it's one of those things that never leaves. It's like dead bodies.
Bleeding into a raw heart with that smell. They doffed his cap before the hero, a gentleman whose ambition was to eat an example of every animal in existence. Again, this quote is no longer we're running 250 miles right now, and this dude is like, I want to eat one of everything. I want to eat a fucking rat. I mean, this guy ate rats. They probably have rabies. He kept a pet jackal in his house. He's got a jackal in his house. He built the country's first mosque. He's got a jackal in his house. He lived in a hut made from driftwood, dressed as a mermaid, and excommunicated his cat. That's some of that stuff.
I really should
To the west, famed Cornish poet Robert Stephen Hawker lived in a. So this is not him. This is a bunch of weird guys. That's something different. Oh, this is a different guy. Not him. Oh, I thought it was the same guy. Okay, it's just a bunch of weirdos all throughout history. So Charles, Major General Charles George Gordon. Oh yeah, so
This is also pretty good, but only this out.
right. So this guy, Major General Charles George Gordon, a British Army officer whose main job saw him fight a series of bloody campaigns across the Middle East and Africa, yet was almost as notorious for believing the Earth was encased in a hollow sphere, and the Garden of Eden was located in the sea somewhere off the coast of Seychelles. Seychelles.
Oh, this guy made the heart.
William Butler, so the man who ate everything, born in 1784, a year in which famine in Japan claimed 300,000 lives and a massive locust swarm in South Africa. Coincidence? Of course, but it's the theme of this book. Nicely said. So this guy ate everything he could. Shook his hand in a huge hyena skull. Somebody dashed on the steps, rushed skull in hand, first undergraduate at the front bench, and shouted, "What rules the world?" The youth, terrified, answered not a word. He rushed then onto me, pointing behind me, full in my face. "What rules the world?" "Haven't an idea," I said. "The stomach, sir," he cried, "rules the world. The great ones eat the less, the lesser still." So he just thought he was going to get great by eating everything. So his lifelong personal ambition was to eat an example of every animal in existence, like some kind of crazed, bloodthirsty Noah. Oh my God, he ate a porpoise, a puppy, and a panther. And that's just the piece. Mice on toast were a regular feature of his no doubt popular soirees. Oh my God, he ate a porpoise and a puppy. Jesus Christ.
What are the porpoise part? It's like beef dog.
Yeah, I guess.
I mean, I would like flags up myth, identifying as they are as that. How would you know that's so well?
But the eating the heart, I bet all those years of formaldehyde was probably quite tender, right?
Yeah.
Oh, it probably melts in
What if it just tastes for some reason?
right. What do you guys try?
Yeah, that's like, oh God. Yeah, more hardcore. That's what I was saying.
That sounds terrible. Imagine how you can't find out some guy eat hard meat and savory. Yes. The worst thing Buckland ever ate, blue bottles. What is that blue bottles thing? So
They're learning about I think this is all the stuff is black. And this is just really good. Blue bottles.
what could that be? Unless he's actually glass.
Oh,
Portuguese man of war. Wow, that was couldn't I want to, one from right there?
I kind of do. I'm sort of with him on this.
So is that a jellyfish?
Yeah, animals.
So that must be extremely toxic.
But I think but yeah, that's super. It could be.
Of course, it's mixed.
It doesn't seem like it.
Yeah, I mean, everything, I guess, probably died along the way. Like, you don't do that for so long. 3 bucks, fuck you. Yeah, I'm looking at that guy live. Have you heard how old was that guy?
Where did he die? To what grade has been actually? 1850s. You know what I'm saying?
Pretty decent amount of time.
You were 72.
Pretty decent amount of time. That's someone. Back then, too, there's no fucking doctors. Doctors are all guessing.
Like come to your house.
Right.
After another.
Breaks your leg, they bust out a meat saw.
Like Washington.
They tie that fucking leg down and saw it off at the hip. And you're screaming until you bite a piece of leather. There was a doctor back then. Dirty fingers, pulling babies out and with dying of sepsis.
Yeah, you ever heard of a Tarar? Tarar was a guy. T-A-R-R-E-R-E.
What's this, Jimmy?
He kind of discovered dinosaurs.
Gee, what? Same guy? Yeah, that ain't everything. Whoa. That's another fun one. That's a fun one.
I can buy it to an extent because there are so many fakes.
Yes, but the reality, in the early days of dinosaur research, there was 2 guys that were competing with each other and they were faking fossils. That's true. But also dinosaurs were real. But also, like that alligator guard, that's a fucking living dinosaur.
Yeah.
Well, they used to exist for sure.
Well, some of them were like maybe they just find like
Some stuff, right?
not some stuff, and then they go, well, we think it probably looked like this based on this vertebrae looking like this. And then you go through the skeleton
It seems silly that people would just lie openly about that, but there are some that are intact. Like they found some raptors intact. They found some stuff that's intact. I have a friend and his buddy found a fucking T-Rex in Montana.
Completely.
I don't know how much they found. They found quite a bit of it though, to the point where they brought in a professional excavation and they pulled out this big ass fucking T-Rex in Montana. Montana used to be a wonderful range. It was a sea. And there's like seashells up there. Which is
Those would probably be like bad ones were.
I mean, it was called. There was like a particular name for like the Great. It was the North American Ocean. And there's T-Rexes. Like, God. Imagine if there was like 1.2 meters in Western Interior Sea, the large inland sea that existed roughly over the present Great Plains of North America. If there was a time that you could just look at that, it would look like it's so nuts. So there's look at the Appalachians. Like that's what America looked like. Florida's completely underwater. That's nuts. Most of Texas. Like where we are is like above water, but fuck, that's crazy how much water there is.
Okay, that's all of Texas.
Yeah, it's the whole Texas. Oh my God. Like Nevada's not.
Tulsa's all right.
Massachusetts, okay. That is crazy to see how big that was. And there's all kinds of bloody shit that was living in that water too, man.
Jesus. Yeah. I mean, the dollar is like at least that's like a man over there.
It's a chicken compared to like a breed.
Yeah.
Like a hospital. Yeah.
That's so crazy.
Eagle, Jack Eagle. Oh, God. They think that's why they were going to stick them. I don't know. They probably do up there.
Yeah.
I mean, part of me's kind of confused.
But then part of what he needs to just parts on.
So you got the leather. Yeah, leather.
T-Rex first.
Yeah, they're going to make T-Rex first. I'm going to get T-Rex for sure. I'm going to rock that show.
Look, that is something because they awesome T-Rex, but I know, right? T-Rex Crocs.
Company claims leather made from 66 million-year-old dinosaur DNA is coming. So I think some people are very skeptical about this. Which is probably, one of the things that the guys from Colossal were telling me, the guys from Resurrected Direwolf, they were telling me Ben Lamb was telling me that when it comes to like DNA of dinosaurs, they don't really have DNA of dinosaurs. It's too old. They don't have like full DNA profiles or whatever you call it. But what they will be able to do is sort of introduce dinosaurs, which is crazy. Taking certified creatures like chickens that have dinosaur DNA. This chicken take their DNA and engineer T-Rex out of that. A raptor like way smarter than a crow. How about that? Like that support 5 super lizard, like 50 miles an hour.
Yeah, that was.
They can do that. They're really what they can take human beings and integrate them with mercury DNA and have them become fucking superheroes. They can make a dinosaur. They make dinosaurs, which is insane. It's nuts. Like they exist. They're like, I think they're like 11 months old.
Oh, it's that.
Yeah. They don't. Ben Lamb told me he doesn't go around them. Like he bottle fed them when they were puppies, but then when they got to a certain age, like, I think we're done. Like after like 4 or 5 months, like, I think we're done.
T-Rex DNA is 66 million years old. It dies. The DNA is supposed to go away as soon as they die. And the oldest preserved DNA record currently is 2 million years old.
Yeah. So it would be a T-Rex, but they might be able to think exactly what we think a T-Rex was. It's really off because we don't know what they're tissue. That's what is really strange. Like all the stuff that rots away. You ever seen like an artist depiction of what they took a hippo skull? Like what an artist depiction of what the animal just looked like?
Oh, yeah.
Crazy monster. For reality, it's like, oh, look at the hippo, big old sweet.
Right.
Hippo looks like a sweetie with cute little ears.
Yeah.
But the hardest thing, like if we didn't know what it looked like, maybe it looked like this.
Right.
You know?
That's crazy.
That's how aliens are constructed. So oh, that's interesting.
Oh,
Yeah, so like one of the but you could, like, if you came from another planet, you saw this, like, oh my god, this thing must have been terrific. But like, these, yeah. Oh wow, small, oh, yeah, and it's an elephant. Wow. Oh, that's cool. I bet that's where the Cyclops comes from. The elephant skulls. Yeah,
I've never seen it.
so they have that big hole. I don't even know if that's where the trunk is. I think it is.
I mean, it makes sense. It's the trunk. It just goes right.
Yep. That has to be a Cyclops. It has to have.
Yeah.
Especially if you found the female one that you have to
It's listening to.
Bro.
It's fucking right.
What's your favorite? Maybe it's because that's a theory. Yeah, well, because every there, better. Cyclops slices.
You're saying something.
I think the government's listening. Well, they're helping us. They're fans of the show. They're trying to help out. Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, if you found stuff, like, always gets me. Stories of the giants.
I want that to be real so bad. I want to have one all of this. It's so cool.
There's those could be down the basement. 10-foot tall. You can race of giants that existed. David Goliath's story.
It just seems like they wouldn't be gone. They wouldn't be next to Steve.
Unless in the cataclysm, like tricycle bacteria, there wasn't enough food.
Oh,
They died off, you know, because if you're that big, you eat a lot.
So you think they're going to way
died off. Yeah, I don't think we but I think, like, it is, there's so many stories, so many cultures have these stories, even the Bible, of raising giants. Like, it seems like it could just be big people.
right.
It seems like what they're talking about is something crazy.
I guess
Because
you're just yeah, that's weird. But you're just turning something that is real. This is like a drag. Most just get inspired by things that are around them. This weird things and things. And there's no fire.
Right. Probably crocodiles and shit.
Yeah, crocodiles. There are like cobras and stuff. They obviously surprise. So like there's like the predator. The medical team.
And people exaggerate.
Yeah, so it's that's what he's doing. It takes a lot of years of exaggerating for sure. The guy who fought 9 feet, right, 6'5", exactly. Yeah,
But also, when you're talking about raising these giants, you can also talk about like Iceland. Mormons like who were always win those fucking strongman competitions. Those guys, there's giants, flying like a mountain from Game of Thrones, like that kind of mountain. So you think about that, that's that size. There could have been a bunch of those around. And maybe that's what they were talking about giants. There could have been a specific race of humans, but they keep finding additional types of humans. Like they found Denisovans fairly recently, and then that other one that we brought up the other day, the big-headed people. That's fairly recently they've discovered that this is a completely different branch. That maybe, but here's they did find those. Like if archaeologists, like who would put the cap on that? If they found like a 10-foot human, like a gigantic, would they just say we're wrong, giants existed, or would they go?
That's the question. So
They might tell people that it's not outside the realm of possibility.
I would say
In that period. Can you imagine if you now imagine you're out in West Texas where we are hanging out with friends and somebody notices something in the ground, and you start digging, and you run a fireball that's this big, and you plop it down. What the fuck is that? And then you got a buddy who works at the university nearby who starts digging and says, hey, this is a fucking he pulls out a human foot that's size 38. You're like, what is going on, man? The experts are like, oh shit, this is a giant. And then they do DNA tests and find out it's a real actual creature.
I'm telling you.
Yeah, that like I told you, the scientists are one of those roads.
And for the longest, or I guess the tallest that people have ever found, they've ever found in China. It's supposed to be 400 years old. We're at about 16, 18 years old. The weird thing here is there's 3 drill holes found in the skull. Whoa. So it would be drill holes. How big was it?
Well, back then, I was probably fucking.
They said they found it. That's a job. They're calling it right. Well, so Chinese, they found it in the cold. Modern day, maybe they say it was 6'6", but taking their word for it, it would have been about 9'9".
Yeah, that's what I was thought. That's right. Right. Well, if you're back then, nobody had any food. The average man was probably like 5'4". So if you encounter something 6'6", some big jack guy, that is a giant. That's a giant. And also, you got to think, human beings, if they exist today, and they're 6'6", they have the potential to be that big back then. They just didn't get the food. But if you are in some very nutrient-rich environment,
Both those guys play for basketball.
that's nuts.
Let's go.
Yeah.
And they're smaller than like functionally do stuff.
Oh yeah, for sure. What's crazy is that the potential for that guy, the Yao guy, how tall is he? But that exists in the human genome, right? It's not like we engineered that like your dogs. That exists. So maybe back then, if you had a ton of food, you didn't have to worry about war. Like you just get breathing, growing, and nutrient-rich. Because the thing about people in the past, yeah, like the average size of a guy who fought the Civil War was 125 pounds or something crazy about that. Yeah, starving death. Starving and shooting people in muskets. Right? And all they give is food. You know, you give them protein and they grow them for size, which is really wild. Yeah. Because there's tons of people.
It's not like, I mean, it is phenomenal. Speaking of, there's one guy in the Civil War, 7'6", he would have stood out. Everything else was 5'8". Average
He was 7'6" in the Civil War. Holy shit.
Yeah,
But the thing about the stories in the Bible, though, it's like these are mystical giants. The Nephilim, you know. Look at this guy.
Experiences.
Oh, you might want to box that guy. But she knows. Yeah. I mean, she probably needed to do that big to take care of her. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, she can be out. She'll hold me down. I have to fight that lady to death. No shit. She's a big man. Big giant man. Fucking directly. Yeah, but the stories from the Bible and the stories from the dictate different. Like even the ancient Sumerian culture, like they had the depictions of the Anunnaki, the giant people. Yeah. What is that all about? Like, is that a story about a thing that used to be real, or is it bullshit? Because it seems like the more we uncover with ancient history, just like Troy and probably Atlantis, the more you realize like none of it's bullshit. It was just their version of trying to tell you the story.
Yeah.
You know, all this stuff about the Nephilim, the Anunnaki, and all this probably there's some sort of a story just parsing out what it really was after 1,000 years of people just telling it before somebody writes it down.
Yeah, that's I think it's more than alpha. So like such a long time. And it was probably exaggerated for the jump. They're just trying to tell us what creativity is. Right, we're always creative.
And always
lying, and always trying to exaggerate imagination, and ultimately to create some sort of album. Right. So I don't think any of was true. I think it was all just. I think it makes sense of how it all got created. Every culture has a version.
To me, it's like an echo retrieval. It's like there's an echo there. God, what was that? What was it all about? It's like there's an echo to a lot of it. A lot of ancient stories, a lot of religious stories too. Just like, man, I think something was going on. But I think this is an echo of this historical depiction of probably something really went down. The Noah Ark story. I think that's a historical, that's a depiction of that flood that we saw that wiped out the land.
I mean, that's part of the giant flood.
Yep.
And it's not the only one that depicts a massive flood, but yeah, pretty much every religion is that old has some sort of involvement flood.
I think when you apply that to all the other stories too, you should probably assume that it wasn't fiction. It might not be accurate because of all the factors you've already laid out, because of people, but it's probably the echoes of the first flood.
Well, the flood is yeah. So I do think that because that's part of algorithm is like taking something that is real and just making it almost a fairy tale algorithm, but like you still have because you're telling in that sense you're saving history, preserving history, but you're not doing it in the sense that we could as we do now dictate time and day and names.
Right.
So you're just saying well, this is that happened in our ancestors' time.
And if they figure this out, imagine if they figure out all these things thousands and thousands of years ago. Then you have the flood, the impacts, society has to rebuild, you tell me it's going over and over all this time. That would kind of account for a lot of things, for sure. And one of them would be that God created the universe in 6 days.
Yeah.
Because, like, what is the Big Bang? What is 6 days? What do you say? Like, what does that mean? Is it just a short amount of time? So we try to say, is it at least 72 virgins? You know, when they say 72 virgins in heaven, you don't really mean 72 virgins. It's like a fuckload.
Yes.
Wait a second. Like, when you say God created the universe in 6 days, like, maybe that means, maybe that's the Big Bang. Like, maybe you're literally talking about the birth of the universe in a very short period of time. Just short. If the universe is infinite, it's been around forever. What is, like, that quick burst? What is that?
I mean, that's
And
how
you're trying to recall that story.
right. Say, yeah, on this day this happened, this day that happened, and ultimately it's just day after day after day, and then 7 days rest.
Yeah, if you're trying to explain the birth of the universe that happened, that, like, people were talking about it for thousands of years, and started wrote it down on clay tablets thousands of years later. These are just the memories of some ancient knowledge where people really had reached a level of sophistication that we can only imagine. And they'll just right back to keeping.
That's what happened. Yeah, because like Greek mythology and all this mythology, it's like it actually, like it all happens. Starts with like there's darkness and then there's light. Yep. That's like a common theme in pretty much every religion, every mythology. There wasn't the darkness, then there was light. And if that's their version of the description of the Big Bang, we did. It just turned on a light.
But that's how you describe the Big Bang to some of us. No concept of something. Like, no idea what you're talking about. Atoms? What molecules? Subatomic particles?
Yeah. So you'd be like, yeah, imagine walking into a dark room with headlights and suddenly everything's that's the common meaning because they're already
Yeah. Well, I think the appeal of like a page like yours and the kind of that kind of things, like people always love to learn cool shit and interesting shit. Yeah. I get this interesting shit about the universe, UFOs, crazy people throughout history. The guy who wrote Outlaw Joseph Wells, all these shit.
I mean, the KKK is just not good. They are assholes.
It sucks.
Yeah, it is. They can't watch that movie, but you get separate community garden.
And then also there's a bunch of other influences. I'm sure when it works through that, it changed a bunch of things.
Yeah. No, people love learning. You should not make it easy. Yeah, school, I hated school, but I had a couple teachers who were interested. I love every day those classes. Every other class, fuck, I was trying to skip. I was trying to get out of it.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, right? It's like the enthusiasm of the teachers, or the competence of the teachers, so important.
It's like I had a teacher, Mr. Simmons, who's a high school history teacher, and every day we tell like a story kind of similar to that, like, or not every day, but every day before the big test. That's how I started off, like, clear your mind. It's like, don't worry about this test. Like, I'm gonna tell you something. And he had like voice. It was like the most fascinating shit ever. And I would just tell this story that had nothing to do with the test. It doesn't matter. Like, it's like, this is just interesting. Like, y'all would like this. It's fun. That's so important. I mean, that's, that guy like Rothschild, so like more, yeah.
It took until I was long out of school before I really started getting interested.
Yeah. I mean, later on, I didn't start really just tired so after school. Like I felt like all the way through college, got my degree, but I don't think I'm gonna make damn thing. I learned that college was a waste of time. That's
You learn how to get some student debt.
Yeah. That's all I.
But they'll tell you that that's the only way to go. It's just like, how do you know? We're in space.
Yeah.
This is crazy. The people in the 1900s figured it out forever. Get their fruit on. Are you fucking sure?
It's crazy.
Listen, brother, really fun talking to you.
Thanks, man.
Really appreciate you. Really fun. And now you know. Mind-blowing stories from history and pop culture. Kobe Tucker. Out now. Really fun talking to you, brother. Let's do it again sometime. All right. Thanks, sir. Thank you. Bye, buddy.
Before said surgery, Dr. Kelly, George Pickett. Tell me, hey man, I think the team at this hospital has the same
Good job. That's great.
Strike my day, Joe Rogan podcast my night. All day.
Thank you. This is my first time trying one of these energy drinks. Try it. How's it going? So this is part of the podcast where I try to talk you out of running a 250-mile race with a broken foot.
We're talking about my foot. This is the whole point of this was undeniable.
Well, you'll definitely be undeniable. You're at 250 miles with a broken foot.
Yeah, it's
Why do you do that? It seems like not a good idea. What am I, the doctor?
okay. So real talk. Let's just break it down. So if I was a professional athlete in my prime, right, it would obviously make sense to stay at home. You get surgery, my foot's broke, I can't perform, whatever. But since we know how old I am, almost 60, it's like there's no guarantees. I'm like, if I can fight this off and still whatever, still perform, then I'm gonna do that. I can't afford to play the long game. Can I?
Fix your foot. It's like, I don't understand. Like, this is what I've always said with people with jiu-jitsu injuries, because I've had a bunch of surgeries. Just fix it. Just do it. Because a day, be a week, be a month, it'll happen so quick. Before you know it, it'll be 6 months, you're back in the gym. Just do it. That's what I always tell everybody. Just fix it.
Yeah.
I just bite the bullet, get the certain, like, there's certain things I don't think you should get surgery for. Because there's things that you can rehabilitate. There's sort of some doctors do. I want to be real careful with this because a lot of doctors are very cautious about what surgery. But there's some doctors that are just a little too excited to cut people open and stitch it back together. That's how they make their money. That's how they make their money. And famously, I've talked about it too many times. But people have heard stories. My doctor told me for sure you're going to need shoulder surgery. You're going to have to get some shoulder surgery. It's just a matter of when, and if you put it off, it'll probably get worse. I have zero problem with my shoulder. I got stem cells in it from Roddy McGee in Vegas.
Yeah.
Went back in 6 months. It's like it tears me. So I could have gone under the knife, and maybe he would have done a great job at fixing it. Apparently, he did the Lakers and a bunch of pro athletes. But they don't entertain the possibility that there's other ways to fix it. But when it comes to broken bones and torn ligaments, like if your ligaments, like I have a bunch of friends who have ACL tears, complete ACL tears, no ACL, but they still do jiu-jitsu. I'm like, dude, you're just grinding up your business. The shit that you're gonna need for the rest of your life. Take it from me, a 57-year-old man who loves jiu-jitsu. You can't do that. You need that stuff. Like that stuff's gonna go away, and then it'll be falling on bones, and you're gonna be like inactive. Theoretically. Just get it fixed. I always say, just get it fixed. Get it fixed. Before you know it, it'll be fixed.
Yeah, but I keep thinking about it. So if I would have done it, so I broke it last June, but all the things I did from last June to now, I've got accomplished. Still got it done. Made it happen. Yeah, it hasn't
Okay,
been
don't fix it ever. Just live with a broken foot forever. That's retarded. It doesn't make sense. It makes zero sense.
reverse psychology. But yeah, no, don't do it.
Chop right the other one too, so it balances out. That's the problem. Is that you only have one broken foot. Just take a hammer to your right foot or your left foot, and then you'll have no problem.
Well, we'll know.
But I'm sure you're gonna get through it. The positive thing through it. It's just like why you limit yourself.
Next Monday at 5 a.m. doing 50 miles.
Which one is that? What's the race called?
Mark said go. Cocodona 250.
Where is it? It's an elevation.
It's Arizona, so it goes from I think, Black Canyon City to Flagstaff.
Is it flat the whole way? Or is it
40,000.
oh,
40,000. 30,000. A lot of climbing.
just a tiny amount? Oh, look, fucking mountains.
Yeah, there's lots of mountains. Exactly. But yeah,
Bro, that's so ridiculous. That's so ridiculous. You're gonna do that with a broken foot. So after you did that, here's the next line. Well, if I do 250 miles, I can make it through. And then, yeah,
I just did it with a broken foot.
I know, that's what I'm saying. You're not gonna fix it. You're not gonna fix it.
But, well, if I get back to the corner and I can't walk,
Oh boy. But then the problem is with the permanent damage. Like, didn't you say your hamstring's bothering you now?
yes. But yeah,
You gotta run 250 miles with a fucked up hamstring. That's not gonna fuck it up worse.
this is supposed to be feel good discussion. I thought friends, BSing, right? Everybody has a good time here. The most influential man in the world, Time Magazine.
No, make it Marcus.
How if it's most influential, there should be there's no debate. Nobody's even in the same categories.
I try not to. It's a little complicated. I really should. I don't think hard enough about the consequences.
Oh, you say that all the time, but man, you have so many good conversations. It's like it's definitely changed. Here's just crazy is, mainstream media with all the money that's after trying to pay or whatever. It's like that was their thing. Now it feels like that money's coming to the podcast realm because of you. I mean, you've shown the power of podcasts, and I think all the podcast hosts are benefiting from it.
Well, I think we are all benefiting from all of our work. To me, I'm just doing it longer than most. But there's guys like cool, a few other guys that have been doing it longer than me. It's just the podcasting is just better because there's less people involved. It's really that simple. The problem with stuff like Fox News and CNN is there's too many people involved and too many interests, right? You have the interest of the network, you have the interest of the censors, you have a bunch of people that don't want you talking about certain things or want you talking about certain other things. Like they want you to push certain narratives. There's too many people. And so it feels curated. And so when you're listening, it doesn't resonate. When you listen to two people just shoot the shit, you're like, oh, I know what that's like. Like that's like if someone came over your house and started talking like a CNN anchor, he's like, what the fuck is this guy doing in my house? Get him out of here. I can't relax. I'm trying to have a glass of wine. What we've learned today is that climate change is the most important thing. You'd be like, oh god, that's bad. What are you saying?
So Douglas Murray is going to come over to my house. It sounds like
Yeah, I mean, it's just, there's people that are professional talking heads. Like there's people that are professional sportscasters. They talk like a sportscaster voice, like Howard Cosell,
radio DJ voice.
Radio DJ voice. Yeah, exactly. Top 40 DJ voice. Like they're all the same. Come up there, it's all right. Like that kind of weird thing that they do. where you're used to it, it sounds professional, but it doesn't resonate with you, so it doesn't seem normal. When you hear people, whether it's you or me or Theo Vaughn or Andrew Schultz or whoever it is that's in the podcast, they're just people talking, normal people talking to people, and that's what people want. And if a normal person can talk to scientists, and it's like, but how does that work? Why is it? What causes this? What can I do to make this happen? What's the best way to start your day? And that kind of shit. Like, then it makes sense to the people. If you hear some fucking weirdo that's talking in a way that doesn't make any sense, and won't bring up certain subjects and has guardrails, won't use certain language, it doesn't make sense. So it doesn't work as well. And also, like, they don't trust those people. Like, if I tell you, oh, this coffee drink is good, I'm not lying. I wouldn't lie. I was like, what the fuck is this? And I tried it. I was like, bro, we would call it up right now. We call them what's people fucking drink. Mango tastes like ass. Yeah. But I tell them, but it wouldn't. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know all their shit is great. Their coffee's great. Everything's great. It's like everything, all the ads we have. Like, I had a call yesterday on this conference calls that I have where I gotta go, no, not that one. No, we can't do that. It was like different ads. Like, what is it? No. Like, I just, something that sounds like wrong to me. I'm not interested. That might be a scam. This might be horse shit. What's the studies on this? Is it real? Like, what do we know? No. Like, oh, or yes. Oh, yeah, I use that all the time. Let's do that. That's good. That's a solid company. That's best. It's great.
Yeah, I wonder if, I don't even know how to word it, but people are so used to, like, the fake stuff. Like, even if somebody says, if you talk about being transgender, say, oh, well, this boy, oh, you girl, whatever, it's like you're almost programmed to be like, oh, okay.
Yeah, you're programmed to not have an opinion.
Right. And so, and because normal, as guys, we talk about radio DJ voice or fake or whatever, like that's not how people talk. But guys can be around a certain group of people, and there'll be like one guy and be like, that guy seemed off.
Yes.
And what the fuck's wrong with that guy? Right. And that's like your group. That's like a subtle little thing. That's not like the things we're talking about, the big things. That's like these guys have this radar, and you're just like, who the fuck is this guy? Right. But, and then you go to the complete other realm where it's so preposterous, and we're supposed to be like, oh, okay.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
I actually heard a psychologist discussing this, and he said that there's an issue with talking about things publicly, especially with social media, because there's so much backlash on social media whenever you get any hot button topic. Immigration, politics, anything that's like a real hotly contended topic. People will say things just so they don't get attacked, and they distort their opinions based on how much they think they're going to get attacked. So all that social media stuff is super effective. People attacking people is super effective for people to like, this is how transgender people in sports got through. The only way it got through is because people were calling people bitches. Yeah. Every fucking parent who's not a complete psychopath doesn't want their daughter wrestling with some boy who thinks he's a girl. That's crazy. Playing rugby with some boy who thinks he's a girl. That's crazy. How about 6'6", 50-year-old man who identifies as being 17-year-old girl? That's fucking crazy. But you can't say that's crazy, or your feed will be bombarded with a bunch of sociopaths attacking you for being transphobic.
Or Instagram will be like, okay, that's what we don't like that opinion.
I think Instagram is doing less of that now, allegedly. I know X is not interested in that at all. They're not suppressing that shit at all. You can talk all the shit you want about trans people in sports now, because the reality is the general population. Go for it. Have fun. I'm a freedom person, right? And I believe America is the land of the free. That includes doing dumb shit. That includes things that I don't agree with, but don't hurt me or anybody else. Go out for it, right? But as soon as you start doing things like entering into women's bathrooms, entering into women's locker rooms, and all you have to do is just say you're a guy. Now we're in Crazy Town. And if I can't say we're in Crazy Town, that's how all that stuff got through. Because Twitter was complete nonsense. It was just a psyop. The whole thing was just a psyop. We all owe Elon Musk a huge debt. When he bought Twitter, he changed the conversations in the country. Because all of a sudden, people were free. You can say what you want. You were free to say whatever you want.
Yeah.
Before, you couldn't say anything bad about Biden or the liberals or COVID vaccines or any of that. You would be banned. You'd be banned.
Yeah, that's, that Elon kind of doing what he's done, and has definitely changed the world, right? It has, and how much credit does he deserve? Because he did not have to do that. I mean, he has more money than anybody. Why would he put himself out there like that, other than to make a positive change for humanity?
Well, in talking with him both publicly and privately, he was genuinely concerned that we were losing free speech. He was genuinely concerned that it was being hijacked. It was being hijacked under the guise of safety. Like we have to protect people, we have to protect marginalized people, like marginalized male perverts who want to wear dresses and pretend that they're a girl. Literally.
Right.
And that's dangerous with that, but it's also dangerous with everything else. It's also dangerous, like, if you're a person who's a progressive person who believes in gay rights or anything, welfare, or universal basic, whatever it is, imagine living in a world where there's no free speech, but the Republicans are in control, or like super religious conservative people are in control, or Muslims are in control. Let's imagine, like, the Muslim population in this country is expanding all the time. They've got Muslim-run cities now. They've called to prayer in certain cities in this country. Imagine that goes everywhere. They're in control of social media, and they institute Sharia law on social media, and they want to throw gay people off the roof. This is where it goes. Like, you gotta leave people the fuck alone. You gotta let them say whatever they want to say. If you don't agree with them, don't follow them, or opinion on you. Right? Really, that's what America's supposed to be. For 4 fucking years. During the Biden administration, the FBI was involved in Twitter. The government intelligence agencies were involved in Twitter. They were telling people to take down true information, and they were getting them to do it. They were doing it. How crazy is that? Crazy. People should be up in arms that took place. Like the Hunter Biden laptop thing, you should be freaking out. How do they get 51 former intelligence agencies to sign off on something they knew was a lie? That's crazy.
Yeah.
And she did it right for our face.
And no repercussions. It's not good. How does that happen? But then also, how's there going to be repercussions? Well, what's really hilarious now is all these grilled, like even like literally just grilling these politicians. Like, did you know Biden was out of time? Right? Like, how did you know? Like Elizabeth Warren was like, he was sharp as a tack. Oh, he was getting up for meetings. Like, I heard that. Like, Joe Scarborough. Yeah, he's like, this is the best version of Biden. Yes. You should be literally in jail. Such a liar. You almost like shifted the whole message. Biden stayed in. They lied about that, and he's literally like a zombie for 4 more years. And whoever the hell was running the country for the last 4 years just continues to run it, and then they just tighten up even further and cut down. Mark Andreessen was telling me about banking, which I didn't know existed, where people that had certain political donations and political persuasions, they would take their banking. They did no crime. They just say, you can't bank here. You go find another bank. And there's only like a few banks. So they're all owned by giant mega corporations. Like, what the fuck are you doing? Well, it's no different. That kind of reminds me of what happened in Canada with the truckers. The influencer makes me more people who donate to them. Yeah, people who donate to them because of how insane it is. And then that same party just went in. Good job, Canada. They didn't have to be fair. I would never.
ended up saying, I offered to have that Pierre guy on the podcast. So I didn't do it. Wouldn't do it. Thought it was too problematic. Or whatever. Jordan told me, I forget what he said. But they were telling him not to do it. That his eyes were telling him not to do it.
But like, hey, if they can't talk to you and have a conversation hold up, it's not, you're not attacking people. This is like a safe, the friend zone type thing. It's like, no, we're talking about compliment, saying, just want to get to know her. Just want to talk to her.
100%. I said, if there's certain things they didn't want to talk about, I don't need to talk about it. Yeah, I don't care. I'm like, I've talked to you about fucking AI.
I've never been like, I'm
I'm not I don't want to hurt you guys. If I disagree with someone, I just say I disagree with them. I don't attack people. As I've gotten older and wiser in life, I want less conflict. I mean, sometimes you have to be able to disagree in a way that's forceful, but I don't want, I've never insulted or attacked people, right? And especially this peer pulling that guy, because I don't know how to say it. How do you say it?
Appreciation.
It's weird to say it. I would just ask him questions like, what's wrong? What's wrong? How did this happen? Why did it go this way? What can be done to reverse some of these things that we put into place? Like, how did you feel about this? What would you have done differently?
Yeah,
it's simple stuff.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's politics,
Right.
You know?
It'd be interesting. Yeah, I'd love to hear
It
it.
would have been fun. But people are just, and this is also why the attacking of people on social media is effective. Like the same thing that keeps people from saying things because they're worried that they're going to be attacked also keeps people from talking to certain people because they're worried about who they're being attacked. You know, they'll try to, like, this is one of the things that I felt like Douglas Murray was doing when he was on the podcast, was like trying to gatekeep who I have on. Like, why would you have this person on? Why would you he never listen to that guy, Daryl Cooper's podcast. Like, I would tell everybody, forget about the politics stuff. Listen to his stuff on Guyana. Listen to his stuff on Jim Jones. The Jim Jones series. This is hours. Fucking incredible.
Doesn't he do like hours and hours sessions? Yeah.
Fear and Loathing in New Jerusalem is something like 30 hours long. Insane stuff. But he's a really thoughtful person and delves into all the areas. Let's look at this from the perspective of the people who are in the cult. Look at it from Jim Jones's perspective. Look at it from the nation of Guyana, where he lives there with his fucking cult that kills everybody with Kool-Aid. I'm not drinking this Kool-Aid thing. It's like a dark and name. It's like some fake Kool-Aid. You know what they call it? Just, you want to say drink Kool-Aid, but actually Kool-Aid. I'm pretty sure it wasn't Kool-Aid. It was something else. Some cheap. Too expensive to kill everybody with top shelf Kool-Aid. That's a lot of sugar. That's good. Everyone used to make Kool-Aid, and like, it was like a cup of sugar. Oh yeah. You throw that stuff in there. Bert Kreischer drinks that all day long. It's like a 64-ounce jug of Kool-Aid.
He was shredded.
He was
more shredded than he is now.
Yes. Yeah, but he's real good.
Hell yeah.
I was just talking to him. Flavor.
Might have been from cheaper. Yeah. So that was from Costco.
Yeah, you got to involve flavor. There it is.
We don't sponsorship.
Yeah. What's it say?
Your Oh, that's a Archer?
Yeah, that's
Oh, it's oh, there it goes. Oh, there it goes. Yeah, flavor. Okay. More killed everybody with flavor. Fucking worst way to go. Feeling your body just getting destroyed from the inside out for some jackass who's on meth. It's a crazy podcast. But this is my point. Like, what they're trying to do is keep these heterodox opinions, keep people that are like outside of the circle of expertise from talking about things. Even if they read like, Cooper's read like hundreds of books. The guy's like a fucking consummate reader. You might disagree with him on something. That's fine. That should be okay. It should be okay to disagree with stuff.
Yeah. And also, what is money? I mean, what is money?
Yeah.
So you said he did all this research. Douglas Murray has a problem with, I don't know who, but how is that different from going to school?
Right.
I mean,
It's no different. I I mean, there are experts that stop learning the moment they get through. And that's, and it's a real problem. It's a real problem in medicine. You know, I had an argument with Brian County years ago because his doctor was telling him, you don't need supplements. You just need a balanced diet. That's what his doctor was saying. Your doctor looks like shit. Like, what are you talking? Your doctor's fat. He's got a big pot belly. He's got a big doughy face. Oh, he can't run around the block. Shut the fuck up. Don't listen to that guy. There's plenty of peer-reviewed papers that talk about the efficacy of vitamins. It's super beneficial for you. This is crazy talk. Just appeal to experts. Just because you have a degree, you're not always right. You're wrong all the time.
Yeah, that was pretty disappointing because I thought that was one I liked listening to him. I thought he was super smart. Obviously, he was sounding so good. Yeah, I had seen that. But then on that one, I think I told you, it's like, or I texted you something about, man, he seemed pompous. It's like, that seemed like that took a big, for me, it was a loss for him.
Well, he used tactics rather than facts. So the tactic was to appeal to experts like that, and it was also saying that the coverage was imbalanced because it didn't have enough people that were pro-Israel. I thought about it afterwards. I had quite a few. There was Jordan, Ben Shapiro, there was Coleman Hughes, there's been quite a few people that are pro-Israel. Not even that people are anti-Israel, I just don't want to watch people get blown or that seems pretty reasonable. But instead of debating how this is done and what is being done militarily, it all became about like who are the experts, what are the things that should be discussed and should be balanced, and do you have an obligation? That's not what we're here for. What we're here for is to get down to business. So what he's doing is like putting you on the defensive right away. Yeah, which is like I recognized. I'm like, okay,
no, you were perfect. You were perfect. The perfect person to handle that because most people, when they start getting attacked, you get defensive, you attack back. Right? It just changes the whole dynamic of the conversation. But you stay pretty neutral on that.
It's a trap.
Yeah,
it's a trap. It's like, you know, when someone gets in your face and you start yelling, and fighting, or you know, kind of like start yelling.
Yeah,
and then maybe I won't
usually what happens.
Yeah, then maybe I won't be paying attention to your hands, or your shoulder.
Yeah, see, that's a tactic. That's a fighting tactic. 100%. He had the same tactic, but not for fighting, but conversation.
Yeah, it's a tactic, you know. And then the thing of asking Dave, never been like to dismiss instead of having a debate of issues, like, and this idea that expert, like Douglas Smart, I love you. I think he's a brilliant man. He's got a degree, excuse me, he's got a degree in bachelor's. He's not an expert. Unless we're talking about Shakespeare, it's like you're not an expert. You know what I mean? I don't have a degree in it. I have 0 degrees in it. But there's certain things that I'm an expert in. You want to talk about martial arts? I'm a martial arts expert. Like, if you disagree with me, you have to be like, in order for me to have a conversation with someone where they disagree with me about one, they have to be so much better. They have to be like borderline. You know, like, but I don't disagree with Gordon on anything. For him, like, that's a real expert. Yeah, that's a real expert. I would just ask questions like, what do you do in this situation? What's the benefit of this versus that? And so you talk about it. These political issues, they're such a third grade, such a fucking dangerous subject that people have like a group that they belong with, and then that group will support them if they go out and say these ideas, and then the other people have another group, and then this person's a representative of one group, and they want to duke it out with any reasonable person would look at Gaza and go, this seems kind of excessive. This seems kind of fucking crazy. It seems kind of crazy. 70,000 people or whatever it is are dead. This is the only way to do it. Really, any reasonable person that doesn't make you anti-Semitic, it doesn't make you anti-Zionist, doesn't make you anything. It doesn't make you pro-Hamas. Like, no, it's pro-human. Yeah, human beings.
I don't think humans should be murdered.
Yeah, just like that sounds so reasonable. But the thing is, like, we never got into that because the conversation. Tactically, he entered into the conversation as, you know, because he doesn't have really defensive position. It's very hard to say. Yeah, so what do you say? You say you better experts, you should be talking to this person, you should be doing this, you should go there. Like, why don't you do this? You've never been there, you should go there.
You're not even going to Brazil for another UFC fight.
Yeah, exactly. I don't go to Canada. Like,
Not traveling out of the country. Yeah.
It's like, it's not what I'm interested in doing. I don't.
Well, what's crazy is, so he had that take, and unless you're an expert or educated, you shouldn't have to feel that shows opinion. But he had the opposite take before.
Oh yeah, which is hilarious. It's a video of him arguing.
Completely opposite. So that, I asked you about this, not with him, but I asked you, do you think there's like government finance? Because it's like, if somebody, I'm not saying, I'm saying this in general, if somebody changes their position so, I don't know.
It's hard to know.
But who got to him, and why did this happen? Because then I look at Power Podcasts, and I see these podcasts, it's like how this podcast get every guest you could ever want and rise to the top in a heartbeat. You know how it normally works. It works like decades, right, to get to the top. So I'm thinking, how did this happen?
Well, some people are really good, and they can be really good right out of that. Right off the bat, they can be, better at it, and then they get good, and then once it gets to the top 20 or whatever, then they can be good guests. Because when it comes to sometimes, I don't know. I wonder what would happen if I started a podcast today. There was all the podcasts that were out right now, and I had never done a podcast. And I started today and did exactly how long would it take before it kicks up? I don't know. I would suck though. That would be a problem. I would suck at everybody for watching. Because I suck when nobody was watching, and I got better at it. I figured out how to do it. But as far as like Douglas, I don't know if anybody got to him, or whether or not the group that he associates with thinks this way. I don't necessarily put it inside. It might be that he has financial ties towards certain things. Like certain. He speaks at certain places, he sells certain books, he knows how he's selling them. Or it might be just that's how he thinks about things too. Sometimes people always think like, oh, somebody got to him. That's just how he thinks. Yeah, somebody has to think that way. Otherwise, that wouldn't be an opinion that's out there in the zeitgeist.
Normally, people don't switch 180 degrees on themselves.
Especially like that.
Yeah,
That's true. That's true.
Because if he's educated on things, if he's been around, if he's a smart, wise person, you form this opinion based on that. You don't go 180 degrees the other way and change the complete opposite take.
Right. Unless
it wasn't like you were just a kid and you didn't know, and now all of a sudden you're an adult. Like, I can't believe I used to say that. He was an adult the whole time.
Right.
So how?
It's you definitely can get suspicious for sure. But I hear suspicious. I hear people say that about me too, which is hilarious.
But I said,
I've like seen it.
I know,
I've heard all that.
decades, dude. You could do this on G, OG. That's how it works.
I think for sure people do get influenced, but I think people also allow themselves to get influenced because they have a financial interest in keeping a certain opinion because they know that the group that they belong to has that certain opinion. There's that. But the real problem with doing what it did was it diminishes the public. Like if you really want to do that kind of a debate, if you really want to use those kind of tactics rather than the discussion of the issue, but that kind of stuff diminishes you up because everybody knows what you're doing.
Yeah.
Instead of just having a conversation, anybody with an opinion I value.
Right.
Because if you understand conversations, you understand that this is not, you're not really engaging with the ideas, you're deciding whether or not the person should have these ideas or be able to be like you can't have an opinion. At least you encourage it. Like now I virtuous. I've been I'm elevated. I'm better than you are diminished. You haven't been there.
Yeah.
Your opinion is basically
Yeah.
and then it gets to this weird place where it's like who's allowed to talk about what?
That's what it just, the change was so abrupt. It's so opposite. I was just like, because you could think if somebody was, okay, here's an example. I had somebody offer me today, not today, yesterday, if I would wear their hat, $5,000. So,
bunch of dicks on it.
They're just a brand. But so, point is, there's value in the dude. So if somebody says, well, your voice is powerful and you can reach so many people or this many people listen to you, so if it's a political party or a movement and they have this guy pay you this much to push this point.
It's possible. It's also possible that he views a guy like Dave Smith as sort of a dangerous upstart. Dave Smith has incredible recall and he's very well read. He's a consummate consumer of information, and he's always reading books on the different wars and foreign policy. He's really in it. The way he explains it to me is like, it's almost like he really calls it saying, he's like, yeah, but I can talk to you about a fight that happened 10 years ago and you tell me exactly how it went down. Like, that's all it is. Just this is what I'm into, right? It's just like, it's not, I'm not studying it for any other reason other than I'm fascinated by human conflicts, like global conflicts. And so when a guy like that is rising, you want to try to diminish his impact if he disagrees with your perspective. Like if you see someone,
But not everybody's one to diminish that. Not everybody. That's a certain type of person.
yeah, but he's also a certain type of person that kind of existed in both traditional media and alternative media. I mean, he always did my podcast, and he's written some great books, like The Strange Death of Europe. He's very good, and proving to be very accurate. If you look at like what's happening with mass migration, like he was calling this a long time ago, saying racist, and he was being called terrible names, racist, Islamophobic, all these different things, and it turns out he was right. I mean, what Conor McGregor's talking about in Ireland now, and a lot of other Irish people are talking about, what people were talking about in the UK, he was right. Like you're changing your culture, and you're doing it. You're not having people move there that are assimilating and becoming British. You're having people that are coming there trying to change the right. And that's all I'm saying. And so I agree with him on a lot of things, but I think that's how life is. You agree with people on some things, you disagree with them on other things. And this is supposed to be how most people view and basically everything's life. There's going to be things that you agree with. I have a lot of friends that disagree with me on certain things. That should be fine. Yeah, that should be normal. But for some people, it's not. For some people, it's not allowed. They live in this sort of debate culture. And some people, they do debates. One of the first things they do is they insult the people they're debating with. Ad hominem attacks. Trying to get you on the defense.
It's like a tactic of type of mainstream media, like those interview type shows where you only have a certain amount of time, right? So they have to get right to it. Yeah. Whereas that's not the case with the right.
Also, I value perspective. I value someone who can look at things and go, yeah, like clearly the devastation is horrible. Clearly it's horrible. Clearly there's something. I've seen people say, I don't want to say, I've seen people say there are no innocent Palestinians in Gaza. I've seen that. That's a crazy thing to say. That's a crazy thing to say. Especially in a place that's controlled by essentially terrorist groups. That's crazy. What do you think Chicago would look like? How do you think people would behave if Chicago was controlled by terrorism? Do you think people would be free to speak out against them? Is that the problem? They're not speaking out against them, so they should get bombed. That's crazy. If you have a wife, a child, barely getting by, barely with a plate of food, but you're really going to be out in the streets protesting against this fucking terrorist group with machine guns and billions of dollars they've got from USAID? Yeah. You listen. You're not expressing yourself freely, so how do we even know what you're doing?
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, it's just, all of it, just a changing landscape of media. It's just, it just gets you thinking about, like, these voices. And, and Douglas brought it up, and that discussion was interesting, but all that I remember from it is, like, how much he changed his perspective.
Well, I think he's still a brilliant guy, and I would still talk to him and listen to him about a lot of things. But I think having conversations like that, communicating like that, diminishes your appeal. or diminishes whether or not it diminishes the overall impact of your mind on other people. Because I know you think goofy this way. I know you communicate goofy this way. And as soon as I know that, yeah, no, I have to put this through this filter now when you say things. Yeah, please, a bunch of goofy shit about it, which is fine. Which is fine. I'm sure people do that with me too. It's normal. But I think for someone who's a public intellectual, that becomes a problem. Where everyone who's really paying attention knows you're using tactics rather than actually just debating the issues and just talking through. Yeah. But it's like the thing is like who's talking. Everybody's talking. The whole world's talking, but people talk.
Yeah, it's a crazy time for sure. But yeah, you know what I was thinking? I don't know.
Oh, that's crazy. You should get it. So I'm giving up.
I should be able to vote. I really should.
Yeah, you're allowed to vote.
Oh, I get it.
Yeah, I'm practicing.
It's the best. Yeah,
Best way.
yeah.
There's no better way to get home.
Have you shoot?
Yeah, shot this morning.
Did you?
Unfortunately, because we spent so much time at waste. Well, I got helping. Yeah, we get stem cells today. And what's the mask? Infusion, the lung stuff.
Yeah, that was stem cell nebulizer basically.
Yeah, so you breathe it in. So you breathe in like fake stem cells.
Hey, all I know, and I said this when I was there, but I did that last time. And then I ran a 5-mile race with an 8K, but my fastest 5 miles I've ever run at 57. So it's like, I don't know what it did. It did hurt. It did hurt me, obviously.
Well, they've done so many crazy things with me that I, when they say something is really great, you should try it. Like, okay. So I put the mask on. We're sitting there with you. We're talking about Rocky Marciano. I got into these old videos on YouTube of training. And I got into this one video they sent you about Rocky Marciano and how insane his training was. And it was 7 days a week. He would spar sometimes 30, 40 rounds in a day. He would run 10 miles in the morning and then 5 more miles at night. And then he would swim 2 miles in the lake. He would swim across the lake and then back. And then he would get up in the morning and do it all over again. And he never took days off.
No, and another thing, he was like focused on recovery and sleep.
Yep.
Like he would be in bed like at 9, I think he said every night. He'd get his sleep in, but worked so hard. And why do we love stories like that?
Yeah.
But
It's impossible. It's possible, but it's impossible for most. It's like it requires a mind that is just fortified through this strange hardness. It's just different than everyone else's.
But why would, okay, so he retired at 49 now. Yeah. Heavyweight. Everybody knows that can fight. Not everybody in the world, obviously. Died a while ago.
By the way, small heavyweight. We're talking about that too. I think in his prime was 190 pounds. Or 100 pounds. Something crazy. What did Rocky Marciano I think he was 5'10". He weighed like 189 pounds, which is insane.
Yeah.
Like 188. That's so crazy. So he weighed 12 pounds less than me. Think about that. He weighs 12. He's 2 inches taller than me and a little more. And then he weighs 12 pounds less. He fought Joe Lewis, but Joe Lewis was way past his prime and flatlined him. It was a scary fight. That's so crazy that he was only 180 pounds. He was the heavyweight champion. Granted, it's a different world.
Yeah, different era.
Like
There's no Tyson Fury.
yeah, there's no Mike Tyson.
Right.
Like, everybody thought Rocky Marciano. Rocky Marciano was great. Mike Tyson went through him like a fucking train or a block of shit. Yeah. But it's a different world. Rocky Marciano, as heavy as he was, 192. About 7 boxers who weighed more than 200 pounds. But people weren't that big back then. Sonny Liston was. Sonny Liston.
Yeah, so he had 20 pounds. Bigger than Rocky.
Yes. Well, Mike Tyson wasn't that big in his prime, but his prime was like 215, 220, you know, and 5'10 or 5'11 as well. It wasn't very big.
He was born. See that?
No, I think that's what God.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say he can't be younger than us.
No. Like he's average.
All right. I do feel old, but it's not that old.
Find Rocky Marciano KO's Joe Louis. That was brutal because, you know, back then when you were 38 or whatever, Joe Louis was fought, you were really 38. No nutrition, but, you know, also lifetime of fighting. Probably needed the money, which is why he took the fight. It's not like Joe Louis that knocked out Max Schmeling in the height of the war. It was this is Joe Louis, but he's just balding through a big bald spot back. It's like, it's sad.
Yeah.
Rocky Marciano just balls. Just what's crazy.
How did George Foreman reinvent himself when he was older?
The thing is, like, one thing we did see in this fight was the technical brilliance of Joe Louis, especially early in the fight. Like, if they had fought in their prime, I think Louis would have fucked him up. That's my opinion. He was taller, but he also had incredible power. How old was the last guy who won his fight? And he was doing really well for a while. But the thing about Marciano was he was not the most talented, but he did not get fucking tired, and he hit like a truck. He hit like a truck, and he was just a fucking animal. He just plowed forward. He never ran out of gas. Like, this is not like a technically skilled boxing match. He would just maul guys. He would just bob and weave, and this is the end. At the end, Joe Louis goes to the ropes. It's sad. It's sad.
Yeah.
It's sad. That's how old was Joe Louis when he fought Rocky Marciano? He looked pretty good though, up until like Rocky started catching him. But this is how a lot of Rocky's fights would go. Even his last fight, which was against Archie Moore, I think. He got dropped in that fight. He got up and just eventually pounded him and beat him down and kicked him. Yeah, but he was just so fucking tough. Like, what he would do to himself was nothing compared to whatever was going to happen inside that ring.
Right. So that was going to be my point. So he had all the success, retired undefeated.
Pretty young too.
People knew him.
He was 30. 37. Okay, that's how old Poetan is right now. Okay, that's how old Alex Pereira is right now.
Right.
That's crazy. So 37 back then was like, he was old.
Oh yeah. So much older. But yeah, so when you look at Rocky's success, why even seeing that, and there's fighters out there, why would they emulate his style, his training, why if that's what you do, you want the same type of success, why are you letting somebody outwork you?
Yeah, it's not that simple. It's like, first of all, you're not as exposed to people like that. Unless you train with them. Yeah, there's no YouTube videos. There's no, you might hear things. You know, if you hear things like Eric Rocky's training 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, don't sleep, don't eat, rob me. You hear stories like that. You're like, fucking, that's Rocky's training. Yeah. Well, you know, that. You hear exaggerations. You always hear exaggerations.
But I would want to believe this. If I didn't Tyson used to say that? That's why he got up at 5 in the morning.
Yes. Well, Tyson did train.
Yeah.
You know who else trained like that? Forever? Marvin Hagler.
Oh, I just
Marvin Hagler trained like a fucking warrior. Right. He used to train on the sand dunes in Cape Cod, in the middle of the winter, and he would just be running, screaming, war, just throwing punches and running combat boots. He was an animal. Just smart. He would go to this province town and no fucking phones. He would tell his wife and family, "I'm gone. I don't exist. I'm gone." For 2 months, he would just vanish. And every day would be the same thing. He would spar a lot. Hagler was sparring 100 rounds a week. So he was sparring 20 rounds a day for 5 days in a row. So, and he would bring in fresh sparring partners too. It's not like one guy that's beaten up for 20 rounds. No, he would rotate 5 different sparring partners. So they would all come in 4 rounds of that. Perhaps. I don't know. I mean, I don't know exactly. It could be all had unbelievable training sessions. And, that was one of the things that was so apparent, like with his endurance and their discipline was like second to none. They were like, no girlfriends, no phones, no bullshit, no video games. Fuck you. We train. Yeah. And, recover, train. Eat, recover, train. And want to really be a champion, this is how you have to work. This is how it is. Makachev is so good. He was so good. Those guys disciplined.
So if I think about it, we love stories like that. We love all the sparring, but it's not going to lead to a long last.
No.
I mean, but is that the price to be Rocky Marciano or to be past retired, whatever he was, 32 or whatever? It's like, is that what it takes? Probably to be icon, to be legends.
And you give up something to get something. Like,
I don't give up life.
Yeah, I don't think you can completely balance it and be the best ever. But, it depends on how you're doing it. Like, the thing that's so brilliant about Floyd Mayweather is that if you look at his career, he might have been really hit hard 4 or 5 times. Yeah. And his whole career, which is insane. I mean, he really is only, that's hybrid. In the snow, screaming war. That's the best.
Yeah, but so why do you love stories like this?
Well, for me, when I was a kid, Hagler was the main.
Yeah.
When I was in high school,
But we still love them now. I love like that cookie sandwich.
oh yeah,
Or this.
this club is the same web YouTube website. It's Boxing Live, the YouTube channel. So really good channel. But Hagler's discipline was just, it was so admirable. Like, he didn't have to go to fucking Cape Cod in the middle of the winter.
Right.
He did it because he wanted to be separate. He wanted to live a smart life. Look, he would run backwards, throw punches. And I think that's Goody or Pat, the Petronelli brothers, were the guys who trained him. So, like, this is his workout. 6-mile runs, steep hills, running backwards, breakfast, rest, watch TV, film, late lunch, boxing training, strength conditioning, dinner, watch film, and sleep. Repeat, rinse, do it again, day after day after day. That's it. Yeah, he was. My favorite fight with him was his John the Beast Mugabe. And everybody points to the Hearns fight where he beat the shit out of Hearns and KO'd him. Incredible knockout for sure. One of the best boxing matches. One of the most entertaining world championship fights of all time. But for me, it was Mugabe. Because Mugabe was uniquely talented. Mugabe had insane power. I remember I was at a boxing gym in Massachusetts at the time Mugabe was about to fight Hagler, and when Mugabe was coming up. And they were telling me stories about Mugabe fighting guys they never fought again. They had brain damage. I don't know how to get boxing gym talk. It's hard to know. Yeah. But I remember being a kid listening to this guy. Like, he hit that hard. Mugabe was flat. See if you can find John Mugabe. Who did he KO? He KO Terry Morris. No, that was later. Who did John Mugabe fight that he knocked out? Let's see. Let me pull up John Mugabe's record. So John Mugabe was like almost top John Mugabe greatest knockout. He was almost like a Francis Ngannou guy, where it's like his power was just so crazy. You watch him hit people and you go, what the fuck? Oh, this is Julian Jackson, right? Is that who it is? Pretty sure he KO'd Julian Jackson. Or maybe that was no, Julian Jackson KO'd Terry Morris. But he just had extraordinary power. Are they showing the KOs? This is just a lot of boxing. Here it is. Here it is. Yeah, bro. He just had this one punch knockout power, and when he fought Hagler, man, he caught Hagler with some big shots. And one of the more impressive things about Marvin was not just that he was such a big puncher and a great boxer, but also how durable he was, because he was in such incredible shape. He never went down his entire career. He has one knockdown that was 100% bullshit. He fought this guy named Juan Roldan, and when Hagler was bending over, Juan Roldan kind of cuffed him in the back of the neck. He fell forward, and they called it a knockdown. It was not a knockdown. most boxing experts. I would actually argue all boxing experts agree that was not full knockdown. So you're talking about a guy who fought Tommy Hearns. He fought like
So get your tickets now.
Still on the
one knee down. Yeah. But the point is, Mugabe was terrifying. He was fucking everybody up. And but in the beginning it was rough. Mugabe was landing some good shots. See if you can find Mugabe. Mugabe was just accurate. It was mean because he was like hitting guys under down. Dangerous guy. And I don't know if he fought again after Hacker KO against him. Never in the conversation. Hacker broke him. Hacker told me he was going to retire. He's like, I'm going to retire. And he's never going to box again. And he beat him down. And I think it was the 11th round when he finally stopped. 5'9". Yeah, 160. That's about right. Generally speaking, for heavily muscle guys, especially back then, those guys were not cutting a lot of weight like they are today. Like some of these guys today are cutting big weight. Yeah, by the time the 8th round started happening, one of the things about Hager was so good was Hager could switch. So he could fight you southpaw, and then in the middle of nowhere, he would switch up and start fighting orthodox, and that's just as good. Just as good. The only guy who's like that is Terrence Crawford, who's a champion now. He's the only guy that I've ever seen that fights just as good from southpaw as from orthodox. But Hagler was a rarity back then, a guy that could switch it up like that. Nobody had ever seen that before. Yeah. But that's also why it was very difficult for him to get fights early on, because nobody wanted to fight southpaw. Like southpaws were too awkward. Everything's backwards. And if you're not used to fighting southpaws, they have an advantage because they're always fighting orthodox people. Right? And so they're accustomed to that one look. Now, this fight had gone back and forth. This is the end. This is what happened finally against him. Boom. And that was it. And I think that was the 11th or the 12th round. I think it was the 11th round of a 12-round fight. So Hager fought in the era where he used to have 15-round fights and turned them into 12 rounders after Duncan Kim died. But Brad had CDK. Yeah, there's a lot of them. The headshots. Yeah. I think that's why Rabbi retired when he was 32. 49 and 0. Yeah. 32 years old. He kept fighting. He kept making money. 32 years of athletic prime.
That's what I'm thinking. Like, Khabib did the same thing. And when I just love seeing those training camp videos, carry the rocks, running the metals. This is like, but back to my point. Why do we love that? Just because it's so primal, and it's just men just giving everything they have. It's like it's one reason why Dawkins is such a draw.
Yeah,
he's sort of like that.
He's very much like that. But the craziest thing about Goggins is he's not even training for anything. I asked him about it. He's like, downloading information. I'm like, downloading? This is so crazy. We were talking about the video that Stylebender just put out. Shout out to Stylebender for putting this out. And we're also giving him credit because David broke it. Where your world ends, mine begins. And this is one of Goggins' multiple workouts of the day that he took Stylebender through.
Southerner's off the.
Yeah, and he's helping him back up. By the way, this is after they already ran. This is like the third thing they did. They ran, and they did the Airdyne bike, and then they're doing this. So they did sprints on the Airdyne bike. They ran for distance. I don't know how many miles they ran, but he was exhausted after the run, and exhausted after the Airdyne, and then he does this, and then they do it all over again. Yeah, they start again with the fucking Airdyne machine. They go back and forth, and then it goes to sit-ups, and then it goes to they just like it never ends. And this is one, and then people go, he's like, well, fucking clearly he is. Clearly he is. Because look at him, he's not even breathing heavy. Stylebender is dying, and David Goggins is talking to him with normal breath. At the same time, a world champion, one of the greatest middleweights of all time, can't even keep his food down.
And remember, this is Stylebender against Kevin Gastelum, who's saying, I'm prepared to die.
Yeah.
Going to the 5th round.
Yeah.
Looks across the ring. Cage says, I'm prepared to die. Same guy.
Same guy. Yeah. There's levels when it comes to endurance. You know, and I was telling you about when we were getting our infusions when we were vaping stem cells. I was telling you about BJ Penn when he was in his prime. When BJ Penn was in his prime, he was training with Marv Barinovich. And Marv Barinovich had very unorthodox training methods where it was all plyometrics, explosive drills, sprints, box jumps, all this crazy stuff. And he believed, I'm hoping I'm not quoting him correctly, but he believed that fight training was of secondary importance in camp. Really what was important is to just have a fucking insane cast tank. Like BJ Penn knows how to fight. He's a world champion. He's not going to forget how to fight. But you could get him training this way where you have this gas tank that's just insane. And when BJ Penn was training with him, he was unstoppable, man. He was like, I always say this, like, people talk about Khabib being the greatest lightweight of all time, and maybe he is. It's very possible he is. But I would put the BJ Penn that fought Joe Daddy Stevenson, the BJ Penn that fought Sean Sherk, the BJ Penn that was like that peak when he was training with him. I would put him against anybody. Against Dave, when he fought Diego Sanchez, he couldn't be stopped. And if you got him to the ground, his fucking submission game was insane. It was insane off of his back. He would take your back, you're dead. He would knock you out standing up. His kickboxing was elite.
And you think Khabib would fight him?
Take him out for sure. He probably fight him the same way George St. Pierre did, you know. But the difference in size between BJ Penn and George St. Pierre is pretty significant.
Right.
BJ Penn is really a 155-pound guy. Who actually later in his career fought 145. When he later, you know, which is when he was kind of at the end of his career. But you know, George is way bigger. Like George is big, 170, big, muscular, 170, quiet wrestler, nasty ground and pound, and a black belt jiu-jitsu himself, and also really good striker. And just, you know, in his prime, when he was so well-rounded. And there was also accusations of greasing. You know, because, you know, George was very slippery. Yeah, fight. Just if you were a grappler, another person can't get a hold of him, especially if you're a guy like BJ who fights so well off of his back. Yeah. BJ's legs were like arms, where he could be sitting there without using his hands. He could put his feet in the lotus position, so like completely cross and lock his legs in the lotus position without using his hands at all. Yeah, crazy flexibility and dexterity. Yeah, so if you were trapped in his guard, you were fucked.
Yeah, you see those guys who are on their back. They get their leg up around the guy with top position's head.
Yeah,
somehow, you know, just,
when you're like Eddie Bravo's guard, it's terrifying. Eddie Bravo has the craziest guard I've ever been. It's so nuts. And there's a bunch of Eddie students in Jeremiah fans who also have like insane guards like that. There's certain guys where like if they're on their back, there's no pivot. Like Fabrizio Verdun, he tapped Fedor and ankle from his back. He got an armbar triangle from his back. Yeah, like, well, you can tell, like, if you talk about recent fight, Chandler versus Paddy Pimblett. Chandler didn't really want to be on the ground with Paddy. And Chandler's a wrestler. Like, he loved being on top, but still, he had top position and was still nervous about doing stuff. It seemed like. I don't know. It seemed like he really is. I mean, I know he gets real fat. He trains big guy. He's big. Yeah, he's big. You know, he's a lot bigger than people think. I always say that he tricks people by dancing, having silly hair. You go, I'm not a killer. He's like tricking you. He's like, you know, it's like one of them bugs that pretends to stick. You get close and attacks you. You look so good. Which Chandler, I love Chandler. That was a tough one to watch. I love Chandler as well. I love Paddy as well. Paddy is very impressive.
Oh yeah.
You know, there's a good argument that the last three guys he fought, Bobby Green, Chandler, and Tony Ferguson, like he's fighting guys with losing records, which is true. You know, that is true. But it's still very impressive. What he did to Chandler in comparison to like what Oliveira did. Like Oliveira was in real trouble in the third round of their last fight. Real trouble. And real trouble in the first round of their first fight. And Paddy was never in trouble.
Chandler was this close to having that belt.
Yes, this close in the first round. This close. Yeah. And maybe just got short. maybe just got a little overzealous in that fight.
Yeah, he was excited.
Second round. Yeah. But also, Oliver is so good.
So that his fight against Nick Morgan, right? Was so good. Yeah, I was watching these guys fight. And I was like, I've never seen two guys this crisp, good technique, just never out of position.
But Charles almost caught twice. Two very close submission attempts.
Like he was out at one time. He wasn't.
Well, he got it. He was pretty locked in, but he wasn't out. But it was very close. Yeah, very close. I think he should have won that fight, in my opinion. Those positions where Charles had, where you were that close to finishing a fight, count for a lot. Yeah, I think that's part of the problem with the scoring system. It's one thing if you like go for a guillotine, the guy gets out of the field on your back, you get beat up. That submission is that's not that much. When a guy is a fully locked in doors choke and you're almost out and you get saved by the bell, that should count for a lot.
What's the best position for Dars? Because they were both kind of flat on the ground.
Yeah, there's a bunch of different ways you can catch a Dars, but the way a Dars works is like, say if you have an underhook, which means your left arm is wrapped around my waist. What I want to do is shove my arm under your armpit so it pops out the side of your neck. Then I want to wrap my bicep around like this. So I lock my arm around one side of your neck and this, and then I'm squeezing. Yeah, so that's Tony Ferguson. He had a nasty Dars. Yeah, Tony's Dars was elite. Because Tony has long, you see him catching and standing up there. Yeah. Tony has long arms and he's strong as fuck. And he's got like a great grappling pace because he started off as a wrestler.
Oh, there's Charles.
Charles is up top right there.
Yeah, that's what I say. They're kind of laying both flat. I just didn't know what was next.
Well, that's not ideal. Ideal is when you get the guy on his back and then you could lock like the Dustin Poirier one where Islam has him. See how Dustin in the lower right-hand corner? Yeah, that's it right there. So that's him against go a little higher. That's not to Moicano. But one of the things you see about Islam, he's a very unique way of doing the Dars, is Islam grabs his own wrist like this to finish it, whereas other guys go all the way down to the biceps. And the thing about grabbing the wrist like that that's really good is you can make it a little bit tighter in a situation where you can't, like some guys have too much bulk and maybe your arms are too short. You can't get the, like having long arms is really important for a Dars. Like John Jones have a wicked Dars. Because you can get the arms all the way through if they're long, then you can cinch it up. But Islam cinches it up actually by grabbing a hold of his wrist. And so it gives you extra space, and the grip that he uses is incredibly tight. He's also insanely strong. Islam is insanely strong. Like he's got that sort of elite grappling strength that comes from decades of throwing human bodies around. Yeah. There's a thing about that. Like here, it's this Demetrius Johnson says, I felt it, I know. Fucking Max Holloway just texted me. How strong is that Dars? that's a sick Dars. Islam is an elite. Yeah. He's elite when it comes to like strength and people. So is Ilya Topuria. He's got a nasty Dars too.
Is there fighting?
I don't know.
Oh, that never got signed.
It's the word is, this is only from the internet. This is not from Dana. And if you told me, you probably told me not to tell anybody, so we'll tell you. But the word on the internet is that Ilya plans to fight in the June card, the big international fight in June. Whether or not it's for the title, he said he's only fighting for the title. That's what he said. Unless he said Conor McGregor. He said I'd fight Conor McGregor or the title. I think he's just fight Conor McGregor because he knows that the numbers would be fucking insane. Yeah, millions of dollars. But it doesn't mean he's fighting. It's Islam. Islam might decide I'm going to go to 170. Right. Yeah. But here's what happens. Islam's talking about fighting 170. If Bilal Muhammad, who's the current welterweight champion, was going to fight Jack Della Maddalena, which is only in like a couple of weeks, right? When is that? When is that one? They might hold that announcement until that fight. So Islam and Bilal were training partners. Apparently, Khabib does not want Islam to fight Bilal. But if Bilal loses to Jack Della Maddalena, then it's a break.
Why do you not want to fight him?
next Saturday, May 10th. Yeah, so it's real soon. So all they have to do is hold off their announcement until May. So if Bilal wins, then there's an issue because Khabib does not want Islam apparently here. Doesn't want to fight against their brothers. But Islam's easy to be fighting at 170. It's probably torture for him to get down to 155. Yeah, whenever I interview him, like, how old is he? 155. This is so crazy.
That would show rough weight cuts for him.
It's rough. Yeah, he's probably 190 plus. Look at that. Oh yeah, Islam says this. That's your thing. Islam says, or excuse me, Ilya says he's going to submit Islam for whatever his favorite move is. He's like, tell me your favorite choke. Tell me your favorite submission. That's what I'm going to submit you.
Yeah.
You know, it's easy to say. You know, that's an elite level and a lot bigger.
Yeah, I was gonna ask, right? Yeah. How hard is it, or who's the next star? Because we kind of saw this with Ronda when she was coming out of the women's division. Like, who's the next star? Connor. Still, people are trying to call Connor out because they know that money is involved with it. How do we get that next superstar?
Well, Sean O'Malley could have had it if he beat Marab, but that was a nightmare matchup, and he had a fucked up hip going into that fight, which is it's one of those things the UFC was putting on this big show at the Sphere, which was insane. By the way, if they ever do one again, you gotta go. Yeah, it was fucking great. Yeah, watching it. But it's so crazy. It's like a total experience. I didn't go to a concert there. It's the most amazing venue I've ever seen in my life. There's not even a close second. Like, not this close. There's a really cool one in LA that just opened up. I did a LA card there a few months back. That was really good too. But it's like 1/10 of the Sphere. The Sphere's nuts. Yeah. It's so good.
It looked insane on TV.
The sound you feel in your fucking bones.
So
It's wild.
that was like last May 5th, wasn't it? Yeah.
So for him to take that fight from that hit is crazy. And I know he did it because he thought he could win anyway because he's a champion. That's what champions think. But with a bad hip, when you're fighting a wrestler and you weren't wrestling at all in training because your hip's bad, that's crazy. That's like you got to get it fixed. Just get it fixed. Tell them it blew out. You can't walk. Get it fixed. You got to think about the legacy and the future, and taking a fight against a guy who's going to move around while below the hips is kind of insane. If you can't grapple, like it seems insane.
Yeah, I mean,
But could have won.
it's that mindset you just have to have that kind of get you in trouble.
And you look at how good his takedown defense was against Aljamain Sterling. So Aljamain Sterling in the first round tried to take Sean down. He could not take him down. And that was a big factor. Like, Aljamain was in trouble. You can't take him down. Sean in this game, yes. And he knows how to find that chin. He's got a full right hand that's like from the textbooks. And the one he would hit Aljamain with, that's going to be in that UFC when they play Bob O'Reilly. That'll be on that forever. That is such a clean right hand. It's such a pull back.
And Aljamain saw it coming.
Oh!
You can see
Yeah, he's like, oh no, what have I done? And I bet he thought he could do that to Marab too. He might have been able to, but Marab's a different species.
So
Again, same kind of guy.
I know.
Same
Okay.
kind of guy.
So listen, we've been kind of dealing with this with my kids and Drew and all this stuff he's been doing, but I think those fighters we're talking about, it just made me think of my kids. But when you start them as kids, like the guys like Rabbi, Dagestani guys, Rob, those guys have been trained forever, right?
Yep, for sure.
Forever.
Yeah, for sure.
That has to give you, you have to have other abilities and talents and skills and this mindset. But when you start that early,
By the way, Brock's not going to start boxing until he's 23.
there goes my kid.
And he had one of his amateur fights. He was exhausted, so he vowed to never be exhausted. he gassed out in a fight. He's like, never again. So he just decided he couldn't. But it's also like, he was Italian from immigrant parents, barely speak English. And those people who came over on the boat, they were a different species. Right? They're a different species of hard workers. Those people were tough, and they demanded so much. Joey, yes. Immigrant mentality. Yeah, I mean, that's real. Immigrant mentality is a real thing. When you've come here from another country and you've seen how hard your family works, and it's just like there's no ifs, ands, or buts. I always tell a story about this guy that I used to train with that always used to speak for Lakeland. My friend Johnson, he was in his residency in medical school while he was on the U.S. national team. So he was a national Taekwondo champion while he was going through medical school. So he was going to school 12 hours a day and still training. And he would put his books in his backpack and run stairs in between his studying. That's how you get in shape sometimes. And then he would come to the gym and he's exhausted. Fucking, yeah. It was amazing. You know, I remember thinking, like, I'm so lazy. Like, and I wasn't lazy. But, like, compared to that dude, I was lazy.
Yeah, how? That's what fascinates me. Because, you know, I was talking to you about in this regard, too. It's like willpower. Like, how we don't give somebody more willpower than a person.
It's hard to say because, according to Goggins, he's forged that. He has more will than any human being that's ever walked the face of the planet. And he used to be a lazy fuck. He'll tell you, I was lazy, I'm fat, 300 pounds, drink milkshakes all day. He'll tell you. Like, and then he decided that that's not him anymore. And then he decided it better than anybody ever has. So it's not like he had some genetic gift of will.
Yeah,
that's not the case. He forged it.
And this, you know, people talks about this, whatever that
Part of your brain.
yeah, that he can grow. So is it that anybody can develop this willpower?
Well, I think Goggins he's the GOAT. He's the GOAT. When it comes to like will, if people don't know what Goggins is doing with Izzy, Goggins has two destroyed knees. Okay, I had dinner with him in Vegas a few weeks back, and he showed me like some recent X-rays of his knees because he got some fucking thing in his knee to keep his bones from fucking smashing into each other. Some post that they put at the top of one of his knees because his cartilage is missing and his fucking meniscus is blown out, and they sawed the top of his bone and shifted it down and screwed it in place because his knee was all out of alignment because he had been running bone on bone so long that his bones were starting to just, it's like called wolf something syndrome. And his doctor said, I've never seen it in a human being before. This is fucking insane. Like, how are you walking on these knees? Forget about running thousands of miles. Yeah, but he does. He just does it, right? And if that guy will tell you that he didn't have any willpower, that he was fat and lazy, and then decided that it's not going to be that anymore, and then put himself through cool strength conditioning, became a Navy SEAL, and then like, look at he's laughing. I mean, how do you not admire that? Look, he is psycho. He is psycho.
I love it. Yeah, I said, we joke around about, you know, because he says it's so easy to be great nowadays because everybody else is weak. That's what Robin says, right? It is like, talk about generations, and you mentioned it a million times, good times, Chris off, and all that whole thing. But I said, we got one, we got Truett. So we got one kid who's still getting it done. So,
well, your son learned from you. I mean, that's a great example of, you know, he grew up in an environment where his father was regularly running these 100-mile races and regularly running 13 miles in the morning before work. Like, you were doing all that stuff and you were setting the example. And then he sees how far it takes you in life, you know? You've gotten here by just force of will.
Yeah, and what drew us into this today, so this is his first half marathon.
Oh, when I was a little kid.
He still ran 8 minutes.
That's incredible. That's a little
But
kid.
anyway, that's what I'm saying about when you start that early, stuff like that.
You make use. Yeah. But then again, Goggins,
Yeah.
tell you different. Or Rocky Marciano will tell you different.
Yeah.
He didn't. I don't think there's a hard, fast rule.
Yeah. That's the whole hard part. It's a marathon.
That's okay.
Yeah.
There's no hard, fast rules. Like, yes, it's definitely beneficial. As far as skill development, this is what I've always said about striking in particular. There's something about learning striking while your body is maturing and you're young is way better than learning striking once you're an adult.
Because you said that with your kick.
Yeah,
Because your body is changing as you develop that kick and master it.
exactly. I was kicking in all kicks. It's not like that's the only thing that I really do that. I learned how to kick when I was a real gangly little kid. And I learned, that my body grew strong. My tendons grew strong from hitting this 150-pound heavy bag. As a little kid. Yeah. I basically lived in the gym. So I was kicking that back hours. I was just constantly setting up training. I was constantly setting up moves until I got where it's instinctive. I didn't even know it was happening before it happened. When I was in a fight, you just come out. When you see the open, you don't even see it. You're just moving. Yeah. It's like it all goes into the instinct. And the only way it happens is just insane hours, constant dedication.
But as your body is growing, and you're putting the stressors on it, exactly those movements on it, your body adapted essentially. So it's like if you're already mature, your body wouldn't adapt to the same as it did because you're doing it at your foot pace.
You can get really good if you're a really good athlete and you pick up strikes later in life, but you're not going to get it. I've never seen it. Rocky Marciano even wasn't Floyd Mayweather level. He was just a baller. He was just and never stopped. Couldn't hurt him. His endurance was insane. The volume was insane. He would just make guys rethink their whole lives. So you'd be like, what the fuck, dude? Fuck that guy. That guy's out there? I don't want that. He just never stopped. But he wasn't, Floyd was a master. He was a master. He would stand right in front of you. He stood right in front of Canelo Alvarez. Canelo Alvarez, a world champion, one of the best ever. He couldn't do shit with Floyd.
Yeah, do you think that would be less intimidating fighting somebody like that because they didn't have that power, knockout power?
And he also had brutal hands. Floyd's broken his hands.
You knew you weren't going to stick in. Right. You're not going to hit him. It's going to suck. It'll be frustrating. But
he doesn't hit like Hagler.
You're not going to be able to level up.
Right. He's not going to beat you down and stop you. The thing about Hagler was, Hagler didn't mind getting his shit in his eye. He didn't mind, and he wanted to smile at you when you hit him. But one of the things he said about Mugabe after the fight, they said, it seemed like Mugabe caught you with a big shot. He goes, oh yeah, I like when that stuff happens. I like a good fight. This is what he said after he knocked him out. And when the ring announcer was saying, the winner and still the undisputed middleweight champion of the world. Hagler's saying it out loud to himself. The undisputed middleweight champion of the world. That's the guy that just went through hell for months in the snow in Cape Cod. And then he just beats the scariest fucking guy in the division. And at that point in time, this is before the Leonard fight, he was talking about retiring.
And you have to know, if you were a fighter in his division or potentially going to fight him, and you saw that after the war, and you see him acting like that, you're probably just like,
bro, when he knocked out Mugabe, it was an outdoor fight, and steam was coming off of his head. It's but at the end of the fight, so you can go to the end of the fight when Mugabe drops and they raise his hand and he's celebrating. As he's celebrating and walking around, steam is coming off of his head. He's a monster.
I don't know, I'm addicted to these fucking video viral clips. So now I got two of them you just remind me of. There's one, have you ever heard of Badwater? It's called Badwater 135, I think, but it's a race in Death Valley.
Yes.
Okay, so Goggins did that, and it gets like 130 degrees where you have to, just on the highway through Death Valley, so you have to run like on the white line, so your shoes don't melt. And you wear kind of all white because it's so hot. But it gets 130 degrees. So Goggins, his first time doing that, he's got, his physical issues like always, but he finishes, he gets third place, I believe. They come up to him and they're like, so how was Black out there? How was he? He just was like sitting there in his chair, and she's like, notice it was 130 degrees. That one is just, I love that one.
That's freedom. What do you got there?
The military and veteran families are $200 per visit gift card. The phone think of it as a way
That's terrible. Why does it have music so much louder than I someone's talking? I didn't even notice it.
Yeah, there's that one.
It is a higher one. Steve, look at that. That's so insane. Fucking Steve.
What is it about people being shredded and just weapons?
Well, it's just inspirational, and it makes you want to go to the gym. I mean, when I see Goggins making his EQ great, it makes me want to work out. When I talk to you, it makes me want to work out. When I know that you're out there running 13 miles, you have a full-time job.
It's great. I try to talk to you.
I think I'm wasted money. I know you think it's a good job, you're wasting money.
Yeah.
We're working out so much while you have a full-time job. I mean, most people just don't have that kind of willpower. And when someone does, it's like super inspirational to everybody else. We feed off each other. Humans feed off of each other. When I see a guy like Goggins, or I watch a hacker video of training, it's just cool. Just to me, it just pumps my blood up. I want to go to the back, man. I want to go work out like right now. Like I see that, and I've always used that as a positive. Always read autobiographies about fighters, watch videos, and watch them talk. So to me, it's always like been. It's like, oh, just throw it on the fire. It's more fuel. Without this is the craziest thing about God. It's like he ain't got nobody here. It's all in his own fucked up head.
Yeah, there's another clip where this guy, they're doing, they do these big events, speaking events, and so he's sitting there, the guy's like, so you run for hours, don't you? He just looks at him, just like, he's got masters of this delivery, but he just looks at him, he's just like, out, something like hours, days, days and days. So not hours. What are you talking about? Fucking hours, days.
Yeah, but he's like 99, 100 miles. 100 miles.
He's like, oh, he has a world record. He did 8 100-mile races for like 8 consecutive weekends. So it was something like that. Which normally, you do 100 miles, you're baked up for a while. 100 miles is a lot. So he's doing, I think it was 8 consecutive weekends.
Yeah, most people can't do 8 marathons.
Oh, God, dude, 8 marathons? Yeah.
Did you ever see Eddie Izzard? Or, excuse me, Eddie Izzard.
Oh, yeah.
Shout out to Eddie Izzard. Eddie Izzard, the comedian from the UK, who likes to wear women's clothes, he did this thing in sometime in the 2000s where he ran a marathon every day. He had no training. He wasn't in shape at all. He just did it through sheer will. Yeah. And I think he did it like 29 days in a row. Like something insane like it. He did it twice. Okay, he's completed 43 marathons in 51 days. That's in 2009. Oh, it says she. See, this thing about calling him she is he doesn't call himself she. He still refers to himself as Eddie. Yeah. And he says I'm a he, and I like ladies. I don't know why they say she unless it's changed in sense or she's changed or whatever. Either way, respect. Super cool person too. done 2 podcasts with him, her, the, that, whatever the fuck it is. I love him to death. But one of them, while he was on the treadmill, like, yeah, he was a he at the time. So I was at the time.
I'm getting this all worked out. Because I want her to tell you stories. I got to figure out when he and she.
I think I did his podcast, and he was doing podcasts while he was on the treadmill. And he was running like hundreds of miles. You know, like just force of will. Completed, no, it's her latest endurance. Look at that. Eddie Izzard completes her latest. This time, 32 marathons in 31 days.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. It's
So goofy.
well,
But I mean, that's really impressive too, because this is a person that's not in shape. Like when they started doing the first marathon, like ran all around the UK, so like a marathon a day. There's a documentary about it. The documentary is pretty incredible because he's not in shape at all. He's just breaking himself down, and his feet are full. Like it's all, like the bottom of his feet are just raw. It's just blood, tissues, and they've got gauze wrapped between the toes. It's oozing. I mean, they're just destroyed. One day he had to take 8 days off.
yeah, you know, think about it, because that was one of the questions I did this podcast about this Coca-Cola race coming up. And they said, you know, how many steps do you think will take to finish the race? So that just reminds me of, so it's 250 miles. My guess was generally about 2,000 steps a mile, so 500,000 steps. But the point is 500,000 steps on your feet. That's going to cause some damage. So part of this training for big multi-day ultras is time on feet. Because I was injured, I couldn't train like I normally train. So I'm like, okay, I'm just going to go out and spend time on my feet. And so I did last week 150 miles, which was 22 miles a day. So I couldn't run because I've been injured. So it was like I was power hiking, kind of a slow run. So it took fucking forever. But I'm just like, I'm on my feet. So I was out there to do that. I was at least 7 hours.
So your foot must be getting worse. If that's the case.
Oh, yeah. Because I was in like the best shape I've ever been in. I was going to go to Boston, get my best marathon time. Everything was tracked. Mutual and training, running hard. He was just like, I'm one of his videos. He's like, my goal is to get in the 2:30s for the marathon for him. He's like, but actually, I think that should be your goal because I can't keep up with you. I was running so good. And then there two hamstrings. So now, if I try to open up and run like a 600 mile, it kind of re-aggravates it. So I've been trying to be patient, not push up, but I need time on my feet is my point. Because just as Eddie illustrated in that, if your feet aren't toughened up, that's your contact point.
And that's why you run with no socks on.
Yeah, right. But still, it's like that. So many steps on your body. So there's joints like there's this great documentary that just came out on last year's Coca-Cola 250, and it's called The Chase because they went with four guys. Yeah, and it's really good. But the 4 guys they followed, yeah, all those people. Yeah, so that's photographer there. That's Mike McKnight right there. All these legends of 200s. Yeah.
What is that? Is that part of it? Shut the fuck up. Is that part of it?
That's in the same country, but that is just one of the key runners. That's what he does during his runs.
What?
Yeah.
During his runs.
Yeah.
Take a little break.
He climbed all the way. He climbs in the film. He climbs this whole fucking thing to the top. And so, yeah, but the point is like that's the guy who's climbing, right? Yeah, these guys are just studs. But here's the thing. So they had these guys. Jeff Brown right there, legend. He's won like 1,300-mile races. That's Joe Stringbean, McConaughey.
What's the guy's name that climbs?
That's Michael Verstage. They probably show there's McKnight, so they'll show him right there. That's that guy.
Oh, he was upside down.
No, he just that's
Let's get dead eyes.
to me. That's ultra runner, like the dirt bag ultra runner. That's what I love about it.
Right.
I love guys like that. This guy is like, I don't know if he's Amish or whatever. He's from Ohio. Doesn't he live around mountains? Just a freak. So you get these people out there to race this 250 miles. You don't know what the hell's going to happen. Every person they just showed there did not win. A guy who they didn't show won because so much crazy things can happen to your body, and you cannot predict.
17-year-old just finished 12th. That's crazy. That's crazy.
I didn't know that. That's impressive.
That's impressive. That kind of will for a 17-year-old. Oh my God, that kid's gonna be unstoppable. So that goes to show you, like, there are hard people out there. Still, even in these soft ass times.
Yeah.
There's hard people out there.
There is.
Yeah.
Like that, I think they've done the through hiking on a trail as a family. That kid who's done that was 800 miles is on a trail. So a through hike is basically you're just on the trail just as long as it takes. But that makes you tough. Every day on your feet. That's the thing. It's like in that movie, these guys are just battling back and forth, passing each other, keeping track. You have the GPS track. Do you remember when before we didn't know that? So people get addicted to this tracking,
Right.
you know, I know my brother just did. So like a month ago, or maybe 3 weeks ago, it was called the Arizona Monster 300. A 300-mile race. My brother just got second. Wow, I was just tracking nonstop. It's incredible. So fun.
300-mile race. How much did the guy one beat him by? Jesus Christ.
So guy who won got 86 hours. Taylor got 88.
That's so nuts. 88 hours is so crazy.
Slept for 4.
That is so good. How long did it take to recover?
2.5 days. I mean, probably I'm sure it's not recovered. Ever in a few weeks. I mean, so that's what I've said before. It's like those races. I mean, exercising is good. That's good for you. Those are making you live longer. Pushing your body that hard.
No, it can't. I mean, it's like you're on death's door. I mean, you can only run for so long before eventually it just breaks.
The cool part is
You'd never guess. He's candy, all silly, easy to talk to, real fun. But somewhere in that brain, there's some darkness that she can call upon.
I've been trying to find it. You know, she came out. We did. I just released it on my YouTube, but we did 3 hours. 3 days. We did 100 miles. French fries. I know I had Trace bring us McDonald's. We stayed at this for 12 hours. Did 15 summits, 50 miles, just up and down.
We were just chilling, eating fries. Looks like an Instagram influencer.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like some psychopath that can run that far.
So yeah, we did this 3 days, 100 miles. We did
McDonald's commercial.
that.
Your fries stuffed to your pockets.
I know.
We can fuel seed wheels for runners.
We need calories and salt. That's what you got. So this is but yeah, the point is like we've been so 3 days, and I've this is 41 miles down this day. We get to the last day, and I'm fucking beat up. She never got tired. And I'm like, she can do a little run, and it's like a 9-mile pace forever. And I just don't. That's why I'm like, willpower. How does it work?
Well, she famously went and run.
Yeah.
And kept running and fell and cracked her fucking head, got up and won. Yeah, she's amazing. But it's like, it's not like this angry Goggins. It's like, who's gonna get votes? Like a different kind of mental strength. To her own thing, her own formula.
Yeah, I don't know if I told you this, but so I was talking to her about in these open races. I mean, his pain is what most stops, right? It just hurts so bad to run. So I said, she talks about the pain cave. Like so she goes into the pain cave, and that's, she welcomes it. She's not shying away from the pain. And I said, I go, okay, so you're just like embracing the pain. She's like, no, I'm working. And so she's explaining, she's got this chisel. And she's hitting the chisel with hand.
Everybody used to gather outside.
And I said, okay, so you're not thinking about running? And she's like, no. So I'm thinking about hitting the chisel. And she goes, rocks falling down, piling up. And I said, so you're thinking about that, not running. She's not running at all. She's thinking about working. So she makes her brain think about making this cave. And I'm like, so I said, is there furniture and shit in the cave? She's like, no. I said, Legos. I said, but is it? I said, is it the same cave every time, every race? She says, yeah. And I go, but I said, do you have like an extra, like a wing or one specific race? You work on this wing of the cave? She said, yes, sometimes. So she's in this cave thinking about chiseling rock, making the cave larger, and just expanding the paint cave. And I was just like, I was blown away. And she goes, I feel like I need to stop talking about this because the more I talk, the crazier I seem. You have to be crazy. Yes, I don't think it comes to the other person. I think there's got to be something for Earth and cave. Yeah, Goggins is who's going to carry the bones. You don't know who's whatever it is, like, you gotta be ready. And you have to decide, like, if you want to be Courtney in a 200-mile race, you have to decide for years, you have to choose something. But you're not going to do it tomorrow. So it's not going to happen. Like, you're going to have to build up years, right? Yeah. And she's going to be building up all the way through. So you probably got to catch her. I don't know. She looks, she's 40 now. Looks better than she's ever looked as far as performance. I think she's done one race this year, won it, broke the course record. Now she's got this one coming up. So I don't know. She won the Moab. She won the Moab 240, right? Yeah. But how far away was she? It's like 8 or 10 hours. And I asked her about that too, because even that. So if you said, "Oh, you got it. You're up by hours," right? You just kind of, she pushed the whole time. So that's what I'm fascinated. And I just want to know why. Right. So how? What did she say? She just wants to. She just wants to see what. She said she's never racing anybody else. It's always just how hard did you push it. That's interesting because that kind of eliminates the ego. Yeah. Because instead of battling with your ego, you're just trying to be your best all the time. Or not racing against anybody else. You're just trying to be your best. A lot of people say that. Right. A lot of people say that. I think she truly believes me. Right. I believe she believes it too. And if you can just compete against yourself, like, yeah, back to Goggins, he's not doing it for right? There's not a thing that he's got going on. Race coming up. A lot of people have to have a goal to work for. He told me he's downloading information. I don't know what that means. It's his own opinion. Yeah. He's downloading knowledge. So he's still trying to get better. That's what it sounds like to me. He's trying to figure out, like, he's developing his mind to meet his unstoppable force, which it clearly is. It's as close to an unstoppable force as I've ever seen, especially because of the damage. If you go back to that Izzy pool, look at his stride. Because here's the thing about Goggins. One of the things you see in his stride is if you look at his knees, he's got giant scars up both his knees. His knees are way more fucked up than mine. And I don't know. His knees are fucked up. But the scars are extraordinary. When you see them in real life, it's scary. And his form is weird. But if you go to the YouTube video, Freestyle Vendor, YouTube, okay, Izzy's got it. Izzy put the whole thing up. And when you see him running, I mean, his pace is great, but it's weird, like the way he's running, because his knees are destroyed. Yeah, and I think that's just kind of evolved with everyone saying over time. You just do it. Yeah, if you see Chad a little bit, so here it's him running with a profile.
profile, but even then, it looks kind of odd. Like Izzy looks sort of loose and relaxed, his legs straighten out. David's legs never straighten out. They always have a bend to them at every step. You know, like when you see him sideways, you really get a chance to see it. There's one part where you see him right there. So look, see how he's kind of, that's odd, right? You're a runner, you tell me, that's kind of odd, right?
Well, I just don't know. He might be just trying to stay with his because he's going at a slower pace, which maybe if he was like, maybe if David was opened up, it'd be more extended. I'm not sure.
It's hard to say.
Because Izzy's obviously struggling.
And also, they are going uphill.
Yeah, so I think David, it could be tweaking his form a little bit.
But I mean, he must be an actor. There's no way he's not an actor if you know the extent of the tumors that he has in his knees. And if you've seen the x-rays, we've showed on the podcast before, with like screws and shit, they saw the top of it. Finger off, and where's the tibia off, and shifted it, and make it flat again.
Yeah, he showed me some crazy photos too. Like his mom, it's just insane to sound, but it's really good.
Yeah, he has to stretch it to really stretch for 2.5 hours a day. Just stretches. And that's changed a lot for him too.
When you look at him and Izzy running, I mean, David's really, they don't look that much different as far as like,
It's insane.
yeah.
And again, he's not breathing at all. And that was one multiple workouts he does in a day.
Yeah.
It would break most human beings.
That was David does three of those workouts a day. That's so crazy. Yeah.
And he keeps going by himself. All alone. Yeah. I mean, there's real boogeymen out there, right? And with David, this is all for his own personal growth and with Doug's hometown knowledge. Whatever he's doing, that's for him. It's his own battle that he does. But just to know that there's a guy like that out there, it pushes everybody else too. Like, David existing in this soft ass world we live in today raises the bar for literally everyone. That's everyone who hears about him knows that there's a standard above in which they have never pushed themselves, above and beyond. And that's what Hagler, that's what Marciano, this people in this league, this champion,
And what people do is they cultivate their own little world out there.
oh yeah,
They're like,
yeah.
I don't know if I've heard you, I think you, like, you don't like knowing about certain men don't like knowing that there's people like that out there. Because then it's just like,
They don't like being held to a standard that they can't match. Like they don't like being confronted by the he's doing this, it's probably on peptides. There's some fucking excuse. There's not a peptide in the world that makes you work out 6 hours a day. It doesn't exist. It doesn't exist.
yeah, I think that, I mean, you have to be a crazy person.
You have to be willing to give yourself that blitz, that crazy blitz.
What was super cool was Drew was having pull-ups. Dog was just checking it. And he was just like, all in. Like, you gotta tell me do this, tell me do this. He's like, you write this down. Call me back. I mean, he was so
Yeah, he's a man. He's a man. I believe that. And I think he does a great service to the world. Even though he's doing it all in silence, he's doing it all alone. You get enough to know, and especially that video where you see him with Izzy, like, oh, this is real. This isn't a mythical person. You know, this isn't a great man. This is a real human being. Like, holy shit. Like, there's people out there that are just working harder than everybody else, and they're going to keep doing it. Yeah, and that's their grind. You know, and those people are so those people are so valuable. Marvin Hagler's the world, Rocky Marciano's the world, but those are very, very valuable people.
Yeah.
Because they change everybody's perspective of what's possible, what to strive for, and what it takes. Like, do you really want to be a champion? Why? Because you just want to be a block. But you're not going to. You got to find some fucking psychopath who just lives it. It's their whole life. And if it's not your whole life, get out. Get out.
It's there's another quote that I love, something like, there's somebody out there training every day, and when you leave, they will win. I mean, that's just a fact. Most people don't want to think about those type of people. They're like, oh yeah, that looks my ass off even more than anybody. They're ignoring it.
Yeah. You don't work more than anybody. That's not real.
Yeah.
You know, wait, there's one guy who thinks he's my friend. I'll introduce you to him, but you just get nervous being around him.
Yeah.
He's on a different level. And that level that he's on, like this thing that he's doing, it's good for all of us. Just people don't like it because they feel weak. Like I compare myself to him, like Jesus Christ, I'm not weak. But if I was the type of person that all I was my hard work, my will, I was looking at him and I would feel inferior. And people do not like that. And there's a lot of bitch asses out there that don't like it when guys are working hard for them. And they try to bring those people down. David takes all those fucking people and then he writes all the shit that they said down and then he records it and listens while he's running. Like,
He's one-on-one.
But you better shut the fuck up. You're just gonna make it weak. You're just gonna make it pretty.
I love that. What's the challenge nowadays is who's real and who isn't. Right. Because there's people that say things just like David says. They're not him. It's an act. It gives them this social currency in today's world. So that's the hard part is like who's really listening.
And they might be working harder than others. There's people out there that are just, and you can't, you can't, because there's not so many hours a day, so much time to do.
Yeah.
I've never done anything like that. But what I did do when we had that Sober October challenge with Tom and Bert and Ari is I went kind of crazy.
Yeah.
And lost my mind. I was doing 7 hours of cardio a day. So I wanted Bert Kreischer to die. Because Bert really thought he was going to do it. So I watched John Wick like 50 times in a row.
Did you do 7 a day?
Oh yeah, I was doing 7 hours a day. Yeah, I was trying to kill him. I was literally trying to kill him. I was running hills. I was feeling to die. He died. I was like, he's talking shit. He was talking shit. He was like, that's Bert. Like, Bert will tell you he can do the splits. I'm like, okay, do the splits. Yeah, I can't do the splits. Like, he'll tell you he can do push-ups. Okay, he can't do push-ups. They'll always say it, which is fine. Yeah. But there was something about that competition where we're all kind of going crazy. We all decided to never do it again because the end of the month, it was bad for your family, bad for your kids never saw me. I was like, daddy's fucking screaming in the gym all day. I set off the fire alarm because I sweat so much in the gym. The fire alarm went off. That's pushing it. Puddles around me. Puddles. Just puddles. I was just drinking water and soda. I was drinking like cream sodas because I needed sugar. Yeah, I just felt, and that's what I wanted. I wanted soda. So I was drinking like sugary sodas and just running like a fucking maniac. And at the end of it, I was like, that's a part of my brain I don't like. That part was like the part that made me very good at fighting. And then you're like, 90 again. And I was like, ooh, it's still in there. Jesus.
It's been a while, but it's still there.
It's been a while. God, I'm stronger. It was like more like I wanted to stay back. It's like you want to start doing other things. You want to start running, doing races, and start like, hey, you're busy.
Yeah.
Let's not get crazy.
Do you think it's the measurables that have changed things? Like, because our walking style is everything.
Right.
So you get those numbers. You want those numbers to go up.
Yeah, they say that that's a thing, like with like those Fitbits and all these different wearables. Like people say that people are getting addicted to those the same way they're getting addicted to social media. So we were doing everything through the My Zones chest strap. It's a heart rate monitor. And it was basically giving you a certain amount of points for having your heart rate above like 140, and then even more points if it gets above like 180. And so just try to clock as many points as you could for a day.
It had to, so you had to push hard to get those points.
Exactly. Yeah, you have to be, you're in the yellow, like the 140 for hours.
Yeah, here's what my heart rate is so low that me and Drew going on a run. We did a 20-mile run a few months ago. His was a 20-mile run. We ran like 6-8 157, and mine was 139 or 140. So I had a hard time getting my heart high.
That's crazy. That's insane fitness. I'd like to see the differences.
Yeah.
I can't heart rate monitor.
But yeah, so when you talk about that, your heart rate had to be high at these points, I'd be fine.
Well, Brigham says that he competes with Tim Kennedy, and he's like, Tim Kennedy doesn't even know I'm competing with him. As he can find, because Tim Kennedy's wearable numbers are posted on the MyZones thing. Like, that's the thing about MyZones that's interesting. It's like you can compete with them. And even when we were doing Sober October and we were like torturing ourselves, we still were in the top 10 of the country. There were still people out there for no fucking reason other than being a psycho, people we've never heard of in Nebraska somewhere, wherever, that are working harder than us. Yeah, and they're not even competing for me. It's just what they do. And they're putting in crazier numbers than we do, and they probably do it every month.
Yeah, that's
nuts.
That is nuts.
Yeah, so Tim Kennedy's one of those. He's like, he's always like posting these crazy numbers. Brigham tries to compete with them. And like when he finds Tim's numbers, like that's why he spends like 2 hours a day. One time he's competing with these numbers.
Oh, I see. Yeah. See, Strava is sort of like that. Runners use Strava. I'm not on it, but that gets posted publicly, so everybody can see the pace, the hours.
Well, if you're competitive, it's great for everybody. And it just raises that bar. Imagine if you could see Rocky Marciano's Strava numbers in 1951. What the fuck? Everybody else thought, well, that was the thing with the Hacker and Mugabe fight. Marvin broke him. He couldn't keep up with Marvin. Marvin kept hitting him, ripping to the body, slowly but surely breaking him down. But his endurance was just so strong. At the end, Mugabe was just like, he was wobbly. You can see when guys like, when you see it in a fight, MMA, you see a lot. Their technique doesn't look crisp anymore. Their head's moving too much. Their core's not stable. They're constantly recorrecting. They're not like rock. When the beginning of the fight, everybody is rock solid. Everybody's moved. At the end, there's like a laxity to the movement. You see the fatigue set in. It's like these telltale things. And there's no laxity. It's like no storms coming. Like, you know, across from somebody like that. I'm terrible. The word didn't get tired. Yeah. There's a famous moment in when Khabib fought Edson Barboza where Edson had this 1,000-yard stare because Khabib took him down again and he's beating him up and he realized like it's like this is never gonna end. Can I get out of this? I'm never gonna get this guy off me. Yeah, I can't stop him from taking me down. It's just wrong. Every time he takes me, he's just punching my fucking face in. And that's how Connor felt when he was fighting. At the end, it's just like tapped, like fuck it, it's over. Yeah, I mean, it's got that fatigue makes Howard to us all. It's got to be the most accurate for all time. And the only way to develop that kind of endurance is through insane work, which is insane volume, and then constant consistency, constant volume, discipline, intensity, never ending, go, where your body just has to be, or it doesn't, breaks, and then eventually you get like Kane Velasquez towards the end of his career. His shoulders were getting fucked up, his knee was fucked up, his back was fucked up, but after a while, he was too mentally tough for his own physical form. His body just couldn't tolerate it anymore. Yeah, I wonder what the limit is nowadays. Because we talk about back then, about how it's changed. Because you said something, talking about, I think Sonny Liston talking about when he was 38. That was a different 38 than now. Was 37. Okay, so nowadays, what are people capable of? Because you talk about the nutrition, the science, it's who knows? Because you said something like your body will break if you push this a certain amount. Yeah, I think there's a difference between endurance activities and combat sports, and there's something about combat sports that it's fractions of a second. So there's only been a very few fighters that fight at an elite level. The best example is Bernard Hopkins. Bernard Hopkins fought at a world championship level when he was
48, 49.
He was different because he was, first of all, very intelligent. He never got out of shape, never cheated on his diet, never partied, never drank, never smoked, never got fat, always, and also very intelligent. Super defensive, responsible. He didn't fight like Agatha. He just weaned himself to the fire, trying to break guys. Bernard was clever boxing and really good defense was number one. You didn't have to like his fights. Someone from the beginning who thought was boring because he would hold on to guys, he wouldn't let the guys hit him, and they get one fights that didn't take a lot of damage. So he was able to do it deep in their 40s. But most people, by the time you're 37, that's usually when you'll start to fall off if you're natural. The thing about today is boxing, especially in the off season, no one can stop you from doing peptides, growth hormone, testosterone replacement. No one can stop you. As long as you're not getting VADA tested, and that usually generally they do that during camp. And as long as you're not getting randomly tested, like you saw me used to do, you have to show up at your door. If you just get weighed in and the state athletic commission drug test for VADA, that's an intelligence test.
Yeah.
You know, that's how certain guys were able to like maintain their power like up in weight class multiple divisions. For sure, there's something that's involved in that. For sure. Yeah. And then that's different. So if you're doing peptides and hormone replacement and all that, then you're extending your athletic career deep into your 30s, maybe even in your 40s. But combat sports are just a different animal.
Yeah.
It's different than just running. You can hit, and like your ability to hit back is based on your ability to absorb punishment. And you can only have so many times that ticket can get punched before your chin goes, before you can't take it anymore.
Yeah.
So it's like the fighters, it's very rare that a guy can perform at the highest level, like in the late 30s. Randy Couture did it. He didn't start his career until he was 34, 35.
Yeah. He went late. He did himself
In his 40s.
Yeah. So what's your training right now? You're shredded.
I'm doing a lot of kettlebells still, always. You know, I'm doing that regularly. I'm doing a lot of walking too. Get ready for elk season. Doing a lot of walking hills. There's a big hill in my yard that I like to walk to with farmers carries and shit.
Yeah. Like that.
Is that Tom Hamlin, that guy that I've been following a lot from Australia? And one of the things that he does, like, he carries stuff. Also, I'll carry heavy shit and walk around the gym with it. I think there's something to that, man. Really, like, for overall strength.
Yeah.
But I've been doing, staying with a lot of the bodybuilding stuff that I do. I do a lot of that stuff for weight investment. A lot of chin-ups and dips and pull-ups and L pull-ups. Where you do legs out. Yeah. I'm doing a lot of those leg lifts too, where you're hanging with this straight body. Your legs, hinge the hips, and then your toes all the way up to the top of the bar, and then slowly dropping down up and down. Doing a lot of that too. And just mixing that up with bag work and all the different things that I always like to do. But I've been super consistent and real consistent.
You're gonna be ready for elk season. Fucking excited. Coming out.
Two, one with you. That's generally what I do. But I have a lot of opportunities around Texas for pig hunts. Yeah, which is nice because people are begging me to hunt pigs.
Yeah, just tearing up the land.
They just get, like I got a text from a friend of mine today. So he's like, please come to my ranch and kill some of these pigs. They stand them.
That sounds fun.
Yeah, because they have to kill them. There's millions of them in Texas. I'm not exaggerating.
They're reproduce so quickly.
Yeah. So the good thing about that is it really gets you tightened up for elk season. You really get a lot of targets in.
That'll shoot good.
Get some good sausage. Yeah, that'll shoot great.
Yeah,
It's shooting great.
archery country.
So
Going on there.
is that public? It is now. Yeah, that's exciting, isn't it?
It is.
Fun, buddy.
I No, that's fun.
Yeah, and Evan and Tyler's dad. So
Yeah.
it's cool.
Together. Exciting.
Really fun. Yeah, we have big plans for something really cool with a place here in Austin. That's exciting.
Yeah. A lot going on.
So what happened? Archer's so much fun.
Oh, the best. Dude, I just got this set up. I just love shooting bows.
You got another one?
It's cool.
Yeah,
It's
Why'd you get it?
Well, I had to
go
get
through
this
an area.
Oh, that's nice.
Decided to
But they were good.
very good.
They were shooting up.
This is 80.
Yeah.
Really fun.
Yeah. To get it for both.
Yeah.
Yeah, so some changes. I get the Sitka or
Yeah.
rocket. Oh yeah, I got it. So you said True ran in Origin.
No, it didn't.
Not True.
I thought it did.
Yeah.
He's running in what's the company that he uses?
It's called Perfect G.
Oh, I saw Jesse Michaels was repping those too. So,
Yeah. Anyway, so Origin like to call out though.
no,
Yeah, there's Perfect G.
yeah, well, there's a lot of people that make these great stretchy.
Yeah.
Reptown makes a great pair. Barbell makes a great pair.
Yeah.
But that is so jacked for a guy who runs like that kind of time, sub 3 hour marathon. Nobody looks like that. That's really nice. Look at how jacked he is.
Yeah, he's down to he just hit Eugene. So he said he got his fastest time ever Boston on Monday.
Look at that. No one's jacked like that doing fucking marathons. And then also gets the world record for pull-ups.
Yeah, and he used to beat that time 6 days later in Eugene. That's the same. He did it. So he normally got through 3 hours as fast as he did Eugene 2:34.
He came in 7th place in the Austin Marathon and doesn't look anything like anybody else that's running. Everybody else looks like popsicle sticks.
Yeah, I mean, part of it is like, I told him that he was like that little guy. I said, hey, running your thing. Just so you know, running is going to take you. He hated ice because I made the kids run. So you make a kid do something they're going to hate, right? So he kind of half-ass effort all through high school. He did pretty good. It was like all conference as a freshman, but that was as hard as he ever kind of worked. He just wanted to lift, and he hated running. So I told him, I said, if you work hard, you can run at college. I mean, for sure. He's like, I don't want to run for 4 more years. He's like, so he got me running. So finally now he has this goal of running under a 2:30 marathon. So that's in the 2:20s, which is fucking fast. And
What's like a world record?
oh, yeah, 2 hours.
2 hours.
Right over. Like,
When did that become the world record? Like, what did it used to be? Like, what was like the world record in like 1990? He did it again. He did it.
yeah, that's
Boston Marathon,
so he did
2:38.
it, right? He just beat that on Sunday.
Nuts.
Yeah, but yeah. So then,
So his lowest time is what now?
2:34. But there's Tanner. Right? So Tanner did Eugene Marathon at the bottom. That's my oldest son. With 35 pounds.
What?
Yeah, so he in combat boots.
Oh my god. That's so crazy.
So wore these big packs and still ran it in the forest.
Wow.
Yeah, that's
Combat. That's fucking
and so these guys, Drew's wearing jeans and a white beater. Tanner's in a pack and combat hilarious.
I wonder how like the normies do that. I wonder if that's
The elite runners hate people like Drew. Like they call them like run slingers. Because part of it is the elites work so hard, they're so good, and following is hard to follow when you're just a runner. So they see this guy, they're like, they can beat him, and because they're world class, go to the Olympics. So Truett isn't there yet, but they're like, this fucking jack dork is running and getting all this. And there's articles on him everywhere. And so that's why it's kind of the gatekeeping thing. It's funny because then the age work for him.
because it's unbelievably impressive. It's impressive. I don't give a fuck what you say. Oh, we don't like these people. They're the fuck losers. Come on, man. The guy has a world chin-up record. He's obviously a freak. He's obviously doing something that's very, very extraordinary. And if you don't want that, because you don't
Yeah.
He's fucking skinny.
Fuck off.
Yeah, they don't. So Eugene got 25th place. I mean, Eugene is like the right capital of the world, but
Interesting. So in 1908, it was 2 hours and 55 minutes. So in 1908, Truett would have the world record. Yeah. In 1956, it's down to 2 hours and 17 minutes. 2003, 2 hours and 4 minutes. And then 2018, 2 hours and 1 minute. So between 3 and 18, 15 years, they only lost 2 minutes.
yeah, I mean, you get to you're just not going to get those big games after.
Right. I mean, someone would have to be a fucking freak to drop under 2 hours, right?
So they did this with, I think he got under 2 hours here. Wow. And he had all these cases of people breaking the windows. See, yeah, he's like in white. So, yeah, well, right. You can't have official pacers just if you're not racing them.
Oh, there are pacers for him. So this is the Ineos Pace Challenge. So Ineos is that company that makes that Grenadier. Have you seen that truck? It's kind of a fun story. Ineos is like a chemical company, and the guy loved Range Rover, Land Cruiser Defenders, and wanted to remake them. They stopped making them. They said no. He's like tried to buy their factory, but no. So he's like, okay, I'll make my own. So they basically made a better Defender. So these are new trucks that are way more durable, way better quality than those. Like if you get one of those classic Defenders, they look cool, but it's when you shut the door on them, it feels like you're closing a garbage can. They feel like junk. They feel like these things are tanks. They're built specifically for off-roading, but it's a brand new truck. Right, I know it looks like a classic Defender, but it's actually way better. Way better. Like I saw one in the flesh. I was like, oh, this is super legit. Like heavier gauge steel, like really tight tolerances. And I've watched a bunch of videos of them. They're all outfitted. Like you can take one of those hunting for sure. They're outfitted with electricity, like in the back, all set up with like coolers back there, like a little refrigerator. Yeah, they're literally from the factory set up for outdoors. Like you don't have to do nothing to them. You can take them, do mow with them, take them out into the woods, go
Still have tendencies, like sweep them up a little bit.
yeah, it doesn't have nearly the kind of horsepower that a Raptor has or anything like that. So I think they have like 300 horsepower or 280, which is not a lot, but it's the durability things, like the purpose built. This guy so that's the same company Ineos. That's the Blues. That's Ineos Challenge. Yeah, that's what that company is.
Yeah. So that the goal was to get 2 hours and that.
So he did. I did 159 of the Pacers. Yeah. So it's possible for someone to do that without a Pacer.
That's what it kind of showed.
It seems like it.
Yeah. It's super fast.
That's so cool.
Super fast. Yeah. It's like what one Eugene was 217. So still it was the world record back in the 50s.
Yeah.
That's what Eugene still. So that'll still win those marathons. And yeah, it's wild.
The amount of work you have to do to get to that fast.
That's what I do sympathize with the pro runners because the work that you have to put in to be in
Whatever. You get what you deserve. This is what you get, like what you deserve.
Yeah, hey, throw some jeans on it. Yeah, like it.
Yeah, you don't like the fact that he's getting attention because he's sitting there some guy who's jacked wearing jeans. Fuck off. You think Courtney cares about that? No. Right? Do you think she would be focusing on other people? That's people that want more.
Well, we have gatekeepers.
Yeah, allegedly. There's gatekeepers and everything. There's always people that compare themselves to other people and they don't like what they find, so they try to find flaws in that other person. Yeah, that's what it is. You know, there's just, but that's that. Literature, filmmaking,
music, comedy,
Yeah.
fill in the blanks. There's always bitches. There's always bitches. What do bitches do? They bitch. They bitch about everything.
Yeah.
Sun 230 marathon in 2025 more time.
Yeah, so that he's gonna get it. I mean, there's no doubt he's gonna get it.
He broke the pull-up record. 10,000 pull-ups.
Yeah.
Nuts.
And so people are saying like, oh, PEDs or EP was like, we ordered breakfast after the marathon. I'm like, I don't know what the fuck EPO stands for. Do you?
I don't know, but I know what it does.
Well, it's supposed to make more red blood cells.
Yeah, that's what a lot of the Tour de France people were doing.
Yeah. That's as much as I know. Yeah. So I'm like, we were in breakfast and I'm like, do you think somebody in fucking Springfield, Oregon has EPO? What are you guys talking about?
You can get it, but I don't think he's on. The thing is, like, Pfizer's yeah. I think that's actually what TJ Dillashaw got.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, when TJ Dillashaw fought Henderson, he got all the way down to flyweight. The thing about that, though, is I understand why TJ did that, because TJ was literally starving himself.
He's trying to get to that.
Yes, starving himself to death. Because he would have to cut a lot of weight to make 35, so he had this idea that he was going to become a two-division champion.
Yeah.
Dropped down to 25, and he was just a dead man. He had nothing left. And he probably shortened his career. Really, he probably did. Because he looked like hell. And then Henderson took him out in the first round.
You know, when you put, I'm not trying to compare me at all, but I was losing weight, intentionally trying to get lighter for these races coming up. So I was by the same theory of burning 4,000 to 3,000, so 1,000 calorie deficit a day, which is fine for regular life. But when I was also running 100 miles a week, that's what my body just wasn't getting what it needed, but I was still trying to push hard. Right. That's why I got it.
What did you want your goal weight to be?
55.
So at 155, then you feel like it's easier to run. What's the most you've ever weighed on like on the ground?
Oh, 80.
180. Yeah. What was that like? It was hard.
Yeah.
Because I think about that a lot of times when I'm wearing my weight vest. Because I have one of those outdoors with the packs.
Yeah.
So it's got the post on the back, and I have the plate on it, 45-pound plate on it. And so the pack probably weighs like 5 pounds, and the plates, so it's 50 pounds. That's like a normal thing when people have to lose. Yeah. It's a normal thing. And I'm walking up hills with this thing. I'm like, this sucks. This sucks. This isn't even that heavy.
Yeah.
And some people, they have those on. Like, what are you trying to be able to have that? Because it hurts my feet.
Yeah. I mean, you saw Jelly Rolls lost like 200 pounds. I know, 200 pounds.
He threw his phone away.
I think he's got it back.
Did he get it back?
He got it back. Oh, I've been seeing some social media.
Well, I think he's got a guy who does that.
Oh,
Yeah, because I reached out to him and it came up green. I was like,
yeah. I didn't see
then I reached out to him on Instagram. And his social media guy says, I'll get this message to Jelly Roll, but he got rid of his phone.
Oh,
Because he had the same phone forever and, years. Drinking bars, giving out his number because he's so nice. He gave out his number to everybody. Apparently, everybody was just blowing his phone up all day long. And he's a superstar now. It's just like, overwhelming. And I think, like a lot of people, he was dealing with social media addiction, I'm sure. And then he was on this path to lose weight, get healthy. So, he just decided to chuck that phone away. Fuck these phones. No phone.
I mean, he looks so good right now. He's the opposite of Bert.
He's the nicest fucking guy ever. He's not the opposite of Bert. They're going to meet in the middle. He's the nicest way to go.
He'll be back on. And I do have to give him props. He is strong.
Oh, he's strong.
He's strong. So he benched a lot. He beat me in benching. Yeah.
What did he bench?
He's like 225, like 13 times, 10 times, something like that.
Yeah, that's impressive because back in the sober October days when we were talking about we had that challenge, he couldn't do it once.
Really?
They couldn't do 225 once. Because we all had like this little contest, like who could do 225. He couldn't do it once. He's definitely testosterone.
No, he's strong.
He works hard.
And I
Just drinks hard too.
I think I heard him say on here that he did about 80 pounds. Yeah,
That's impressive.
I know. I'm telling you, he's pretty strong.
Because you know who couldn't go back my mom? Alexander Cousins. He fought in the UFC at 205. Yeah, couldn't go back. It's like, is there a trick to this? I go, no, here's the trick. Pull that fucker back. Yeah. I do it 100 times a day.
I mean, different people haven't done this stuff.
I started incorporating, and this is probably a good thing for anybody who shoots archery a lot to do. I started incorporating what you told me, which was cable pros standing up while holding a 10-pound weight.
Yeah.
And it's making a world of difference. I was developing pretty severe imbalance, and then by being a meathead, I was pushing through this tendon pain that I was developing on my right lower side from just stabilizing and holding this 85-pound load all these reps, only one way. And it's like, that's not smart.
Right.
So I started switching over with however many times I pull the bow back with my right arm, I'll do that same amount of cable rows while holding this 10-pound weight out. It's made all the difference. Now I have tendon problems on my left side too, so it balances it out. Not really, it's not. But I do feel like a lot of soreness on that side.
Yeah.
These long sessions, I'm hitting it. And then I'm doing a lot of back extensions. Here's the big one, that reverse hyper. You know, I've talked about that machine before. That machine is a goddamn life changer.
But dude, you have everything here.
It's nice. Yeah, it's nice.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go like 4 different places to get everything you have here.
Yeah, the gym is pretty sweet. It's set up real nice. That reverse hyper is so big though because it pulls the back and like it's decompressing on the downswing. And you know, you stack the weight on there. I like to get about, so I have 245s on each side, and lately I've been sticking an additional 25 on each side. That's a lot of weight. Yeah. So you do this swing up, so it strengthens the hamstrings and the lower back muscles, and then on the swing down, it's like pulling it, like stretching it out. And then I like to do that Dex machine where you hang it from your hips, you swing down, and you're just decompressing the back. And I've been doing deep stretches in the sauna every day. Every day. Instead of just sitting in the sauna for 25 minutes, now I'm doing like heavy stretches. It's fucking so hard to do it. 195 in there.
The water. It's so hard. I do the same thing.
You have to do stretching. Yeah, stretching. Did you push up in there? No.
But I want to get an exercise bike in there.
I know people, there's a
Mine is too narrow.
that's a sauna that's set up that way. Like it's called a fit sauna or something like that. Larry Hamilton has an air dive bike.
Yeah.
It's got ovens. Puts ovens on. Rides the air dive with ovens.
Yeah. I love doing the sauna.
Yeah, it's nice. It's nice. That's right. I'm almost always doing a cold plunge first. That's the beginning workouts, cold plunge, and then this whole body weight. Just warm back up, 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups. Now I add kettlebells. Okay, so I do 3 sets of 20, 3 sets of 20, 3 sets of 5 sets of 20, 5 sets of 20, 5 sets of 20. But I do them like 1, 2, 3. So I do like first push-ups, then body weight squat, then I do 5 cycles. So it's 100 of everything. Yeah, by that time, I'm warmed out. It's like 15, so 500 reps. So 3 movements, 100 each, 300 reps. And so 300, 100 swings, 100 push-ups, 100 body weight squats.
And then did I hear
No drinking for like 2+ months now. Yeah. I'm never going back. I mean, I will, maybe I'll have a glass of wine somewhere. I like it. Not alcoholic.
Yeah.
But I feel stupid for waiting this long.
Yeah.
Because like I would have these days like you say, go to the club, do some shows, have a couple of cocktails with boys, have a bunch of laughs, do a podcast, have some whiskey, have some laughs. The next day, like,
Yeah.
and I'd be going through my workouts and I'm like, you lost it, done. You know, and I'd, do the hyperbaric and drink a lot of electrolytes and try to flush it out. But if you're concentrating on improving your health and fitness, why are poison yourself.
Yeah, sabotage yourself.
But you know, also say, hey, well, that's the only way to have fun. You have to have fun too. But no, it's not changing my fun.
This doesn't have fun.
But he's not having fun. He's not trying to have fun. I'm trying to have fun. Like, part of my job is fun. Like, I want, like, fun is a prerequisite. Like, as a comedian, like, you have to be having fun. Yeah, it's part of the fun of comedy. It's like enjoying it. You enjoy it. They enjoy it. Everybody enjoys it. It's fun. And so I thought, like, it would be less fun. And so it's not. It's not any less fun sober. It's just fun. And it's just, I feel better. And this is one of the things that I've always tried to tell all these comedians. And you know, I bring a bunch of them in here, work out with them, these comedian workout sessions that we're doing. You know, Shane comes in here all the time, always on his own. So does Derek and Hassan and all these guys from the club. But if you have more energy, you will have more energy on stage. If you have more energy, more shows, multiple shows a night, you don't get fatigued. Like, it carries over in the comedy. Your body and your brain are inexorably connected. If your body functions better, your brain will function better. It's not rocket science. It's real simple. It's just nobody wants to do it. Because everybody, you want the best comedian ever to lift a weight and work out. But if the best comedian ever did that, I bet they would be better. I bet they'd be better at everything in life. Yeah, it doesn't mean that like the best person has to do that, otherwise you won't be the best person. No, it could be someone who's just so funny, it doesn't matter. It could be fast, be hilarious, and barely walk, you know, and just be so funny because they just gifted and they put a lot of time into comedy. If they were healthier, they'd feel better, and enjoy life more, be better at everything, not just comedy.
Yeah, I mean, on a different level, it's like when I was trying to lose that weight to get lighter, I came here, last time I saw you, you said you ways to go, but I tried to do everything perfect, but just being on the road, traveling to Texas and going back, I could not get my body weight back down for like 4 days. And it's not like I was drinking or eating donuts. Yeah, just, you know, you go to that steak place, that hotel I'm staying at, really good, those big steaks we had. Yeah. And I'm like eating this meat going, how much fucking sugar is on this thing? I mean, and they put brown sugar on it. That's why it tastes so good. Which place is that? You ate there. Which place is that? It's at
Right. Oh, Bob's. No, this is sugar steak.
Something is on that.
Well, you're eating that carrot. That carrot seems to be glazed. That carrot's awesome. That carrot's not the football. Like, what fucking lab in China are they growing them carrots?
Okay, but the meat has something. Sugar has that sugar. It's too good. Yes. Okay, well then why do I not give that?
You're eating a bunch of other stuff as well. I don't think the steaks have sugar on them.
I think they do. RFK thinks that they do. Bob's banning. He's banning Bob's.
There's fucking town has so many good places to eat.
Yeah, but my point was, if you deviate a little bit from a disciplined, perfect diet, it takes a while. So your body's point is to all that. Your body's so fucking sensitive. When you get so dialed in on everything, man, you really realize how little it takes to throw you off.
Yeah.
So imagine drinking.
Well, that's the thing too. Everybody I know that has a war ring or wears a whoop strap. Like if you wear a whoop strap, you know, it'll show you how much you recovered through the night. And if you drink, you will notice a big dip. If you have one cocktail will be a big dip in the amount of recovery you have. Right? You won't even notice it. You're like, I wasn't drunk.
Well, if you're not trying to perform, like do something, right, you won't notice it. Like a regular person's regular job, I mean, maybe you'll feel like a little sluggish, but as soon as you start to like work out and perform and run, and you're like looking at stuff where you're on the scale, like, what the fuck is going on?
Well, most people are just used to feeling like garbage. Well, think about most people's diet, and if they just cleaned up their diet and they just cut out all the nonsense, cut out all the processed food, cut out all the sugar, cut out all the sugary drinks, and just drink water and eat healthy, pure whole foods, you would feel so much better. Most people aren't human, so they're accustomed. They think this is what you're supposed to feel like. This is life.
Yeah.
It's like having water in your ear, and you forget, and then it pops.
Right.
Like, dude, life is water in your ear.
Yeah.
This is what it sounds like. It's just poison yourself.
Yeah.
If you're eating a standard American diet, you're eating fucking burgers and fries, drinking soda, eating candy, you are.
I was
Memorial
going
Day
back to
deals
one.
are here in
I
London.
think I was
Up to 40% off select major classics and free discounts. Save an extra $50 on over $500 you spend on select major classics, $396 or more. Like the Samsung, the Stoke French door refrigerator, featuring beverage aisle and dual ice maker. Shop at Lowe's today. We help, you save. About 52 for 618. Selection range by location. Total savings varies based on purchasing.
It's just like, every aisle I took what I was looking for. I don't know what, but I just kept walking down the aisles going, I haven't eaten any of this shit so long ago. It looks so good. And then I was thinking, that's what most people are buying. The shit.
Yeah.
No wonder I feel terrible.
Yeah, most of what you're eating in the supermarket, most of what you buy in the supermarket is terrible for you.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, unless it's like tomato sauce. And even that, a lot of that is company. It's a lot of garbage. People are eating a lot of garbage. And that's the average person. And then you have a doctor who, you know, need vitamins. Or you just have a balanced diet. Sack of shit. Old information.
So here's the point. I just remembered my point. So I was trying to buy donuts because I was doing Ultra Marathon the next day. So you saw like in Courtney running. Normally it doesn't matter what type of calories when you're working that hard. You just need calories and salt. So I'm like, I'm gonna get some old fashioned donuts because I was gonna do this 50K. I'm like, that would be perfect calories. So you know where I found the donuts? In the fucking produce over there with the vegetables. So they're like tiny little treasures. You're trying to be healthy. Like, oh, get a fucking apple. Then you like look at a old fashioned donut right there. Fuck this apple. I'm gonna get these donuts. So they still sabotage forever.
Yeah, I wonder if there's like a marketing strategy involved in that. I wonder if they had like a meeting. Like, look, people are trying to eat well, but we can fuck them.
The algorithm.
Yeah, it's like the algorithm. It really is kind of
Everything to everything.
That's it. I'm basically off this one. All I'm doing is I still allow myself to look at it from taking a shit. I'll look, but try not to like blink.
So now every time you send me something, I know you're shitting.
Most likely. Or someone says me something, or someone said, "Well, I didn't send you. I sent you YouTube videos." That's different.
Okay.
I was watching that actually at home on TV. Okay. I was watching that on big screen. Yeah, because I was interested like last night in watching like something. Every night is a different. If I get like some downtime and I can relax a little bit and watch something on TV. Sometimes I like watching a show, a fiction show like Homeland or something like that. But sometimes I get on these kicks where I want to watch certain things. Last night was like old school fighters training. And I went down this rabbit hole. I watched old school Sugar Ray Robinson too. That was amazing. He was another one so dedicated to his craft. Again, trained harder than anybody, but also trained smarter and moved different than people because he was a dancer. He actually retired from fighting for a brief period of time just to be a dancer and performed like the dance shows. And then went back to fighting. So he could move and forward. Yeah, but it was intentional. It wasn't. It was all like certain moves. Like he had programmed into this footwork movement, his balance, his ability to get out of the way. And he was fighting at the time, but these guys are fighting like every couple of weeks.
Yeah, they fought a lot. Crazy. What's your? So you said fighting sometimes. So what is your go-to on YouTube that you watch most?
If I want to just zone out, it's professional pool. I only watch professional pool. Yeah. But that's my number one addiction.
So that comes up on your recommended list on YouTube.
Yeah, mostly pool, and then Ancient Civilizations. Ancient Civilizations is number 2. I love watching videos on these mysteries where they're just uncovering. I was watching this whole thing in Malta about Malta the other day, where they found these elongated skulls in Malta that are missing the characteristics of a normal human skull. So a normal human skull has, I think it's called a sagittal crest. There's a line that goes down the middle, like this. It's like a, like as you're growing as a baby, you have like these plates in your head that move around and they expand as your head grows, and there's like lines. So there's a line that goes straight, there's a line that goes like this, across. The heads don't have that. They don't have the line that goes straight. But they're elongated human skulls, and they have a line that goes in the back, but they don't have the line that goes down the center. And they're trying to like make sense of this. Like, what is this? What is this? And Malta is a giant mystery. Like, Malta is this island that used to be at one point in time before the flood. It was connected to Sicily. And they know Neanderthals lived there like thousands of years before recorded civilization. But they didn't think Homo sapiens did. But they found that these elongated skulls, they're different than any human skull. And then they found these incredible stone constructions, these stone buildings, and immense stones that have crazy erosion that they think is more than 6,000 years of erosion. So they're trying to figure out, like, what happened? Like, what is this? How old is this? Is this from before the flood? Is this before the ice age? Like, what the fuck is this? Yeah. And why are these elongated skulls there? Yeah, that's bizarre stuff. Yeah, bizarre stuff. Because it's like, there's so many mysteries in terms of like the human race and how long people have been building things. And every now and then they'll uncover something that pushes everything back. Like, they used to think the first people in North America were 13,000 years ago. It was Clovis first. Then they found these footprints in Mexico that are 23,000 years old. It's like, wow. And that's like number one. That's not like the first person to come here. Like, probably people even before that. Yeah. But there's very little information. And then there's this like crazy stone wall that we found in Montana. And it was on private property. And no one even knew it was there. And these people, they just were clearing some land, and they found this fucking wall. I think it's called the Sage Wall in Montana. But these immense stones that looks like they were placed there. Who knows how long? And there's people arguing, oh, this is like natural. This is it. What the fuck is that, dude? So that was all covered with tree. By the way, it goes deep into the ground too. It goes like 10 feet deep into the ground. So they're like, okay, is this a natural formation? It doesn't look natural. It looks like human beings placed those stones. Yeah, it looks like it was placed there. It's really weird, man. And look, like, there's like weird stuff about it. Like, that's like someone made that. That has a circle that's carved into it, and then there's like the sort of structure that looks like it's the outline of it. So there's a lot of arguments. Like that one photograph right there, that photograph's fucking crazy. Yeah, is that fake? That one's fake. Are you sure? Well, let's see which one is fake and which one isn't. Some of them, that one in the upper left here is definitely real. And these, like I said, these go down deep. You know, they've done like they've used like machinery or sensors to find out how deep it goes. It goes like 10 feet down deep into the ground. Like,
That one with the rock on top of it.
Yeah. But what is that? Yeah. There's a lot of weird stuff when it comes to. So, if this is man-made, how fucking old is that? Yeah. Like, how old is that? There's nothing else there, just that wall? Or maybe is there other? Because they didn't even know this existed. I think it was till the 90s. 96. So, what other stuff is out there that people haven't uncovered that is covered with crap? Some of the things they're finding out about the rainforest. They used to think that Amazon rainforest was like this little patch of tribes of people. Well, there's a guy that visited in the 1500s. He said that there was like these crazy temples, these huge structures, cities of millions of people. And then news boards went 100 years later and they found none of these things. Because that fucking first guy probably gave everybody diseases and killed the entire continent, which is nuts. Like, probably killed everybody that lived in the Amazon. Like the Amazon, I was watching the documentary on this. They used LiDAR. So this LiDAR, they fly over it and they use these sensors to detect these structures that are deep in the rainforest that are covered in trees. And they're finding all of these corridors, squares, and things that seem to indicate irrigation and structures. Like, this is nuts. Wow. So there was like millions of people living in the Amazon, and some dirty Europeans came over in the 1500s and gave them their cookies, and they all died out. Yeah. Just like what happened with most of the Native Americans. Like most people think, like most people don't know, but the Native Americans, like 90% of the Native Americans were killed by disease. That 90% of the population died off by disease, which is crazy. Yeah. Millions of people living this nomadic life in North America while the Renaissance is going on over in Europe. Right. These people are using flint arrowheads. Yeah, nuts. They didn't have horses. They didn't have horses until the Europeans came over and brought them. The whole thing's crazy. Yeah, it is. That's what I'm watching a lot. That's your go-to. Yeah, I'm absolutely fascinated by ancient civilizations, and then these mysteries, like the pyramids and these structures they found under the pyramids. Seen that? Yeah, that's right. What is that? I've heard talk about it. Basically. I don't know if it's right. I don't know if it's wrong. Some people think it's nonsense, but the researchers seem to think that they've done multiple scans and gotten the same results over and over again. Like whatever these things are, there's pillars, and there's spirals around the pillars, and it goes deep into the ground, and the whole structure's 2 kilometers deep. Yeah, I think I heard you talk about that. I heard that. I thought it was fake. Some people think that it can't be real because there's a water table underneath the Great Pyramid. But the question is it real and there's a water table? Is this shit in the water? Yeah. Like, is it so, were these people so advanced they built these insane structures 2 kilometers deep through the water? Because look at this. It's nuts that they can make the pyramid. I know, but that still doesn't make sense. Itself is nuts. All the structures, the Temple of Luxor, all that stuff is crazy. So if they can make that, why are we assuming that that's the pinnacle of crazy? Like there might be crazier below the surface. Yeah, that is like. Right, imagine if everybody thought that the most advanced buildings that were ever created were like buildings they built in Chicago. And you could go, wow, look at this. This is what craftsmanship. Boy, people have reached an incredible level of ability. And then someone stumbles upon the pyramid. They go, okay, wait, yeah, what the fuck is this? Yeah. There's 2,300,000 stones in this, and they weigh between 2 and 80 tons. They're cut from a quarry hundreds of miles away, some of them. They moved through the mountains. Like, wow. So that's crazy. And imagine we think, well, this is the height of crazy. When you go under the surface of it, below the ground, you look at this 2 kilometer deep structure. Yeah. That's even crazy. That makes that look simple, right? Well, then these people are just moving stone. How the fuck do we get it through the water? What I think of when I hear that is imagine a hunting back. Oh my God, that big. Probably. But you have shitty bows. You didn't have a nice bow. Yeah. You didn't have a bow. Yeah, if you had the sea bow. Oh my God, you're the water bow. Yeah, there are 2 things I thought of. But you know, when bears get old, they get crease in their skull. So it's like, talking about that skull, I was wondering if it's age related. I don't understand what the age is. But on the lines with that was the argument with the see if you find those sort of elongated skulls of Malta. There was I really like the
I've heard the legend that they talked about 10 years ago. They were on display. They weren't on display.
Yeah, but they're definitely not an urban legend. This was I was watching an actual archaeologist discussing these things, and then there was an alternative guy that was discussing and saying that the issue is these lines in the skull don't exist in these skulls, but they were all admit that these skulls. Well, there's different ones. This is ancient. I would just ask them. Let's just go with
I'm saying there's different stuff that comes up all the way from Malta websites that talk about it. This is something that people want to go see.
Right. Let's click on that one. See if they have any images on display, because like this is accepted by actual archaeologists that there's because human beings have been doing weird stuff with skulls. So that's it right there. So you see how that skull has that line at the top, right? Most skulls have a line straight down the middle too. That's how human skulls are. So this is weird. These are now also. Here's the thing. It could totally be a human that has genetic problems. Like there's these people in Africa that have, they call them ostrich feet people. Yeah, this is a weird genetic anomaly that this whole village has, where their feet, instead of having five, like a big toe and four little toes, they have like branched off like an ostrich. Like it looks really strange. And that's real. Yeah, it's totally real. But it's real today. But it's a genetic anomaly, and it's been passed on through, these people in this one tribe, in this one area. So it's like someone had it, they gave it. So it could be that, right? It could be that skull is weird. Yeah, because these people were just born weird. Right, yeah. Some people are born with giant noses. Yeah. Some people have huge heads. Yeah. Some people are like 7 feet tall for no reason. Big heads. Yeah. Giant hearts. It's like, we vary. Humans vary quite a bit. So it could be that that's why that skull looks that way. But it is absolutely fascinating. And one of the things that they keep finding is new versions of human beings, which is really cool. Like they found the Denisovans. I think they found those in like 2010. And there's the recent ones we were talking about that have big heads. And these big headed, like, not Homo sapien, but like cousins of Homo sapiens. They just found these like really recently, within the last few years. Like, okay, we thought these were Denisovans. This is a totally different branch. And so there's multiple branches of human beings that coexisted along with Homo sapiens and Neanderthals for a long ass time. Scientists may have discovered a new form of ancient humans known as large head people. So this is in December of 2024. The Julu, large head people. So they took like these skulls and tried to make like a recreation of what they look like. They look like these jacked looking hairy cave people. They look pretty badass. That's not her. Shit like that. You wouldn't survive back then if you looked like that. So you have like an image of what they recreated, because the image was pretty cool.
So where does the videos fit in your YouTube algorithm?
No, I watched those. That's I watch all YouTubers, of course. I watch a lot of different. I was watching some of Rabbi's videos last night. That one and the one right there. There's a video of one standing there. He's fine. There's one that we looked at before where the dudes are sort of standing up and look super jacked. Yeah, that's it. So the super jacked, hairy dude, thick ass bones, like Neanderthals. Like they were way different than us. They were way more jacked than us.
He's with these, doesn't he?
You had to be survive.
Beta area, sand or something.
Yeah, something. Neanderthals, they did art. They made cave art. Some of the cave art they know for sure was Neanderthals. And some of it is really scientific. Whoa. That's what we looked like. Those things fucked us up. Imagine that guy in the UFC. Like, oh Jesus. Imagine the guy in the right to fight the guy on the left. Are you fucking kidding me? This is like this big, dense. It's kind of weird that we survived. Especially if you look at some of those marathon runners. Like, imagine those people survive on that thing. Those things probably do. Like, look at that's what they think they look like. Just that'd be right. Super dense, giant, jacked. That one where we walking to the right and far right. Yeah, look at that. Like, that's what they think it looks like. Fuck that. Imagine walking the woods, see that dude there.
That's what is fascinating though. It's like that's what I feel like about the stuff that we're doing. Is those people imagine how far they can get in a day. And so nowadays we're so far the other way.
Yeah.
Where if you walk a mile, you got something.
Well, you're eating everything in the middle of the supermarket. You're watching video games, playing video games all day. Some kids aren't even playing video games; they're watching other people play video games.
That's what's like. It's pretty cool to think about. We're still making our bodies go. So this sort of thing already. days. I mean, that's kind of cool.
Yeah, it is cool.
But back then, they probably did that shit all the time. So we're built for that.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
they probably have.
No, of course they have to, but like humans as a species are built for it. So that's what I like about those events.
Right.
It's like, this is what we're supposed to be doing.
Well, persistence. Yeah, no, that's what that is. Yeah, I mean, just chasing an animal down because the animals don't sweat, people do. So you can't outrun them. You can sprint, but if you just keep chasing them, eventually they die. Yeah. And then you just stab them when they're out of breath. You eat them.
You either cut through and keep eyes on them, or track them.
Isn't that crazy? That was a strategy. Humans could just chase them until they run out. They can't run it. Yeah.
They still do it.
I bet that's where some of the best marathon runners come out of too.
Yeah, for sure. You know? Yeah, they're so good at tracking because of that. It's just like they can stay on those tracks without blood. Because that's the name of the game. Keep your eyes on them.
Yeah, that's what's so fascinating to me. Guys can just look in the ground and see the footprints where I don't see shit. Some guys are really good at that.
I mean, they can follow the tracks across to solid rock. It's just looking at little scuffs. They can see little scuffs from the hills. That's crazy. I've been over there quite a bit, and I would sit there, just as you just said, like, what do you see? And so I would ask him. It's hard because they speak Swahili, so it's hard figuring it out. But I was there for 3 weeks one time, so I kind of got dialed in. But so I would ask, what are we looking at here? What are you seeing? Or just how grass would go a certain way, and then it's not that certain way because something made it. Something pushed it out of the way.
Even if it's just a little bit of grass.
Yeah.
Just like little moments.
This small little towns. Yeah, so it's like being so. That's another reason why I love mountains, love being out. It's just you have to be so. If you're gonna be good at it, in tune with everything. You have to be sensitive to almost everything. That's how you can go range of an animal get killed or find it after you put an arrow in it. It's like you're just deciphering all this information. Some people are good, some people are, but most of it's experience related. Those people have learned in Africa have learned from the best trackers there are. We haven't had to be that good here, but I've wanted to develop that skill and just get better. But it's like it's noticing minute details.
Someone had a really good argument. Remember who it was, Jamie, when they were talking about the invention of the bow and arrow, and they were saying the odds of this happening simultaneously all over the world are very unlikely. And that what's much more likely is that someone developed that technology and was traveling. And that when you go back to the earliest use of the bow, which I can't believe was, you know when that was? Let's guess. That's much guess. I need thousands of years ago to figure out the bow and arrow. 3,000?
I would say. I mean,
it has to be before the pyramids.
Yeah.
The pyramids are 5,000 or 4,500. That's the conventional. So many people think it's older than that.
Let's take 10,000.
10,000 years for the bow and arrow. So that means that someone had to be traveling. Because, like, Native Americans had it, Polynesians had it, like, everybody had it, right? The Africans had it, like, everyone had the bow and arrow. Europeans had it.
What was that? Mongolians.
Well, that was the 1200s. The rise of Genghis Khan was like in the 1200s, 1200s to the 1300s. Yeah, they got crazy.
Yeah, they
They're the 160 and they fucking people up with those bows.
Yeah,
those guys, you see that they're skeletons. You know, like I'm talking about, like I'm trying to balance out my body and pull it to my forearm. Yeah, everything was jacked. Their shoulders, their back, everything was like torqued and twisted. What was the, so let's guess. What did we say?
I said
10,000 years ago?
You said,
let's say 5.
I stumbled across the earliest people known to use bows and arrows in BC without archery approximately 2,800 BC.
So roughly 4,800 plus years ago, roughly guessing. So how does it get to those people? How do those people get it? So if the Native Americans, if we have evidence of human beings living in Mexico 22,000 years ago, when did they pick up the bone? Who got it to them? Because by the time Columbus came in the 1400s, they already had it. So where'd they get it? Who taught them that?
Yeah.
Where'd they get it? Did they figure it out independently with feathers as fletchings and put a with that cool picture of Egypt? Wow, that's crazy. Right. So were the Egyptians traveling all the way to North America? Like who figured it out first? But do you remember who was It was a fascinating conversation because I never considered it until they brought it up. I said, I don't think the bow and arrow just, I think that's technology that was shared, which is a great argument for world travelers.
Yeah, I always think about, was there land bridges that we don't know about? I don't know.
Well, there definitely was, if you go back 11,000 years ago. I mean, that's when people were walking across the Bering Land Bridge.
Yeah.
Oh, Michael, what was it you were saying that? I'm sure. Was it?
You know, you guys, I know you guys talked about, Hogan Young went over, bought the boats and remember they took tubs of arrows.
Yeah, they were slinging them.
And they're going to be gone for like 7 months. Their blood has some great stories about talking to his wife. About, hey, I'm going to go home and be back next year. Because it's like so long of it. Oh, right. Yeah. Just like people getting in boats back there. So nuts. I just know that, Fred Bear has that quote, the history of archery is the history of mankind. I always think of that. So as long as man's been around and had to kill, the archery equipment is.
Well, it must have just completely opened up the door for having more kids, for being able to survive and feed your family. Because if you're just stabbing things, you gotta get so close. And then you get an atlatl. Okay, how far can you throw that?
Yeah.
But then if you got a bow, now all of a sudden, all those fuckers over there are in trouble. They don't even know yet. They don't even know what to look out for. And this thing's whistling through the air. What is this? The 4 waves of bow and arrow use in North America has occurred at 12,000. Whoa. 12,000. 12,000 years ago. So it's pre-Egyptian. No, 12,000 years ago was 10,000. Okay, I found bows in different places. Wow. That's nuts. 12,000 years ago.
Yes,
Right, so 12,000 years ago, now it makes sense that people are walking. So people from Asia can walk over, maybe it was made in Asia.
Yeah.
But 30,000! Subarctic people first brought archery bows into North America from Asia 30,000 years ago.
Anyway.
Okay, how? So 30,000 years ago, people were supposedly dumb as shit. How are they figuring out how to make a stick fly through the air with a string
and kill things with it?
And hunt? Mongolian people were the first to adopt the bow in the southwestern region, which is now called the United States. Mogollon. I don't even know who they are. 30,000 years ago is nuts. But it's like, how does that get all around the world? That's really interesting because it's not like there's a bunch of different versions of it.
Yeah, because he said the physical characteristics of the spell are striking in several respects. So it's like,
that's a recurve.
No, I just get it.
Right.
Yeah, I thought that they were saying that no matter where they found these bows, they were all very similar.
Right, and the fletchings.
It goes to your point of how did that information get around the world?
How did they figure that out?
Yeah.
First recorded use of archery bow occurred quite early in human history. Images from the Paleolithic and Mesolithic cave paintings, 10,000 BC. In Spain and France, depict groups of simple silhouetted figures using the bow as both the weapon of combat and the hunt. See if you can find some of those images. Mesolithic. That's that one documentary that came to dreams. So Werner Herzog's film. I think that's that's crazy. That one. That's crazy. 7,000-year-old bow and arrow. Wow.
That's what, anytime I get those people on that drill left trying to shoot, when he starts talking to him with the bow rack, he's just like, showing them how to shoot the bow. And people are like, they get it. He's like, it feels familiar, right? He goes, because that's what man's always done. That's why it feels familiar. So it's like people who've never done it, all of a sudden are like, they're like, oh, this stirs something up. It does resonate. Yeah, it does resonate with your DNA. You can tell. You know what I tell people? It's like when you catch a fish, like even when kids catch a fish. I remember when my daughter caught her first fish. The excitement is genetic. Oh, you got one. How do you know you're supposed to be excited? Right. Why are they excited? Yeah. Why is it exciting to catch a fish? But because it's programmed in your DNA from the time you were figuring out how to catch fish. That if you caught a fish, you get to live. You get to eat it. So you get a reward. Your body gets excited about catching it. That's the same feeling. That's why people like when you shoot something and it hits the spot. Yeah, it's not like throwing a basketball through it. That's kind of fun. But it doesn't have the same feeling. No, there's a feeling of archery when you hit something. It's like, oh, yeah, you see an animal, you're like, yeah, you should shoot this guy. Yeah.
Well, I was like the other day, I was saying pictures.
That's just what. I mean, I'm driving, I see horses, cows, whatever, and I'm like, I see cows, legs forward. They're right now. Perfect. That's just what you kind of program your brain to see.
Right, but it's also like the same drive that leads you to run all these miles to be at your best, and that also makes you concentrate on being accurate at archery all the time, thinking about archery all the time. If you don't, you won't be as good as you can be. If you want to be as good as you possibly can be, you have to kind of think about that. Yeah, take over your fucking brain. Yeah. Imagine you get those people from back then, you're like, let me show you some shit. I would this is called a hog father. I'd love to go over, like, there's these people that have, what tribe is that have an Instagram page. They were the red stuff. I think in Africa. I think I've sent you that. I want to go and hunt with them so bad. Yes, yeah. I want to go over there so bad. And just hang out. They're probably freaking out. So what are you doing? I know when I was in Tanzania, I would just shoot like put up like a buffalo quarter. The hot stuff. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. That's the people that David Cho went over hung out with, right? Whoa!
Yeah, that's not the one I was thinking of.
Interesting. Yeah, there's an influencer. The upper left lady, what she doing with the house of it. But yeah, let's wrap this up, Cam. Your book, perfect title, undeniable. It is a perfect title. It really is. I mean, that's one of the things that we always talk about. You gotta be undeniable. Yeah, it's perfect name.
I just think it captures what we're trying to do in life.
Yeah, what everybody's trying to do in life. If you're really trying to do something well, you're going to have some haters. What's the best way to silence haters?
Win.
Be undeniable.
Be undeniable.
So if you're talking shit, you just look like an idiot. You just look like a fool.
Here's what I've learned. This is probably going to hit pretty hard. I don't know if you've ever heard this before, but it pays to be one. Undeniable to me is like the people I've had on. I've learned so much from your featured in the book, but it's like what makes people undeniable, what allows people, regardless of what they do, to rise to the top. And there's certain characteristics of each person, and what it is, it's like they have this overwhelming passion for whatever they're doing. It's like that's all they care about. It's all they think about. Like Marciano, Goggins, whoever you know of, you think of like a person's name doing something, they're obsessed with whatever they're doing.
speaking of obsessed, I'm obsessed with getting something right. I think the sagittal crest is actually the peak of the skull that gorillas have. I think I fucked that up. I think there's a different word. I was looking for a different word for those cracks in the skull. It's not sagittal crest. I think the sagittal crest is that thing that separates like what a gorilla skull looks like versus a chimpanzee skull. There it is. Yeah, that's the sagittal crest. That's that ridge bone. Yeah. So what are those lines called? It's a suture. That's what you call it. So there's a coronal suture, and then there's the other one. Imagine that's a person. How fucking weird that is. See that weird? So that's what a normal person looks like. Oh, that's it. So it's peridial foramen. So that's the sagittal suture, and then there's this other suture. What's that other suture called? Yeah, lambdoid suture and sagittal suture. So that's the sagittal is the line that they're missing, the one that goes up to that. That's lower right. Yeah. Gorillas almost have like a mohawk in their skull. They have these giant muscles for chomping on fucking roots and shit. And you get that fucking in the head, it would be laugh at you. Have you ever seen there's a 3D image with this? Because people always say, how many fucking people do you think you can take to beat a gorilla? Well, guess what? It literally doesn't matter. So somebody recreation. So let's find out. So they show what would happen. I show what would happen if 100 dudes try to fight a gorilla. Spoiler alert: 100 dudes get fucked up. Look at this. This is what it looked like. Like the gorilla's trying to run, and just start fucking people up. Yeah, we got no chance.
Could you imagine taking a big right?
I would watch the first couple of dudes take a right, and I would take a left. I'd be like, see, I don't think the gorilla's gonna chase me, so I'm gonna use
military appreciation.
And throw you the fucking 50 yards.
He would grab you, and his grip would break your fucking rib cage. He would just, his fingers would penetrate the skin and go right through the organs. Hey, at least he's fucking all these people up. Boom!
That guy took a couple in a row.
Russian probably tried this already. They probably already had, look at this. All the other guys like, oh, I'm going to give him a shot. So I'm going to give him my best. Yeah, why is that still there?
I don't know.
Is it being forceful? He's running, trying to bitch ass hammer fist into the gorilla.
Exactly. If you get your bell run movement in a day, then you're just thinking, boom. That would be a good one to end on, but here's what we really need to do. Okay. Last time, Endure was like the #1 seller, and they put it number 7 or something on New York Times. So we need. Why was it? We need #1. We deserve #1. We should be #1 this time.
You didn't get #1 because of some weird shit. It's not
because the New York Times bestseller list is an editorial. Yeah, that's what's weird. If it just goes based on sales, Endure would have been up there, but they gave me #7. So crazy. Just give me what I deserve.
Why lie?
I don't know.
If you're gonna have a top 10, why lie? You're lying. You can't decide this one's a top 10. It's made by a transgender person of color.
Is it? Or I don't know if it helps me to call them out or
no. They're gonna fuck you. Another one. But America, no. But on Amazon, that's not true, right?
No.
So that'll be
sales.
That'll be sales. That'll be legit. So that's the one that should count.
But yeah, I mean, the whole point. Also, I want to also end up. I wouldn't have had the success with the books if not for you. You wrote the forward to Endure. It made the New York Times bestseller list. You know as well as anybody. The next book, if you can say from the New York Times bestseller author of Endure, that just makes the next one go crazy. So without you, this wouldn't have happened.
Well, without you, I would never go on.
So, and we would.
Yeah, we would don't actually. That's right. All right, let's bring it home. Endure, it's out now.
It's out May 6th.
May 6th.
No, Endure's out.
Oh, excuse me. Undeniable. Undeniable is out May 6th. Today's April 29th. So wait a Tuesday. Did you do the audio version of it?
I did. People love it.
Yeah, they did. They want it. It has to. It has to.
Well, Joe, thank you.
My pleasure, brother. I love you to death. You're the best. All right. Goodbye, everybody.
Podcast by night, all day.
Go, Jose, my man. I cannot believe I'm here. I can't believe you're here. I'm so happy, bro. I remember when, people began telling me, hey, Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan, what? I'm always lost. Yeah, Joe Rogan loves Bazaar. Yeah, loves Bazaar in Las Vegas. It's my favorite restaurant in Vegas. Loves Bazaar meat in Las Vegas. And I'm like, really? You're happy that you visit anybody's restaurant. But your restaurant is set up so good. When you walk in, those Argentine grills are going with the live wood fires. Oh, you smell the steaks right when you walk in. Oh, it's perfect honey pot. Because if you're not hungry, you get hungry the moment you walk in the door.
So yeah, Bazaar, I opened first one over 15 years ago in LA. This hotel, amazing hotel, SLS, by Philippe Stark, San Nazarian was the brain behind the whole project. And the restaurant just came, wow, big hit in LA. It was a crazy place. It's like Alice in Wonderland, like Joe in Wonderland. But then when we were opening SLS, the same hotel in Vegas, we were like, let's do Bazaar, but something else. And obviously what everybody loves in Vegas is a meat place. So we got the spirit of the original Bazaar, the same dishes, the whimsy, the cotton candy foie gras, the cheesesteak, the you eat it one bite back. We brought meats from different parts of the United States, different parts of Spain, Europe, American pork, big grills, and most kind of fancy. Go fancy, you could go cotton candy and cones of caviar. By the way, I have here some cones if you're hungry later. But then you can go and you eat the steak. That's it. Why is Vegas a big meat place? It feels like there is a lot of steak houses, a lot of steak houses. Not a lot of great ones, though. A lot of women. Overall, it's good. I'm not gonna be the one. There's a few that you can. I'm not gonna be the one. I'm not gonna be. I mean, there's a great chef. My friend Tom Colicchio has one. What's that one? I don't even know. He's so many casinos. I don't know what. Tom Colicchio, the chef. Wow, you know everything. That's what we've been doing. Oh, that one's great. That one's obviously a great guy. What's it called? Crab steak? Crab. Yeah, crab one. I can blow from back. One. Anyway, there is many other ones with names, with chefs behind, no chefs, big name chefs. I'll name Beaver's great. Yeah, I got big. That's very good. Yeah, people, this is where you mentioned that because when we go to Vegas, we stay in the casinos and we go to the casinos, hotels, and that's it. Yeah. I mean, I've always been a big fan of saying it's okay, but make the effort to leave the casino. Yes, leave the strip and also visit some of the other restaurants. Yeah, because they deserve that we visit them. Vegas is the casinos, but Vegas, like every other city in America, every other city in the world, is so much more. We all go to the Wizard of Oz. Yeah, here we go. That's it. Nothing else. No, go beyond the yeah. And you're going to discover great things. But Bazaar, I'm hoping Bazaar. To the Venetian. Oh, well, the casinos kind of start. No, it's a good casino. It's a good casino. And they do a good job. The Sahara and the owner is a good guy. And we need to, sure. And they're going to put the right concept there too. And they will replace. I don't know yet. They didn't announce. If I can, I will help that.
I've been helping them. So I'm moving to the Dish Baservi to the Dish.
What is that?
At the end of the year. Okay. You'll be there. You'll be by there.
Sure. That's my favorite place to go in Vegas.
I'm very happy because it's almost, I don't know if it's the same as when a player goes to NBA team. Sometimes works, sometimes doesn't work.
Yeah, bizarre me too.
But it's that feeling, right? It's that I'm going to this casino, it's great. I'm to my other restaurants at the Cosmopolitan. I can go walking from one to each other. Better for me.
Yeah.
And then I had the other bazaar, which is bazaar. Man, I'm sorry, it sounded like a commercial, but no, restaurants are like my babies. I mean, the U.S. in Chicago as well. Yeah, the bazaar, the Chicago bazaar is great. So bazaar, it's kind of again restaurants for me. They never did business. God knows I'm not the best businessman. I'm surrounded by good businessmen. I am a creative guy.
I think if you just concentrate on making money, it would be.
Well, I should. You should keep doing what you're doing. It's not the bad thing, but I am a you're a storyteller. You are, yes. You are a troubadour, a medieval troubadour that will tell the stories of what was happening around the castles and courts. Medieval times. You're a storyteller, right? I am not very good at anything. My English, I miss a lot of words that I wish I knew, so but it sounds cool. I could express myself better. No. But I'm a storyteller, and I tell the stories traditions. That's what, yeah.
Well, you do a fantastic job of that, and the passion that you have for food comes through. It comes through in your restaurants. It really does. Like you can tell the difference between someone who just really loves food and someone who's just trying to make money. So it's good that you're not good businessman, and that you surround yourself with good businessmen, because that's all you need. Good businessmen that you can trust, and then you concentrate on what you do best. That's a perfect marriage.
You know that I'm 55. I'm about to become 56 in July 13th. I'm born in 69. And I realized, not only as a chef, but as a person, as a man, as a father, as a husband, as all the different labels we all have. So it's that the more you know, the more you realize you know nothing.
Right.
In the old days, I will be 23. Yeah, I know. Now it's like, I don't know. Tell me. And even if I know something in a conversation, I used to, do you know about this? I said, I don't. Why? Because I want to listen. Because I want to learn. I realized that me leaving home very, very early and not going to university, not even beginning the first year of high school, I was out. I didn't even graduate in the first year. That one of the things I needed was receive education, but not in the traditional way. The traditional way was not for me. Just be there 8 hours a day listening to all the 100 kings we have in Spain growing up. I need to know. And listen, and I respect kings, and I love the king of Spain. And I think he's a great man, a great human being. It has nothing to do with that. It's only I didn't want to know what the other 200 kings we had in Spain in its history. It's not what I was interested in. I would be interested in knowing what they did. That was amazing, but not knowing about their names and their last names and about that. So I needed to find ways for me just to learn. So that's why for me, I realized the more I know, the more I know nothing. And I'm in this moment, I'm 55, that I'm just eager to learn. I want to know more. I want to learn. I'm talking now, but I want to listen more. I only want to be a better person by learning.
Yeah. Well, that's beautiful. And when you're young, you think you know everything. And as you get older, there's a quote by I think it's Janice McKenna said this, that as the bonfire of enlightenment grows, the surface area of ignorance is exposed.
So the more you learn, the more you realize there's so much you don't know. Whereas as you're young, you think, fucking, I figured it all out. And then as you get older, you're like, there's so much I don't know. Not only that, there's no way I can know everything. It's not possible. That's why fools argue about things that they don't know. Instead of just going, what is that? How does that work? Well, instead of actually being genuinely curious, fools like to try to pretend that they know more than they know. But it's not possible to breathe underwater. Don't pretend you can. It's not possible to know everything. You just can't. There's going to be people that know things that you don't know. Celebrate that. Enjoy it. I think that's one of the best things that's ever happened to me through this podcast is I get to talk to so many different people that have lived so many different lives, and have so many different passions, so many different interests, so many different things that they've studied. It's an amazing education. But I was a lot like you. I did not want to sit in school. Whatever ADHD is, I have it. Whatever the fuck it is.
I'm raising my hand. I got it. I mean, like sometimes, but I have people my son has this. I'm like, well, what? Your son is an amazing human, a smart individual. Yeah. And I feel like I connect with him because we are alike. So I raise my hand. I am that too.
I subscribe to the idea that ADHD is a superpower. I really do. Because I think the people that can't focus on nonsense, generally speaking, they can focus on things they love. Really focus. They get really excited about certain things, but everything else they can't be bothered with. Like when I was a kid, I remember being in math class and checking out because I said, wait a minute, can I do this on a calculator? Yes. There are calculators, right? And there's unlimited supply of batteries, right? And he said, yes. I'm like, I'm out. I'm not going to think about math now because this is not something I'm interested in. If I could do all this math on a calculator, why do I need to learn that? Obviously, that's a dumb way to think. I was 13. But I remember thinking that at 13 years old. I'm out. I'm not going to think about this anymore. I'm just going to use a calculator. This is so stupid. Just give me the result. Yeah. I don't need to know how you made all those numbers work. It's just like, I know it's real. Okay, that's great. I'm interested in other things. But the thing is, school was designed to make good factory workers. That's what school was designed for. The American school system, at least, was designed by the Rockefellers. And what they're essentially doing is preparing people to be cogs in a wheel. They were preparing people to just show up and do what you're told and live this life of quiet desperation and just sit there and absorb whatever they tell you to because you're going to have to go and work and do something you don't want to do all day long. Show up and do it again until your body stops working and you die.
I don't know if I will 100% agree with that statement in the sense of it was created by design. I think,
well, the school system in America certainly was created by design.
Yeah, but
the idea of sitting people down, especially young kids, for 8 hours a day is a ridiculous idea.
But the schools and education go way beyond America. Go back in time. We always an interest for writing and teaching and sharing knowledge. And obviously, the very few lucky ones, centuries and centuries ago, were the ones that were able to acquire that knowledge.
Yes, but I think starting people off at 5 years old and sitting in classes all day, that's a relatively new history. This is what I'm talking about. This sitting people in classrooms all day as children. This is relatively new in history. This is not something that people did hundreds and hundreds of years ago. When you think about all the great scholars in the past, just they sort of were. Yeah, they didn't do it the way they're doing it today.
I'm not an expert on that front, but I can tell you when my daughters began going to school, my wife decided to take them to Montessori.
That's where everybody's in the same grade, right?
Very much, but the type of learning and the type of teaching and the method of Montessori, I was fascinated. I was so fascinated that I almost felt like as a dad, I had to go to a school to learn the Montessori system myself because I thought it was great. I thought it was giving my daughters a great framework to understand how to be themselves, how to evolve, how to organize themselves, giving them the freedom to become the young woman they are becoming. So for me, it was watching them going from when they were 4 or 5, going to Montessori,
I thought that was amazing because I saw little human beings that they were far away smarter, I think, than when I was at their same age. Was no system of education that was used guiding them like cows or like horses when they put, how do you call this thing? The blinders? Yeah. No, it was the contrary. It was opening the world, not only 360, but almost three-dimensional. Giving them options for them to be their own owners of their destiny, I would say. I think that's why my daughters became so highly opinionated. And so, Danny, thank you for your opinion, but let me tell you something else here. Okay, all right. And I love it. So, yeah, I'm not expert on education. I see your point. But still, I'm not going to lie to you, Joe. I wish that at the same time, the same way I told you I didn't go through proper education, in many ways, I wish I received a slightly more proper education. I learned business, give it a wall every time. Winston Churchill, they claim he said that success is going from failure to failure without losing enthusiasm. I had a lot of successes, but I had my share of failures too, like I'm sure everybody does. Yeah. But what makes the difference between looking down and never moving again, or picking up the pieces, and let's do it again, is enthusiasm. That's a great quote. Failure to failure without losing enthusiasm. That's a great quote. But I thought it was every phrase that is a good phrase that they don't know who did it. Right. Let's give it to Winston Churchill. Or Socrates. Yeah. There's always a bunch of those. Yeah. But whatever it is, it's accurate. It's definitely accurate. I just think that there's a lot of different roles in life. And the problem with traditional school is that they're preparing you for a job. And I think there's a lot of very creative people that would be served better if they had a more open-ended education and they were allowed to just pursue their interests and be excited about certain things and just get a rudimentary education in other things. That's just my opinion. Because I think there's certain people that they just don't fit in with a regular 9-to-5 life. It's just not for them. And like I said, you can call it ADHD, whatever you want to call it. There's a lot. All my friends, everyone I hang out with, I don't know anybody that's built for regular life. Yeah, and that I feel I'm on your tab. I think the best university is the University of Life. Yes. As long as you're really engaging, as long as you're really doing something, and really challenging yourself, and really applying yourself to something. I agree with you. And, you have to have a lot of, I think the more interest you have, the more things you're fascinated by, the broader your understanding of human beings will be, the better your life will be. Yeah. And engaging. Yes. Engaging. I know lately I've been, taking the taxi ride or the Uber ride, or I drive myself sometimes. But I'm realizing, for example, that the most fascinating moment is when I go back to the subway. And just talk to people. Which is great. Well, in your case, I will recognize you. People might recognize me too. Obviously, they see New York. And then things happen. So you have to engage for all these things of as you said, to happen. Yeah. It's not waiting. I have this new book. This is another commercial. Change the Recipe, which I'm touring right now. And I say one of the quotes I give is very important to me. It's a phrase probably you heard many times before, that life starts at the end of your comfort zone. You and I were talking about education. That means that the true education happens at the end of your comfort zone. Because if you are not pushed to the limits, what it is what it is, and that's it. You don't need to know anything else. You don't need to learn anything else. You're in a safe space. You're in your cube. You're in your room. Everybody's protecting you, and the system protects you, and you are okay. The only moment will become interesting when you leave that room of comfort you go to the edges of that horizon and you cross that line of the horizon. That's the moment that life gets really dangerous.
Yeah, I agree. I think just a lot of people that don't have experience challenging themselves, they get fearful. They anticipate things, they get anxiety, and they just never learn how to challenge themselves. That's the problem. They never walked out on the end of the pier, so to speak. They never push themselves, and because of that, they're terrified of it. But you see, like little baby steps. Do something you've never done before. Go take a yoga class. Go learn how to speak Spanish. Go do something. Do something different, and then try to do something else different. Try to add a little bit. Don't just go right into like doing a triathlon. Like do something that just makes you a little nervous, and then try to build on that. But do it intentionally. That's my advice.
Remember that is a reason why people sometimes they are so scared of the world. Because actually, the world is a scary place. Let's not pretend that. I think the world is a wonderful place. But for centuries, for thousands of years, humans, planet Earth is beautiful. But the world is full of dangers.
Yes.
Just get lost in a forest.
Yeah.
Without anybody, without anything, without a knife. Things are going to happen.
Yeah.
Scuba dive in the waters, in the dark ocean. Dangerous. There are things moving in the water. Things are complicated. If you are trying to feed yourself, is this mushroom poisonous or not? To be a human, to be a human for centuries, for thousands of years, is a dangerous place. So I'm only saying that this is part of the DNA, that is part of who we are as humans, that we want to be in a place we feel protected, and equally we want to protect our loved ones.
Yes.
So it's just a human natural response to the evolution of humanity for thousands of years.
That is true. But also, to the contrary, when you take risks and then you get rewards for those risks, then start getting very excited about taking risks. You get excited about adventure. You get excited about doing things where you're not certain how it's going to turn out. Like you opening up the new Bazaar Meats at the Venetian. Who knows?
How do you really want to watch the street?
Like new things, new challenges. New challenges are exciting.
But that's why sometimes you feel you want to be alone in that cave.
That's what you're saying before. On the top of a mountain, right before I came in. You ever say that you want to open up a restaurant where only 4 people go? You have to get to the top of the mountain and you have to walk 20 miles. Yeah. And if you get there and the first seats are taken, you have to wait. You have to camp at the next day. That's it. Yeah.
I know bottles of oxygen and all that. No, the people that go to the Everest do.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, I don't get it. Yeah, the people.
Yeah, so I got to the top.
Yeah, I got to the top, and they had 10 guys carrying their belongings,
Sherpas,
Sherpas, and their oxygen bottles. Like, actually, if I was any of the countries that controls the access to all those amazing mountains on the top, the 8K, the Aconcagua, and the Everest, all the big peaks, I would make it mandatory that you have to go on your own. You could argue that, okay, but then the scuba diving, you are using air. Why is scuba diving? Okay, but I want to be fair. It will be an argument. No, Jose, you like scuba dive. You can go down into the ocean and you can bring air, but I'm going to the Everest and I cannot bring air. But I take my bottle with me. I don't litter the bottom of the ocean as I scuba dive. I leave the ocean as I found it.
That's the real problem with Everest is the litter. And some of it's human waste. Tons of poop. Just human poop all over the side of the
Yo, that's what I mean. Holding their boat. I get it.
I get it too. But
They can put it on the bag, maybe on table.
Take the bodies. Well, how many bodies are on the side of Everest?
Well,
How many bodies? How many bodies are there?
as climate change,
It's gotta be dozens. taking down some of the ice and the snow, and it was, bro, there ain't no climate change up there. That's gonna be cold for the no. I don't know. I've not been, no yet. But some ice is disappearing. How many?
People have died, many of them
Over 30?
over 300 have died.
300 have died. It's a very dangerous thing. Even
200 bodies approximately still.
yeah, they have like there's a map where all the bodies are. But I see your point.
But this is an interesting track that people want to go to the topics. Even myself, I thought about it. Like, do I do that one day? Because, as you grow older, it's like, I have all these things I want to do. Like, I want to do check. Yeah, I'm going to go to a woman. Will he invite me to his show? Like, let me send him a text message. Check. Here I am. So maybe one day, I should do it. But I want to do it in a more like the old days, or no, I need to get probably better shape.
Well, I think the first guy that did it died. What was the first? His body's still up there. But the first guy, they think he made it up to the top.
Still is
And then his body's on the way down. So they don't know if he actually made it and died on the way down or if he died on the way up. And then the second guy made it all the way up. But yeah, not good. Without oxygen, it's very difficult to do.
So you mentioned about the tracks, right? The tracks.
The
We're-
shortness.
and before that, we were having the conversation about the wall disadvantage.
Yes.
satanic space. That's why we like tribes. Because when
Yes.
because the world is a dangerous place, so we feel unprotected by things, by life.
Right.
But what everything that surrounds us. And that's why the humans, we had to be part of a family, part of a little tribe that then became bigger. Because we cannot all be good at everything. Like you like your friends, you like my friends. I know the things I'm good at, which are not many, but I know the things I'm not good at. In life, at work, whatever. Surround yourself with those people that cover your blind spots. Surround yourself with friends that cover your blind spots and make you better. In the same way you are going to be making them better.
Yes.
Where everybody covers each other's weaknesses.
Yeah.
Well, you have to do that in the kitchen. There's no other way.
Yeah. And everybody has to work hard. I mean, that is one of the most underappreciated grueling jobs is to be a cook in a kitchen. 15 other guys and women, everyone's running around. Everyone's got a job. You got 100 people out there waiting to serve. You run around making this and that. Orders are coming in. This is medium rare. This is that. This.
Well, I think this is the ultimate power. The ultimate power is that power of being able to feed somebody. That's why for me, we are all cooks, directly. But the power of feeding somebody is that's all the power I have to feed humanity. No physical, but between the way what you do, Joe, the people that listen to you, you're feeding them. You're feeding their soul.
You're serving. Yeah.
But feeding is but you're feeding, feeding in food, but we are all feeding each other. We're feeding each other with hope. We're feeding each other with respect, with dignity, with love,
Right.
with food.
Yeah.
But it's about feeding.
Yeah.
I'm gonna feed you.
Yes.
And I know you're gonna feed me back.
Yes.
So in a way, restaurants for me, I love that my culinary profession. I agree with you, it's a hard one. Has come a long way. I'm talking about, 30, 40 years ago, even in Spain, it depends where you live, if you told your family you wanted to be a cook, oh my God, what I was looking at, that was not a profession that was saying, wow, right, why, you're not going to be a doctor, you're not going to be an architect, or what? You have no family member that were pursue. I had uncles that weren't, this profession has become a profession that has become very dignified, and it's more than being a chef and a cook. It's the restaurant business, but of choice. When do you think that changed, and why did it change? Well, nothing happens quickly. Listen, I used to have this documentary on the last season of Chef Table on Netflix, where I am one of the 4 chefs that of this season, they've done a documentary. They've done a documentary of my teams and myself, culinary life. You're going to see Minibar, my top restaurant, restaurant Michelin, Bazaar, everything else. But you're going to see me telling stories about me cooking with my mom and my dad. And my dad, and I had the cigar. But my profession is slowly but surely, because everybody cooks, right? I always talk about longer tables, but this goes almost to the beginning. A moment that was very important in my life, talking about cooks and chefs and restaurants and food people and eating, is that the first time I became a dad, my daughter, who's 26 years old now, Carlota, an amazing young human being. The moment she came out onto the world as a father, that I began having tears. That's another moment you realize that there's always so much pressure on everybody. I feel as a young man, I always had a lot of pressure to be the man everybody was expecting you to be. And sometimes you felt like nothing ever came with instructions. But you had to, I have to be a boyfriend. Well, okay, what is that? What do I do? Manual? What is the right? Then you get married. Okay. I'm a husband. I'm going to fall short. What being a husband is, I need to be obviously a friend and a provider, but my wife was working too. So, and actually I was with her at the job, but she was the one bringing the money in. They fired me from my same restaurant like 3 times. A restaurant I've always been part of, but technically I was even fired. Well, 2 technically, at the third almost I fired myself. What was going on? Because I was too young to be a chef of a restaurant, and I'm a creative guy, the guy that needs to run numbers and do food costs and inventory, and I was concentrated in can we make the best food we can and new dishes, and the restaurant needed more numbers and food costs and labor and scheduling. Like, what? I'm a cook. I'm not a chef. I'm a cook. I want to cook. I don't want to be running numbers. So that's why. But anyway, life comes without instructions, and you always start looking around. It's like, so my daughter born, and it's like, okay, where are the instructions? I'm barely aware of how to become a young boy and being part of. Now I'm a husband. Now I'm a father. I'm still learning about everything. And nothing comes with instructions. But one thing I realized was the lessons of life. That moment that I had these amazing tears of joy, of happiness, of wow, I'm a father. I was part, or at least I did my little tiny part. I don't know if I did 1%, and my wife did 99 for obvious reasons. They carried it for 9 months, and they take the burden of they actually make it. They actually make it, but we do our little thing, right? Our little thing that we put in there is necessary. But just for the record, we contribute equally. Well, correct. But that young girl comes to the world, and the moment I realized the power of food is when my wife gets the baby and brings her to her first time. She's feeding her, and I realized there the amazing power of food, because the first gift we receive in the form of a tangible that sends a message of I'm gonna take care of you. I'm gonna love you. It's true, Mother's Milk. And if our mother cannot feed us, that's mother. be our dad with baby formula, or be the nurse, or be the grandma. But that moment that we are brought in somebody's arms, we are fed. That moment seals our connection with food forever. That's the moment that we are all connected. Yes. To food in ways we cannot escape. For obvious reasons. We need food to be alive. But that only tells a little part of the entire deep, profound story of the connection that humans we have with food. And that's why then being a cook, yes, is one of the most fascinating professions. Because in a way, we are only the ones that we keep the legacy of the mothers feeding humanity. On that first mother's milk that sets the ground rules of why food is so important in our lives, in who we are, forever.
Well, it's also an art form, and it's a temporary art. It's an art that you consume, you eat it, and I think because it's not like music that you can listen to over and over again, or comedy, or a movie, or literature. We don't think of it as an art form. I didn't realize it was an art form until I started watching the Anthony Bourdain show, No Reservations, the original one on the Travel Channel. And then from being like really a big fan of that show, I realized like, oh, this is art. And because of his narration was so brilliant, because he wrote all the descriptions of the cultures that he would visit, the people, and the descriptions of the show. You could tell it was all in his language, it was in his mind. He wrote it all out. He didn't have writers and script writers. He wrote all the narratives. And I think then I realized through his passion for food and his passion for cooking and his deep appreciation for other chefs, it wasn't about him. He was always very self-deprecating to his own abilities to cook. It was about other people and how amazing these people were and how he loved to go and visit them. And sometimes it was someone's mother that would be just cooking Sunday sauce, some Italian mother, and have someone translate what she was saying and ask questions. It's like, then I realized, like, oh, this is an art form. And I never considered it was an art form until I was a grown man. And I was a little embarrassed by that. It was like, oh, that's a blind spot. But food is not just delicious. It's a form of art. There's something to it it's just an unheralded art form. Because everybody needs it, and it's not always art. Like, Twinkies are art, but it's food. It's calories. You need to consume it to stay alive. You need food. So you don't think of it, but when it's done with passion and when it's done in this creative way, it's like you talk about it forever. It's amazing. It's like going to see an incredible concert, or it's like going to see a movie that just rocks your world. It's the same thing. It's just someone expressing themselves through a medium, and that medium is food. And it's the one medium that we all consume. Everyone consumes that medium. When I talk to people and they say, I don't really care about food, it's just fuel for me, I'm like, well, you're missing out on life. You're missing out on a giant chunk of life, which is delicious food, and delicious food that you enjoy with others, which is also part of food. Enjoying delicious food by yourself is not nearly as fun as enjoying delicious food with other people. There's something communal about it, which goes back to our tribal ancestors sitting on the campfire, enjoying something that we cooked. And our mother feeding us. Yes. I miss cooking. Yeah, me too. Me too. I miss cooking. I did. We did a few shows together. Eric Ripper, we did many shows with him. And we spent a lot of time together, especially gatherings. We gathered in the campfire. We did that for 50 years. For 1 week, every gathering. Oh, really? Why the Cayman Islands? Because Eric has a hotel there, a restaurant. Eric Ripper, the nicest, talented chef, never nor then, restaurant of restaurants.
Uh, and Eric, Tony, and myself, we call ourselves the three amigos. I'm going to spend time together, smoking a cigar, doing nothing, walking on the beach, scuba diving. Um, so when 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 I need when Tony decided to move to his next station in life and left us, I was in Guatemala. Was a kitchen. Was a big volcano there, volcano fuego, and it broke my heart. I remember speaking to Eric that day. You know what happened was that less than a month before I was here in North Spain, Asturias, the, where I was born, shooting what it became of his last shot. Uh, um, and for me, obviously, that was a hard moment because it's not like I lost a friend in a very selfish way. And Eric, I know so many hundreds of thousands, millions that were lost. A person that, in so many ways, he's probably listening to us, Joe. In so many ways, when I listen to you, you sound like him. But Tony, you speak like Tony, and you always speak like Joe. But in a way, you are like soulmates. And Tony always had those words of wisdom. He always will be the voice of the voice. He didn't mind to speak his mind. He was a very straightforward shooter. He didn't try to piss anybody off. Only he wanted to be Tony, or respectful to Tony. And because that forever we will miss Tony. Even I think he never left. He's here. He's in so many parts of all of us. Because his way of telling stories, he ways to listen to the people telling those stories. And he becoming the medium of making sure that we will learn that the world was a beautiful place. I remember the story he did about Iran, going to Iran. Like sometimes you think about Iran, you look like the people of Iran there, and you see the show, you're like, man, the Iranian people are great people. Blame the leader, maybe, or the leader, but the Iranian people, they're good people. They're like you and like me. Maybe look different. Maybe they have a different language. Maybe, obviously, we know a lot of Iranians who are here in America, and they're wonderful people. So he showed what he did. The legacy of Turing is that he showed us that the world is not such a scary place, that it's okay to open yourself to the world. What we were talking before about people that they get into their cocoon and they don't want to move beyond their comfort zone. Show us the people that are not like us, they're actually okay. They're just different people that are going to expand our horizons and our thoughts about life. That was Tony, but he did it through food. And he did it through this amazing poetry.
Yeah, that's perfectly said. It took a long time for me to be able to watch the show after this come up.
I love the painting you have in the entrance. Yeah. What? I didn't cry because lately I've been trying to hold my tears, not because I feel I'm actually going to cry. I'm a guy that cries easily. And I love it. But when I saw it, first thing, I come out of I opened the door and there was this beautiful big portrait of Tony, and I'm like, okay, I have a feeling I'm home.
Yeah. I've got a couple. I've got another one I'll show you. It's in another part of the studio. I got a lot of art in the studio, by the way. It's nice. I love art. I just love being around people's expressions, different things that people create. I just love things that people make. If there's anything that I couldn't live without in this world, I need to be around people's creations. It's very important to me. I like seeing it. I like to be all over the world. So I can be everywhere. I like to touch it and see it. you know. And when I found out he was gone because my friend Maynard is the lead singer of Tool, and you know, Tony had really gotten into jiu-jitsu, and that's how one of the ways I was friends with him before, but that's one of the ways Tony and I got closer. So you know, even though I was a black belt, I was been doing jiu-jitsu for decades, and so he would ask me questions, and when we were doing the show together, it was really funny. When I did one episode of No Reservation with pheasant hunting in Montana, and part of the day, he's asking me how to finish darts chokes. So he and I are on the ground, on the dirt. And I'm saying, now, and this is not like I'm showing him strangling people in the dirt. So we're like wearing hunting clothes and boots and everything like that. And I'm like, no, this way, and then trap the head here and turn like this. So we're like, I'm like, now do it to me. Like we're working with each other, like on the ground. And he's like fascinated by this martial art. And I thought it was wonderful because like he's this sensitive, creative, poetic guy, but he found the beauty in jiu-jitsu. Just like to the outside person who's the uninformed, it looks like this brutal caveman activity, but it's not. It's a very complicated, intelligent, creative martial art, and he was obsessed with it. And didn't start doing it until he was 58 years old, which is kind of crazy, but really got obsessed with it. Entered into tournaments, age-appropriate tournaments, and did really well. And so was training every day, sometimes twice a day. Like got taking private lessons. Like really good.
I can tell you that because when we were shooting in Asturias and a few other places, he came and met us. One of the things he always did is finding out where was the local jiu-jitsu fucking place. And it's very funny. You know, there was a place and he would go there for 1-2 hours. He would be fighting against local guys. So it was fascinating to see how, even on weeks that he was supposed to be concentrated healing, he always found time to do what he did.
So Maynard got his black belt recently, and Maynard was also like very into jiu-jitsu. He was joking around like maybe one day he and Tony would have a celebrity jiu-jitsu match. So I'm in Chicago, I'm doing shows in Chicago, and I get a text message from Maynard that says, so much for that celebrity jiu-jitsu match. And I'm like, what's happening? And so I'm like, I don't know what that means. And then I Google it, and then I had this feeling, and then I just that it all hits me. I'm like, oh, fuck. There's moments when people take their own life where the worst feeling is, I feel like if I was there, I could have stopped him from doing that. That's the feeling. You know, the feeling like just was alone. You know, and sometimes you just need to know you're not alone and you're going to be okay. Like, whatever you think is going to be the worst thing that's happening here, it's not. You're loved. You're loved. You're an amazing person. There's so much more to see. You don't want to leave these people behind. You don't want to hurt them. You don't want to hurt these people in your life. You don't want to hurt your family. You don't want to hurt your daughter. You don't want to hurt your wife. Don't do it.
Audie,
I
please
know it
mute
feels
yourself. If
impossible,
you're not
but it's
talking.
because we're alone. And it's, you know, sometimes, I don't know, maybe I wouldn't have been able to do anything. Maybe I'm wrong. But there's that floating feeling that I could have talked to him.
Thank you.
Like, man, that feeling fucking sucks. That feeling of,
Audie, I'm gonna mute you if you don't mute yourself.
if I was there with him, I think we could have had some laughs.
Mute
We could have
yourself if
joked
you're
around
not
about some
talking.
stuff. We would have been okay. That's, you know, hey, I think you feel the same way.
Audie, I don't
right?
want to hear your conversation with your grandmother. Please mute yourself. I'm trying to sleep.
Derek was so strong, and obviously was shooting with him. And finally, that happened. Actually, is the one that found him with his phone. And then it's feeling because I was still going through. And it's okay to feel this way because that means you care for us. But the message here is that we all need to be checking out each other. Yeah, that's what friends are for. Obviously, for the celebration of your team winning the NBA or
having a beer or birthday or a party or celebrating life or playing darts or just having beers with no plan. What are you doing tonight? I'm having a beer. I'm joining you. Great. That's great. Celebrations, that's what we say. But the true moments of friendship obviously are those moments that even you show up when you're not invited because you feel something maybe is off. And it's okay to knock on the door. It's okay to pick up the phone. It's okay to maybe get in a plane. It's okay to, and obviously, I guess like you now, Joe, that I'm learning about, gives me joy to see that here another person that really loves it. And Eric himself and so many others around the beautiful life of Tony that we will coordinate. So I think if anything that's the I don't think it's a lesson, so let's always be there for each other. Yeah. Let's always be there for each other. And let's all be, even if, especially when we disagree about anything, you know, just let's be kinder to each other even on the disagreements. Yeah. Of the people you know and of the people you don't know. Right? Because we are all more connected than we think. And what we say and our opinions, they may be touching and affecting somebody else. Somebody else we know, somebody we don't know. So that's okay to celebrate the good times and agree all the time what we can. But there be moments that you don't, or moments of sadness, or moments of hate. Just be kinder, even in those moments of disagreement. If anything, that's the lesson I always get. Because you don't know what anybody may be going through, but you don't know what anybody. In other words, that okay, if any conflict that I've ever had with a person, even if I was correct, even if I was right, even if I was right in the mean things that I said, I never felt correct. But every good interaction that I've ever had, where maybe me and the person disagreed, but we came out of it smiling and hugging, but we found common ground, then I felt great. Always felt great. You know, there's going to be people that you run into in life that are stubborn and they don't want to avoid conflict. They want that conflict. They feed off of it. They're stupid. Whatever. No, they're not stupid. They're on a bad path. They have bad programming. They have bad, whatever the patterns of behavior that are ingrained in their consciousness. They're unforgiving and they have this way of living their life and it's not a threat. And you can't fix everything, so you just gotta, when you encounter those people, you have to be able to filter people out of your life. You have to know that some people you can't interact with, but the people that you can, just try to not have conflict. I don't want any conflict. I'm not interested in it. I'm good at it. I know how to do conflict. I do literally do it professionally. Sure, you can bring the neck of anybody, but I mean even verbal conflict. I'm not interested in it. I'm not interested in physical conflict. I'm not interested in verbal conflict. That's just not. It's not what I like out of life. What I like out of life is fun and joy and being around interesting people and challenges, and doing difficult things and creative things and learning about myself, learning about other people, learning about life. Conflict is just a distraction from your own personal demons for the most part. It's a lot of it. As when you're angry at other people, a lot of times you're really distracting yourself from the things you don't like about yourself. It's a flaw. And I try to filter it out as much as possible in my life. I'm not interested in it. Yeah, I'm trying to become the right version of myself from that. But yeah, the second most important word we can always use in our vocabulary, the second most important is thank you. But the most important one is sorry. Yeah. Because thank you, these people have a hard time saying. Yeah, I try to use it. Thank you. As much as I can. But because God knows that I'm an imperfect man. The word sorry is the one I also try to use as quick as I can.
Yeah. And mean it.
I mean,
Yeah, don't say sorry because
correct.
Once not the right. You say sorry because you're actually sorry.
You are with your best
Yeah, to change.
your effort, heavier when you raise your voice. But thank you is important. Second most important. Most important is sorry. Yeah, because it takes a minute to say sorry. A lot of people will never say sorry. That's terrible. That's terrible work, but it's just so stupid. That's such a silly way to go through life. You know it, but why? Life is such a beautiful place, especially when you are obviously in cities. You can see how beautiful life is. But when you're in nature, you're seeing the sunrise, you're seeing the sunset, you're seeing the moon, and you see how little you are, how insignificant you are. But at the same time, how God gave us this power to be part of this amazing universe we are part of. And then you are thankful there because you are like, oh my God, I am part of something so beautiful. And we all occupy space in that universe. And the space we occupy should be to don't make it worse. If anything, leave it as it is. And if you can, do whatever you can just to make it a little bit better. And that's our destiny in this universe. Yes. You only need to don't fuck it up. That's it. Fuck it up. And if you can do a little bit more, even better. Me, when I am in those places, like I go to the south of Spain, and my wife is from there. Cadiz is where I did my military service in Spanish Navy, and it's one moment not too far away from Gibraltar, a little possession that England has there in the south of Spain. And maybe one day England gives it back to Spain. There's a place that almost you can touch Africa. You feel like you can, with your finger, touch Africa in the Strait of Gibraltar. And it's just like, even a movie cannot recreate the amazing place you are with birds and the oceans, the Atlantic Ocean and the Mediterranean, and two continents that want to love each other, but they are separated by that body of water. There, I look, and I began circling my head in 360 degrees, and I'm like, oh my God, what a beautiful planet to be from. It's not fucking, what a beautiful universe. You know, one time, when my oldest daughter was very young, went to Hawaii, went to the Big Island, and just on a lark, just for fun, we went to the top of the observatory at, is it Mauna Kea? The Kent Observatory, whatever we call it is. And we were driving up there, and they said, well, it's a cloudy night, it's terrible, we can't see anything, but maybe if we're lucky, there'll be some stars, we'll be able to see the stars. So we're driving, and as we're driving, I was telling my wife, look at all the clouds, this sucks. We're going to get up there, and then we drive even further. It's a long drive, it's like a 90-minute drive through the mountains. As we got further, we drove through the clouds, and the clouds were below us, because it's very high, and the stars were magnificent. It was insane. We saw the whole Milky Way, the entire sky was filled with stars. There's no light pollution, because the Big Island has diffused lighting. And they have specific lighting just because of the observatory that doesn't give light pollution, so you can see all the stars from up there. And I remember that day like it's yesterday. Every day, I think, every time I see the stars, I'm like, we're so fucked by cities because we can't see what this really looks like. That's what it looks like. That's what it looked like in my life. And I remember thinking, why don't we see that every day? Like, the universe is so fascinating. But put you in your place. Oh my God, like you are in a convertible spaceship and you're hurling through the galaxy. The only thing that's protecting you from everybody else is a layer of gas. A layer of gas that surrounds this beautiful planet. Of course, it's like one of those stars.
Oh, 100%.
It's more than one.
Oh yeah, I think we're just little babies and they're not ready to let us know yet.
Well,
That's what I think.
I'm sure they're trying.
Some of them, I think
They're trying to contact others than we are.
I think so. I had a guy on this, he's Hal Putoff, he's a physicist that's been working with the government with this stuff forever. He said they have 10 retrieved crafts that are non-human intelligence. 10 that the United States is in possession of.
They said during the Bush administration, during George Bush's administration, they were contemplating disclosure to the American people. And they wanted to get all these physicists, scientists, and psychologists to make a list of things that would be negatively impacted by disclosure and things that would be positively impacted by disclosure, and give them a numerical value, like a 0 to 10 value. And when they calculated it all up at the end of the day, the cons outweighed the pros, and they decided not to disclose. So during the Bush administration, during George Bush's administration, during 9/11, during that time period, they were contemplating, this is 2004, they were contemplating having disclosure and releasing to people the fact that we are in possession of non-human intelligent crafts. They have recovered biological entities, meaning beings from another planet that are preserved that we have, and that non-human crafts are visiting this planet, or might not even be visiting. They might actually be here. They might have bases in the ocean. They might have bases somewhere in the mountains. But this is a real thing. So he started working on this in 2004, and he's 100% convinced.
He's been movies about it. This is Zone 51.
Area 51.
Area 51. Listen, nothing will give me more joy. As a young boy, I always thought, man, could they be the guy that finds ET? Wouldn't that be cool? And especially if Sims is a good alien species that is an alien species of goodness. Imagine it's a science fiction movie and planets like us is part of, let's say they're here, and let's say that all the, junk food and extra calories and the obesity pandemic is actually something like this alien civilization has orchestrated. And so as we become fatter, they're going to be able to recollect more protein to take back to their planets. Okay, that can be a great next big movie, and then we'll eat seeds and then take it with us and put us in the planet, and at our stomachs will have potatoes in their fields. I don't know. But I only would say that if that already happened, and the government, the US government, number one, seems everything only happens in America. All the great movies of the world, everything happens in America. All the science fiction movies. And me, as a young boy, that's why I wanted to come to America, because, man, the aliens never visit the space. It's always America. Everything cool always happens in America. And that's, I guess, why I wanted to come. But I would say that if already something like that happened, and we've not debated again, means that they're good aliens. Let's hope. But I would say that at this moment, our government will be already sharing with all of us something that will forever change the present and the future of humanity. You think they would already share? Wait, no, I'll tell you why not. Because he explained it to me yesterday. There's a bunch of problems. One of the problems is they've been studying this stuff for decades. Studying this stuff, back engineering crafts, all that stuff takes money. And the way they get that money is by lying. They lie to Congress, so they misappropriate funds. So they lie about where money's going, which puts people in jail. So in order for them to tell the truth, they have to open themselves up to serious criminal prosecution. Like you're in deep trouble. You misappropriate funds, lie to Congress. And there's probably some fraud involved in that too. As soon as you get a bunch of people that can lie to Congress, who knows where all the money went? The money's moving around. And then there's also the fact that the way you work on these crafts, you have to use defense contractors because they're the ones who make jets, they're the ones who make spaceships. Like, you can't do it on your own. You have to bring in these scientists. So you have to bring in private industry. So when you bring in private industry, now you have the United States government, the intelligence agencies embedded in private industry, and then their competitors suffer. So if the competitors go under, then the competitors can sue. Hey, you gave Raytheon. You gave Raytheon this special generator that you back engineered from some flying saucer. Why didn't you give it to General Electric? Why didn't you give it to this company or that company? It's like,
It's all Lockheed Martin. It's all, there's too many problems in terms of legal ramifications, prosecutions. People are going to lose their careers. They're going to be brought in front of Congress. They're going to have to testify. The only way that you're going to really have disclosure at this point is amnesty. The government is going to have to say, listen, let's let the past be the past. No one's going to get in trouble. But for the greater good of humanity, we need to know what the fuck is going on. So tell us what's going on. And that's a tough.
So you mentioned about aliens living in the ocean, it's Atlantis.
Well, it's not Atlantis.
But technically it's Atlantis, which is a city under the water.
No, Atlantis was a city above.
Correct, but technically somewhere submerged, and they're looking for Atlantis. Well, they think they found the pyramids, and some of the drawings and paintings. I mean, we can go to Peru, the Incas, and we can go to the Mayas, Guatemala, and it's a lot of people that always have been trying to make connections of things they found that they say already we made contact in previous civilizations or planet Earth. But I have a hard time believing that this has already happened. And I respect the opinion of obviously who looks, seems he's an expert and spent a lot of time. And I see that you believe in it. The side of me that is the boy that we want to believe that there are other planets with people and we are not alone, I will be full of joy. Yeah. So, hopefully, I hope that when there are good people and that happens, that you and I and everybody else around the world, maybe that's the moment that the world becomes one. And all of a sudden, we are all fighting. You remember what was the movie Independence Day? If they are the bad guys, you and I, you will be doing jiu-jitsu against an alien species, and me, I will be with two pens, I don't know, crushing their heads. But let's hope that they're more like E.T.
Yeah.
No like empathy.
Well, I would imagine if you look at the trajectory of human life on this planet, the world is safer than it's ever been. People are smarter than they've ever been. People are more aware. We have more access to information, and generally, people are kinder and less tolerant of evil than they've ever been before. There's still problems with just the tribal nature of human beings. We're territorial beings. That's what we are. But I would imagine that if they are so sophisticated that they're capable of traversing solar systems, traversing galaxies and reaching us, they're beyond that stuff. If they weren't and they have reached us, they could have destroyed us 1,000 times over by now. We can destroy ourselves 1,000 times over. With our inability to go to other galaxies, we could destroy ourselves. So for sure, they could destroy us. I don't think that's what they're interested in. I think we are an emerging civilization in the galactic sense. And I think that if you look at primitive man and you look at primitive primates and you look at current human beings and our technological achievements and all of our medical achievements and our ability to feed enormous groups of people and our concern about the environment and all the things that make us so special as human beings, I would imagine that would be more advanced with these species. I think that's the only way they're visiting us. I don't think that's no other way. Yeah, the only way. You don't get to us if you're still tribal, territorial apes.
Technically, they say that the speed light will be almost, even if we are able to achieve the speed light, that our human body itself will not be able. Right. Whatever that is. But now we see that we can be sending our conscience in other ways without our physical body. This could be happening one day. Me, what I know, the thing I'm interested in is I wish I will be alive when we put the first restaurant in the moon or the first restaurant in Mars, and I will be there just cooking for the first people arriving. I done my little part. Many chefs, they've done, thanks to NASA, their work. They put their mark on food that has been sent to the space station. Yeah. I did it in 2016, 2017. My dream was to send paella, the Spanish rice dish, to the space station.
You sent it to the space
And
station.
I was able to partner with a company called Axiom, AXIOM, which is one of the companies how they provide services to NASA to bring astronauts, and they will do 1,000 civilians to the space station. And was a Spanish astronaut, a Spanish American astronaut called Lopez Alegría. And he's like, Jose, in Axiom, we were interested if you want to do a dish because we're going to be feeding all the astronauts in one of our first trips. And if you are up to it, so yeah, but I have to say, and we send Iberico out with paella valenciana. We send a pork dish with pisco, which is like a ratatouille, a Spanish ratatouille. And I did it.
That's amazing.
But you know the thing I did, which is the coolest? What? Because all of that brings new things and new opportunities.
Good job. Okay. Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night. All day.
Pleasure to meet you.
Yeah, thank you for having me here today. I appreciate it.
My pleasure. Well, as soon as I saw the subject, I was like, oh yeah. Like, what are you doing?
Right. Advanced barrel propulsion. Kind of been a passion of mine for the last 20 some odd years. I suppose if I kind of look back through the annals of my life, right, I've been thinking about advanced barrel propulsion ever since I was a teenager.
What do you think inspired that? Was it space missions? Was it? Did you look at it and go, I think we could do better? Like, what was it?
Well, you know, I grew up in Washington, D.C., and so I got a chance to spend a lot of time in the Air and Space Smithsonian. I don't know if you've ever had a chance
No, I
to
haven't.
go. But growing up in D.C., getting a chance to go to the Air and Space Smithsonian, I got to see all these awesome examples of people working together to try and accomplish amazing things, right? And you know, you might walk into the Air and Space Smithsonian and you just think about, wow, this is full of a bunch of stuff. But it's not just about the stuff, right? It's about the people that worked together to do all these amazing things, right? Like the Bell X-1 rocket. If you really want to go back, the Wright flyer, right? That's something where two guys worked together that made bicycles for a living, that decided to go create something that flew. And then in less than 50, 60 years from when they flew that Wright flyer, right, we're putting human beings on the surface of the moon. So all that really resonated with me as a kid. I think tended to make me gravitate towards a technical field, although it wasn't a straight line. Right? I'd like to say, I knew at an early age what my calling was and what I was going to do. But I bounced around for a little bit until I finally got on a path that I really connected with. So I think I knew very early on in my journey at university, right, when I was going to get my degree, that I wanted to work in advanced ground propulsion. So at that point, everything I did kind of worked towards how do I get the skills, how do I get the math and physics training that helps me kind of work in this domain. So I was thinking about the Space Force really early on.
It's amazing that you were so focused so early. What a great head start. That's a huge advantage to know what you're really interested in at such an early age.
There were a few speed bumps along the way. We took a few detours, like any human, right? You're like, I don't know if I want to do this yet, right?
Yeah. Well, it is pretty extraordinary if you look at that number that you said, like from Orville Wright and Wilbur Wright to space travel, like how quick that is.
Yeah.
I mean, and we think about in terms of ancient history, how long it took us to get to this point, and that kind of acceleration so rapidly inside of a lifetime to see just world-changing events and the internet all happening simultaneously. Right?
Absolutely. There's another interesting story, right? So my background is I've got a PhD in physics and a master's in mechanical engineering. So I'm both a scientist and an engineer. So I have deep appreciation for both disciplines. But within the discipline of science, right? We just talked about the Wright flyer and going to the surface of the moon, and that's more of a kind of an engineering story. On the topic of science, think about E equals MC squared. You probably heard that or saw it on a coffee cup.
I don't really honestly know what it means. It's a theory of relativity.
It's theory of relativity.
I can say it to people like, come on, man.
Right. E equals MC squared. Whatever. Right?
What is the theory of relativity?
So E equals MC squared, right, is an equation that relates energy to mass. If you were to take some modest piece of mass, say you've got some tickets here, the mass that's in this pen, if you take the mass that's in this pen and you convert it to energy, that equation helps you understand exactly how much energy you can potentially release. So that equation, while it might sound very humble, right? Oh, E equals MC squared. That's cool, but it had super big implications. And you just talked about how quick things move. So let's talk about that for just a second. E equals MC squared. Einstein comes up with this equation. Somebody will look it up on the internet and correct me if I'm wrong. Comes up with the equation in 1911. We split the first atom in 1928, 1932 time frame. I can't remember the exact time frame. 1942, we have the first nuclear reactor underneath the squash court at the University of Chicago. They did things very differently in the 1940s, Joe.
Under a squash.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
And let the people playing squash know.
Who knows, right?
What happened to them? Are they X-Men now?
Yeah, right, exactly. That's the origin story. That's the Spider-Man origin story, right? So,
That's where Phoenix came.
yeah. Just get your friends tell you. I think I can hear the color blue now, right? So, yeah. So anyway, the first nuclear reactor underneath the squash court in 1942, and then the Trinity test in 1945. And so, in the span of just a few decades, we go from a cute coffee cup worthy equation to a paradigm shift in human existence, right? And that's without computers in the way we think of it. That's without machine learning and without AI. And so as we continue to move forward, right, think about everything we know in physics today. General relativity and quantum mechanics are kind of the two bookends of everything that we know. We're going to continue to expand our knowledge. We will come up with new E equals MC squared kind of equations. But now we're equipped with computers, with machine learning, AI. And so it's going to be exponential. Right? So it'll be interesting to see how quickly we go from, hey, I have this new insight, found this funny thing in the lab, to, wow, it changes everything, how we do everything as a culture and community.
So there's several problems with the current propulsion systems, right? The big ones like biological entities being able to absorb G-force. Right? I mean, if you sort of super hyper-engineer something and have it really crazy, but the things that we're seeing in the sky, the things that people describe, like Commander David Fravor, when he described that Tic Tac, that vehicle, that thing, whatever it was, that went from above 50,000 feet to sea level in a second and shot off in insane rate speeds. Biological entities can't survive that kind of G-force, we think.
Yes, I think in terms of a human ability to take G's.
Yeah, I should say human, not tardigrades.
Yeah, right. Yeah, so a human being can, trained human beings can take potentially up to 9 G's.
Have you ever done that before?
I have not.
Right, I did it once with the Blue Angels. Yeah, I got to 7.5 G's. It was bananas.
That's awesome.
Enough
I bet
to
that was an experience. Oh my! I am so jealous.
Mad respect for those guys. Mad respect for those guys. Yeah. First of all, the biggest thing when you go to that area, like these guys are jacked. They're in like insane shape because you're literally forcing blood into your brain, powering G-force.
Yeah.
They have to hold on to their stick, the joystick, and they're going. Yep. While they're flying, through the canyons, it's bananas. Yeah, like extraordinary. So imagine a person being able to tolerate that on a regular basis and perform fine motor skill functions, like pointing and aiming and shooting, all the crazy stuff that those guys are capable of doing.
Being able to think, and in some cases, if they're in combat, being able to make critical decisions. In some ways, what you're talking about, when you look at NASA's astronaut corps, right, as part of their regimen, they have to go up in T-38s on a regular basis to try and help train with the whole. How do you make decisions, right, when your life is on the line? and the time is finite. Right? So there's a whole aspect of this that's kind of geared towards keeping those portions of the brain trained and sharp.
Right, which is the best argument for AI taking on. So when you hear about stories about these fighter pilots finding these objects in the sky that exhibit extraordinary capabilities and don't have all the signatures of traditional propulsion systems, what is your thoughts?
Generally, I tend to be agnostic to the topic. I have a lot of friends that are extremely interested in a lot of things that are out and about in the media and in the literature. But generally, I tend to be agnostic, and here's why. In everything that's currently out that people talk about and highlight, it's difficult for me to take the data and the evidence and then pull that into the work that we do in the lab with some of the different test devices we work with to kind of explore the frontiers of where physics and propulsion might intersect. It's hard to take that and turn that into some kind of an action plan, if you will. So I'm certainly aware, like David Fravor, the experience that he had with, he calls them Tic Tacs, right? An amazing account. And there's multiple people that saw it, multiple platforms that saw it. And so to start with, right, I thought maybe there was a small chance that was just like we have stealth technology, right, where if you want to hide a plane, what if we had the ability to project something, right, through some mechanism where we could make people go where we wanted them to go, right? So I know there's a technology that uses like two different lasers that triangulate a certain point in open air, and they put enough energy into a particular location that they ionize the air, and so it creates like a bright pixel. And so they use that to create three-dimensional displays that kind of look like they're just floating out of air. Now, they're not quite as big as what we saw described with the Nimitz encounter on the West Coast. So I thought for a little while, maybe that might be something that we're seeing.
They can project plasma as well, right?
It's the same thing. So the two lasers intersect, they ionize the air, which creates a plasma.
And they can do this over long distances as well, right?
I don't know about long distances. I know they can do it over short distances. So for a while there, I wondered if that might be something that could explain some of what makes sense, what David Fravor and the group saw.
The only problem would be the radar, because I don't know if you wouldn't pick up that on radar, would you? Because it's not fast, right?
So the plasma would certainly absorb a signal, right? Because it's gonna polarize any electromagnetic wave it tries to go through.
So it would change.
It might.
Would it be possible to make something that big, that's 20 feet long, out of that?
It's hard for me to imagine. But I think there's one piece of data that just came out in the last few weeks. I think David Fravor's wingman, Alex, I think her name is Alex Dietrich. I can't remember her name. I think you're right. So she came out, and so in all the things associated with that particular encounter, right, one of the things I've been trying to figure out is how do they describe the specular surface of the Tic Tac, right? Because if it's these plasma pixels that I'm talking about that kind of creates a volumetric display, I would speculate it might be kind of a glowing looking thing. But I think Alex, in her account, described it as kind of a flat type of like graph. Yeah. So that kind of torpedoed my working theory. So, but again, while it's amazing and incredible, and it's something that people want to go think about and go try and collect more data, it doesn't help me do what I'm doing in the lab. And so I think I kind of keep, my eyes dart every once in a while over to that particular topic. I was just thinking about this. Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I'm honestly agnostic as well. I bounce back and forth and get really excited about it. I feel like I'm being duped all the time. Jamie and I talk about it all the time. I'm back in. Jamie's back in, and Jamie finds something. I got to go back in.
I'll be right there. I'm looking at the article about the Navy laser tech do this to kind of figure out how big the objects are that they can make move, but they're designed to trick heat-seeking missiles. So they got to.
Okay, so they make a heat signature, so they trick the heat signature, which makes sense, right? Because they're plasma.
Yeah, tens to hundreds of years.
Where are you at right now with UFOs? You in or out?
I'm still in on something, but I don't know what the object is or what is
We both did that in
their consciousness thing. I'm on that this week.
Oh, the one where they think they called them in?
Not just that you need consciousness to use their
Maybe. There was some talk of gravity propulsion systems in the 1950s, I believe. There was some work that was being done, and there was some discussion about whether or not it would be possible to use nuclear energy to create some sort of a gravity drive. What's your thoughts on that stuff?
Well, I think in order to do so, I'm gonna use a different parlance. Okay, instead of like obviously, no, that's okay. That's okay. Right. So in terms of some of the language that we use in literature when we talk about something that would I think trace to what you mean when you say a gravity drive. Right. We might use the parlance space drive. Right. And so conceptually, it would be a form of propulsion that instead of using some form of onboard propellant in the tank. Right, it's found some way to couple to some external field, whatever it might be, and can generate some kind of a propulsive force. And so, in my mind, in order for us to ever be able to go down a path where we're trying to create something like that might look like that or smell like that or what have you, we need to have a deeper understanding of gravity. Right, and so we just talked about E equals MC squared, and some of the back up just a minute. If you think about everything we know today as in physics, as a Venn diagram, there are two circles on this Venn diagram, and they touch at a little tangent point. One of those circles is quantum mechanics that helps us understand how atoms behave, how light moves, and in the other circle we have the words general relativity. So that helps us understand how the cosmos evolves, how stars move, and galaxies move. And so those two circles touch at a single tangent point. They don't overlap. So what that says is gravity, we don't know how to connect gravity to quantum mechanics. We don't understand that. But in terms of all of our daily life, just that level of physics helps us every single day, right? The cell phone is only possible because of quantum mechanics. GPS is only as accurate as it is because we use general relativity to correct the atomic clocks on the GPS satellites. But until we develop a better understanding of how gravity might connect to quantum mechanics, or ultimately how quantum mechanics might connect to gravity, I don't know that we'll be able to make meaningful progress. Right? So we need more circles on the Venn diagram. Just those two aren't enough. There are a number of people that would speculate that quantum mechanics is incomplete, general relativity is incomplete, perhaps it's even emergent. I think we had Hal Puthoff on here a few days ago, right? He talked about a physicist by the name of Sakharov who talked about the fact that I think he was one of the guys that first pioneered the thought process. Maybe gravity is simply an emergent phenomenon, and we'll develop a better understanding as we add more circles in and around the quantum mechanics circle. And so I think in order for us to be able to come up with a widget, right, some widget that generates a force in the form of a space drive, we're going to have more physics than we currently have. So we'll have to have more of an understanding of what gravity actually is. Yes, and what generates gravity. Yeah, and it's not just the gravity; it's quantum mechanics. Quantum mechanics by itself. Quantum mechanics is completely incompatible with general relativity. So this is a big issue. And there are tons of people that spend their entire life trying to figure out how to unravel this mystery. It's a big conundrum.
Well, it's so fascinating to me because if you were a scientist in the 1400s and you were having this discussion with those people, they would think you're a wizard.
That absolutely, especially if you yell at something like that. Yeah, I get burned at the stake.
They show the screen.
Right.
I said, Jimmy, pull something up. Do it. What is happening?
What is it that you show it upon thy wall? Right.
So imagine, extrapolate. Imagine going to the future and seeing what all this stuff is going to look like once we gain more and more understanding. More scientists, more researchers piling on their discoveries, and then ultimately one day we'll be looking back on 2025 with those barbarians. Oh my gosh, did you see that show with
Sonny and Joe where they were talking about what a bunch of maroons?
Didn't even know what gravity was.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
You'd be like bloodletting.
Really kind of interesting because I bet every current civilization thinks it's at the pinnacle, and that this is everybody else is a moron, and we are a seriously advanced society.
Right. But it's interesting. I get a chance to go do a bunch of discussions with students all over the globe, right, and talking about space exploration, specifically, advanced power propulsion. Right? I really kind of get into this whole difference between to space and through space. And so as part of that narrative, right, I always spend a little bit of time telling them, right, we live in a society where everybody likes to pretend like we've got all this stuff figured out, right? There's nothing left to figure out, right? We got cell phones, internet, airplanes, right, all different kinds of stuff. There's really nothing left. Just right, well, yeah, exactly. And so I like to remind them, right, when I talk about, well, let's talk about that. What do we know? And I kind of take them through that little thought process, the Venn diagram, just to say, hey, look, right, these two models are not compatible. That says there's a bigger circle, right, that connects the dots between all this stuff. And I highly doubt we'll ever come up with a single circle, a single step that goes from just the two circles on the Venn diagram to a final one, so a grand unified theory. I don't think we'll ever take like one single step. I think it's going to be a series of a bunch of different steps by a bunch of different people, many generations. It's like there's so much stuff to go figure out. Come help us push back against the darkness. Help us, forever hunting the edge of the map, if you will. Right? So I think sometimes in today's society, we get lulled into this sense of security that we got it all figured out. Like, we got AI says all kinds of neat helps us out, all these different things, and so we get lulled into this sense that we got it all figured out. There's so much mystery out there for us to figure out.
Also, there's a lot of people that are full of shit that are running up the bars. But it's exactly true in any current moment. I mean, just in the UAE world, there's a ton of grifters. There's a ton of people that are just putting sensational nonsense out to just get a bunch of clicks.
In some ways, when I talk to students and I kind of give them suggestions and advice and mentoring, it's like if you've got some particular area that you're interested in and it's highly technical, go do the work that's necessary to give yourself the math skills, the engineering skills, the science, whatever you need. Make sure you're equipped, right, so that you can, whatever's in front of you, you can go look at it with a discerning eye, right? Because like you said, the internet's changed the world for both the better and the worse, right? But the signal to noise ratio has changed a lot. There's a lot of noise out there. And so the best thing you can do to try and cope with something like that is just to make sure you're trained, right? And you're capable of being able to discern something that's real versus something that's nonsense.
So what is real in terms of, at least conceptually, what is real about warp drives?
Great question. When we talk about space exploration, right, a lot of times people think of like a Falcon 9 rocket, Saturn V, or a space shuttle, and these are all wonderful examples that should come to mind. This is what we need to get to space, right? That climb against gravitational well, if you will, and get into space. But when you get into space, we want to try and move through space, right? The things that you might use to solve that problem in an optimal sense might look very differently from the idea of rockets to get you to space. And so through space, there's a lot of things that we can bring to bear. This gets into, I think, a larger framework I'd like to unpack with you today to talk about this through space type of thought process. But since you specifically asked about warp, I'm going to jump forward on the discussion thread.
We don't have to use it as a teaser.
Okay, well, let's use that as a teaser. Let's back up. And so I provided a video that we pulled together called "Go Incredibly Fast" with a Swedish artist, Eric Rothschild. He's done a bunch of wonderful videos for NASA, a bunch of other friends. this video kind of encapsulates the challenge of time and distance in space, right? If you want to send human beings past Mars and the solar system, that sets up a problem statement, right? That changes the nature of the types of technologies that you might think about bringing to bear to solve the problem. So this video tells us what are some things that we can do to solve this problem, spanning from things that we kind of know to things that we kind of don't know in terms of physics and engineering. So this video is kind of an emotional encapsulation of a highly technical story. So let's watch this. It's a great way to kind of tee off this discussion.
Sky costumes. We do not destroy ourselves. We're one day adventure to the stars. Carlson.
As incredible as it may seem, there will be a time, and maybe closer than you think, when we live on other worlds, the moon, Mars, and in the space between. And when that day comes, just as always, our children will look with curiosity across these new horizons with a desire to go further and to explore what lies beyond. But beyond Mars, the distances between worlds grow immensely, even within our own solar system, and become truly vast in between stars. If we ever want to reach out across the distances, we need to learn to go fast.
Nuclear electric propulsion. Here we go.
Yeah, so this is what we know. Using our current knowledge of physics and engineering, we can build nuclear locomotives to take humans to all the worlds in our solar system. But a starship powered with a nuclear heart aimed for our closest star, Proxima Centauri, would have to harbor hundreds of generations of people, all putting their entire lives aboard before reaching its destination 4.25 light years away. It would take 2 years just to reach the orbit of Saturn, and another 2,000 years to reach Proxima Centauri. We need to be able to go faster.
Fusion propulsion.
We should re-record this with you doing that. But with engineering we have yet to develop, we can imagine a propulsion system with the sun for a heart, a fusion engine that can accelerate a starship up to 5% of the speed of light. This ship could cross the orbit of Saturn in 6 months and reach Proxima Centauri in just over a century. But if we want to traverse interstellar distances in less than human lifetime, we have to go incredibly fast. The universe has shown us this can be done by altering the scale of space itself. And we are working to develop new understandings of physics to learn how this might be controlled. If we can construct a starship with a propulsion system that decreases space in front of it and expands the space behind it, this ship could cross enormous distances effectively faster than the speed of light. Such a ship would reach from Mars to Saturn in just a matter of minutes, and we would reach Proxima Centauri in less than 6 months. From there are no limits to where we could go. Perhaps one day humanity will look up at an alien night sky and strain to find the pale yellow dot that is our sun, our home, and know for the first time as we look back on ourselves, that we are not alone in the universe. This journey starts today.
Well, first of all, whoever did the graphics,
Thanks, Jamie. Yeah, Eric Ornquist was the Swedish digital artist that he used to develop that video. And so, oh my gosh, did I forget? Yeah, we had a three swim lane chart, if you will. It's a very technical version of this. We have a copy of it. We don't need to bring it up to you. I can just run it. But no, I'm not. It kind of encapsulates that thought process of this time distance problem. When we think about space exploration with humans, we think about Mars. We sent human beings to the moon, probably going to go back to the moon sooner rather than later, and eventually we want to send human beings. I also like this thing. To Mars. But what if we wanted to send human beings to Saturn, and we want to get them there in 200 days? That's a time frame that's kind of compatible with what we thought about for humans to Mars, 180 to 220 days. If you frame the question that way, the amount of energy that's necessary to get humans to Saturn in 200 days is an order of magnitude more energy it takes to get a payload from the surface of the Earth to low Earth orbit. So all that said, right, that particular problem, chemical propulsion can't solve that problem. And so this is started to kind of frame the discussion of this narrative that we pull together when we talk to students all around the globe, the difference between to space and the difference of through space. When you talk about through space, distances are just so big, right? You have to rethink the problem, especially when you constrain it with how long does it take to get there, right? And so this particular video encapsulates things that we might do to solve problems like that, and maybe even into another star system, talking about things that we know. Like the very first part of the video was, like you said, nuclear electric propulsion. I can't hear your voice very well. Nuclear electric propulsion. And so this is a situation where it's known physics, known engineering. We've got a nuclear reactor that's fissioning uranium, let's say. It's splitting apart atoms. And that's the source of energy. You use that energy to plug into some form of electric propulsion. If you got the neon sign that's behind you, imagine you could take one of those tubes and cut the end off and allow the blue or green fluid to come out the back, right? And so the efficiency of electric propulsion versus chemical propulsion much better. And so that's a way we could potentially think of a spacecraft architecture, nuclear electric propulsion, a nuclear reactor coupled to some form of electric propulsion that allows us to send human beings to Saturn in 200 days. And technically speaking, that capability, if we didn't invent anything else beyond that would allow us to send human beings everywhere in the solar system. That's why that's extremely important. And now we're getting into the passion of what I fought for so hard working at NASA to try and advocate for this understanding of the difference between these two types of problems, if you will. If we make up our minds to perfect the idea of nuclear electric propulsion as a capability, that unlocks the whole solar system, right? That's just kind of like the tip of the iceberg. So the video then goes on after we kind of say, nuclear electric propulsion can open up a lot of stuff for us. But it's still going to take. You remember how long it said to go to Proxima Centauri? It's like 100. But the 2,000 years for the nuclear. Oh, that's right. So I mean, I don't know about you, but that better be one comfortable window seat. That's a long time to be on a flight. Now, how screwed up. Yeah, right. But right, because you're inbreeding. Yeah, well, it's definitely it's going to be generations, right? So either you generations, you're going to have babies. Yeah, right. How are you going to do that? How are you going to choose? You're going to have arranged marriages in space. Is that progress? right. Force people to carry children. Yeah, or they might be frozen. Like, what's that movie with the blue aliens? I can't remember. Right. Imagine they're debating a woman's right to choose while they're in space. Oh, you know what I'm saying? Oh my gosh. It gets weird. Yeah. So you need to keep some of it. Right. If you all commit, but I didn't commit. My grandparents did. You're still on it. It's like my great grandparents. Right. Not only that, the reality is by the time they get there, the human beings will create technology that far exceeds that and probably beat them too. Yeah. You kind of see that hinted in the video too, right? Where you got the slow boat and then you got the fusion's the next one that comes by and the guy's like, waving as he goes by. Well, for sure, you would be a sucker to get on the first ship. Because by the time it gets there, the new ships will have already been there for months. Yeah. They'll welcome you when you arrive, right? The grandchildren of those people will welcome you. Yeah. So the fusion propulsion is kind of the next step in the story. And so when we make that step, we're a little bit into the unknown, right? We understand the physics. Right? The sun at the center of our solar system works on fusion. It fuses atoms together instead of splitting them apart to generate electricity. So fusion propulsion is kind of another step in capability, right? That allows us to do maybe do an interstellar mission that's measured in 100, maybe 200 years. It's still kind of long, but that's a lot more respectable than 2,000 years. But contrary to what the movie Iron Man might say, we don't have fusion reactors that are gigawatts the size of this coffee cup, right? So, we got a little work to do before we get there. But comic books were probably in the 50s, right? So when you think about this kind of progress, this ability to generate that amount of power and to bend gravity, and to bend space, what kind of a timeline do you think we're on for something like that? That's actually one of the most popular questions I get when I go talk to students, right? Whenever you talk about that last swim lane in the video, the idea of the space warp, you can expand and contract space, and that allows us to potentially go somewhere in months, whereas we were just previously talking about millennia and centuries, right? So just to remind folks, we just talked about everything that we know of physics today, quantum mechanics, general relativity, right? We got to add some more stuff to the Venn diagram to develop an understanding. And so my crystal ball is no better than yours. So I couldn't say specifically when something like that might happen, but I can say I actually do know what we need to be working on right now, right? And so in that context, right, I'm certainly doing the things that I think might help make meaningful progress towards that type of operating goal at some point in time. But I just don't know how long it might take. And so let me kind of give an experience that I had. I taught at International Space University over in Strasbourg, in France, and they have a cathedral there in Strasbourg, absolutely stunning. But the thing that's even more interesting about this structure, it's like 500 feet tall. They started building it in 1100 AD, and they didn't finish the cathedral until 1700. So the people that built the basement had no hope of seeing the finished product. All they could do was imagine in their mind's eye what it might look like, but they knew what they needed to do to kind of make meaningful progress. And so they did their work, and then they hand the baton off to the next generation. They put the floor in, and then another generation does the buttresses and so forth. So from that standpoint, I think sometimes it's important to, we talk about teamwork, right? Teamwork is a great thing. But teamwork, we typically think of shoulder to shoulder, right? But I think there's also value in teamwork across generations, if you will, right? In a day and an age where you get impatient if you text somebody and they don't text you back in like 30 seconds, right? I think we've lost an appreciation for the value of what that means, right? In terms of working over stuff longer than what your horizon might be. I'd love to see the idea of space work, before I go to the next chapter. But I don't know that will happen for sure. But I do know specifically what I need to be doing. And so, from that standpoint, that's how I grapple with that particular question. It's a wonderful question that I would love to be able to tell you a very concise answer that would fit with what I would hope it would be. But I don't know for certain. But I do know what I need to be doing next. And that gets into, maybe we can unpack that just a little bit. That gets into the idea of how the idea of space work works and how that traces back to those two circles on the diagram.
Right. Let's do that. Yeah, let's talk about that.
Yeah, so maybe what we can do, Jamie, I sent you, there's a slide that's got like a cartoon space warp. It looks like a little sheet of a mesh or something like that. I don't know how to explain it. You can pull up. There it is. Yes,
wow.
Yes, that's the one. That's the one. So we actually did that graphic on the right for Nature, the journal Nature, that we're doing an article on the 50th anniversary of Star Trek, and so they asked us to pull together that graphic. And so this is an illustration of the idea of the space work. Let me give just a little bit background. In physics, there is a speed limit that we have to acknowledge when we talk about trying to go somewhere really quickly, right? And so I like to call it the 11th commandment of physics: "Thou shalt not exceed the speed of light." Right? It's kind of a hard and fast speed limit. And so if you talk about trying to get to another star that's 4.25 light years away, that should automatically set in your mind that we can't get it can't get there any quicker than the 4.25 light years. Right? Well, there is a little bit of hope because there's a loophole in general relativity that establishes that hard speed limit. General relativity says we can expand and contract space at any speed, and we see evidence for this when we look at the nature of the cosmos. Right after the Big Bang, 14 billion years ago, there was something called an inflationary phase, right, where if you were to pick two random points in this expanding bubble of the early cosmos, you stood on one point, you looked at another point, and figured out how fast it was moving away from you. It would move away from you like 10 to the 30th, 10 with 30 zeros times the speed of light. So, really, really, really fast, right? And so we know from astrophysics and cosmology that this is possible. And so this idea was kind of rattling around in a physicist's brain called Alcubierre, who said, hey, well, it's interesting. Nature can do it on a grand scale. Can we potentially do it in a purposeful way? And so he published a paper in 1994 that kind of encapsulated the mathematics for this idea. And if you take his mathematics and you put it into physical form, it's going to look like my little cartoon here on the right. And so you got the little ring that goes around the little surface, or it looks like a wave, and then there's a little central portion there, kind of looks like a football, let's say. And so what happens is that ring that goes around that little football, that's what's necessary to make the trick work. And so it has to be filled with something called exotic matter. And so that's an important issue, right? What's exotic matter, right? So it's something in general relativity that's also equivalent to negative mass. And so we all understand positive mass, right? If your little brother hits you on the head with something, that's positive mass hitting your head, right? Negative mass is not only zero mass, but it's a negative value. So what does that even mean? And so in the context of general relativity, if we come up with a model that requires exotic matter, we have to highlight that as a problem. In general relativity doesn't tell us how to make that. And so that could potentially be an obstacle that would prevent something like this from ever being physically real. But if we could figure out how to make it, and I'll actually speak to that in just a second, if we could make that, and we could create a ring that could manifest that exotic matter, it would cause space-time to respond in such a way so that it would expand and contract to allow you to go to Proxima Centauri in 5.5 months, as measured by you on board the spacecraft in that football, and as measured by folks over mission control over Houston.
Now, this exotic matter, what do you speculate that would, what would that be?
So exotic matter, and this, the cool thing is, these are the equations. So there'll be a test later, Joe. So,
I'm ready.
so in Alcubierre's paper in 1994, right, he rightly highlights the fact that hey, there's a problem. Danger will opposite. This stuff requires exotic matter. That means it's non-physical. However, he highlights the fact, hey, we have this other circle over here called quantum mechanics. And there's something in the context of quantum mechanics called negative vacuum energy density. And so that's something that's connected to the idea of the Casimir force. We'll unpack that later. But that is something that could serve as a proxy for the idea of exotic matter and may help us one day make the idea of a space warp a physical real thing.
Whoa. So this ability to go as fast as you're describing, where you could conceivably make it to other sources. This obviously is a version of it that will probably be improved upon. Right. So if this ever does come to fruition, you could conceivably imagine a time where you generate even more power, have even more capability, and you go everywhere in the universe.
Right, potentially. Yeah, it unlocks just about anything. Let's go back a slide real quick, Jamie. I want to share something with you. So the next time you're in an airport, you can do this. Right? Okay. So if you want to try and imagine the idea how a space warp works in theory, if you will, this is just a thought experiment. So thought experiments aren't exactly precise, but they do help communicate the idea. So when you go to an airport and they've got those long conveyor belts, if you will. Yes. I think they call them travel ladders. And so they help us move quicker between the gates.
Yeah, by the way, folks, you're supposed to walk on those things.
Yeah, right, exactly. I mean, absolutely. Walk. Right. So if you think about what happens when you make use of one of these travel ladders, it's just like you said, most of us walk, right? So when we're airport, we're walking, we're dragging our bag. We usually walk about 3 miles an hour. And then when we get onto the belt, we keep walking. Now, if you think about so let's say Jamie's sitting at a gate, he's watching you walk by. Before you get onto the belt, he sees you walking at 3 miles an hour. When you get onto the belt, all of a sudden, Jamie, it looks like you're going 6 miles an hour. So what's going on here? Well, think about the belt, right? The length of the belt in front of you. What's happening to it? It's technically it's going underneath, right? This is a metaphor. It's going underneath, but the length of belt in front of you is actually contracting, right? So by the same token, the length of belt behind you, yes, it's expanding behind you. So the belt is contracting and expanding in such a way that it now seems like to Jamie that you're moving at 6 miles an hour. So the next time you go to an airport, you get onto one of these travel ladders, I want you to put your hand on the railing and say,
well, that's a great comparison. Totally makes sense if you think about expanding that idea just infinitely with gravity and just being able to, right? And that video, by the way, is so cool. The way he generated that, and it looks exactly like these people describe things they're seeing in terms of, when people find UAPs that are particularly unusual.
Right. The cool thing is, if you pop forward one more slide, Jamie. There we go. When you look at the math and physics associated with this, right, the proper acceleration alpha on board the spacecraft is formally 0. So what that means when they turn the warp on and off, it doesn't splatter the crew against the bulkhead. We talked about in the beginning of the show. We talked about G forces, right? And so I don't know if Alcubierre specifically was hoping to land on that kind of observation, but the little toy model they came up with has got a lot of appealing that's one of them. Right? You turn the work on and off. The proper acceleration alpha is formally 0, so it's actually 0G. So he stumbled into a really nice solution. Well, if you don't mind, while we're here, I'd love to maybe spend just a second to talk about life imitating art. There's some interesting things that I think it's the next slide or two. I keep going. We'll come back to another time. So this is it's a modern rendering done by Mark Rademacher, the digital artist from the Netherlands. I work with him. This is a Star Trek ship concept that was developed by Matthew Jeffries in the 60s for the TV show Star Trek. And so you might notice there are some qualitative similarities here to this little structure, the little gray cartoon that I just showed you. It's got the rings on it, right? It's got this little central structure. But there are actually a couple of fatal flaws with this concept. But the thing that's fascinating to me before we talk about the things we can fix is Matthew Jeffries is not a physicist, number one. Number two, the math and physics associated with the space work hadn't been published in the 60s when he came up with this algorithm. Look how close he got, right? For somebody just following his gut instinct in terms of pulling something together.
What was his background? Did he have some sort of background in science?
I couldn't say. Don't know for certain, but man, he sure did.
He nailed it.
He sure did get close.
He got so close.
Yeah. So the interesting thing is that the nature of this ship, the fatal flaws it has. So we did an update of this as part of like an education outreach. So I reached out to Mark Rademacher and some folks at CBS Studios. So we did an updated version of this for Star Trek Ships of the Line calendar. That's cool. Yeah, that's the one that's in the video, right? The IXS Enterprise. You gotta go back just one slide. So the problem with this version is the rings that go around the spaceship are entirely too thin. So when you calculate how much of the exotic matter I just talked about that you might need to make this thing do something useful, it's going to be a very large number that might be impossible to ever make. So that's like fatal flaw number one. Fatal flaw number two is the bridge of the spaceship goes way out in front of where the warp bubble would form as a result of those rings. So the rings would form like a warp bubble that looks like a little capsule. It would actually cut the bridge off, the bridge would go floating away, and Scotty would be so fired. That'd be the short sell episode of Star Trek. So, right, exactly. So we work with CBS Studios. Now you go to the next slide. So now we got, the rings are much more athletic. They have more heft to them. They're thicker, so that reduces the energy requirements. And then the spaceship itself is kind of properly nestled into the warp bubble. It just looks cool. Right. Yeah.
Like all things from the past, they can make a better version today.
Right.
So this exotic material, do you imagine that this is an undiscovered element? What's the theory?
Right. Yeah. And this is the limitation. The reason for some of the limitation, right, about general relativity and quantum mechanics. General relativity just doesn't tell us how to address it. Right. It just simply says you have to highlight it in your paper before you submit it to peer review and say this may cause problems. But quantum mechanics has this stuff called negative vacuum energy density. Right. And so maybe we could unpack that. So what is negative vacuum energy density? So let's talk about some of the implications of quantum mechanics and how they're a little different from our day-to-day experience at the macroscopic level. Right? Empty space in quantum mechanics is actually not empty. So if I told you to think about a vacuum chamber, right, and I told you the vacuum chamber is like a vacuum, there's nothing in the vacuum chamber. That operative word is nothing, right? They have vacuum pumps that turn on and pull all the air out, so there's nothing in the vacuum chamber. Quantum mechanics says, wait a minute, hold on. The idea of empty space, even though there's this classical vacuum, I think we might think about, it's not actually empty. It's these fluctuating fields and forces that are always going on all the time. So even though like this is Plumbrook, NASA's large vacuum chamber up in Ohio. So if you imagine you took that vacuum chamber and pumped on it so that there's no air on it, you might say there's nothing vacuum chamber. Well, quantum mechanics says that at the microscopic level, there are fluctuating fields and particles all the time. And so it sounds very, counterintuitive to what we experience in our day-to-day life. Right? You pick up a coffee cup, you push it against a door, right? That's how we think of the world. Well, quantum mechanics deals with the microscopic realm. Things are a little bit different, and so that's kind of background. So you can this peculiar nature that I'm explaining to you. You can actually do an experiment that provides you a observational consequence of this peculiar nature, and it's called the Casimir force. I think I have a slide in there, Jamie. So the Casimir force can be thought of in the following way. Imagine that you've got two metal plates, like you see here in the graph. You put them very, very close to one another. That separation distance is maybe 100 nanometers, so certainly much smaller than a human hair. Very, very small distance. And then you imagine you have a vacuum chamber that you put these two small plates in. And then you turn on the vacuum pumps and you pull all of the air out. So there's nothing in it, right? At least that's the way we would think about it. So now we're going to conduct a little thought experiment. We're going to imagine that Jamie has superhero powers, and he can shrink himself down to being a wee, tiny little atomic person. And we're going to ask him to go into the vacuum chamber, and we're going to ask him to measure the pressure on the outside of the plates, and we're going to ask him to measure the pressure in between the two plates. And so we're going to expect, based on the normal way we exist, he's going to say 0, 0 on the outside, and he's going to say 0 in between the two plates. But what he's going to report back is he's going to say 0 pressure on the outside, like we expect, but he's going to say there is a negative pressure between the two plates. What the hell is going on? Well, the quantum field is full of fluctuating fields and forces. Matter is both a particle and a wave. You may have heard that statement at some point in your life. And so all these little bits of energy, right, they have wavelengths associated with them. And so any wavelength that is bigger than the physical gap of the cavity, it won't be able to manifest between the cavities. So when we add up all the bits of energy on the outside, that's our zero reference. We add up all the bits of energy on the outside, and then we add up all the bits of energy in between the two plates, there are less bits of energy because all the bigger wavelengths are excluded. And so there is a deficiency of vacuum energy that manifests between the two plates, and that results in that negative pressure that wants to pull those two plates together. That's called the Casimir force. A guy by the name of Casimir was the guy that derived that back in 1948, but it took us until the late 90s to actually measure this in the lab to the physics community's satisfaction. And so it's been studied hundreds of times since, measuring forces at different regimes, if you will. And there's also something called the transverse Casimir force. You try and slide those two plates relative to one another. The vacuum wants to resist you sliding those two plates. And so this is a very real phenomenon, and it's a wonderful illustration of the peculiar nature of reality at the microscopic level, right? So, the theory was worked out in the late 40s. The experimental stuff was started in the 90s, and there's been a bunch of work since then, and I think they're even looking at trying to use the Casimir force in MEMS devices, but all that is micro electromechanical machines, some small gears that you can't see with your eyes, but they serve different purposes that people are trying to come up with for sensors, maybe some things in your car, some future chips that might be in your phone or something like that. Things where they make micromechanical systems that they make them with light because you can't even see those kinds of things. So the quantum vacuum, this fluctuating field of particles and forces and so forth, is a very real phenomenon. And so this stuff I just described to you is the negative vacuum energy density that Cuvier highlighted in this paper when he said, we don't know how to make exotic matter with general relativity. So that circle on the diagram doesn't really know. But quantum mechanics tells us how to make negative vacuum energy density in the context of what we see in the Casimir cavity. And so maybe we could, some future generation of scientists will figure out how to do something in some way to, like if you ask what's in those rings around the IXS Enterprise, right? Maybe it's some deeper understanding of the nature of the quantum vacuum. And point in fact, I talked to you about, you asked me when might this happen, and I said I can't tell you when, but I know what I need to do next, right? So in my mind, I think some of the next big chapters of physics are going to be centered around understanding the nature of the quantum vacuum, quantum field. I think there's going to be a lot of truth there. That may provide us the opportunity to add more circles to the Venn diagram, or maybe expand one, or what have you, and so forth. So what kind of experiments have to be conducted in order to expand this? Like, so you're talking about things that are going to be achieved in particle colliders. How are they? Like, what do you anticipate? That's a good question. And I'm there. So there's a lot of different approaches people have taken to try and explore the nature of the quantum vacuum, and you can even start to look at cosmological observations. We talk about dark energy, right? That's equated to the quantum vacuum at scale, the cosmological scale, if you will. I think there's even some recent stuff that's come out in the literature that cosmological constant may not be constant, and may actually be changing over time. So there's some experimentation. It has nothing to do with the idea of space work. The people that we work on care less about space works, but they're trying to understand the nature of the cosmological constant, the quantum vacuum at scale. So there's a domain where some interesting work might be done. I know universities all over the globe still do work today with studying the Casimir force. They make different types of things, different materials, and so forth, just to try and understand how materials respond when they make these small things, and try to understand how the quantum vacuum works with them. But I think there's also some other things that we can try, right? And so that goes. I think you've seen some of our work that we've been doing, right, with some nanostructured devices. That we've been doing some work for DARPA for a number of years, where we're actually trying to work on some systems that generate power. So in the process of doing that, we've actually found that our nanotechnology may actually have some intersection with the idea of space work. So I think it's what you're saying that, like, our nanotechnology might be used to create some sort of space road. In what way? Right. David, can you pull up one of those slides close to the not that one. Go back. Keep going back. A little bit more. Keep going up. Go right there. Right there. So there's this on the left-hand side of this image is a scanning electron microscope image of a nanostructure that in this case we 3D printed, and then we metallized it. And so the work that we were doing for DARPA associated with that structure is focused on trying to harvest energy from the quantum field. So we've been working towards trying to generate a voltage potential on that little structure where the pillars in the middle are at a different voltage from the walls that are in the picture there. And in the process of doing the analysis to help us understand how thin do we need to make those rod-like structures you see inside the cavity gap. When we study how the quantum field responds to those structures, we noticed a kind of an unanticipated intersection with the idea of a space war. If you look at, there's like in the picture, there's like a little blue surface overlaid on top of the center pillar. You've got those two little regions that are like yellow. I think Jamie just moved his mouse over those, right? So that's the pillar. And if you move up that blue surface, it shows the quantum field response. So that negative vacuum energy density distribution you hear me talking about, that is like a section cut in terms of what that looks like. And so we're trying to make sure that the nature of that distribution allows us to see a voltage difference, right? Which we do see. But that now we can go to the middle pane. The top picture there is that image on the bottom left, And so you see those little yellow, kind of looks like a lenticular shape. And then if you look at the picture beneath that, that is a section cut of the space, that ring that goes around the spaceship. So if you look at the distribution of the exotic matter on the bottom hand versus the distribution of negative vacuum energy density on the top, they're qualitatively very similar to one another. So we, as part of an extra credit, right, we're still, DARPA doesn't care about the idea of space work, which we could, they don't care about that. But this way, as scientists, we were interested in, wow, we didn't expect to see this. This is interesting. And so we took that insight and we said, all right, the distribution that's on the left around that center pillar, it's prismatic, right? It's a straight up and down kind of distribution. It's not a ring, which is what we might think about when we think about a space program. So we said, all right, well, let's do a slightly different model. Let's make a sphere inside a cylinder, and then let's study how the quantum field responds to that structure. So the energy density distribution to that, the little green items there in the cartoon, the energy density distribution for that properly matches the requirements for the space. So we published a paper. Yeah, this is significant. Wow, because before we did that, the only thing we could talk about in the literature was just the math, right? If somebody said, well, what might you build to make something like that? All we could do is just shrug our shoulders. Right? And so this allowed us to go through and say, hey, now we can propose a real structure, right, that we can potentially, and you can 3D print it. There are 3D printers that print down to that level, right? We can 3D print those structures. Maybe some clever scientists will come up with a good experiment on how to go through and maybe study the optical properties of this. And somebody could do something like that, where they could take our insights that we published in our paper, and then they could go 3D print some stuff and do some experiments to show that they can, hey, measure the change in optical properties associated with these little tiny warp bubbles that we're looking on a chip, if you will. So maybe that could be something that a future scientist could do. But this is the first time in the literature that we can actually say, as a community, this is a real thing that we could go make, and it's predicted to manifest in real warp. It's not going to go anywhere. It's not going to do it. But still, that's significant as a measure of a paradigm shift in our understanding. So it's in our intentions to draw it. That's a wonderful metaphor. It definitely could be something.
I was Da Vinci was drawing flying things. Yeah. Well, it looks like what you would expect something to look like in Star Trek to generate a warp drive, right? It doesn't. Like you can see it lighting up.
Yeah, it has some kind of a humming noise, right? It sounds like a heartbeat or something.
So the idea of using quantum energy is so fascinating. I don't understand what that means. I don't understand the whole idea of subatomic particles because it seems so fake. It seems so crazy that the universe is made out of things that are essentially working on magic. They appear and disappear. Right. They're in two places at the same time. They're both still and moving. Right. They're in superposition. Right. They're entangled. Right.
In the grand scheme of things, I would speculate that as we add circles to the physics Venn diagram, we may actually be able to change some of the narrative. Right. So maybe some of, and so this gets into, now we're getting into like the philosophical history of physics and some of the debates that have gone on for the better part of the century. But maybe as we continue to move forward, we add more circles to the physics Venn diagram. It'll instead of having this narrative or this framework where we talk about probabilities and chances and entanglement, and the cat is alive, the cat is dead. Right? Maybe there is a deeper level of understanding we have yet to uncover, right, beyond what we know in quantum mechanics today, that helps us understand things at a more fundamental level. There is a sub-quantum dynamics, right, that explains the randomness, the stochasticity that we see, and there'll be a much more satisfactory explanation for things where it's not like this. I would always play back some of what you just said. If you think about it, it actually has kind of a bit of a metaphysical kind of sound to it, right? The collapse of the wave function. What does that even mean, right? So maybe as we continue to move forward, we get deeper understanding answers that are much more compelling and logical in some way we don't currently understand that.
Well, when you try to explain to people the double slit experiment, try to explain that to people, the waves and the articles, like, what are you even saying?
You have one slit, you get a nice Gaussian distribution around the center point, and you open up two slits, and you've got this weird interference pattern, right? It's like, right, that's the whole pattern. It's both a particle and a wave, right? That's how you kind of see that, if you will. But how do you explain that? So actually there are thought processes that people have to explain that type of stuff in some of the stuff that's out in the literature today. Like Bohmian trajectories is specifically one of them.
It's almost frustrating because I know we're going to crack it one day. It's like, damn, I wish I was born in 2020. You know what I mean? Like, they probably would already nailed it. No, I really like being born. I love being alive right now. So it's such a fun time where these technological innovations they're happening, they're compounding, building on each other in such a very incredible way that this kind of experiment is actually possible, and now you can actually prove, we have a theoretical work of it. Show you how we can make it.
Right. And so some of the stuff that we're focused on, right? So I spent 20 years at NASA. I left NASA at the end of 2019 to go help stand up a nonprofit Space Institute, where we did some of the work I just showed you, right? And that's where we were doing some of the initial work for DARPA on the little nanostructures that we're working on. And so we got a lot further with that work than we thought we were going to. So we created a commercial company called Casimir, where we're trying to commercialize our power generating nanotechnology. And so in some ways, it's like the interesting aspect of the story is in the process of us trying to pursue this romantic vision of the idea of space work, we may have stumbled into this power generating nanotechnology that could be useful here and now in a lot of ways, right? Ranging from powering a Fitbit on your wrist or a tire pressure monitor system in your car. Maybe one day as we continue to grow the capability, it'll do a lot more than that. But in the process of chasing the romantic dream, we've stumbled across some technology that might be useful in the here and now, right? And so when you ask what might be in the rings around that spaceship access enterprise, maybe those could be long standing descendants from some of the stuff we're working on in the chips that we're making in the lab today.
Essentially, like the people put the foundation for the symposiums. Right,
Absolutely.
Yeah, and this is just how it goes with everything. It's really extraordinary like that.
Right. It's neat to think the speed at which innovation occurs, right? I think we've had Elon Musk on the show a few times, and it's neat to see what he's been able to accomplish with SpaceX. I met him in 2003. This was very, very beginning of his journey. Right? I was on a planning committee for a conference, American Astronautical Society, and we were doing a conference in Houston with a focus on a commercial space flight. So this is the dawn of the idea. At the time, I was working at Lockheed Martin, and so we had Elon Musk come in and talk to us about crazy ideas of SpaceX that he had. And so Lockheed Martin corporate contacted me and asked me, "Hey, we know you're going to be interfacing with this guy, and so we want you to write up a profile on him after the conference and tell us what you think." And so I went to the conference and got a chance to watch a number of people come in and talk about great ideas, and Elon came and gave his talk and so forth. After the conference was over, I wrote up a profile and submitted it to Lockheed Corporate, and I said, I think this guy is going to do everything he said he's going to do. I think Lockheed Martin should consider buying his company at some point in time. And so fortunately, they didn't, right? Because I think if they did, they would have ruined the magic, if you will, right? So,
yeah, you needed his control. He's got some pretty bizarre ideas that, just watching them catch that rocket,
that's nuts. That is so absolutely nuts, right? My brain looks at that and goes, no.
Right. It looks like, that's why the cup's got in it. It almost looks fake. Like, how? It's such a leap above anything that's ever been done before.
Yeah, could you imagine the design meeting? Right. And I'm sure it was probably on that said this. I want to catch a 20-story building. Yeah. I can see all the engineers are, is he serious?
Right, exactly. Because everybody thought we just had to deteriorate and fall to Earth.
Yeah, right.
Run out of gas, right? You know, and you're shooting a rocket up in the sky, and then you plant it so they fall into the ocean. Like, okay.
Yeah. I do think that, I don't know if you've ever met Gwen Shotwell. I think Gwen Shotwell is kind of like his secret weapon, right? So, Elon Musk strikes me as one of those guys. It's like an idea generator. All this great stuff's coming out at the speed of light, if you will. He's coming up with all these different ideas. But you got to have somebody who can take all that chaos, pull out the important tidbits, and then put them into action, if you will. And so, I think Gwen is kind of his secret weapon. She helps take all of that chaos and then start to go into, actionable steps to help SpaceX make that.
That's the case. She rules.
Oh yeah.
Just imagine as technology increases, if you have someone with that sort of an innovative mind, and someone like Gwen can put it together as all these new ideas come to fruition. You can imagine working with bigger stuff.
Right. Absolutely. Yeah. And just to kind of put that in context, right? In my mind, SpaceX is an example of mastering the art of getting to space. Right? SpaceX is conquering that climbing against the gravity well, as opposed to moving through space. Therein lies a great opportunity to kind of re-highlight that perennial difference and the challenge between the two. Right? So,
right, moving through space.
Yeah,
and then the idea of some sort of a space station somewhere, like not just circling the Earth, but out in the cosmos. There's so many different ways they can take this stuff with the idea of eventually colonizing the planet, which is always like people go, okay, but that's what we're probably going to try to do. Wouldn't another civilization do that to us? And that's where you get into the weird talk.
Yeah, right. Right. Well, I guess it gets into the whole, if somebody has the ability to come here, right, it's almost like I would rather be the one that was technically advanced and able to go somewhere else rather than have them come here, because it's if you look at history, it hasn't ever gone well for the organization, for the tribes that get visited. It just never tends to go well. Yeah, so it's sort of like I'd rather be the one doing the visiting than exactly right. So,
and then imagine the exotic routes.
Oh yeah, right. That's a good point. It always makes you think. Star Trek. They just go, they beam down to the planets and the networks.
They're there.
Yeah, right. It's just like they breathe air, same atmosphere, same pressure. It's like I keep waiting for the episode where somebody starts bleeding from their eyes. Right. It explodes. The guy with the red shirt, right away. Right. That's guys.
Yeah. You have to take a chance. But, when you think of what's currently available today, in terms of research that people have done on propulsion systems, when people speculate that there's some sort of a black ops program that the government's been running secretly, and this is what a lot of these drones are that people are seeing. This is what a lot of like the Tic Tac stuff. That's probably our stuff, which is why it's on military bases. Given your understanding of the current state of science, do you think that's even possible?
Yeah, no. It's hard to imagine that being possible, right? Just in terms of, because my entire professional experience has been about wrestling with, how do we conquer this time distance problem? So I know all too well all the shortcomings. I know where we are for the most part today, where we're lacking, right? And so I don't know that there is an organization that has things that can potentially operate in ways that we collected the Tic Tacs, right? But I don't know that there is a black ops that actually has that capability.
What I'm asking though is it even conceivable that there could be a program where you could get the brightest minds who are working on this stuff to make advancements that are far beyond anything that conventional wisdom describes?
Yeah, now with you, I was on a different frequency. Thank you. If we had some kind of kit, right, that is not from here, however we got it, right, people spend some time studying it, maybe they could figure it out. But that also gets into a little bit of a logic conundrum, right? Because I think you talked about going back to the 1400s and holding up an iPhone, right? If you handed something like this to Isaac Newton, right, he would have no idea what to make of this, right? So he might figure out the interface or the absolute job of making this thing pretty user friendly. I mean, how could you even if you looked at it with like a glass that allowed him to see, maybe start to make out the pixels. Right. He doesn't have the benefit of any of the math and physics and so forth. So it's possible, right? But those are the things that in gaming situations in my head, what might that look like? But it's like, wow, this might be really hard to figure that out. But it'd be awesome if somebody had figured it out. If that was a really possibility.
Speaking to the people that believe that they have recovered these vehicles from somewhere else, one of the ways they describe them that's really kind of bizarre is they describe them as donations.
I've heard that word.
Yeah. If you were going to try to get someone to figure out how to construct their own automobile, you wouldn't give them a 2025 Corvette ZR1. What you give them is a Model T. You give them some simple combustion engine, a carburetor that you can go, okay, like someone who knows how to make a locomotive, they can look at that and go, okay, I see what they're doing. Oh, wow. All right, so this thing, the combustion, and then the gas that spin around, and then it creates energy, and it spins these wheels, and then this thing has different gears, and that goes to the back and goes, okay, I think we can do this. But, if you gave them some electric Tesla, like a new Model S Plaid, they'd go, what the fuck is this?
Porsche 911.
Yeah, exactly. They'd go, what is this? Well, especially electric. Right. It's electric vehicles. This is bananas. Like, this thing goes 0 to 60 in 1.9 seconds. Yeah, that's a fucking car. That's amazing, isn't it? It does feel like you've ever been in an electric Tesla, like the Model S Plaid. It feels like a spaceship. Like, it feels like you're not in this time period. Right. You're in something in the future. So, if they gave us something to back engineer, they would most likely give us a Model T.
Yeah. Actually, I had never thought about it that way.
Yeah, right. That's just start with the best shit. Right. You know what I mean? Like, give these dummies a Jeep.
Yeah. Right.
You know what I mean?
Like a Willys, right?
Yeah. Look at all the stuff going on. Like, you open up the hood of one of those things, an old Jeep, you go, oh, I see where everything is. Here's the spark plugs. Right. Here's the distributor cap. I get it.
But I guess, if that were the case, I guess you could, I could follow you in that thought process, if you will.
So then, could you imagine? I mean, I'm just asking you because I know you understand science, and you understand engineering. Is it possible that there could have been some program that's been going on in complete total secrecy, shielded from Congress, shielded from the higher levels of government, on the most need-to-know basis possible with our current security systems, that they could have some kind of a program that's working on this stuff?
I certainly couldn't rule that out, right? But some things I think about when I think about that problem. Let's talk about the F-117 stealth fighter, right? There was a program that was unclassified, it was late 70s, maybe in the early 80s, called Have Blue. And so that's when they were first starting to explore the idea of having an aircraft that could be extremely stealthy. And so it was unclassified for a good amount of time until they put the first test shape onto a radar stand out in California, the desert, whatever the case may be. And then they turned on the radars and they're like, well, something's wrong. We're not seeing anything, right? And then a bird landed on the prototype, and they saw the bird. And so when that happened, the whole program went black, right? It became classified. Before then, it was not classified, then it was classified. But it of course came out in the 90s with Gulf War I, right? I think we saw some manifestations of this. And so there is a program that's extremely classified for obvious reasons, but it still came out, right? And then I also think about, I worked at NASA, right? So you have worked at NASA for 20 years, you get the full spectrum of people serving different roles in the facility. So you're always going to have people that take out the garbage and do other different things like that. And so, if you've got something that has implications like that, it's hard. It could happen, but that's the thing I struggle with. Is that's there's a lot of different moving parts to try and keep that big of a secret. I mean, maybe.
Well, if I was running things and that was going on, I would talk to you. It's like, look at this guy. He seems to be on this pathway that we are currently exploring. I want to bring somebody in.
Well, if somebody's got a manual, they can help me figure out to go do something. Give me a call, right? And I know I'm going to get all kinds of emails. So I'll say that, right? So Coops, I already get that now. He's going to be Coops.
But, you know, the question I guess I'm asking is, are there even experts in physics and engineering that are out there that could be quarantined, that could be taken away from everyone else and put on these projects, and could they achieve meaningful results given that kind of compartmentalized science?
Right. Maybe the thing that we could throw into the sandbox on this discussion is the Manhattan Project. Maybe there's a better example of something where they were working on something that was extremely important for humanity. They were able to keep a lot of those secrets for quite some time. So yeah, maybe that's how you have to run something like that. Yes, I don't know.
Would you have the expertise? Are we aware of who all of the experts are? Is it possible that the government could have had access to brilliant minds that are on this sort of path like you are, gotten them, moved them into these projects, and kept it all hush hush? Is that even?
Certainly, the government also has an organization called the JSONs, right? Where we have a lot of extremely smart folks from academia, and they come in, typically a summer assignment, if you will. So they band together in the summer to go work on a series of problems that folks might have, and so they kind of what you're asking me kind of makes me think about that kind of a mechanism where you have access to the best and the brightest across the entire spectrum of U.S. academia, and you pull them together, make them SEAL Team 6 on whatever particular problem that you've got. But you could run into a problem where they might look at a problem and only look at it in the context of what we know, right? Quantum mechanics and relativity. They don't want to think about new things that could potentially be brought to bear. So there could be some flies in the ointment with that thought process. But that in some ways that does kind of exist. What we know is the JSONs, right? And they do classify work all the time.
Interesting. So I guess the question is, where are the brightest minds in this particular area of innovation? Where, if I was running the government and I wanted someone to work on some certain top secret stuff like this, how would I even find people?
That's a tough question to answer because taking that question and going into like some specific steps you might take, right? What disciplines are relevant? Right? That's a difficult question to answer because there's so much stuff that we don't know. You probably have to sample from a number of different disciplines, right? Both in general relativity and quantum mechanics, with some hope that maybe you've got the right sprinkling of ingredients to bring to bear to that. And then there is a history of, I think, some folks in academia that actually like to think about advanced matter propulsion that are also just primarily physicists in their day-to-day capacity. Hal Puthoff, although he's got many and varied interests, he's a great physicist. He's published a lot of great papers in the literature just thinking about physics. Right? He's got some stuff he's looked at called the polarizable vacuum. And so, in my drawer of preferred papers, I have a number of papers from Hal's work on the polarizable vacuum. I'm interested, fascinating. And so there may be some things out there that are adjacent to the concept. We can try and pull some of that together.
Yes, that's a fascinating thing to say, because Hal believes they have them. He believes that we have 10.
Yeah. Oh, yes, I know that.
Yeah, which is just so nuts. Yeah. And then, he's a little agnostic on the Bob Lazar story.
Mm-hmm.
But the Bob Lazar story, which I'm sure you're aware of, is essentially what we're talking about. Like, you would bring in some out-of-the-box thinkers. And if you found some wildly intelligent young scientist who put a rocket engine in the back of a Honda, which is what he did, so what is that crazy fucker up to? Let's have a look at it. What's it hurt?
Right.
The guy with the rocket guy and say, he's a wizard, right? You know, bring him out there. Or the guys that wherever he was at Rothschild, he was Los Alamos. The guys at Los Alamos said he's a wizard. So let's bring him on. See what's going on.
Yeah, his story is I'm not too familiar with.
It's the nuttiest story of all time, and he supposedly, well, they denied that he ever worked at Los Alamos, but then they found him at an employee log, and not only that, but he knew the outline of the place. He knew security people. George Knapp took him on a tour of it. He knew everything. He knew the people that worked there. He knew how to get around. Like he clearly worked there. So that's interesting that they tried to deny that he ever worked there. And then from there, he gets this job where he is flown out to the desert to Area 51 Site 4. And this is allegedly, right? During this time, he can't even tell his wife what he's doing. So his wife thinks he's doing having affairs. He's got to leave and fly away at 11 p.m. at night. Like, right, but you can't tell me where you're going. You want to work?
You're working later. Yeah.
The wife starts having an affair. And because of this almost sounds like a movie, right? Which is one of the beautiful things about reality, is that reality seems so fake that sometimes actual true stories are bizarrely fictional. So his wife starts having an affair. Because of his clearance, he cannot be working on these things if he could be under extreme emotional duress. So they fire him. They tell him he can't. They don't give him any explanation. They don't tell him his wife cheated on him. He starts taking people out to the desert, explains to them, you have to see what we're working on. They fly this thing on certain nights, and they do these test flights around the base. It's nuts. So he takes these people into this area. They see it. They get arrested. When he gets arrested, he gets caught there. He explains what he's doing. He says, okay, I've got to go public or they're going to kill me. So he goes public with George Knapp. Initially, they hide his face, and then he says, you know what, fuck that. Let's just film me. Let me tell you everything. He goes over the diagram of this device, and he calls it the sport model, and it looks like that. That thing that we have.
Oh, yeah.
It's almost like a hubcap, right? But exactly, like that's a copy of it. Okay. In the middle of that thing is some sort of a generator that he said works on this unknown element, this element 115.
Oh, some of this is coming back. I think I've seen some stuff over the years. Yeah, some of this coming back.
And essentially, the way he describes it traveling, and again, this is in the 1980s, the way he describes it traveling is exactly the way he described that sort of warp drive, changing space and time around him. And that you would point that thing where you wanted to go, and it would just...
It all sounds very surreal, right? There's another story. Again, as I said, I have a number of friends who are keenly interested in this, and so I've been exposed to some of the different things. And to me, the Tic Tac account is interesting. It's got a lot of heuristic that helps you go, well, I can't explain that. I can't explain that. I can't explain that. There is another accounting that I just put in the category. My brain doesn't even know what to make of it. And it's the concept of Rendlesham Forest. I don't know if that rings a bell. There's some over in the UK where there's a base over there. Some airmen came across the very route. I can't even begin to describe some of this. It's pretty bizarre. I don't know it well enough to unpack it today. Other than to say it's so bizarre that when you listen to the accounts that were recorded, right, it doesn't make any sense. It's like, you know, if you think about if you watch an octopus in an aquarium, right, and the octopus is doing something, you can sometimes understand what their motivation is. There's like a cross-species ability to, it's like communication but without words, right? And that octopus wants to go eat that little crab or whatever the case may be. And so our chemical computers, even though they're different, we can look at their behavior and we can go, all right, I think I understand what that octopus might be wanting to do today, or a shark or a dog or a porpoise. But when you hear what happened in that Rendlesham Forest thing, it breaks all of my guessing machine. It's like, what is the story? A colonel and some airmen reported some weird stuff that was going on in Rendlesham Forest. Yeah, and they went out and tried to investigate it, and they saw some. Again, I'm doing such a terrible job of summarizing it because I don't really know very well.
Here it is right here.
Everything they saw was very bizarre and crazy.
We can read it. It says 40 years ago, a remote forest in Suffolk was the scene of one of the most famous recorded UFO sightings in history. So just what did happen, and will we ever know for sure? Victor Thurnkettle was out chopping wood one morning in Rendlesham Forest in late December 1980 when a car drew up. Out stepped two men, aged about 30, dressed in suits. Good morning. Do you mind if we ask you some questions? Asked one with a well-spoken English accent. Earlier, on 26 and 28 December, United States Air Force security personnel stationed at nearby RAF Woodbridge had reported seeing strange lights in the surrounding forest. Forestry worker Mr. Thurnkettle, unannounced and unidentified visitors, asked if he had been out the previous night. I said no, he recalls. They said, did you leave the house at all? Did you see anything? I said, what? They said, oh, there's a report of some red lights in the forest. We're just checking. And the two men, very politely but firmly, asked me probably about 20 questions. I thought they were journalists. They suddenly said, oh, well, fair enough. There's probably nothing in it, and left. So I bought the papers every day for the next few days to find out what was going on. And of course, there was nothing. 3 years later, however, sightings made the News of the World front page story, proclaimed UFO lands in Suffolk, and that's official. The story was based on a memo from RAF Woodbridge Deputy Base Commander Lieutenant Colonel Charles Holt to the Ministry of Defense. It was released by the U.S. government, described as an encounter with an apparent UFO in the forest. Since then, the sightings have been the source of much debate and speculation among UFO enthusiasts and the subject of numerous books, articles, and TV programs. In March, a documentary concluded the sightings have achieved legend status like the Loch Ness or Cape Arthur. The forest even has its own official UFO trail, complete with a life-size replica. Go back up. Of the flying saucer. This is the replica, like the Rothschild thing on it, that hand thing. Bizarre. Thurnkettle, UK authorities said they didn't learn about the incident. Okay, what is the story now? Let's get to what is the story. Scroll down more. What does it say?
You know, that gets into the stuff that it doesn't make sense in terms of what they describe the UFO doing. It's just very peculiar.
Yeah. You got there, my heart absolutely plummeted. There's nothing. There's some normal blade in the forest. 3 rabbit scrapes, they're all carefully marked. Absolutely left in the triangle. Okay, what else is it saying? What is the sighting? Burn marks on trees, but what's the sighting? Okay, sure. That's what they said. It looked like wood. And it had those markings on it?
My Google search that Rush brought it up when he was on here, but I couldn't find like even clips about it, so I don't want to do it that deep into it.
How bizarre is it that it has that symbol? What is that? That's an ancient Hindu symbol, correct? That Hamza symbol? Oh, they're different. That looks very weird. Oh. So what about this one stands out to you?
I put this one in the category of I don't understand if it's a real account. Right? I mean, so I think when you have a lieutenant colonel that's reporting something as factual, I tend not to just immediately dismiss it. Right? But and it's not just him; it's several people around him. What they describe, right, doesn't make sense to me. Right? You know, in terms of the David Fravor talking about the Tic Tac, I can kind of, that's not totally alien to me. Oh well, it's trying to maneuver the aircraft and it's maneuvering to their cap or whatever the case may be. And I can kind of connect the dots with that. But the Rendlesham Forest thing doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, what about it doesn't make any sense?
What they saw, why it was doing what it was doing,
What was it doing?
It just was out in the woods. It was out in the woods, with blinky lights and doing weird stuff. And, like,
why is that weird to Tic Tac?
I don't know. This is a gut thing, right? In terms of my gut's telling me I don't understand this. This doesn't make sense to me. I don't know how to explain it to anybody. So.
But if it's just an object that's in the wood, blinking lights, and looks like it's flying, why? I just don't understand why that's weirder.
Yeah, I think they also described it had like LT bits or something like that were like dripping off of it and so forth. And but it sounds so completely surreal. I think maybe what I'm unconsciously trying to do is I'm trying to, map. How might I map math and physics to what it is that they're describing. I just,
Jake, is this the one where they found debris at the scene? Someone brought this up. Was it Jacques Vallée brought this up?
Yeah, this debris is burning up as a fireball. It's a down craft has nemesis, glowing object, metallic appearance, colored lights.
Attempt to approach the object appeared to move through the trees, and the animals on a nearby farm went into a frenzy. One of the servicemen, Sergeant Jim Peniston, later claimed to have encountered a craft of unknown origin while in the forest, although there was no published mention of this at the time, and there is no corroboration from other witnesses.
yeah, so there's no matter how far you dig, there's not going to be very much satisfactory resolution of mystery, if you will. It's just a bonkers
Why
kind
is
of story.
this one stand out to you more than, let's say, Roswell? Because Roswell, to me, is one of the most bizarre ones. When you look at the front page of the Roswell Daily Record, I believe, that has this story saying that the government has recovered a flying saucer, and that a crashed flying saucer was found. And, the story is that they grabbed the wreckage, flew it out the right path to the Air Force Base, two separate planes, and one of them crashed. True, at the nail.
Maybe in that case, it's potentially a purported spaceship, and it was around military bases. I mean, I don't know.
It's just the weirder.
Again, we're getting into the fact I don't have a lot of depth in some of these areas, right? So I understand.
But it's just the weirdest aspect of this whole crash retrieval program, the alleged crash retrieval program. If it has occurred, then it really does go back to the 1940s. Like, how did you guys hide this? Like, how have you kept this secret so long? Is that even conceivably possible?
That's one of the things I wonder about. There's a book I was recommended to read called Blind Man's Bluff. And it's a book about deeply classified projects connected to the Navy, right? They were, I think the end effect of what they were trying to achieve as part of what's detailed in this book is, you remember hearing about deep sea rescue vehicles, right? So deep sea rescue vehicles, basically that was a cover for some submarines that the Navy was using to put listening systems on communication cables that were at the bottom of some of the bodies of water that I think the Soviet Union was using at the time. So this book kind of details a number of programs that went through developed kit and hardware to accomplish these different tasks. And so it's neat to kind of see how black programs like that unfold. I don't know how that book got published, but it's a fascinating book. But then that speaks to what you're wrestling with. Right? How do you have something that's so classified that doesn't leak? Right? Because all the other data that we see from other programs, you can keep a secret for a little while, but you can't keep it for that long, right? At least that's when I look at these other things. That's what comes to my mind right now. That doesn't mean I'm right. There could definitely be programs that are out there, right? That were, maybe they figured out how to get around that. But when you look at some of the most classified military things that are out there, they usually have a lifetime.
Maybe it's just one of those things the government's really good at. Like, the government's really bad at a lot of things, but maybe they're really good at it. That one, you've got it down.
Right. Or at least there's a small section of the guy that's really good at it.
Well, Hal's speculation, when Hal says that he's pretty sure that there's something, that gives me pause. Is that's a very serious person.
Well, yeah, he's a very discriminating individual. Yeah, he likes to question it. And even though he's thought about some very interesting things over the span of his career, right, he does bring a little bit of that squinty-eyed physicist to some of the different things. And so that gives you some measure of comfort that even though he's thought about some wide-ranging things, he's bringing a little bit of that skepticism to confronting.
Also, as crazy as what he says is, there's some things that he won't talk about. Okay, what is that? Like, if you're telling me there's 10 crash UFOs of non-human intelligence, and then there's stuff you can't tell me, right? That makes me just go, what is
Yeah, right.
Spill the beans, buddy.
Right. Come on, if anybody knows, please.
But I guess if you did spill the beans, my goodness, you would no longer have access to any of that stuff, and you'd probably be in trouble. They'd probably immediately get out of it.
Yeah, absolutely. You'd have a lot of special things. A lot of bad things go your way.
Because what he describes that put it in perspective to me. He said you have to understand that one of the things that would happen is there would be real problems because you'd have to figure out how this stuff is funded. So this is funded by misallocation of finances, so you lied to Congress. So these are crimes. These are crimes that put people in prison for life. And then on top of that,
By the way, that goes back to that book I was telling you about, Blind Man's Bluff, because it talks about the amount of money that went into that program. That was hundreds of millions of dollars. Right. And it's interesting. That gives you like a little bit of a window of insight into how the black classified world moves stuff around.
Right. And then you also have this national security problem, because what Hal's saying is that we're not the only ones that have these things, and there's essentially a mad race to try to back engineer these things and to successfully complete it. And this was the real fear, like when people were seeing pictures of drones amongst conspiracy theorists. So what if China's already nailed it? They're buzzing us.
I gotta think when you look at any of the counts of these things, the important things to maybe help categorize the nature of things that they see. If a craft has the ability to manifest extremely fast speeds, SR-71 does Mach 3.2. If you've got something that has radar track data that shows it's doing Mach 8 or Mach 10, that's interesting. Now we do have hypersonic stuff, so you can't just automatically say that it's something exotic. It still could be something that might exist out there with some other flags on the side of the vehicle. But then, like you talked about G-forces, if you could do like a Tron turn, a 90-degree kind of turn, and you got a radar track, that might help you categorize the nature of the different signals that are out there. So to me, that's why like the Tic-Tac has always been something that's hard for me to just sweep away because of the quality of the data. And some of the stuff they describe, I can't imagine other conventional systems that could potentially explain what you see. But a lot of the other stuff I can actually probably piece together in my head. It could be this or it could be that. They talk about the cubes inside of a clear sphere. And there are patents in the system for radar corner cubes that are a cube, a metallic cube inside of a clear balloon that gets floated to evaluate radar sensitivity. Right? So, it just looks like there's a patent in the system. There's a corner cube, but there's a patent that has a version of that that's light enough to go inside of a some kind of a balloon that gets filled with helium or something like that. There you go. That's the patent. Right? So there's a patent in the system. So I can certainly see maybe if that's tethered to a boat, right? They're just evaluating our radar systems. So,
well, that would kind of make sense until you listen to Ryan Graves' depictions of what these things were doing. That they were standing motionless at 120 knot winds. If it's tethered, but it's moving. I can't describe that. But if it's static, it could be tethered to a boat, right? But that looks goofy. Like, are you looking at what that looked like? Jamie, should pull that photo up you just had like that. I don't think that's tricky.
The one on the left though is it's actually a metallic cube inside. Interesting. So the one on the left. Is there an image of that? Metallic cube inside this one? Just a guy though. Okay, so it's theoretical. Right. Of course. So in a lot of cases, I can again I'm agnostic, and so I bring this framework to the table, and so only the Tic-Tac one's really I think the one that bubbles up in my mind with the highest quality data that I haven't been able to categorize. But it could be A, B, or C. Go back to that boring explanation.
Jamie, go back to that blue on that. Could be nonsense. Pilot's notes for Q transmedium vehicle. Promulgated by order of
That's gotta be
It's restricted. Come on, it's restricted. It's like super important.
It says for official use only. I have a French motto.
Oh, it's just a box stuff. It's just goofy. It's just silly. We need to get some Tic-Tac stuff. The lack of sonic boom is one of the things I want to talk about. Yeah. plane could move at that kind of a hypersonic speed, there might be some sort of sonic.
Right. If it's not exactly right, if it's not some kind of laser system that's creating pixels, right, and it's some solid thing, if it's going supersonic, it's based on everything we know with aerodynamics, it should have a sonic movement. If it doesn't, and it is a physical thing, that demands an explanation, right? And I wouldn't be able to explain that, right? And so, that's exactly why something like the data that comes out of the Tic Tac, I haven't been able to just pound flat and make go away, right? It keeps surviving all of my grumpy physicist attacks.
Mm-hmm. So, does that frustrate you? Do you pursue all these things?
So, funny story, and beer is involved. How much? A little bit. A little bit. So we were down at Kennedy Space Center. This is a cautionary tale to don't always believe what your eyes see, right? Because you potentially could lead yourself down the wrong path. So we're down at Kennedy Space Center. We had put some docking cameras on some space station modules, and spent a lot of number of days working long hours wearing these uncomfortable bodysuits and so forth. And so finished all this stuff, wanted to celebrate, so we went to the beach and had a little bit of unwinding time and drank a few beers, clean it out. And so we're out on the East Coast, very close to the Kennedy, and we're looking up at the sky, and you could see some of the satellites coming over, right? Their eyes adjusted to the light. You could occasionally see some satellites coming over. You kind of expect them to have a track that goes, west to east, if you will. Generally, I mean, it can come from all different angles. But then we started seeing some satellite tracks that were very different from what you might expect. Being rocket scientists, right? We're watching this stuff, and that's kind of interesting. And it's a very different angle. Well, maybe it's a Russian spy satellite. It's retrograde. It's, we're trying to figure out what this could be, and then a couple more years later, we see 4 or 5 more of these tracks, right? And we're like, well, maybe all these people that talk about these crazy things, right? Maybe there's something to that, right? But it's about an hour's gone by as we've gone through this process, and we finally see another one of these little glowy orbs, if you will. I look at it, and I just realized out of the edge of the glowy orb, wings of a seagull, right? So it's the white belly of a seagull reflecting the light from the nearby city, and so that's what we're seeing, right? And so that's one of those things. It's just something to make you think about what you're seeing. It may not be, because it's breaking all my guessing machines. It's breaking all of our guessing machines, and we're wondering and speculating about it. But in the end, it was just it's just seagull doing their nightly business, right? And look at these silly guys looking at me, right?
That's funny. That is funny.
So yeah, that's my own experience.
Yeah, well, the mind definitely plays tricks on you, especially when computers involved.
Right.
I can't dismiss all of the different, very serious people that have talked about these things, and that's where I get really perplexed, and my agnosticism gets tested.
Right. I tend to try and always keep a squinty eye towards it, and I think that's probably good to do that, because then the stuff that survives that filter, right, is high quality stuff, right? So the things that keep coming out of the Tic Tac thing, I can't kill that. I keep wanting to try and kill it, but I can't.
What about when you look at things like the Go Fast video or the Flare video, and you look at these crafts that are moving in some very weird way that they don't exhibit traditional propulsion signatures?
So yes, those are interesting videos, and they come from trained professional fighter pilots, and so I can't dismiss those accounts. But the integrated quality of that data is not the same as the Tic Tac, right? Where you've got multiple aircraft, multiple radar systems over multiple days, right? That's one of those, and yes, exactly. And not only eyewitnesses, they're laying eyes on this stuff, and it's not just one plane. Where sometimes you can fool yourself.
Look at this thing. This is the end of the video. This is very strange.
Right.
He put the guys talking about it.
we're going to catch the wind. The wind's 120 knots to the west. Oh, yeah, man. That's not Alaska, is it? It's not. But of course it is. It's rotating. It's rotating.
It's going against the wind, but it's rotating.
And I acknowledge the fact it doesn't have any thermal signatures that are indicative of like a thermal or something like that, right? So some of those things definitely are hard to explain.
It's also listening to these guys, listening to fighter pilots, going, look at that thing.
Yeah, because their eyes are trained to go through and discern different things. Because they're always thinking about, can this kill me? Can I kill it? What do I need? I completely acknowledge that they have that framework drilled into their head, and that helps put this into a special category. But those are unfortunately single data points. So I can't do anything. Right. And that gets back to what we talked about at the beginning of all this. I would love for somebody to show up with a notebook, right, full of all these great observations that would help me. We're making these little nano chips that we're trying to use to extract energy. Yeah, sure. These have the actual nano chips. These are a bunch of the nano chips that we're doing. This is part of the Casimir company that we spun out. These chips interact with the quantum field and generate a voltage potential between those leads. And so we measure voltage on those guys. We put them in dark RF shielded enclosures. There's some pictures, yes. And so and it's fun to think about how do you make stuff like that. We can talk about that in just a minute. Let's talk about some of the applications, right? This is. Let's see. Can we go back a couple slides? Keep going. There you go. All right. So let's just spend maybe 3 minutes here talking about the Casimir force, at least picking up where we left off. Okay, right. So we talked about the idea of the Casimir force is a macroscopic observational consequence of something called the quantum vacuum, these fluctuating fields forces. You go to the next slide. So conceptually, the following is true, independent of anything that we're doing with the nanotechnology we're developing. If you allow the quantum field to interact on these two metal plates that we talked about as part of the Casimir force, it will apply a force over a distance, and it will cause that gap to close, go to zero, right? So that is, by definition, a force over a distance, and so that is a unit of work. So the Casimir force phenomenon is a illustration of extracting energy from the quantum field. So independent of anything that we're doing, right? That's part of what's baked into the idea of the Casimir force interacting with the quantum field. Now, you might say, well, maybe we could use that as a power source. The only problem with this textbook illustration of a Casimir cavity, once the plates have collapsed, that there's no more, you can't get any more energy out of it. You have to actually pull the plates apart. You have to wind the watch again, if you will. And so this type of an approach would at best simply be a battery. So you couldn't extract continuous energy from the quantum field from this type of apparatus. So this leads into an innovation that we came across for study. This is a slightly larger version of that scanning electron microscope image. So we changed the standard Casimir cavity concept by adding these pillars along the midpoint. So we have these structures that we put inside the middle of the Casimir cavity. You see we got a cavity wall on the left, a cavity wall on the right, these big three pillars. The walls are fixed to the substrate. They can't move. We don't want them to move. We want them to stay still. And then the pillars are also fixed to the substrate. They can. The walls are electrically connected to one another, and the pillars are electrically connected to one another, but they're isolated. So that's just a physical description of what this is. So now let's talk about how does this custom structure interact with the quantum field? What's the difference with this particular structure? So for that, let me give you a metaphor. Imagine a Pacific atoll island out in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. It's surrounded by the Pacific Ocean with all this random wave energy that's beating the outside of the atoll island. But at the center of the atoll island, there's a nice lagoon, right? Very quiescent, very smooth. The water's connected to the Pacific, but a lot of that wave energy can't manifest on the lagoon. So it's a protected and nice environment. So imagine, Joe, you're sipping, some nice water and having a nice paddleboard day, quiescent, enjoying yourself. And Jamie, he took the other package and he went deep sea fishing out of the Pacific Ocean. So he's really bobbling back and forth, and it's much more uncomfortable for him to sit and eat fish, right? So now, with that metaphor in mind, let's come back to the structure. So this structure, the walls on the outside are like the Pacific Atoll Island. Inside the quantum field, which is like the Pacific Ocean. So it's assaulting that structure on all sides. The pillars are like you on your paddleboard in the lagoon. It's a protected environment. And so the way the quantum field interacts with the structure is it will occasionally cause a real electron inside the walls to quantum tunnel to the pillars. And so the pillars are like you on your paddleboard. It's a very quiescent environment. So the electron shows up through this quantum tunneling process, but there's no wave energy on the lagoon to mirror that current back to the walls. So in that way, this structure will interact with the quantum field and generate a voltage potential. So we can measure a negative voltage on the pillars relative to the wall. And so, although this is a very tiny little cavity, and we can't measure the voltage directly using atomic force microscopes, if we put these guys together by the tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands, then we can get to voltage and current levels that map to things that we care about in application, like a tire pressure monitor system, something that uses microwatts worth of power, or a Fitbit, or you've got the ring there. I think it's an electronic ring or something like that.
Or ring.
Yeah, some low power applications, and so using this this approach, we're trying to create chips that are about the size of your pinky nail that generate 1.5 volts and 25 microvolts. So that maps to a number of chips that are on the market today that operate at that power level, but they have to be recharged. We don't have to be recharged. So we're like a solar panel that works in the dark. So you can put us in your device, and then it can go down to the bottom of the ocean, and it will continue to work. Or we can give it to our buddies at Intuitive Machines, and they can carry it to the surface of the moon, and maybe they want to throw a sensor off to go measure something or collect data, even though the sun stops shining. So the cool thing is, like I said at the beginning of this interview, we were going down this whole path of trying to understand the nature of the quantum field because we were motivated by where we might envision it could lead one day, and we could add more deeper understanding that physics then back and get to a point where we could figure out what do we need to put into the rings to go around that IXS Enterprise concept, if you will. And so it's cool to think that maybe we could come up with a technology that provides useful power today for things like this. Maybe if we put it into aggregate, if we put a lot of them together, right, we could get to a point where this is just a 3D print having a bunch of those little chips that are 5 millimeters by 5 millimeters, 1.5 volts, 25 microamps. If we add a bunch of those very large stream, that particular board might generate 3.4 watts. And so that board could recharge your phone in 3 hours. So imagine a scenario when you had a phone that's pretty resilient for the most parts. You'd never have to plug it in. That might be pretty useful, right? So it's neat to think that pursuing this whole reaching for the stars type of thing has fueled this exploration of pushing the boundaries of what we know, and then kind of coming across instantiations that make us go, hey, wait a minute, although we were thinking about these kinds of things, look at what we could potentially do now. And so we could find ways to, feed the research and still bring value here in incredible. And this capability is amazing, I think, in terms of what it could unlock right? Especially if we get, if this is 3.5 watts. You can imagine if you put a bunch of these together, you could rapidly get to a kilowatt or even more, right? Have expeditionary power. Now, I don't know if you ever wanted to have a farm out in the middle of some untouched area where you didn't want to pay the money to run the power line. Well, now, in 10, 15 years, maybe you wouldn't have to. We could provide a solution that would allow you to come off the grid. Right? So,
Yeah, I was seeing something online about some new technology that I believe is invented in Japan, where they have figured out a way to extract far more energy from solar panels.
yeah, I think they've increased the efficiency on solar panels, but there is a limit to that, right? In terms of when you get to close to 40% efficiency on a solar panel, you're kind of at the limit of what you can do. And then the challenge you have with the solar panel is at the surface of the Earth during ideal peak lighting conditions, the flux of power you get is about 1,000 watts per square meter, right? So if you wanted, a system at 5 kilowatts of power, you could do math if you needed a fairly big area. With our technology, we can stack it on top of it. We don't have to stretch out like that. And so the quantum field could potentially provide a lot more power with a much smaller footprint. Right now, I have to acknowledge we're still very early, right? We're very low power levels, and so we want to crawl, walk, run. But we're thinking about what can we do now to provide use, right? And then use those applications to continue to grow the capability at Casper.
And then ultimately, if you have those things stacked 50 feet thick, 700 meters in a circle, then you have enough power to make one truck.
Right. Well, and so this gets into the cool thing is what we're trying to understand and study inside these little chips that we're making is we're trying to understand the nature of the quantum field, right? The structure to the quantum field. How can we alter it? How can we tweak it? What can we do with it? Because we talked about the fact that negative vacuum energy density is potentially a big proxy for the idea of exotic matter in terms of what general relativity requires. And so, in the process of developing a deeper understanding of the quantum field, what we're doing with these devices, right? I would contend that we're actually adding another circle on that Venn diagram that's potentially not only overlapping part of quantum mechanics, but it's also overlapping part of general relativity. And I think that's kind of what's going to be necessary to be able to make the idea of space world real one day. We're going to have that new body of physics, those new E equals mc squared equations, right? That allows us to potentially, hey, if I do this and this and this, and it might, maybe I can solve that problem. But these things are right on, right? From the standpoint, what we're doing in the micro field, right? That if you cracked open one of the access panels on the Access Enterprise, you might see some stuff that's like, I can see how these guys are descendants to what gets put together in that ring in macroscopic, whatever that might be.
See, it's got to be so frustrating that this has this immense potential, but like, imagine seeing it. Like, how do you get to do it? It's like, not honestly frustrating, challenging, exciting. Just knowing that there's this potential energy source that you can have, and knowing that just like all technology, I mean, if you go back to the Apollo program, the amount of power you have in your phone far exceeds what they used, and they had like a whole giant room filled with supercomputers, and now you just carry it around, and you plug it right in the wall, and it's 50% charge in 20 minutes.
Yeah, we take that for granted. It's interesting you mentioned that, right? If you look back through if you think about the Industrial Revolution, when we came up with steam power, right? And then when we later figured out gasoline engines, right? The amount of power we had available to us changed so drastically, right? The change that it had on human civilization, human culture is just hard to fully comprehend. Because, I mean, if you think about all the different things that get done, a single tractor with one person on it will, do all the stuff that's necessary to seed a field, to cultivate a field, to plow a field. And it's amazing to think that that's possible just with one human being at the helm of the tractor. But you had to unlock all the energy, the insights to unlock the energy and what we know from petrochemical plants to get gas, diesel, right? And so, it's neat to think how things like that change civilization. And so, in some ways, it's like if you think about the long-term benefits of reducing something like this to practice, right? We talk about the grid, right? You were here in Texas, and I think we had some issues during a very cold winter where ERCOT got its R removed, right? The power grid had some issues because it got really cold. But imagine a future where we could start to create microgrids, maybe even eventually move away from something like that. And then what would that kind of capability do for parts of the world that currently don't have any infrastructure in place? Right. There's a lot of places in Africa where if you brought this type of capability, you could plop a brick down on the table. It's 1 kilowatt, right? And let people know you can make use of this. And so just like Starlink provides this opportunity for people in remote locations to have access to the internet, right? We can potentially bring a solution to the table that can help a lot of places on the planet that they might not ever see that otherwise. Right? So that's those are some things that have us excited about as we continue to wrestle with technology. Right? Anytime you're trying to do something, you're trying to establish order where there's only chaos. It's hard, right? But the things that help us weather that is the long-term implications of what we're doing, both in the near term and in the far term. It's really cool to think, right? We can provide benefits, here, and then farther down the line here, and then farther down the line here, and then, oh, by the way, the whole reason we're doing all this stuff is we hope to try to make the idea of a space world possible. Right? It's cool to kind of have that connection between all these different nodes along the way, where you can see the path. Yeah, you can see the path. Right? I mean, it's useful, right? To them. Right. I mean, think about when we have a hurricane that hits, right? The power goes out. Without power until they can get power lines up, right? If you have capabilities like this, maybe 50 years in the future or something like that, right, where everybody they're off the grid, right? That changes the nature of how we contend with, disasters like that, right?
And monopolizing resources. Right. That's the other issue. We no longer be dependent upon fossil fuels, or essentially have to be independent. Right. And then you can imagine as it scales up, it gets better and better, just like cell phones were initially these very large bricks. But, remember from Wall Street? The guy had,
okay, sure, I can do that.
This had that big brick with it, and now they're little tiny things. And so you can imagine how that would eventually get to a point where it's portable. And anyone can have power everywhere you want to go.
Yeah, so some of the things we think about in terms of the roadmap for things, right? It may take us a little while before we can provide all the power that's necessary for like a Tesla. But we could imagine a scenario where, like, this will pop up. You've got this 3.5 watt brick, 3.5 watt card. Maybe we could bunch them together to create a 1 kilowatt module of sorts. So maybe a Tesla's got 50 kilowatt hours worth of capacity in it. Most of your daily driving that folks do is to work and home. So it's maybe 50 miles to and 50 miles from, 100 miles a day, right? And so if you've got an electric vehicle that has all the batteries already in it, but then you make the decision to buy a 1 kilowatt Casimir module, right? And you connect it to your car. That module will provide over a 24-hour period. It will provide 24 kilowatt hours of capacity. And so in terms of the driving duty that I just talked to you about, right, you're not going to drain the battery enough where the Casimir cell could just continue to be charging. So in that particular instance, even though we might be a little bit farther away from being able to power a whole car, we might be able to find opportunities for early adopters where, hey, for 99% of how you might use your electric vehicle, you have to plug it in.
So from where we are now, with your current research and all these incredible ideas, what steps have to be taken in order to advance this?
Right. So the first step is trying to get to the power magnitude I just described, 1.5 volts and 25 microamps. So we have chips, these chips right here, they can achieve very high voltages, but then they relax to a certain steady state voltage over a long term. Right? So they have the ability to provide steady state power, but it's like 30 millivolts with a steady state current. And so it's the current that we're currently working on right now. We're trying to get the current up to that 25 microamp ability right now. And so that's the stuff that we're doing. Every month we're trying to do another generation of chips, doing the work of material science and get that capacity to that level. So, and making chips that's tough. That is tough business. So it's been quite the slog. We've been doing this since 2020. The first chips we worked on took us 18 months to make, and then we got the time down to 12 months, and then we got the time down to 7 months, and then we got these guys down to this was a 2-week sprint from the time we did the design to the time we got them in hand. But roughly, we're anticipating we can make these generations once a month. So making chips is very different from how we view the rest, like this wooden table, right? Right. When you think about making something, you think about drills and saws and cutting holes and putting bolts in and so forth. But when you talk about making chips, it's an entirely different approach to how you make things. You make things with light, and you make things with plasma, right? This would be a good opportunity for me to use a little verbal description and grade on how well I communicate this, right? Okay. So, in concept, how do you make something smaller than what you can see in your eyeballs? So ordinarily, when we want to look at something very small, we use a microscope. Right? So we got this optical system we look through, and then we look at something that's got magnesium or whatever. Now, what we're looking at is very tiny. We use optics to blow that up, and in some cases, instead of putting our eyes against the little viewports on the microscope, maybe we'll put an image or a camera on there, and we'll take the camera, will collect the image, and put it on a big screen, a big LCD screen. Now, if you think about that in reverse, what if let's say you're looking at our chips, and you're seeing these squares and circles and tiny little different shapes and so forth, but it's projected on a big screen. Now imagine for a moment instead, you go through in some CAD program, you draw squares and circles, you draw a picture of Jamie's head, right? And then you go through, you take that digital file you just created, and kind of let's this whole process that I was talking about in reverse. And so instead of using an imager to collect the image, use a projector to project the image back down through the optics, right? Where now you project some shape you want to manifest on a chip, right? But you can't see it. You can look at it with your eyes, but you couldn't see it, right? But you're using this projection system through the microscope in reverse to put the image down on the chip. So now the next thing you do is you take let's say you got a silicon wafer, and then you go through and you apply something we call photoresist. It's like a really thick, almost like a honey type of consistent little thing, right? But you put some photoresist on the wafer, and you spin it at really high RPM, and it spins that photoresist so that it's very thin, and you take that wafer with the photoresist, and you expose it to the image you want to put onto it with ultraviolet light, right? So that hardens part of that photoresist. And then you develop that wafer to remove all the photoresist that is not exposed to the ultraviolet light. And then maybe you expose it to a plasma and you etch it. So every place where there's no photoresist, it etches the surface. But where the photoresist survived because you exposed it with your ultraviolet light, you now have an image. So you could look at that with a microscope again, and then you'd see, Jamie's bug on the surface of the silicon wafer. And so, in concept, that's how the idea of when you make a CPU, you make memory, you make any of this digital technology, that's technically how it works. Are you old enough to remember microfiche? What is that? Yeah, it has to take things in school that you put in. Right? So, so that's another kind of illustration of it, but just not applied to a chip.
Well, I would imagine the manufacturing of something like this is a spectacular undertaking that would require a long time to develop the kind of factories that you need to do this kind of stuff at scale in the United States. And this is an issue that we have that was really highlighted by the COVID pandemic, where we weren't able to get shipments of things, and a lot of cars went for sale because they didn't have the chips to put in a lot of the new American vehicles.
Or in some cases, they took functionality out because they couldn't get the ding dang chips to go do what they wanted to do. And I was really glad to see a lot of attention brought to bear with I think it was the CHIPS Act. And even Texas has taken a very strong stance on trying to try and attract some chip manufacturing capability here in Texas. Right?
Yeah, we were talking about the Samsung plant that they built here. But the Samsung plant kind of highlights the issues because they weren't able to achieve the tolerances they require in large batches.
I think they'll eventually get there. Right? This is those are just illustrations of the fact it takes a while to get everything dialed in. Just like it took us 18 months to get our first chip, and then now we're getting a 2-week sprint. We can make our chip. It took 5 years to get to that capability. If you will, I think they'll get all that figured out. But in my mind, the other value propositions for chip manufacturing, right, is to me, chip manufacturing is like the 21st century automobile manufacturing jobs. If you will. It seems like that could provide a great opportunity for people to get meaningful work that pays well, that makes a product that a lot of people need, right? And so I think in some ways that's the upside to trying to focus on getting more chip manufacturing in the States, right? So I just think that's a win. That's a win-win, right?
Yeah, because the chip manufacturing, one of the things that Apple did, they have apparently a big leap coming forward with the iPhone 17, and they think that they're going to have to manufacture in China. I was reading Tim Cook talking about it because they're saying that China is the only nation that's capable of achieving what they're trying to put into these.
Is it China or Taiwan? I don't know. I believe it's China. And I think I certainly. I don't know definitively either. When I think of
Maybe it's manufacturing that's the issue, not the chips. But it seemed you could find what Tim Cook said about needing to develop the iPhone, manufacture the iPhone 17, because I think a lot of their stuff they do in India now, but they think this new one will be so sophisticated that they'll have to have it made back to China.
Yeah, so when I think of cutting edge chip capability, I think of TSMC, that is in Taiwan, right? They've got those machines, the ASML machines, and this is a very interesting thing, right? So the machines that help make some of those tiny chips that are inside the iPhone, they're made by this machine that's developed by a company called ASML over in the Netherlands. And part of me thinks it's like that's a very small brain trust of people, right, that are making machines and kind of, setting the pace for, because I think about what happens if somebody, a bus has an accident or something like that, right? So it's just like such a small group of people that have this skill on how to make these tiny little features that are 2 or 3 nanometers. I mean, that's crazy small. So we're part of it. Right, there's not a lot, and 2 or 3 nanometers. It's like that's if you were to put DNA on the table, right? You calculate 2 or 3 nanometers. It'd be it's very. Oh, here, let me give you. Here's a better comparison. If you hold a marble in your hand, and you imagine that as 1 nanometer, right? You just kind of do a comparison here. Right, so you have a marble in your hand that's 1 nanometer. Well, how big is a meter? A meter is the size of the Earth by comparison. So just to put a nanometer in mind, right? So we can all envision a meter, right? So that puts a nanometer to scale, right? So they're making things with lateral features that have this handful of nanometers in mind. Now, that said, I do think that's so crazy. I do think chips are reaching a limit in terms of what they could do for the lateral features. The next big chapter, I think for chips, they're going to go 3D. They're going to start making them. They've got a bunch of efforts in place to try and figure out how to make chips much more 3D, right? So especially when they may even include multiple different chips, right, that serve different purposes. If you will. You no longer just have this single flat chip that does the surface of a bunch of chips on top of another that get integrated into the assembly. You already see it in this higher pressure monitor system. There's a little chip here on the back of it. It's actually a system of chips. There's a bunch of chips in that little silver piece on the end. The processor, there's a Bluetooth module, there's a pressure sensor, and there's a receiver. Yeah, it's nothing, right? So that little shiny silver piece, that shiny silver piece, it's not only just the pressure sensor, it's all the other support electronics. Everything else is just simple dumb stuff and a big battery, and a big battery that has to last 5 years, right? So that's why this is not, you don't take the lid off this thing. This is glued on. When it's done, you're still away. That's that color.
So crazy. Now, when you think about the current capabilities of AI and how it's expanding very rapidly, do you think that will assist us in being able to figure out new ways to accomplish these tasks?
I think so. When AI first came out, I tried it a few times. I wasn't satisfied with the quality of what I was able to do. This is a number of years ago, right? But the last couple months, I've kind of gotten in the habit of using it much more in a lot of the different things that I do, and it certainly does bring a lot of value in certain areas. A lot of people talk about artificial intelligence is going to kill us. Oh my gosh, it's going to kill us. Right? And I don't think it's artificial intelligence that's going to be a potential big problem. It's more a measure of artificial incompetence. Right? So let me unpack that. Okay? So I think AI is an amazing tool, and it's only going to get more useful as we continue to move forward. And I use it every single day, right? In terms of different things that I explore, it's extremely useful. And there's times when you're interacting with it, and you might even think to yourself, "Hey, come on, is there some dude actually typing on the other side of this thing?" Because it's joking with me, for crying out loud.
And it's instantaneous.
Right, and it's instantaneous, right? And so I think that as human beings, we tend to anthropomorphize everything, right? And so I think in a lot of ways, we want to give it more credit than it is due, right? And so when we interact with it, we might think based on the quality of the interaction, "Oh my gosh, this stuff is amazing. This is artificial general intelligence." But then it'll go off and do something totally boneheaded, and you'll even call it on it, and it'll say, "No, I did this exactly right." And it's just like you know from your own training, right, that whatever offered up is quite wrong, right? And so I keep waiting for somebody that you remember the movie Dr. Strangelove, from the '60s, right? So Stanley Kubrick thing, and this movie of absurdity showing, how incompetence in the government and military leads to the destruction of the world, if you will. It's like we need a Stanley Kubrick equivalent today to do a movie called AI Bob, right? Where AI Bob, accidentally takes out the world while trying to help, right? And it just, I think it's one of those things where I think AI is an amazing tool. We need to find out more ways to use it. It's incredible. I think we just need to remind ourselves it's not quite as capable as we might think it is. We need to be careful of that so that we don't, put it in control of something in a certain way, where because it has these other faults, it does something that's really unfortunate.
So we have to make sure that it's reached a very high level of proficiency before it gets.
Right. Or just be careful of how we use it. Never be afraid to question what it provides. Right? Because there's no question it helps me be faster at a lot of stuff I want to do. I have a lot of skills and talent that I use to filter whatever it's giving me. No, that's totally wrong.
But I wouldn't be able to do that.
Trust it.
Yeah, that's dang it. I forgot to carry the two. Well, when you think about the potential future versions of AI, that's what makes it very interesting. Because if you do get to a point where it achieves a much higher level of understanding of all the physical properties of the universe, and does really understand quantum doctrine, does really understand how to utilize.
So I think one of the things that I have been thinking about this is, and I know a lot of people are trying to figure out how to use AI to help navigate on physics frontiers. You know, AI is trained on a bunch of existing data, right? And so in some ways it is an enormous experiment in statistics. And so, I would wonder how much an AI system by itself could innovate new ideas. It certainly could recognize patterns, right? Once you institute some dimensions, and then if it's possible at all to make it creative. That's where I wonder what. Great question, and I'm not an AI expert, so I'm going to tread very carefully here. When I think about how they train AI today, it's certainly a measure of statistics, right? And so we talk about the AI agent being able to actually think in the way that you and I might consider thinking. I don't think anything that we have does that per se. Right? You just got a bunch of GPUs that are taking in input and then passing it through a matrix of all this stuff that's from training, and then so the statistics of what comes out, right, is a result of whatever training that was done. So it's not like Leonardo da Vinci imagining where he's going to put his next brushstroke on the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel. But certainly it could potentially take an image of the Sistine Chapel and mix it with an image of some other modern art, where come up with some cool homogenization of things, right? And so forth. So I still think I think we need to better understand what is consciousness, right, before we can really do that. What do you think? Oh, that's I know you thought about it. Yeah, I don't know. It's a good question. I would speculate, right? Maybe this comes down to the nature of the quantum field, quantum vacuum. I think there are other forms of radiation, of scalar field fluctuations in the quantum field that are beyond electromagnetic, like the lights in this room is electromagnetic radiation. Scalar fluctuations would potentially be a whole other realm of radiation that we currently don't have any sensors to detect, right? But maybe biology uses those types of things. So there are things inside cell structures called microtubules. I think Cal maybe mentioned something about microtubules to you here the other day. But cells have microtubule structures, and I think that may be connected to the idea of consciousness, although I don't have a well enough formulated answer to be able to defend anything. So I'm treading very carefully. This is not my area of expertise, but it is fun to speculate, and maybe we can schedule another opportunity to come back and talk about consciousness, bring a couple other folks that are more cognizant than me. I would love that. You want to organize that? Yeah, let's know who you would call. I don't know yet. I'll think about. I'll have a think. I actually probably have a couple other cool ideas for cool things you can confab on. I think a lot of people really enjoy learning, listening about. So that would be a fantastic collaboration. People that have theories about consciousness along with their quantum field. Yep. Fascinating stuff. Harold, thank you so much. Yeah, so interesting, and I'm so happy that people like you are out there in the world working on this stuff, which I'm sure one day, people look at the past and say, boy, those cave people. You know what I'm saying? Because like we would look at the Victorian people, or we would look at people from thousands of years ago, and they'll look back at this one, wow, this is where it all started. Yeah, this was the moment. Yeah, so let's definitely do that. Let's definitely have another visit and bring in some people that will explore consciousness together. I love it. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you for having me. Bye.
Joe Rogan Experience.
Train my day, Joe Rogan podcast my night. All day.
What are the odds that I contact you on Instagram and the fucking day you're here is the day your book comes out?
It's pretty unlikely.
Kind of crazy,
A little bit.
right? You know,
Yeah,
it's more like the universe smiles upon us. You know what I mean? It's like
Yeah.
synchronicity. If you want to believe in the simulation, sometimes I just
I'm with you. Sometimes you just see something you're like, this is a simulation.
Right. yeah.
There's a second, third, and fourth. So
Sometimes these things seem like God is showing you satire. Like there's just a little fun thrown in there with it. And a lot of it is on your Instagram page. I have to tell you, dude, I have wasted so much fucking time watching your videos. What the fuck? Is that real? And so many things that I've learned from it. It's very educational, but it's also very fun. Cody Tucker, your book is called And Now You Know. And I didn't even know you had a book when I reached out to you. I just said, this guy's got to be interesting. Like,
yeah, I mean that remains to be seen. We'll find out.
you are on Instagram. How did you get started doing that type of a page? Because it's very
Yeah.
specific.
I mean I've always been interested in random facts, like the origin stories of words, of movies, all these different things, like the dark side of history.
Right.
And I like telling people those stories, and they seem to enjoy it whenever I tell them. So I said, well, why don't I just like make little videos and clip them, put them up.
What were you doing before you were doing that?
I mean, I've always had a podcast. No.
That's all right. We'll bump that bitch up now.
Yeah, it might change now, but yeah, I mean, I wouldn't necessarily recommend watching the podcast, but it exists.
That's
So,
hilarious.
it's all right.
Yeah, by the way, so much better than please watch my podcast, like and subscribe. Whenever a video gets interrupted by like and subscribe, the last thing I do is like and subscribe. Like,
Yeah.
come on.
I mean, I'd rather you just, if you watch it and like it, thank you. If you don't get it, you get in line.
Well, that's how podcasts get good.
Yeah.
That's what I started out doing with this. I never advertised this thing once.
Yeah.
This thing got where it is 100% word of mouth.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah. So I started watching pretty early, but it still had a pretty decent following then. But I know when you started, like,
We started in 2009.
yeah, so this was a couple years after that.
But when I started, me and my friend Brian, when we started, we weren't even thinking it was a podcast. We had already done these things where we'd stream live from the Greenville at comedy clubs back when it was on Justin TV, which became what, Jamie? Twitch. So we would just be, like Joey would be talking shit at the Greenville, and we'd be having fun, and we'd just film it, just for fun. And then I had a few friends that started doing internet shows. Tom Green was the big one. Because Tom Green had it all set up at his house.
He's incredible.
Oh, he's the best. He's such a sweetheart, too. It's like, everything you would hope he'd be, that's who he is. Great fucking guy. Yeah. And, like, really, a forward thinker early on. He was like, I think I just do this for my house. But it was too early. Like, this was 2007, and the internet sucked. It wasn't ready yet. No one had smartphones yet. It was like, but he was patient zero, I think. Him, and then there was this Opie and Anthony show that they used to do.
Oh, they were amazing.
They were amazing. But Anthony Cunha started doing this thing live from the compound in his basement, where he would do karaoke with a green screen, holding machine guns. He's nuts. He's that fun. And he had like beers on tap, so they'd be getting hammered. He plays video games. He's a maniac. And I was like, that was like so much fun. I was like, he just has a studio that he set up in his basement. And so we just started fucking around with the most bare of equipment. It was a fucking laptop webcam. And we had like a USB mic.
Yeah.
We won the blue mics,
Yeah,
the big stupid silver ones. We had one of those.
Yeah.
That's how we started. And then, we just kept doing it. But just telling people not to go to your podcast is classic. That's very fun.
Yeah. I mean, that's just my thing. Because there are people that do watch it, and I think they like it. I like those people. I'm glad those people are around, but it's not something that should ever become popular.
Well, there's two schools of thought today with the youngins like yourself. It's like, just get famous at any cost, get on TikTok, show your dick on OnlyFans, but whatever you have to do, or not, right? Or fuck that, and that you're in the fuck that category.
Yeah, I could care less about having you know, which granted,
I know it's kind of like that. But that's also why you're here, right?
yeah.
That's also why your book came out today. It's like there's a synchronicity going on. Something's happening.
Things were crossing.
So you did your podcast, and in those stories that you tell on the podcast, where you drop some crazy information,
Yeah,
then you decided to start clipping them up.
exactly. So how would you did just like, here's some like half-asses, which is what I called like the segment. And then I was like, it's like a half-ass history segment. Just ramble about some bullshit from like Napoleon or something.
I binged them today, and because let's get ready for going. It was fun. That was fun. It was fun. You really freaked me out with the whole Outlaw Josie Wales thing. Like, I loved that movie, and now I'm like, oh no,
I can't watch it anymore.
oh no.
I wrote the book and turned it into.
Tell the story. It's so crazy.
So, yeah, there was a fellow named Asa Carter. So Asa Carter was this massive white supremacist. Like, he was in the KKK, and then left the KKK because they weren't racist. He was like, y'all don't hate white people way more. He was like, y'all should be hating these people way more. So he made his own version, like a splinter group of the KKK. And, he was part of, like, he would show up, like, Nat King Cole concerts, try to drag him off the stage. And he became a speechwriter for George Wallace, not the comment, but, the governor of Alabama, Wallace, who was, the segregation now, segregation forever. He was,
as you said, a massive piece of shit.
Just like,
So he's a speechwriter for that guy.
he helped write that speech. The segregation now, segregation forever. He's a co-writer of that speech. Then things kind of fell apart from him. George Wallace was like, "You're too racist for me." Like, I just don't want him to go to school with my kids. It's like, I don't want them to not exist.
Oh my god.
And so he moved to Florida, changed his name, I think, to Forrest Carter. I think so. He changed his name to, started writing books. One of them was the Rebel Outlaw Josie Wales, which I looked to.
I guess back then there was no Google, so a guy could do something like that. You would never know.
How would you?
Like that's how Stephen King had Richard Bachman. Remember?
Exactly. He wrote Running Man.
Yeah.
Or Running Man was Richard Bachman. But
What is it? Was it the Dark Half? Is it the other one that I really like?
Is that Richard? I
don't know if that was I think that was a Bachman. He had a bunch of them that were great.
Yeah,
that guy was cocaine worked so well for him.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, does ever do? And I know he's clean and sober now. God bless him. And I feel terrible that the guy got hit by a fucking van. Like the whole deal. It's crazy.
Yeah. It's that.
For the Dark Half Stephen King adaptation. Oh, so what's Stephen King? Was it Bachman? What? Oh, he did another Stephen King. Jesus Christ. That's how prolific that guy was.
I had no idea.
He's so prolific, he has extra pseudonyms.
Yeah, a pseudonym for the pseudonym.
Bro, there's not
That's
a guy
incredible.
who has ever lived who has made more bangers. More just.
Follows that Beaumont by writer, which he's famous. So that's about that's the student.
Oh. Right, but I think that's the actual. Is that the trailer for the film or the poster for the film? Yeah, is that what that image is though, or is that the image from the book? Right. No, I know that, but is that from the book? For the movie? Yeah, see, that's why it says Stephen King, is because they're selling it.
You'd have to run a picture of the book and see if, like, the book says.
But bottom line is,
they all say.
Well, why would you change it now? It's like, see if the one that he wrote is Bachman for sure. What did he write as Bachman?
Well, Running Man was for sure Richard Bachman.
Okay. See if Running Man says Stephen King.
And I think Talisman. I think that was one that also.
Yeah, fake picture and everything. That's so wild.
I never knew that guy. Actually,
Richard Manuel, the builder and friend of Stephen King's literary agent. He's just a regular guy. Just some dude. Stephen King's like, hey, bro, I want to make you
famous.
That's kind of crazy.
Oh, and we're
Thinner too.
when he inspired by Bachman Turner Overdrive, which is amazing. That's hilarious. Beats you up one of the greatest bands of all time.
So he did write the Dark Half. The surname Stark was later used. Oh no. Okay. Is it Richard Stark? Richard Stark is another one?
No.
No.
Richard
Okay,
is a tribute. Richard is a tribute author.
Got it.
Well, yeah, so
Did he write an F. Bachman? He did.
it should be like a bibliography.
At the last moment, he changed it to Richard Bachman.
But then there was. That's the great different one.
Oh my God, that's hilarious. At the last moment, he changed it to Bachman. So Bachman was the Dark Half.
If I was a porn star, that's there.
Or was it the Dark Half? It says thinner. Let's see. They're bringing up the Dark Half, so it has to be there. Stark was later used. Surname Stark? I don't know. Either way,
Dude,
this is Stephen King. Let's forget about it.
but I think Running Man, I'm pretty sure Running Man is one of them. So
He wrote so many good books that it's like, I'm giving these people too many books. Let me write some under a fake name while I'm the biggest book-selling fiction guy in the world.
it's insane. Have you ever looked at just like the first 5 books?
That's what the Dark Half is about. It's like about his using of pseudonym. Maybe that's why you're thinking.
Oh, interesting.
That does make sense. But see, well, the opposite of Running Man. Yeah.
The Dark Half book is great.
I've never read that.
Well, it's so funny that King was able to pull this off because how many of these fucking stories about a writer lives in Maine? it's so crazy. The guy just picks his home state, a writer, picks his profession, and then insanity ensues. You know, like it's all like a writer in Maine.
Well, and they're all basically just things that are happening to him. Like, I can't remember which book it is. It's about him, like, going through alcohol DTs. It's, I can't remember. But the
bookography. Bookography, whatever you would call it, bibliography. Bookography. You look at his bibliography, it's insane.
Because it's
Carrie's
Carrie's number 1, and then it's like Carrie, Salem's Lot, The Shining, a couple other like, and then Christine, which.
Yeah, I didn't enjoy the Dark Half movie. It's like, well, I hate that cliche of the book's better because it's never better because you can see the movie, but they never nail it. Yeah, it's just too hard.
Well, The Shining does because it's being done by Steve.
Right, but he hated it, which is so nice. Well, he said that he thought Nicholson turned crazy right away, and he wanted it to be a very gradual thing.
And you know who wanted? Who? Robin Williams.
Oh my God, he would have nailed that.
Robin Williams over Harrison Ford.
Bro, you ever seen Robin Williams in that 24-hour photo movie where he played Psycho? Oh, that's it.
That's it. That movie is so
my God. It's insane. He's so good.
He might be one of the greatest actors of all time. Like,
Crazy how he is in that movie because you just really believe he's a psycho.
Yeah, because he's so lovable at first, but there's all these little signs that, like, keep this guy away from kids.
There's layers. There's layers to that story.
Yeah. That's such a great movie.
He was that one.
Yeah, I've only cried a couple times when like, a famous person died. That's one of them. I like wrote down Heath Ledger and Steve Irwin.
Yeah, that was a bummer.
Yeah, Steve Irwin especially.
Chadwick Boseman from Black Panther and what else is he? He's in 42.
Like Jackie Robinson.
The heartbreaking one. There's an interview with him where he's talking to that woman and he says, "I'm already dead," and she doesn't know what he's saying because he didn't tell anybody. The dude went through the mill. He was filming the movie while he was battling cancer.
Well, everyone was making fun of him for looking skinny and creepy looking. It's like
crazy.
Yeah,
crazy.
Which is kind
A
of
gangster way to go.
it is.
So did Norm Macdonald. He did the same thing. Norm Macdonald didn't tell anybody that he had cancer. Just went up to Canada and died. He's battling it for years. He told no one.
You get down to it's one of those things that you can tell when you look back. Like when you go back and watch like episodes of like his show, Norman's show.
Yeah. I know. You see the puffiness and the drowned eyes. His eyes looks very common.
That to me, that's the funniest movie of all time.
He's one of the all-time greats.
Yeah,
For sure.
I'm sure you know part of that article.
I accidentally sat next to him twice on airplanes. Totally accidentally. And we were already friends.
Yeah.
So it was super cool. Like I didn't knew him from the club, so I knew him from being around. And my good friend Adam was a good friend of his. He used to do that show that they did together. Yeah, Adam Egan.
Okay. Yeah.
It was the talent coordinator. mothership.
Yeah.
So I'd known Norm forever, and then one time I was flying back from somewhere, and I sit down, and then Norm plops right next to him, like, dude, like, what are we on? And then we're having the most fun. It was the most fun. But the second time was even crazier, because Norm sits down next to me, we're having a great time. Yeah. Just laughing, and it's just so fun. We're talking all kinds of crazy shit. And he tells me, yeah, I quit smoking. And fucking hard to do, man. But I quit. I feel so much better. I'm so glad I did. It's so bad for you. I go, yeah, good for you, dude. Fuck those cigarettes, right? So we land, and he walks straight into the store and buys a pack of cigarettes and is literally lighting it before he gets out the door. And I go, what are you doing? I thought you quit. And he goes, yeah, but all that talking about cigarettes made me want one.
I mean, he did quit for a little bit, and then
I know a lot of people quit. And a lot of people, I mean, they keep pointing to, like, it's like everyone's playing Russian roulette with fucking lung cancer. It's so crazy. You're playing, right? Like, 80% of people don't have cancer, bro.
which I'll tell you. I mean, look, I'll tell you, smoking just looks so bad.
Yeah.
Smoking cigarettes, like, God, I smoke cigarettes, which I need to not do that, but God,
It does. It's also, there's I don't even give a fuck about my health. I'm not here to think.
well, I don't have to smoke a cigarette for me, everybody's looking at me like, Jesus.
But that's like accelerating your demise, like purposely accelerating your demise for a head rush. Which is, I had to do this thing once. Buddy of mine had this sketch show, and they have this sketch that they were putting together this idea, and he asked me to be like this troubled poet guy. And I said, okay, what do you think I should do? I said, I think you should be like smoking cigarettes. You should be like this guy just smoking cigarettes and talking. I'm like, okay, that's right. Yeah. So I never smoked. And that day, I probably smoked like 15 cigarettes. I like fucking dog. Oh my god! Like shaking. And my friend Adam from Rothschild, who's a comedian, who's doing this with me, he smoked. He gave me his cigarettes, and I'm thinking, how do you do this? How are you doing this to yourself every day? This is so great.
In what time span did they, the 15 cigarettes?
I guess we were doing it all throughout the day, so it's probably 4 or 5 hours.
It's quite a bit. I mean, even for like because I don't smoke like I'm not a pack of 30 or something like that.
What's that?
Okay. Probably a pack every 30 days. So,
That's not too bad.
yeah, it's still terrible. It's still not, I mean, I try to justify it in my head. I really do enjoy what right before going to stage. I really do.
It's a nicotine thing. Yeah. It's like you can get nicotine from a butt, but it's the delivery methods that's different. Like there's something about smoking it, and cigars are similar to smoking the nicotine. It's a very different thing than like nicotine pouches. I've never done the gum, but there's a benefit to nicotine. It's just a delivery method that's what's terrible for you.
Yeah, I don't think nicotine's just horrible.
It actually is neuroprotective, which, like, I love saying those words because I don't really know what the fuck I'm saying, but it sounds like you're smart. Jillian Michaels was here the other day, and she was talking about it. She chews gum, and people go, I'm trying to keep smoking. She's like, no, it's actually good for you. But most people aren't aware of that. They just think of cigarettes, smoking equals cancer, equals nicotine, equals you're doing something bad.
Well, it's just the nicotine on cigarettes. It's just part of this.
Yeah,
It's just they're cigarettes. It's just horrible.
yeah.
So they do. There is like almost kind of like some blame.
Well,
In that sense. Yeah.
Well, the real issue is that many cigarettes, they add a bunch of stuff to make them more addictive.
Well, right. That's the issue. Is that if they would take all that out, they wouldn't. It's just so bad. You should just bring some smoke.
Yeah, it's like that's natural spirits, right? Or American cigarettes.
Yeah.
But did you ever see that Russell Crowe movie, The Insider, where he plays the scientist?
Right.
Right. Is that who the character was?
That's who's playing.
That is so crazy that they did that.
That makes you so mad when you watch it. And like,
and you tricked people by making it more addictive, like with chemicals.
yeah, look how much.
That's crazy.
Look how much sugars.
But here's my why is it okay to do that with cigarettes, but it would never
does the same thing.
Sort of.
I mean,
Sort of. Yeah, I would say it does, but it doesn't. It's not killing you. Well, it kind of. Yeah, it kind of can. It kind of can. It's like very low dose poison. You know, essentially, if you have a very good diet and you occasionally have a quarter pounder, you're gonna live.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's a low dose poison. Your body can filter out most of that stuff. The real problem seems to be when it becomes the primary focus of what you eat. Could you just get a bunch of inflammation-causing bullshit that your body doesn't know how to get rid of? Your body's like, what is this? You're feeding me. Oh, God, it feels so good.
Jesus. Oh, it is. Oh, it is. Oh, that's heavy on earth.
I had a quarter pounder once a couple of years ago, and I haven't had one. But if I do go to McDonald's, I always eat filet fishes. I love those ones. They're so good.
That's weird, man.
No, because I can't lie to myself and pretend that's a cheeseburger. You know, like
You can lie and say that that's fish.
yes, yes, it's a thing. It's whatever it is. It's a sweet bun and a delicious salty fish-like thing in the center with that tartar sauce. It's just yummy. I'm not
That's
trying.
right. So you don't have to justify it.
I don't particularly like the taste of like those kind of burgers. I like a good smash burger or like an In-N-Out burger.
I'm with you.
Five Guys.
In-N-Out.
Yeah.
Top of the line.
Top of
For
the
like
line.
fast food.
Yeah, you can't go wrong.
It's
Man.
the Chick-fil-A burgers.
Can't go wrong. Like In-N-Out burgers. If you don't like them, I don't like them.
Do you like Whataburger?
It's okay.
It's horrible.
It's not. People want to compare it to In-N-Out. Like Texas people get crazy. Like you're getting this. This is how we had a civil war. Like you gotta look at.
Now, in that war, I'm taking the Whataburger.
For sure. 100%. The In-N-Out people are not.
No, those Whataburger buttons are.
Yeah. I mean, they started this out in the Rock State. There's this state that's telling people that if someone breaks into your house, you should flee. You shouldn't tell them to get out.
They should get out of your house.
Yeah. You should gather up your child and run up the hill behind your house and flee. They don't shoot you back.
That's a good idea.
It's like that piece of shit speechwriter. Like, yeah. There's gonna be nutty on both sides. There's gonna be nutty on the left and nutty on the right. And out to us, it's just like most people are just reasonable. Reasonable,
Yes.
in the center, live and let live.
Yeah.
If you have like an ethic for this country, what are we about? We're supposed to be about freedom, live and let live. But the problem is the people on the far crazy screaming left and the people on the far crazy screaming right are all fucking losers.
Yeah.
And those fucking losers make you be connected with them and all their stupidity and poisons all the ideas that they agree with, right? On both sides.
And they're so much louder, so you think there's more of them. When in reality, it's like, what, 5% probably of each side?
Exactly.
The other.
I don't even think it's 5%. They're just the ones that are online all day long. And then on top of that, you get a bunch of people who are paid to do it. So it's like, oh my God. When you see tweets, like people get busted all the time now. These air quotes influencers, they'll tweet something and then you'll see like 30 versions of the same tweet, same wording. Like, what is going on? Like, for now, forever, I'll never listen to you again.
And there's,
On both sides.
that's so.
It's not a left wing thing, it's not a right wing thing. I see it with fucking everything. It's like, there's like large scale manipulation going on. It's like really nuts to see. I like about that Reddit dead internet thing. Did you see, Jamie? Do you know about this? Like, there's, I believe it might be a lawsuit. So this company used a bunch of chat bots. I believe it was on Reddit. I just sent it to someone. I'll find it if you can't find it. But I forget what the argument was about. But essentially, they're getting in trouble for facilitating these fake arguments, like as an experiment. Which is, if that's for sure, countries are doing that. Reddit threatens to sue researchers who ran a dead internet AI experiment on its site. Deeply wrong on a both moral and legal level. Right. So this is what Change my view is the subreddit. Long been a contentious place for Reddit users to post an opinion and understand other people's perspective. Forum filled with fiery but largely civil debates covering everything from the role, political activism, to the dangers of social media and echo chambers. Okay. Lately, though, not every user posting on the forum has been a real human. As 404 Media reported this week, University of Zurich researchers dispatched an army of Zurich. That's not a good place to do it from, guys. Shit.
No, the story
He's sketchy. Yeah. And research dispatched an army of AI chatbots to debate human users on the subreddit in a secret experiment designed to investigate whether the tech could be used to change people's minds. The optics were horrendous, with bots claiming to be characters, including a survivor of sexual assault and a black man who opposes the Black Lives Matter movement. Worse yet, the AI models scoured the post history of users they were replying to in order to be as convincing as possible. Basically, a formalized trial run of the dead internet theory that much of the internet is already AI generated. You know about that theory? The AI dead internet theory? So the idea is that AI becomes sentient and completely fakes the internet.
fakes the
Yeah, we'll pull it up, Jim. But there was a link in that article got to dead internet theory. There was actually a link. It was right there. Where is it? Scroll down a little bit. No, it didn't have a link. The link was actually about passing the Turing test, which is which is.
But did the internet
There's an online community thing. So there's a lot of kooks, like people with schizophrenia, that get things right. Like,
yeah, that is one of the problems. They're not always wrong.
Well, eventually they're right. Like Ted Kaczynski, the Unabomber, you know, that guy, his whole thing was that technology was going to overtake the human race.
Right.
And I think he's right.
Yeah, you know, he wasn't necessarily wrong. He was just wrong to blow people up.
Oh, what he was,
that's the
really fucked up. Did you ever see that
Netflix
stuff? Did you see the Netflix documentary where they go over his life?
Yeah.
As a baby, where they left him in the crib. Yeah. And he never got touched for 4 months.
Which immediately permanent you're screwed.
You can't fix that.
Yeah. Like so you get those blind eyes.
And then he gets in the Harvard LSD studies where they humiliate him while he's on acid.
Yeah, because he played the chaos or like he was a professor and was like recruiting, impressionable, but highly intelligent.
Man, how crazy is that program?
Impulse wild.
Wow.
That is the most interesting. The CIA in general, I mean, just like this whole rabbit hole of just the craziest thing I've ever seen. But like all the Manson stuff, which I'm obsessed with Charles Manson, so all that stuff is.
Oh, the Manson stuff's crazy. The CIA stuff's not even a rabbit hole. It's like one of the labyrinths that they find in Turkey. Like 2,000 people could live underground. Like, who the hell?
Yeah.
What the fuck is this?
Yeah, like
How long has this been going on?
Like the French catacombs, where it's lost every day and all that.
If you go down the CIA rabbit hole, you'll find a city, civilization. And then you have to think, okay, but also Russia has the same sort of operation going for Russia.
Right.
Right? Every country has them.
Yeah, everybody has the CIA, KGB.
So they have to let's all get rid of the CIA, and then what? We get taken over completely by Russia and China. It's like, slow down, everybody. Like, there's a nutty AI war going on right in front of your face. You just haven't heard the bombs go off yet. Right. It's happening right now. And if they pulled that off in the University of Zurich, which is kind of creepy, that university would like pretend to be a black guy who's against the Black Lives Matter movement, and a woman who survived a sexual assault, and just making it up with AI chatbots. It's fucking wild. Just to see how people react. What the fuck do you think is going to happen?
Or find somebody who actually is one of those people, and then see how people react. If that's right, like you don't have to pretend to be one. There are lots of people.
Yeah,
you can just volunteer. You have a whole study, control group, the whole thing.
Yeah, you don't have to do it anonymously on the internet under false pretenses. Like, you wouldn't have to.
Unless you just want to have fun. I mean, that's the.
But the problem is, anytime you're doing a study with real people, they know they're going to study.
Yeah, what's that? There's a law that goes where like you can't. There's something about being observed, like ruins the thing, whatever. Like it's part of that. I don't know. I suck at science, but I think there's something.
Well, I don't even know if that's science. I'm just talking about like humans. Like if people know they're being watched as a part of the study, you're gonna influence their behavior.
Well, it's just like if you get asked a question to be part of a survey, you're not answering it accurately, even if it's anonymous.
Right.
Just because you know that like your answer is going to be make you look maybe a little bit bad, you'll church up your answer a little. Maybe not outright lie, but if it asks you how many drinks do you have a week, you're not telling them. Exactly. You're not telling them. If you're going 6 to 8, sounds about right.
Yeah, this uncertainty is why I think we're super vulnerable.
Yeah.
Because this uncertainty is why we're going to be very vulnerable. Sorry, we're going to be really vulnerable to any sort of electronic bridge that they start using, like whether it's a wearable or an implant that lets you legitimately read minds, which I fucking think is in our lifetime. God, I hope not. It's so scary, dude, because we'll give it up to know the truth. People will give it up to know the truth.
Yeah.
I mean, think about how much of your data you give just so that you can do things. Like, figure how much money they make off of your data, giving out your email address and all the fucking spam tech that you get every day, all the chaos. We gave that just for free internet, just for free Google.
I give it up. I just give it all up.
Everybody does. But imagine like what Google would cost. Like if Google was a pay thing, and the only way you could ever know anything about what's going on in the world, you have to search it. Every search engine costs money.
Right.
It's like, but instead you get this free value. But wouldn't you rather not pay? Of course. But what if you paid for it and then they couldn't use any of your data ever? And it was a totally like honest relationship, and you're not allowed to curate the information either.
Yeah.
You just have to like put out the information as it exists. We gave up privacy, we gave up our data, and we didn't even think about it. We didn't even know it was a thing we gave up. And then we're gonna give up sentience. We're gonna fucking be connected to the hive mind. Yeah. I really think so.
Yeah, because it's weird, like online data privacy. You don't really know what it is. It's not like normal privacy where, like, if somebody asks, like, "Hey, can I take a picture of your driver's license?" No. What are you talking about? No, you can't.
Right.
But they can get the majority of that information. They can track you, get your address, get your buddy. They can find out even more information about you, giving up like your privacy, like data privacy.
Yeah.
But we don't we don't have like a list of what they're getting. I mean, I guess if you read that whole thing, but if you're
right. Nobody reads that shit. Somebody told me there was something that we might have to edit this out. It's not true. But somebody told me there's something fucked up about Google's terms and whatever terms apply. There's the thing you have to agree to. That it has something in there that you'll agree to mediation. Yeah, like in case of some sort of dispute, a legal dispute, you've agreed to mediation in the so you're not sued.
so you can't. Yeah, like whenever you get hired in a new job, they have those kinds of like clauses too. Yeah. That's so weird.
If it's true.
Yeah, but
well, we need to find out if it's true. Someone was telling to me, and I was like, wait, what? That sounds insane. Except as required by applicable law, mediation is voluntary, and neither you nor Google are obligated to settle disputes through mediation.
What the hell's that?
But this is, I said Uber. No. Oh, I'm sorry. Uber. Oh, Uber. I'm sorry. I probably mumbled. Okay. Uber's terms of service include a binding arbitration clause, meaning users agree to resolve disputes through arbitration rather than in court. This arbitration is individual and non-consolidated, meaning you can't join with others in a class action suit. Uber also limits its liability and states that drivers are independent contractors, not employees. If you have a dispute, you can try to resolve it through mediation, but it may ultimately be resolved through arbitration.
That's wild.
Jesus, that's kind of wild. It's like we have our own rules. Our laws, no, forget about the laws of the land. No, you agree to a legal contract. That's like very sneaky. Very, because it's like laws. If we have laws to prevent fraud and laws to prevent negligence, we have those for companies. And you're a company, like, no, we're not. We're not your company.
Yeah.
These people, they're in the contract.
Right.
Oh, you have no liability at all. You make all the money. What a great deal. Who did you pay? Who did you fucking pay off to get that?
Yeah, and also, how many people know what arbitration is? Because I'll be honest, I was just kind of going.
It sounds scary. You gotta do arbitration. I don't want to do that. I know. But I think what the essentially saying, you have to have a conversation with them outside of like a judge and jury ruling. You know what I mean? Like we have to have some sort of mediation. I think that's what they're saying.
Well, I could be wrong. Well, if that goes down, I'm sure that's in their best interest.
But that's not. Yeah,
that's fine.
the thing about Uber is if they're just private contractors, then it becomes like, okay, what is your responsibility to screen these private contractors? Because some of these people might be psychos, and you're a woman and you get in a car with someone who hasn't been vetted and they're a psycho. That's where's it based? On the moon? The Netherlands. Well, that'd be a good move. You gotta start somewhere where the Nazis rolled through fucking tanks.
It's either that or Luxembourg.
Did the Nazis get the Netherlands?
Talking about Canada, yeah, that's where. And France. That's why. Vienna Convention.
That's right.
Yeah.
Vienna Convention of the International Sale of Goods shall not apply. Okay. Except as what is set forth in these terms shall be exclusively governed and construed in accordance with the laws of the Netherlands, excluding its rules on conflicts of laws. Excluding its rules on conflicts of laws? What does that mean? That's a weird thing to say.
This may as well be Portuguese.
In accordance with the laws of the Netherlands, excluding its rules on conflicts of laws. So conflicts of laws.
Copy and paste this in like rocket check.
Oh no! We're going down so many rabbit holes. Kids use Uber so much, man, that like a small percentage compared to the past of kids are getting driver's licenses. Good. You're probably right. Perfectly fine. Yeah. Is rock your favorite cheese? What do you like?
You have to go. Yeah, I honestly think you have to test them all. When you're asking a question, you really look at it too. It's good to respond to varying responses. I had a ChatGPT live yesterday 4 times in a row.
Look how quick this is. Let me break this down for
Isn't it wild?
an American audience of plain language. This selection of the contracts explains that. See, this is what I'm saying. Like, if it's already happened,
Yeah.
if AI is already taken over, we've already agreed by the timing of your book, the synchronicity is real, and then maybe the simulation is real. And then if it's going to be simulated, it's not going to be simulated by a bunch of people. It's going to be simulated by artificial intelligence.
Away from mistakes.
Yeah. Dutch law applies. The contract governed by the laws of the Netherlands, not U.S. law. This means Dutch legal principles will guide how the contract is interpreted, except for conflicts of laws rules, which deal with choosing which country's laws apply. That's good. Also, an international treaty called the Vienna Convention, which covers sales of goods, doesn't apply here. So what they're saying, like, we go by the Netherlands laws. If you have different laws in the United States, go pound sand. Those don't matter. It's in the Netherlands. You're a lawsuit.
Depends on what happened. Like if it's a speed limit thing, you go by the rules of the speed limit. But if it's something about interpersonal, the driver and the engine.
Don't you think that if you do business in a particular country, you have to follow the laws of that country? Doesn't that just? I mean, I'm not even trying to be unreasonable here. Maybe they're better in the Netherlands. Maybe they're more fair. I don't know. It's not even like a value judgment. I don't know. Maybe they are. Maybe they just wanted the best for their customers. So they say, you know what? If they're going to let us sue the fuck out of us and win, we really should do it in the Netherlands. Maybe.
Isn't that perhaps the Hague is in is it over the world what do you call it, crimes against humanity, like war crimes is all in the Hague? Yeah.
I don't know if that means anything. I don't know if it means anything either, but I can't imagine if you're doing business in China, you're not allowed to say, yeah, but U.S. rules only. We only drive it so far. So it's like 2% in Alabama. They'd be like, fuck you. See you right here. Sit your ass down. What are you talking about?
Hard place.
Yeah, you're doing business in China. You get sued in China, motherfucker.
You should always, no matter what, wherever you are, you gotta follow the rules.
That would
I mean, how is that
that's
not?
super reasonable.
Seems like
You should be able to avoid that by like setting up shop in some fucking dictatorship somewhere. You know, like your homies when some guy's a dictator, and you're like, bro, I'm like, just incorporate in your country. Let's fucking raise some cash. Yeah, it's all very weird. It's very weird. It's but the driverless car thing might be even weirder because that's a solution out of it. Like, man, I don't trust these Uber drivers. They're sketchy, man. Good. Get in one of those fucking robot cars.
Waymos.
Yeah, get in one of those Waymos where you can't even drive it. Okay, the government's trying to get you, and they've set up for you. Look, bro, change the plans. This is what I want you to do. I'm going to give you $500. You're going to drive me to Ohio. You know, if you do that, like if the government's after you and you're in a fucking Uber drive, and the guy's cool, we go, listen, dude, I'm gonna make this worth your while. It's a 4-hour drive, 4 hours back. Yeah, you do that to them. You don't. They get you. They shut the car off. They lock the doors. You lock the Uber contract. Waymo's partner with Uber.
Oh, I know, because I was gonna get in one yesterday. I was like, I haven't been awesome in a long time. Like, they used to come down there a lot, like in high school or whatever, sneaking to bars and whatnot. And I saw these Waymos. It was this thing. I've never heard of it. Didn't know this existed. And I see it like driving around, nobody driving.
Weird.
I do not like this at all. But immediately downloaded the Uber and Waymo app because I was like, I'm just going to take me to like 6 or something. Did you get it? No, I checked it out. I just don't think. Because what if it just doesn't want to take me? Like, what if something happens where it's like, you know what I would like to do? Take you down 35 about 90 miles an hour in the wrong lane. You know,
what if my front camera goes out and I can't see what's in front of me and I just start plowing into other cars? Like, I'm not saying that's going to happen or wherever will happen. I'm sure it's like backup cameras. Don't get me wrong. But it just sketches me out. Although I do think it's inevitable.
Yeah, I looked it up. There's only been one fatality involving one, and it wasn't even their fault. It was a driverless one where someone rear-ended the Waymo, like, you know. So I was like, well,
they seem pretty safe. Like, in terms of, like, the way they drive, too. They drive real slow. It's easy to avoid.
I can see taking one, like, if you're just going around like a neighborhood or something, you know, you're just, like, you know, going above 30 miles an hour. Yeah. Getting on, like, the interstate in one of these things.
Imagine if you could show this to Ted Kaczynski. Get him away from me! I was trying. Right? They're coming to get us. They are, man. Yeah. We are allowing them to come get us. We're paying for them. We're psyched. Like, whoa, this is cool. Yeah. I'm guilty of it. I have a Tesla that does auto driving. Yeah. Turn his button on, and it fucking stops at stop signs, hits its blinkers, goes around stuff. It's crazy.
Do you use it?
Very rarely. It weirds me out, but I do sometimes. Yeah. I mean, I've done it like haven't driven me home 3 or 4 times. Just like, I'm just like, this is crazy. Just because it's weird, you know, but I'm always, my hands are close. You know, I'm never like looking at my phone or anything like that. That's crazy.
I would trust that. Like, if you're just sitting in there, like, kind of, you could take control of anything.
But that's the bridge, bro. That's the bridge. That's the bridge to transhumanism.
I think we all need to stay on our separate bridges.
I agree, but I think we're going. I think we are the last of these kind of people. And then the people from now on will be like personally, like physically integrated with some kind of electronics.
Yeah, I don't like that one bit. There's so much of an acoustic type stuff. I can't.
I think there's so much wild genetic stuff going on right now that they're going to change what it means to be a person within our lifetime. Like there was a thing in China. See if you can find this. Do you know what a tardigrade is? Tardigrades are these really weird little, almost insect-looking things that are unbelievably durable. Oh, they're tiny, microscopic little fuckers.
Yeah, they call them like something bears.
Yeah. What are they called? Bears? Water bears. Yeah. So these little fuckers can survive forever in space. For whatever reason, they go into like hibernation in space. Like, and they think there's some of them from the Japanese lunar lander. that are actually on the moon. They think tardigrades are on the moon and that they're like in a suspended state of animation, and that if you brought them back to the United States, they'd kick back and go on. That's how crazy these little fuckers are. So there was this Chinese experiment where they're integrating tardigrade DNA into human DNA.
That's good. There's nothing that could ever go wrong.
But what happens if someone develops like a bulletproof, immortal human that lives, like literally lives forever unless it gets hit with a meteor? Like, that's not outside of what's possible. They developed, or they were developing some kind of, you find that first for me, but they were trying to develop some sort of bulletproof human skin using spider silk. So they were going to, it's like a large spider silk, but your own skin, like with gene splicing.
I don't like that. The gene splicing, they splice like that movie. I don't know if you ever saw that.
I did. Ooh, that was crazy.
It's a great movie, but like just seeing on it, I'm like, that's what my mind immediately goes to. Banging this thing with that trailer.
Yeah, that thing was sick. It was a kind of a goofy movie. Oh yeah. Well, it wasn't like wow, I don't really believe that was happening. No, it was Schindler's List or something. Yeah, it was kind of goofy, but it was fun. It was just very strange. You know, because you go, okay, I can kind of see that happen for sure.
Yeah, I think so. I don't know what that is. What was it, CRISPR? Remember that thing was kind of, that was a talking point.
Well, they have CRISPR too now, which is the more effective apparently.
Made by artists.
Bulletproof skins, no, this isn't it. No, there was, what's that?
Rothschild skin, reinforced spider silk to stop bullets, but when you go to what it actually is,
Oh, so it's bullshit.
it's not bullshit, but it's just, someone sort of explaining things differently.
I mean, I thought there was a study about human skin.
That's what they were trying to say.
Oh, so it's like a bullshit headline in the story?
Back in 2018.
Did you find anything in the tardigrade thing?
Yeah, and it had, they were explaining what it did. So there's it showed that there was a clean transfer. New cells function normally.
But also demonstrate increased rate of cell growth.
They're trying to make them immune to radiation. So the idea was
They're making super people, man. They're making X-Men. That was so crazy. That was wild. They're gonna put fucking tardigrade genes into humans. God, that makes me so uncomfortable. They may create super soldiers. What? Jeez. So, okay, China has already done these genetic experiments on babies that are supposed to inoculate them to HIV, but also somehow increase their intelligence. And the guy got in trouble, and they should have done that research. They did.